Before starting the fanfic, I ask you to please subscribe and leave your like, so we can make this channel great together. Now start and enjoy. Chapter 1. The night that started it all. Today was October 10th, the day most had recognized as any other ordinary day, just like any other, as the citizens and shinobi of Konoha settled down and began to drift to sleep as the midnight slowly began to approach them. However, none of the residents of Konoha were prepared for the surprise attack by none other than the nine-tailed demon fox. Roaring as loudly as it could, it began to tear into the village as its shinobi began to rush towards the fox and protect their homes and families. As that happened, the village civilians as well as the younger generation of leaf shinobi were taken underground, though the younger shinobis against their will since they wanted to protect their homes. "We can help fight. Don't make just stand here and watch," a 17-year-old raven-haired girl with red eyes declared as a man of similar features stood a little in front of her. Just out of reach of the barrier, they were being kept behind. "This fight is for the older generation. If we fail, then it will be up to you, the younger generation, to carry on our will of fire and protect the village." "Kurenai," he said, looking at the raven-haired girl. "Become a great kunoichi and makes me a proud father and a proud grandfather one day," he said before he disappeared into a swirl of leaves, intent on joining the fight to protect the leaf from the rampaging Biju. Kurenai shook a little angrily as her father left and let a stray tear go down her face before a hand placed itself on her shoulder. Looking over her shoulder, she saw Asuma Sarutobi, a 17-year-old recently promoted jonin, give her a look that said, "Believe in him and follow his words." Not liking it, she nodded her head in agreement despite still not liking it. Beside her, her fellow graduation class members and current Umbu Kakashi Hitaki and his self-proclaimed eternal rival Might Guy stood there silently as they observed the beast attacking their home with emotionless looks on their face. Despite that, she knew they, along with everyone else, all had the same feeling of wanting to do their duty and not feel so useless against the Kyuubi. As they observed and watched, a small whimper came from behind them, making them turn around and made their eyes soften. Standing behind them was little 5-year-old Naruto Namikaze, still wearing his blue pajamas with little shurikens decorating around them and a little gray robe wrapped around him. He looked just like his father, the fourth Hokage, with his tan skin and blonde hair, and even had a similar personality to him, which made him quite quiet but smart for his age. His eyes, though, were violet just like his mother's Kushina Uzumaki and had bursts of her personality at times. He was born on October 3rd and had just celebrated his 5th birthday a week ago with his father and his heavily pregnant mother, who was expecting twins. His parents adored him and spoiled him to a degree, though they were happy that Naruto never got bratty. He was a very kind, fun-loving though quiet little boy who in return loved his parents very much, especially his mother Kushina. He was very excited when he found out he was going to be a big brother and had did his best to help his mother around the house and try to cause her as little trouble and stress as he could. Sometime he even talked to his little siblings in his mother's tummy, which always made Minato and Kushina smile at him proudly. "Where are Ka-chan and Tusan?" he asked as he watched the fox destroy his home, shifting in his spot a little nervously. Kurenai went down to her knees and picked him up into her arms, trying to soothe him. "Your Ka-chan and Tusan will be okay, Naruto. Remember, your Tusan is the strongest in the village and your mother is no pushover either," Kakashi said, trying to lift the boy's spirits. "But Ka-chan has my baby brother and sister in her tummy. What if she gets hurt?" "That won't happen, Naru-chan. Your Tusan won't let any harm come to them. You have my word on it?" she said as Naruto nodded and watched as he nuzzled into the older girl's neck. The rest was silent as they continued to watch as the shinobi of the village tried to push the Kyuubi away, but were getting thrown away effortlessly by the fox. Just as it looked like the Ninetails was going to storm forward, a large elongated staff hit it square in the stomach and slowly started pushing the fox away and out of the village. When the fox looked to see where it came from, standing on top of one of the buildings was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage. "GG," Naruto said, just managing to see his grandfather like figure battle the Kyuubi, while the younger generation smiled at the arrival of the powerful leaf shinobi. As he watched the 3rd Hokage battle the Kyuubi with long-range support from some of the other leaf shinobi, Naruto felt 2 strong energy signatures appear nearby and land just beside the 3rd Hokage. Naruto smiled though when he recognized the signatures. "Pervy Sage and Bachan are here," he said as the Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma and Guy looked at him in confusion, not entirely sure what he was talking about. As soon as they did, two large plumes of smoke appeared in front of the Kyuubi, revealing a large white slug with blue stripes going down its back and a large purple frog with a shield and Susumata in its hands. On top of their heads, none other than Jiraiya and Tsunade, two of the Leaf Village's Sannin. When they saw Jiraiya and Tsunade begin battling the Kyuubi, the four younger shinobi looked at Naruto in surprise. How did he know they were there? I did not even sense them. They all thought but left it alone for now and would get back to it later. Jiraiya-kun, Tsunade-chan. Sarutobi greeted a little out of breath as the two Sannin nodded towards him. Sensei, if the Kyuubi is here, I can only guess something went wrong with Kushina's while she was in labor. Jiraiya asked. That seems to be the case. Though I have not seen her or Minato yet. I don't know where they are, but we have to keep the Kyuubi away. No matter what, he said, stealing his voice as they both nodded. However, just as the fox was about to launch an attack towards them, Minato appeared above the Kyuubi's head looking a little beaten up and then disappeared with the Kyuubi in a yellow flash away from the village, making everything suddenly go quiet. Where did they go? Tsunade asked as they began to scanning the areas before they saw a large explosion a few miles out from the village. There, Jiraiya said before the three Kage-level shinobi began running as fast as they could towards the site with the summons following after. The other shinobi watched as the fourth Hokage and Naruto's father vanished with the Kyuubi, making many cheer, though only four and a little boy knew it was not over yet. Naruto closed his eyes and searched for his dad. Having never told anyone this, he had always been able to sense where people were. He recognized his parents' signatures like the back of his hand. After a minute of searching, he found them outside the village, but he sensed his mother was hurt. It made him want to go to her and stop the Kyuubi from hurting her. He hopped out Kurenai's arms and started running forward, but Kurenai and Kakashi caught him. Naruto, you mustn't. Just because the Kyuubi is not there does not mean it is still not dangerous. Kakashi urged, but the little blonde struggled as Kurenai placed him gently against her chest despite his wriggling. But I have too. Kachan is hurt. I know it. She is with Tusan and the Kyuubi. Now that made the others have their eyes widen. He can sense that far away? They thought since they knew the Hokage must have teleported the Kyuubi a fair distance away from the village. The range that Naruto seemed to have of sensing people was vast. Definitely need to look into that on a later date, Asuma said to Kurenai, who nodded since a sensing ability of that magnitude sounded like a real blessing. Have faith, Naruchan. They will be okay, Kurenai said as Naruto's violet eyes look out across the village. Battle site. Kushina breathed in heavily as multiple chakra chains were shot out of her back and keeping the Kyuubi in its place while Gamabunta, the chief toad, was on its back trying his best to keep it pinned down. Moments later, Minato suddenly flashed in front of her. In his hands was their newborn daughter, one of the beautiful twins his wife had given birth to not long ago. Her body was in pain all over after the Kyuubi was ripped out of her, but she willed herself to stay awake. She could not let her family and the village down. I'm sorry, Kushina, but this is the only way, he said solemnly. If we seal the beast back into you, then you will die, and I can't let that happen. I can't let the twins and Naruto live a life without their mother. Kushina did not like it, but she knew it had to be done. A newborn baby was the best option to seal the beast away in. But to make her children carry such a burden made a dent in her heart. It was a burden she never wanted one of her children to have to hold. How are we going to seal it? Kushina asked as she tried to stand up but felt the Kyuubi struggling against her chakra chains. Though she was a Fuinjutsu master, that were only a few methods of sealing that could contain the nine-tailed fox, and knew there would be a struggle since the Kyuubi no doubt did not want to go back to be sealed away again. I have a plan for that. I can sense Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade and Sarutobi are on their way here. When they get here, we will perform the four-corner sealing method. Once we get it trapped, I will seal it away with the 8 trigrams. The four-corner sealing method might not work, Minato. It was designed to hold the Biju up to the 6 tails. The Kyuubi might be too powerful for it, Kushina said, concerned since they only had one shot at this. I know, but with 5 Kage-level shinobi here and 4 to perform the ritual, it can be done. It will be close, but it can be accomplished. Kushina bit her lip. It was not the best idea, but it could work. The 8 trigrams would definitely hold the Kyuubi. She just hoped the four-corner barrier seal would be enough. Incoming, Gamabunta shouted as the Kyuubi got one of its claws out of the chains and sent it towards them. "I will not be sealed away again," he roared, showing his target was the baby Mito. "No!" Both Minato and Kushina shouted as they jumped in the way to protect their daughter from harm. They waited for the strike to hit but suddenly felt a large shockwave hit them from behind. Looking around, they saw Gamaken deflected the Kyuubi claw with his shield. "Minato!" Three voices called as Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya appeared beside them. While Gamabunta and Gamaken kept the Kyuubi pinned down, Tsunade began to heal Kushina as Minato explained the plan to them all. The three newly arrived adults looked down at the baby girl in sadness, knowing she rough patches she was bound to encounter in her life. They did not like it, but they knew it had to be done. "Does anyone know if Naruto-chan is okay?" Kushina asked, thinking about her oldest and firstborn. She saw Hiruzen nod his head. "Last I checked, he was in the protective barrier being looked after by Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai. He is safe and is unharmed." Kushina nodded and breathed a little easier, knowing her Naruto was safe and had not been caught in the fox's rampage. As Tsunade healed Kushina's body enough for her to move and access her chakra, Hiruzen stood in front of the Kyuubi with the intent of helping keep the Kyuubi at bay, while the other four took the 4 points around the Kyuubi to begin the sealing. From Minato's spot, he placed his hand on the ground and summoned a small altar and gently placed his new daughter on top of it. She was sound asleep, which surprised him from all the noise, but he guessed that was more a good thing. He began drawing on the necessary symbols in blood around the baby and onto the baby girl's stomach. After a moment, the seal was ready. "Everyone at time now," Minato declared as Kushina retracted her chains, which released the 9-tailed fox and made it roar from its spot. Gamaken and Gamabunta did their best to keep it down, as did Sarutobi, but the 9-tails was the strongest of the tailed beasts for a reason and was very quickly getting out of their grasp. Minato nodded to everyone as he, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all prepared and channeled their chakra and made the necessary hand seals. Dog, snake, boar, tiger, for corner sealing jutsu. The four all shouted as their blue chakra burst from all around them and began to create a large net. The net began to expand before it was big enough to cover the Kyuubi. In each of their hands was kunai that once the net was securely placed around the Kyuubi, they would drive the kunai into the ground and hold the Kyuubi in the sealing barrier. Gamaken, Gamabunta, and Sarutobi saw the sealing jutsu get activated and quickly jumped out of the way as the sealing barrier began to close in around the Kyuubi and began to wrap around him. "No, I will not be sealed again after just getting free," it yelled as it fought against the sealing barrier around it, making the 4 Kage-level shinobi grit their teeth, while Kushina, who still ached form earlier, had to fight form, passing out. "Keep going. We need to use more chakra," Minato said to the others, who nodded and gritted their teeth as they all poured out more chakra. The Kyuubi tried to move around, but Hiruzen elongated his adamantine staff and hit the Kyuubi right in the snout, causing it to twitch in surprise. The Kyuubi struggled and struggled, but Gamabunta and Gamaken appeared by its side and did slammed into its sides, panicking it between their giant bodies. "Take that, you giant fur ball," Gamabunta declared as the net of seals began to cover over the entire giant form of the Kyuubi, despite its declaring that it would not be sealed into some brat. Knowing that the sealing was about to be completed, Sarutobi stood in front of the Kyuubi, looking it straight in its red eyes, not showing a hint of fear even when it turned to stare at him. "You are too dangerous to be allowed to roam around freely," he said, making the Kyuubi go wide-eyed at Sarutobi's words, as someone familiar from the past said the very same words. Hashirama Senju stood in front of the Kyuubi as the giant fox demon was being pinned down to the ground, with large wooden roots bursting out of the ground which wrapped themselves around the Kyuubi and keeping in submission. The first Hokage looked in the Kyuubi's eyes with a sad but determined look on his face. "You are too dangerous to be allowed to roam freely. I am sorry, but to protect the village and this world, this must be done." A snarl ripped from its mouth as the Kyuubi began to struggle against the net of seals, making the 4 sealers have a moment of struggle as it fought against them, but the net had already covered the Kyuubi completely. Kushina drove her kunai into the ground, first signaling she was done, then Tsunade, and then followed by Jiraiya and finally Minato. "Oh!" The Kyuubi roared Minato through one of his 3-pronged kunai at its head, which when hit dispersed an 8-trigram seal on top of its head. Minato looked down at his daughter with a sad and apologetic look on his face before he made the necessary hand seals. 8-trigram seal, he called out as the blood marking and kanjis he made earlier began to move onto the baby's stomach and wrap around in a spiral-like formation with 8 symbols around it, 4 at the top and 4 on the bottom. The Kyuubi's body changed in a giant shroud of orange chakra as it continued to try and break out of the 4-corner ceiling barrier, but the 8 trigram seal appeared on its stomach before it just became a cluster of chakra. Letting out one last roar that seemed to echo and be louder than the rest, the Kyuubi began to get sucked into the 8 trigram seal on Mito's stomach until eventually the Kyuubi had completely vanished, leaving only the 5 shinobi and a baby left in the area. When it was over, the area was just silent as they all looked at the baby solemnly, thinking how unfair it was that after being born not even an hour ago, she already had to carry such a heavy burden. "Mito," Kushina muttered as she went to walk over to her daughter. Though the toll of the ceiling and getting the Kyuubi finally began to hit her as she tripped over her feet and collapsed onto the ground, sheer exhaustion taking over. "Kushina," Minato called out as Tsunade put the little girl in her arms and watched as Minato ran to his wife. The 4 all appeared around her as Minato rested her gently in his lap with a worried look on his face. Tsunade checked her pulse and her breathing but smiled and breathed out easily. "She will be okay. She is just exhausted, which I am not surprised about after what she had been through today. Let's get them both to the hospital. I have the nurses looking after Eiji along with a few Chunin bodyguards to be on the safe side. And we have a private room set up for her which we were going to transfer her to once the twins were birthed," Minato said as Tsunade nodded. "Flash her there and make sure to put her straight to bed. She will be weak for a few days, but her Uzumaki blood will do the rest. And take me with you so that I can check on the other bay," she said with Minato nodding in agreement as he picked Kushina up bridal style. Minato was about to go before he had a pained look on his face and looked over at Sarutobi. "Sarutobi, I am sorry I could not protect Bawako," he said, wanting to send the older Hokage his sympathies. The third got a sad look on his face as he silently mourned his wife's death, but he knew such a thing would have to wait until later. So for now, he just nodded his thanks to Minato while Jiraiya patted his sensei's shoulder. Minato is about to flash this time when Tsunade grabbed a hold of his sleeve with Mito still in her arms, but then another thought crossed him. "Naruto. Someone will need to collect Naruto." Jiraiya looked ready to offer to get him, but Hiruzen beat him to it. "I can do that. I will bring him to the hospital since I am sure he will want to see that his family is safe." Minato nodded his thanks and within a second disappeared in a yellow flash along with Kushina, Tsunade, and Mito. No longer needing to stay in the area, Sarutobi and Jiraiya took off back to the village. In village, "What's happening?" Naruto asked for Kurenai's arms as they watched as the barrier that was stopping them from leaving disappeared and a few of the Chunin and Jonin that fought against the Kyuubi appeared in front of them. They explained how the Kyuubi was defeated, though they never said how. It did not matter though, since the younger generation all cheered. The only one who was not cheering was little Naruto, who just wanted to find his Ka-chan and Tusan. Naruto, the young boy, heard as he looked over form all the chattering around him to see Sarutobi approaching him. Ji! Naruto cried as he jumped out of Kurenai's arms and jumped into the embrace of the old Hokage. "Where is Ka-chan and Tusan? Are they okay?" he asked with tears threatening to spill again. Sarutobi soothed him and calmed him down as best he could, but he knew the boy wanted to see she parents. "They are fine, Naruto. They are at the hospital with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and your baby brother and sister." Naruto's eyes went a little wide when he heard brother and sister, and it only made him want to get there quicker. "Your mother will most likely be asleep, so remember to be quiet when we get there since today has been very taxing for her," he said as Naruto quickly nodded his head. When he did, Sarutobi said goodbye and thanked Kurenai, Asuma, Guy, and Kakashi for watching over him in this time of need, and quickly set off for the hospital. It did not take him long though. When he did get to the hospital, it was all in a rush as stretchers with people being carried on it were brought in and some of the nurses working on the injured in the lobbies or in the hallways. He spotted Tsunade's apprentice Shizen ordering a few nurses while helping a young Kunoichi, quickly showing how far her studies with Tsunade were coming along. "Are all these people going to be okay, Gigi?" Naruto asked, looking around all the hurt shinobi. "Eventually they will. They had a hard-fought battle tonight and a lot of people got hurt because of it. However, we have some of the best doctors around in Konoha, as well as Tsunade, so they will be back on their feet in no time," he said as Naruto nodded. They walked up a few flights of stairs before they arrived at the prenatal zone. Naruto saw a few of the pregnant moms' women around who had been sent to the hospital to make sure their babies were okay. One of which was his mother's friend Hitomi Hyuga, who as far as he knew was expecting a young girl. Leaving that little area, Sarutobi walked them down a quiet corridor before stopping at the third on the right. "Here we go," Sarutobi said to Naruto as he opened the door and walked inside. As soon as they walked in, he spotted his father with Jiraiya and Tsunade in the corner of the room talking with serious expression on their faces. He saw they were all looking tired, especially Minato, and his clothes were ripped in a few places, and he rubbed his eyes a little. "Tsunade," Naruto quietly called, remembering what Sarutobi about him needing to be quiet. He saw Minato look in his direction and a smile appear on his face. "Naru-chan," he said, leaving the corner and taking his son from Sarutobi. "I missed you, Tsunade. I thought you and Ka-chan were hurt," Naruto said, beginning to sob as his father held him close and soothed him as best he could. "It's okay, Naru-chan. Your Ka-chan and I are made of some pretty strong stuff. It will take more than that overgrown fuzzball to hurt us," he said, trying to make his son smile, though he just sobbed a little harder. Wanting to calm his son down, he made Naruto look at him. "Hey Naruto-chan, would you like to see your new baby brother and sister?" he asked. Naruto's eyes went a little wide but nodded his head. Minato smiled and led his Naruto over to the other side of the room. Naruto turned his head and saw Kushina sleeping on the bed with her red hair swept onto one side. "Ka-chan," he said, looking at her. "She is okay, Naruto. She has had a long and tiring night and just need the rest. I know she was very worried about you, but I know she will be very happy to see you in the morning," Minato said as they reached who they were looking for. Situated next to Kushina's bed was a cot with two little bundles sleeping peacefully inside. One was wrapped in a blue blanket while the other was in blue. The little boy had tan skin like Naruto and Minato and had blonde hair but could see small red streak in it. The little girl had similar hair like her twin, but her skin was a lighter shade like Kushina's. However, Naruto noticed that on her cheeks she had whisker-like marks. Though he and his little brother has similar marks, the ones on his sister were more noticeable and definer. "Naru-chan, I would like you to meet your brother and sister Aji and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze." Minato leaned down with Naruto still in his arms and towards the sleeping twins. Naruto gasped a little as he looked at his younger siblings and outstretched his right hand and gently stroked his sister's cheek. "Mito-chan," he said as a smile made its way onto his face. Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi smiled as they watched Naruto interact with his two new siblings. After such a long day and after all the tragic occurrences that had happened, it was good to finally see something good happen, considering the twins' birth, which should have been a joyous moment, was interrupted by a madman and the attack. He did the same with Aji and laughed when the baby wrinkled his nose from the contact. "Tsunade, can I hold them?" Naruto asked, looking his father in the eyes. Minato smiled and nodded. "Okay, but one at a time," he said as he put Naruto down and the boy sat on a nearby chair. Minato gently picked up Mito and walked towards Naruto. "Remember to be careful of her head," he said to his oldest son, who nodded and gently put her in Naruto's arm. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat beside him looking down at the little girl. Her tiny little body lay against Naruto's as she rested in his arms, though since he was only 5 she also laid across his lap. "Hi Mito-chan. I'm your big brother, Naruto," he said, making the others smile as Minato watched him with Aji resting in his arms. Just as he spoke, Mito's eyes began to flicker before she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of blue eyes looking up at him. "She has your eyes too, San," he said, looking up at his dad, who was now a little in front of him. "It seems she does, and it looks like Aji has the same eyes too," he said, showing that Aji was awake as well now and showing his similar blue as well. Naruto looked down at his sister and saw she was looking up at him with a curious expression on her face, as if she was trying to figure out who he was. After the two looked like they were having a staring competition with each other, Mito then giggled a soft yet melody-like laugh that made everyone smile. "I think she likes you, Naru-chan," Minato said, laughing a little. "What's not to like about my little Naru-chan?" a tired voice said, making them turn around to see Kushina, with her eyes open and looking at the scene with a smile on her face. "Kushina!" The adults all said, surprised to see her awake, while Naruto looked to his mother, and a new set of tears began to form. He gave Mito to Tsunade, who happily took the little girl before he made his way towards Kushina. "Ka-chan," he said as he crawled onto her bed and lay next to her. "Naru-chan, don't cry. Everything is okay," she said softly, but quickly found him hugging into her side. She kissed the top of his head and wrapped her arms around him. "I thought you got hurt, Ka-chan. I was worried." He sobbed as Kushina rubbed his back soothingly in circles, trying to calm her down. "I felt you in Tucson, and you felt hurt with the big vile horrible chakra nearby," he said, catching the attention of everyone in the room. "Naruto, what do you mean you felt everyone?" Minato asked, looking at his son with a curious expression. "I don't know how to describe it. I could just feel where everyone was. I could feel when Pervy Sage and Bachan appeared on their big animals, and I could feel you and Ka-chan were out of the village." "Naru-chan can describe what you felt when you sensed your parents?" Sarutobi asked, getting a little intrigued about this information. "Well, I could feel Tucson, and he felt calm but worried and a little scared. Ka-chan felt warm but tired and frustrated. Then there was that big chakra that just felt so big. Like there was no end to it and felt so dark." Everyone was surprised at what Naruto described. "A sensor," Jiraiya said, surprised. "Naruto has some kind of sensor-like ability. And to feel the two of you almost 2 miles away from the village means it is powerful and has a long range." Both Minato and Kushina looked at Naruto a little proudly, though they did feel a little worried. They were not going to begin training him until he was 6, but now that these sensor-like abilities had revealed themselves, they knew it was time to start a year early. Plus, by the large chakra he said he could feel, they knew it was the QB he felt. However, they were not sure how to train him since they knew they were going to be extremely busy with the twins, Mito being a Jinchuriki and making sure the seal is function correct. Plus, there was healing the village from the damage of the attack. The adults began to talk to each other about Naruto's surprising new ability and the events of the night, not seeing Naruto slowly falling asleep in his mother's embrace. Chapter 2. The First Step. Life in the Leaf Village slowly began to return to normal a month after the attack as the civilians and shinobi of the Leaf worked together to fix the damage the QB had caused. Most of the building that had been destroyed was at the front half of the village, leaving the back half mostly unscathed, which thankfully included the hospital, the academy, the graveyard, and most of the shinobi clan compounds. The only clan compounds that had any damage was the Inuzuka and the Aburame, though thankfully they were only minor and had been rebuilt and put back to normal within a few weeks. The civilian and shinobi worked away to help rebuild their homes, while large groups of Leaf shinobi went out to complete the day-to-day mission they were given in order to show that the Leaf was still strong and they were not going anywhere. At the Namikaze residence, all was quiet before a baby's cry rang out through the house, alerting those that were inside. The Uzumaki Namikaze family could have had their own clan compound or lived in the Hokage mansion if they wanted, but Minato and Kushina never wanted the big lavish lifestyle. They were more than content with their 6-bedroom house, which has cozy, warm, and family feel to it. Plus, with only 5 of them, there was just no need for a big clan compound. Naruto raced from his room and into the nursery, where he already found his mother holding and rocking his sister Mito back to sleep. "Is Mito-chan okay, Ka-chan?" he asked, walking in front of his mother as he saw Mito's wriggling form in his mother's arms. Kushina looked towards her oldest son and smiled. "Yes, she is okay, Naru-chan. She is just being a little fussy. She seems to have a lot of energy like another little someone when he was this age," she said, laughing a little at his big smile he was giving her. Naruto turned towards the crib and as his little brother Eiji still sleeping peacefully. Both babies were very active, he had noticed, though they never seemed to wake up at the same time during the night. He looked at his mother and saw her yawn a little. "Are you okay, Ka-chan? You look sleepy," he asked with a worried look on his face, touching his mother's sleeve. She nodded her head a little and noticed Mito was calming down and her eyes were beginning to drift off again. She delicately placed her back in the crib and saw she stayed quiet. "Don't worry about me, Naru-chan. I'm just feeling a little tired. Having 2 new babies will do that to someone. I will be fine, I promise," she said as Naruto nodded, though the little frown on his face showed he was not all that convinced. Kushina was about to move, but saw Naruto holding a book in his hands. "Naru-chan, what do you have there?" she asked, taking the book gently from his hands and crouching down in front of him. Looking at the book, she saw it read Chakra for Beginners. She looked at Naruto and saw him shuffling a little. "Is my little Naru-chan wanting to become a ninja like his Tusan and Ka-chan?" She asked teasingly and saw him nod his head though he was looking down at floor in embarrassment. What brought this on? I want to get strong so I can protect you, he said quietly to himself though Kushina had heard him and was a little surprised by his answer. To protect me? She said in a sweet voice. To protect you and Tsunade, Mito-chan and Eiji-chan too. I don't want you to get hurt again, he said sniffling a little, but felt his mother's arms wrapping around him. Kushina had a smile on her face as she kissed the top of his head. My brave little Naruto-chan. How lucky am I to have you as my baby. My big strong boy, she said leaning back and cupping his face in her hands and kissing the end of his nose making him wrinkle it. Do you think you could help me? He asked with a hopeful look on his face since he knew his mother was a powerful shinobi who was on par with his bachan Tsunade. Kushina bit her lip a little and shook her head a little making Naruto feel a little disappointed. I am sorry Naruto-chan, but I am too busy to help you at the moment. Plus I have some of the other moms coming over in a little while. I would love to help you but it will have to be another time. But hey, she said giving him a smile. Why don't you ask Tsunade? I'm sure he would like to help you, she said. Naruto thought about it and nodded. I guess I could, he said with a smile. I'm sorry again Naruto-chan. It's okay Ka-chan, you're busy so another time, he said making his mother smile as she watched him leave the room. She felt a little disappointed that she could not train him but she really was busy and just did not have the time. She had some of the other new shinobi moms coming over so they could catch up and so she could have them all meet Eiji and Mito. There was her oldest friend and childhood rival Makoto Uchiha who was brining over her youngest son Sasuke. Then there was Tsume Inuzuka who was bringing her son Kiba. Then there was Yoshino Nara and Inora Yamanaka who were bringing over their babies Shikamaru and Ino. Shaking her head knowing she could help him another time, she continued with her work and preparing the living room for when the other mothers stopped by. Naruto meanwhile went into his father's office at the back of the house and knocked on the door. Come in, he heard from behind the door and opened the door and walked in. Minato was hunched over his desk filling out some paperwork when Naruto walked in. Since the twins' birth, he spent some of his time in his office at home instead of the Hokage office just so that if Kushina needed any help with the twins, he could be there to lend a hand. Hey Naruto-chan, he said seeing Naruto walk through the door. He scooped Naruto up and put him on his lap getting a small laugh from his son. Is your Ka-chan okay? He asked wanting to know how his wife was managing. She is okay. She is getting ready for some of the others' mommies when they come over. Ah, well then we best stay out of the way. You know what your Ka-chan is like when her girly friends come over, he said as they both laughed. Whenever Kushina and the other moms got together, Kushina and Makoto always ended up arguing whether it was over something as trivial as who has the best cooking to who won the most matches from their past spars. Even where they were pregnant, there was a sense of competition from the two that drove both husbands into the crazy house. So, is there something you need, Naruto-chan? Minato asked looking at his son. Naruto nodded and showed him the book. Minato took and looked at the cover and smiled at the title. So you want to start training to become a shinobi? You have already impressed me and the others with those sensor abilities you seem to have. Minato and the others were still a little astonished that Naruto had it since there was no indication of it before, which made them think that Naruto was either not aware of it or it only manifested during the attack. Naruto nodded again. I was wondering if you could teach me how to use chakra since I want to get strong. And why do you want to get strong, Naruto-chan? He asked. So I can protect my family and the village, the little boy in his lap said. Hearing his words, Minato smiled a big smile and ruffled Naruto's hair. That's a great reason for wanting to get strong, Naruto-chan. If you have a goal like that, then you will definitely become a strong shinobi one day. You think so? Naruto asked so innocently that if Kushina was there then she would have put him in a tight hug. I know so, Minato responded making Naruto smile. So do you think you could help me train? Tsunade, he asked hoping that his father would say yes. However, his hopes were dashed when he saw him shake his head with an apologetic look on his face. I am sorry Naruto-chan, but I am too busy right now. I need to get this paperwork done soon and then I have a meeting in half an hour. I don't have the time. Oh, Naruto said looking sad that his father could not help him either and now wondered who could help him. Maybe another time, huh? I can show you a few cool moves and I am sure your mother would like to show you a thing of too, he said encouragingly hoping it did not get him down. Okay Tsunade, Naruto said, taking the book back from Minato. He got off his father's lap and went towards the door. "Tuchan, is it okay to go down to the park?" he asked just as his father was about to get back to work. Minato bit his lip. He did not mind Naruto going to the park, but seeing as Naruto was only 5, he did not want him going out on his own. He had made that mistake a few months ago, and it ended with him getting a beating from his livid wife, who was worried where her baby was all on his own. Of course, he was then almost smothered to death by the hug his mothers gave him when he returned with Sarutobi bringing him back. "Well, I guess that would be okay, but I want you back here by 3 o'clock, he said, getting a nod from Naruto. "And you only go to the one that is a few minutes away, not the one in the center of the village." He got another nod. "Plus, you have to have an Umbu follow you." Naruto nodded again before Minato sighed. "Alright, go on and have fun. But be careful." "I will, Tuchan, I promise," he said before he walked out. Minato sighed again before calling out Umbu. When he did, an Umbu male with a lion mask appeared beside him. "Follow my son and make sure he does not get into any trouble or gets hurt." "Hi, Hokage-sama," the Umbu said before he shunshined away and leaving Minato to get back to work. With Naruto arrived at the small park and saw it was completely empty with only the wind moving the swing seats. His mother mostly took him here when she could, while his dad did on the occasions when he was not busy. The park was only small, but it was nearby and was a peaceful little spot that he always enjoyed. That was one thing Minato and Kushina had noticed about Naruto when he first started speaking. Naruto had always been quiet and only really spoke if it was worth saying or was important. But when he did, he was very polite, which many liked about him since most his age tended to blurt out whatever came to mind. Walking over and sitting on the seat, he began to swing slowly before he looked at the book in his hand. He had bought this book from a shinobi book shop the other day when Kakashi was taking him round the village. Apparently Kakashi needed to collect some kind of book that Naruto was not allowed to see, which made him pout. While that was happening, Naruto was looking at the shinobi section. Though he could not read most of the titles very well, he did pick up the Chakra for Beginners book. He then asked Kakashi if he could get it for him. Kakashi took one look at the book before shrugging and paying for it, much to Naruto's delight. Naruto opened the book and tried to read, but the words were a little too long for him and he could not pronounce a few of the words correctly. He sat there trying to read it for about 10 minutes with squinted eyes before he got a little frustrated and put the book down on the ground beside him. "How can I be a good ninja like Ka-chan and Tu-san if I can't even read well?" he thought as he began to swing. He looked up on the top of a roof where he felt a fairly strong energy reside. "Maybe that is the Umbu-san Tu-san sent to watch over me," he thought. After another few minutes of silence, he heard a voice called him from behind. Looking behind him, his expression brightened a little when he saw his Bachan's apprentice Shizun walking towards him with her usual kind smile on her face, and with Tsunade's pet pig, Tun-Tun, in her arms. "Hi, Shizun-san," he said politely as the 17-year-old medic Nin took a seat next to him. He had met her a few times when Tsunade visited his family and she always found him adorable and cute. Plus, she was always very kind to him. "Hello, Naru-chan. What did I tell you about calling me San?" she said, tapping his nose. "You can either call me Shizun-chan or Shizun-ne-chan." Naruto nodded with a small smile on his face. "Okay, Ne-chan," he said, making her smile. "Oink, oink." Naruto giggled a little and petted Tun-Tun. "Hi, Tun-Tun," he said as the pig nuzzled his leg. "Now, what are you doing here all by yourself? Is your Ka-chan or Tu-san not here?" "They were busy. Ka-chan has the others' clan mommies over for lunch and Tu-san is busy with paperwork." "What about Kakashi or Jiraiya?" she asked, since she was aware Tsunade was at the hospital making sure the staff did not slack off. Naruto shook his head again. "So you are here all by yourself?" Shizun asked, not liking that Naruto was here on his own. He shook his head once more. "No, the Umbu-san is up on the roof, though he feels a little bored," he said, pointing to the roof of the nearby building, which made Shizun look up. "The Umbu is up there? How do you know?" she asked, looking a little skeptical. "I can feel him up there." "Oh, that's right," Shizun thought. Lady Tsunade mentioned Naruto had some kind of sensor ability, though I wonder how strong it is. For one so young to have sensor abilities was quite a feat in itself. It showed her just how strong Naruto might be when he grew older. Plus sensors were always a boost since shinobi that could detect others were very well looked upon and respected by others. Then how come you could not feel me coming towards you? She asked with Naruto struggling his little shoulders. I don't know. I was not really paying attention, he asked, pouting a little, making Shizun laugh into her sleeve. So do you think you could tell me what I am feeling at the moment? She said, wanting to test how good these sensor abilities were. Naruto started as he stared at Shizun. Shizun, though, had to stop herself from cuddling him since he looked very adorable when he tried to focus. They stayed silent for about a minute before Naruto answered. You feel happy and cheery but a little cheeky as well, he said. When he did, Shizun clapped her hands, showing she was impressed. That's very good, Naruchan. I see your bachan's not over-exaggerating when she said you had sensor ability. You could become a very strong ninja just like your parents with that ability. Really? You think I can? Tusen, I could be strong because I want to protect my family and the village. He squeaked out. Then your Tusan is a very smart man, she said before she grabbed him and began tickling his stomach. No, Nechan, stop, ha 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 ha, it tickles. He cried out, making Shizun laugh, while Tun looked like she was trying to link him too by licking his ear. Sitting up as she watched Tun lick Naruto, which made him giggle loudly, she noticed the book to the side and went to pick it up. Chakra for Beginners, she read before smiling and looking at Naruto. Naruchan, did you come here to try and learn how to be a ninja? She asked as Naruto sat up after Tun stopped licking him and saw him nod his head. I tried to, but I could not read it. There were too many big words and I did not understand it very well, he said, looking a little embarrassed, though the 17-year-old lifted his head up gently with her index finger. Don't worry, Naruchan, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. I think it is a good thing that you are trying to learn this. It shows that you understand that to be a ninja you have to start right at the bottom and work your way up. Really? He asked with her nodding. If you like, I can go over it with you and teach you how to access your chakra, she said, making him get a hopeful look on his face. Really, you would do that? Don't you have other things you need to do today? I already finished my shift at the hospital and it is either help you or get bored sitting at home. And how could I ever not want to help little Naruchan? She picked Naruto up from his spot and put him in her lap as she leaned against the swing bars. The book was placed in front of them and together they began to read. Chakra is the mixture between spiritual energy and the body's physical energy. It is essential to every jutsu technique that has and ever will be created. Once molded, it can be channeled through the chakra circulatory system, which is to chakra as the regular circulatory system is to blood, to any of the 361 chakra points in the body, through various methods, the most common of which is hand seals. Hand seals perform many ninjutsu, genjutsu, and other secret arts other than taijutsu. The exact amount of chakra necessary to perform a simple technique is manipulated through hand seals. This will vary between the simplest of jutsus to the most dynamic and most powerful. The hand seals are bird, boar, dog, dragon, ox, tiger, serpent, rat, horse, monkey, hare, and ram. The two sat there for about an hour as Shizun read about chakra to Naruto and explained certain parts that he did not quite understand. She also made sure he was aware of what made up chakra and how many chakra points there are in the body, even pointing to the places where certain ones were on her arms. Do you understand, Naruto? She asked him as he sat there on her lap and saw him nod as he looked at one of the pictures that represented physical and spiritual energies coming together to make chakra. Can we try to see if I can use my chakra? He asked since he looked a little eager to begin. Sure, Shizun said warmly as Naruto hopped of her lap and sat in front of her. Get in a meditative pose like I am doing, she said as Naruto watched and tried himself, though Shizun had to help him a little since his legs were still so little. You comfortable? She asked, and with Naruto nodding his head she began. Okay, Naruto-chan, first I want to make this hand sign. This is the Ram hand sign. Using any one of the hand signs will help to bring out your chakra and bring it to the surface. The Ram head sign is the one most used when starting out to first draw their chakra. Like this? He asked as did his best to mimic the hand sign Shizun was showing him. She observed and made a little tweak with two of his fingers before he had it right. Now to draw out your chakra you have to dig deep inside and try to draw it out. Search deep down and wait until you feel a warm sensation in your stomach. When you feel it, try to focus in on it and then pull it out to the surface. I will demonstrate. Naruto watched as Shizune closed her eyes, taking a few deep breaths before exhaling. After about 10 seconds, Naruto felt a strong burst of energy come from Shizune, which caught him a little off guard. He could feel how warm it was, and though it was anywhere near as big as his Tsunade's or his Kachan, but he felt it flowing smoothly from her. If he squinted a little, he could just about make out a blue-like aura appearing around her. Was that chakra? He asked her when she stopped and opened her eyes. The blue thing around you? It was. If you manage surge out enough chakra, then it can become visible around you and will be a light blue color. Now it is your turn, she asked as he nodded. Though don't be sad if you don't manage to do it, Naruto. It takes time to activate your chakra for the first time. Okay, but I will try my best, he said eagerly as Shizune smiled at him and petted Tun, who was beside her. She watched as Naruto closed his eyes and took deep breaths similar to what she did moments ago. The ram hand sign he made was shaking a little, but she knew it was because Naruto was a little nervous since he obviously did want to let her down. Up on the building, the Umbu assigned to watch over Naruto also looked in interest, wanting to see if his Hokage's son would be able to activate his chakra for the first time. Though he leaned forward to get a better view, he still remained hidden from view. After a few minutes had passed, Naruto opened his eyes with sad look on his face. I couldn't find it. I did not feel that warm feeling in my tummy. That's okay, Naruto. I did say you might not be able to do it the first time around. Takes a few tries to first do it. You just have to keep trying and eventually it will happen. Okay, I guess I can try again, he said as he got back in his meditative pose and made the ram hand sign again. He closed his eyes and took a few more deep breaths. Shizune observed again with Tun staring at him too. I have to find a pull in my tummy, he thought as he searched around while keeping as calm as he could. After another minute, he still could not feel it, so he gritted his teeth a little. I need to unlock my chakra so I can protect Ka-chan, Tusan, Mito-chan and Eiji-chan. I won't stop until I find it, he thought. Just when he finished, he felt a pull in his stomach and felt a warm sensation appear there. Could this be my chakra, he thought before doing as Shizune said, and he did his focus on the warm sensation and to pull to it the surface. When he did, it felt like his whole body suddenly became warm and felt his fingers and his toes tingle. Outside, Shizune smiled a big smile when she saw a tiny blue aura appear around Naruto. She was about to go forward and hug him. Well done for activating his chakra for the first time, but was a little caught off guard when she felt the size of his chakra. His chakra, it's already about the size of fresh genin already. Is this because he is an Uzumaki? I know Kushina-sama had large chakra reservoirs when she was young, but I don't even she had this much when she first activated it, though she also felt how untamed it felt. Once Naruto got used to activating his chakra, someone would most likely have to show him one of the basic chakra control exercises. Up on the building, the Umbu was all a little surprised, though his mask hid that surprise. Though he was not all that surprised considering whom his parents were. Shizune shook Naruto a little, which made him lose focus, and the chakra he was emitting stopped. He opened his eyes to see Shizune and Tun looking at him with joyful looks on their face, which made him smile a big smile. I did it, he said, jumping up. Though when he did, he suddenly felt tired and his body go a little stiff and fall to the ground. However, Shizune was in front of him and caught him in a warm embrace. The Umbu on the build was about to move when he saw Naruto's fall, but saw Shizune had it well covered. Why do I feel sleepy? He asked as he yawned in Shizune's arms. Silly Naruto, you pushed out a lot of chakra when you activated it, which has now left you feeling tired. Don't worry, after some rest and some food in your tummy you will be fine, she said as Tun nuzzled into his leg. I think this is enough for the day. Let's get you home, she said as picked up the book under arms while carrying Naruto in her left. They left the park, as did the Umbu, and quietly watched over them as they made their way back home. Halfway there, Naruto spoke up. Hey, Nei-chan. Yes, Naruto-chan? She asked, looking down at him. What kind of a ninja are you? He asked, surprising her a little, though she answered. Well, I am a medic nin. I practice medical ninjutsu, which is why I work mainly at the hospital. Medical ninjutsu? What's that? He asked, making Shizune giggle a little at how he said medical. Medical ninjutsu is a type of ninjutsu that is used to heal people when they get hurt. Like when people are sick and not feeling good? Exactly. I am okay at fighting, but I prefer healing people, which is why I am Lady Tsunade's apprentice. She is the best medic Nin in the whole world. Wow, he said quietly to himself. Bachan is really strong. She is. She is one of the strongest in the village and is known all over the world as one of the strongest kunoichi there has ever been. So does that mean you are really powerful too? He asked, making her laugh again. I am nowhere near as powerful as your Bachan, but I like to think that I am capable of looking after myself. I am a Chunin level ninja, so I know how to defend myself, which is the main thing. Naruto just nodded and felt his eyes begin to get heavy. They appeared in front of his home and walked inside. He could hear female voices coming from the living room and recognized one as Kushina's. As Shizune walked towards the stairs, she passed the living room where Kushina and the others' moms were. She was sat beside Makoto Uchiha and Inora Yamanaka, while on another seat was Yoshino Nara and Tsum Inuzuka. All the mothers were holding little wrapped bundles in their arms, while the twins were in a little crib just in front of Kushina. The mothers all looked up to see Shizune in the doorway holding Naruto in her arms, looking like he will fall asleep at any moment. Hello Shizune, Kushina said, standing up as the others' mom all said hello to the teenage girl. She looked at Naruto and saw him giving her a wave hello. Did you have fun today, Naruchan? She asked and saw him tiredly nod. He has been great today. He unlocked his chakra for the first time. Shizune said, surprising the women in the room before they all smiled and told him well done. Thank you, he said, almost half mumbling and not really paying much attention, making the moms coo at him. Kushina went up to him and kissed him softly on the forehead while he nuzzled into Shizune. My little Naruchan, already beginning his path to becoming a shinobi. I know your Tusan will be proud when he gets home. Little Naruchan has gotten big since I last saw him, Makoto said as she appeared next to Kushina and gave Naruto a small wave. He is the same size as my little Itachi. They saw Naruto yawn and Kushina asked if Shizune could put Naruto to bed for her, which the Shizune quickly said yes to. Walking up the stairs and entering his room, she saw how neat and tidy it was and put him down onto his bed with blue covers with little shuriken on the front. She placed his book on the small desk beside the bed and quietly left the room, leaving the door unlocked a little. Thank you for helping him today, Shizune, Kushina said while Shizune just waved it off. I was happy to help him. I love spending time with little Naruchan. In that case, might I ask you a favor? Kushina asked as Shizune nodded. With the twins, I might not have much time for Naruto, and the same can be said with Minato with him helping rebuild the village. I was wondering, would it be possible for you to help Naruchan with his chakra? Shizune was a little taken by surprise by the request, but she could see where Kushina was coming from in a way. With 2 newborn babies, her focus would without a doubt have to be on them, which would have left little time for Naruto. Plus Minato with his responsibilities as Hokage, and the state the village was currently in meant the same thing towards Naruto. Of course, Kushina-sama, I would love to help Naruchan. Thank you, Shizune, Kushina said before the two said their goodbyes, and she walked back into the living room to continue her conversation with the others' mothers, while Shizune left the house. Chapter 3. The art is in our blood. How is the exercise coming along, Naruchan? Shizune asked from her seat beside the young blonde as she read a book on medical ninjutsu, as well as watched Naruto, who had 5 leaves in his hand. Currently, the young blonde was trying to balance the leaves on the end of his fingers by only using his chakra. Shizune had told him that it was an exercise that was used to help learn to control one's chakra. It's coming along okay, Nei-chan. I think I almost got it, he said from his seat on the ground as he shakily balanced the 5 leaves on the tip of his fingers. Shizune leaned in to take a good look, and a small look on her face that showed she was impressed. She couldn't help but feel a little amazed that despite how young he was and how big his chakra was at his age, Naruto had surprisingly good chakra control and learned at a very quick pace. He was eager to learn and loved anything that was ninja-related. Plus, he was always full of questions, which Shizune knew to be a good quality, since the best way to learn was to ask question and ask for help, which Naruto had no problem in doing. She had been teaching Naruto for almost a year and had mainly taught him bits of history on the leaf along with its clans, taught him more about chakra, and over the last month beginning on his control, since Naruto now had a decent understanding of it for a 6-year-old. That's very good, Naruchan. Your control is very good. Your parents would be very proud, she said. I guess, he said with a half-smile that was not full of the usual cheeriness that he usually carried. One that Shizune had recognized. She had an idea of what had him so down. She had noticed that over the last few months Kushina and Minato had made very little time for Naruto and had spent almost all their time with the twins. The twins both looked almost identical, though they could tell them apart by the deep-looking whiskers marks on Mito's cheeks. The twins had celebrated their one-year birthday a few weeks ago, and the mother and father had made a big deal of it, wanting their first birthday to be something to remember. Only a week before that it had been Naruto's birthday, which was a quiet affair. He got presents and cake, of course, as he saw Hiruzen, Tsunade, and even Jiraiya and Kakashi, who were always away on missions. Though Shizen had noticed that despite it being Naruto's birthday, Kushina and Minato had spent most of it focusing on Mito and Eiji, which Shizen had to admit, she was not all that impressed. She understood the twins needed more looking after than Naruto did to their age, but she did not like that Naruto was getting a little left out. Let's take a break, Naruto-chan. You have done very well today. I think you have earned yourself a little treat for today. Naruto's face seemed to brighten at the word treat and let the leaves drops from his fingers tip and float to the ground. We will take this stuff home first, and then how about we get some ice cream since it is quite warm today? Does that sound good? She asked as Naruto quickly nodded his head in agreement. She took his hand in hers and together walked towards Naruto's house. They talked a little as they made their way to Naruto's home, with Naruto once again asking questions about Shizen being a medic nin. Ever since she told him about her being a medic nin, he had asked many questions over the year about why she wanted to be a medic nin and what kind of abilities they have. She thought maybe Naruto was interested in taking up medical ninjutsu, which she would be a little surprised about but would also love if he would. He had shown Bin T6 that his control was pretty good and if focused, could one of the best at controlling chakra. Though a medic nin was not what she pictured Naruto as, despite liking the thought of him being one. But it did not hurt to maybe show him some medical ninjutsu in the future. I want to make sure little Naruto-chan is prepared for the life of a shinobi as best as I can. Some of the civilians and shinobi they passed gave a small wave to the two and greeted them warmly, since the village had all but loved Naruto the moment he was brought into the world. As they approached the Uzumaki Namikaze's home, they saw Kushina just exiting the door with the twins strapped into a stroller. Eiji was fast asleep while Mito had a dummy in her mouth. "Hi, Ka-chan," Naruto called with a bright look on his face and walked up to his mother, making Kushina look in his direction and giving him a smile. "Hello, Naruto-chan. How was our study session, Shizen?" she asked as she checked the stroller had everything she needed and that the twins were safely strapped in. "It's going great. I can balance 5 leaves on my fingers now." "That's great, Naruto-chan," she asked, not looking up from the stroller. "So where are you going?" he asked with a little frown on his face. "I'm taking the twins for a walk around the market, and then we are visiting your father at the office," she said as she patted his head and giving him a small smile. "Maybe I can," he started, but saw Kushina had already begun to walk away, said goodbye to them both and left the house. "Go with you," he finished, looking at the ground, sighing a little. Shizen meanwhile had a frown on her face. It was like she had thought before. Kushina, although giving Naruto her attention at first, it quickly shifted back to the twins. "You okay, Naru-chan?" she asked in slight worry. I'm fine, Ne-chan. Ka-chan is just busy again and I understand," he said with a half smile again and quickly went inside to put away his equipment before quickly returning. Shaking her head and getting rid of the frown on her face, she took Naruto's hand into hers again, and the two walked into the center of the village to get some ice cream. 20 minutes later, the two walked out of the ice cream shop with Shizen licking a mint chocolate chip ice cone while Naruto had orange flavor. He was devouring it rather quickly. "Slow down, Naru-chan, or you will give yourself brain freeze," she chided. A little thought tried not to laugh when she saw Naruto had got ice cream on the tip of his nose. With the end of her sleeve, she wiped it off his nose, but then found that he had now got orange ice cream around his cheeks, as well as was smiling a big goofy smile at her. "You are so messy at eating ice cream, Naru-chan," she said, now wiping the rest of his face while tickling him a little. "No, Ne-chan, or I will drop my ice cream," he said, which thankfully made her stop. The two walked for a few minutes before they sat on a small bench and just enjoyed the sun and watched as the people went past on by. After a few minutes, though, Shizen tapped Naruto's shoulder, which got his attention. "Naru-chan, tell me what Genma is feeling at the moment," she said, pointing to a Chunin shinobi who had a senbon in his mouth and a bandana around his head that was the other way around. He hummed as he focused on the Chunin as he walked past before he spoke. "He feels a little bored but a little lazy at the same time. Like he does not know what to do." "Sounds like Ganma," she thought before she pointed over towards an Inuzuka clan member with their ninja hounds walking beside them. He feels happy and excited and maybe a little bit too cocky as well. Naruto added while Shizune nodded, believing that completely, considering Inuzuka males tended to be a little too overconfident most times. Though what they were doing might be seen as a little rude to some people, Shizune had found it to be a great way for Naruto to get used to his sensor abilities. Plus, by feeling the energies of people around them, it helped him get familiar with those that lived in the village. That way, when he was older, it would help him know who was a resident of Konoha and who was not, and whether they had good or ill intention towards their home. That's very good, Naruto-chan. You are getting better with those sensor abilities of yours, she said, making him smile. Though when he did, he felt a familiar signature walking up to them from behind them, and it felt quite strong. He looked behind them, which also prompted Shizune to do the same, but grinned when he saw who it was. Hey, Asuma-san, he said, giving the young Jonin a wave while licking his ice cream. Hey Naruto, hey Shizune, he said, giving her a nod as well as he took a drag on his cigarette. Hello, Asuma-san. Just getting back from a mission? She asked, since he looked a little tired. He nodded his head. Yeah, just a few minutes ago, actually. Guy is giving the mission report to the Hokage. Shizune nodded, though felt a little bad for Asuma. Though she liked Guy and he was good friend, the man was a little full-on and could be a little much. Asuma-san, you know you should not smoke. Nei-chan says it bad for your health. Naruto chided softly, making Asuma raise an eyebrow while Shizune giggled a little into her hand. True, but I summon a bit of chakra around my lungs so that it does not do as much damage. Plus, I am as healthy as a horse. Yeah, but Nei-chan says if a horse has to be put down when it breaks its legs, does that mean you will have to put down when they make your lungs go bad? He asked with complete innocence in his voice. Asuma looked at Naruto in slight disbelief while Shizune was just laughing her eyes out. You have to admit, Asuma, he has got you there, she said, trying to regain control over herself. Asuma mumbled something under his breath before shaking his head, and to try and get himself out of this embarrassing situation at being outwitted by a 6-year-old. Anyway, I am about to head home and back to the Sarutobi Manor. If you two are done with your session today, why don't you come along? My pops should be there and I am sure he would like to see Naruto, he recommended. Naruto looked happy at the prospect getting to see his Gigi and looked at Shizune with a pleading look. Can we, Nei-chan? Please? He asked, giving her a puppy dog-like look. It made her want to hug him to death, though she managed to keep her calm. Sure, Naruto, I don't see why not. Plus, who knows, maybe your Gigi will have some shinobi wisdom to give you, she said, making Naruto smile even more. If there is anything my dad has, its wisdom by the shed loads, Asuma said before he began making his way back home, with Shizune and Naruto now following behind him. As they walked to the Sarutobi Manor, Asuma spoke about the mission he had, which was to take out a bandit encampment that had been established 2 days outside of the village that was terrorizing a nearby village. Naruto tried to listen, though the two older teens were making sure Naruto did not hear any of the gory parts since he was still a kid, and they did not want to expose him to the killing part of a shinobi duty until he was a bit older. They arrived at a large manor house about 3 stories high and very wide that had fresh flower beds decorating the outside. They walked in and took their sandals off before Asuma called out, Yo! Dad, I'm back and we got guests. I'm in the dining room. They heard, recognizing it as Sarutobi's voice, and began to walk towards it. As they walked further into the home and arrived in the dining room, they saw Sarutobi sitting at the low table, sitting on a cushion with some ink, brushes and paper lay out in front of him, and was writing elegant-looking giant kanjis on them. Gigi, Naruto called, barreling towards Sarutobi. The former Hokage took notice of Naruto and smiled a grandfatherly smile at the young blonde. Naruto-kun, this is a nice surprise, he asked as hugged the blonde and settled him on the cushion that was stationed beside him. And Shizune-chan, it's nice to see you again. Hello, Sarutobi-sama, she said, bowing a little before taking up a seat besides Naruto. How did the mission go, Asuma? Sarutobi asked as he looked at his son standing in the doorway as he finished of the smoke in his mouth. It went well, but I am feeling a little tired, so I'm going to head to bed to get some rest, he said as Hiruzen nodded to his son and watched him go before he turned to Naruto. So Naruto-kun, it's nice to have you over today. If I had known, I would have had some tea and sweets ready, he said. That's okay, Gigi. Nei-chan said I did good today in my studies, so we went to get ice cream. And how are your studies going? I'm sure your parents are very pleased to see you on your way to becoming a great shinobi. Naruto half smiled again like he did earlier, though Hiruzen had noticed the small flash of sadness appear in his eyes that worries him a little. He looked at Shizune, who just gave him a look that said, "Tell you later. Neichan taught me the leaf balancing exercise for my chakra control. I can already balance 5 leaves on one hand now," he said, feeling proud of himself. "Well, that's very good, Naruto-kun. You are well on your way to becoming a great shinobi. Everybody starts at the bottom, and I am glad that you know that and are not trying anything that is currently out of your reach. You want to see?" he asked as Hiruzen nodded his head, indicating he would. Naruto jumped up from his seat and opened one of the doors to the giant garden and training ground behind the manor house. As he went out the door, Sarutobi looked towards Shizune, who sighed a little. "You saw it too, didn't you?" she asked a little sadly. "Why did he look a little sad when I mentioned Kushina and Minato? Everything is okay at home, is it not?" he asked. "Everything is fine from what I can see, but I think Naruto is having a hard time due to the twins," she said. Sarutobi asked her to elaborate with what she meant. "I can't help but notice that over the last couple of months Kushina-sama and Minato-sama's attention had been fixed mainly on the twins lately, and they seem to be spending most of their free time with them. I think Naruto has been feeling a little left out due to the lack of attention they have been giving him lately. Also, when he asks them to help him with his session or just to play a litlim, they are normally busy." "Well, something like this was always going to happen," Hiruzen suggested. "After all, with the twins being so young, it is only natural that their attention to be focused more on them." "Oh, I know, and I am probably just looking into it too much, but at Naruto's birthday a few weeks ago, I noticed that their attention was again mainly focused on the twins and not on Naruto. Don't you think that is a little odd?" she said as Hiruzen sighed a little. "I understand what you mean, Shizune, but unfortunately sometimes these things are to be expected with having more than one child. Plus, since Mito is a Jinchuriki, there is always that small chance that something may happen with the seal. They are probably just being cautious." Shizune was the one to sigh a little now. "Yeah, I guess you are right. I am sure it is just temporary," she said, shaking her head. Just as she was about to speak, Naruto came back in, halting their conversation, though she was a little surprised when she saw Tsunade walk in form behind Naruto. "Lady Tsunade, what are you doing here?" she asked as Hiruzen greeted his old student. "I thought I would visit Sensei while I had some time away from the hospital. It's an added bonus that I get to see little Naruto. I have not seen him since his birthday," she said, hugging Naruto from behind and making Naruto smile up at her. They all sat around the table as they watched Naruto show them he could do the leaf exercise. When he succeeded, Sarutobi and Tsunade clapped while Shizune patted him on the back. As Shizune moved over to speak with Tsunade, Naruto focused on at the stuff on the table. "Gigi, what are all the scribbles and kanjis for?" Naruto asked as he looked at the equipment on the table and the paper with the kanji written on them. He looked a little interested in them. "Ah, well, this is my calligraphy equipment, Naruto-kun. It helps with keeping my writing abilities neat and readable. Plus, it is a practice that is great for practicing to write fuinjutsu seals," he explained as he took a brush with a bit on ink on the end and made the kanji for fire on one of the pieces of paper. Naruto watched in interest. "Fuinjutsu?" he said aloud with a thinking-like pose on his face. "Is that the one where you make things go poof and put them in another object?" he asked Sarutobi as Shizune giggled into her sleeve at his description. Sarutobi chuckled a little as well and ruffled his hair. "Yes, that is one way to describe it, Naruto-kun. It's also a type of shinobi practice your Tusan and Kachan are masters as. When it comes to fuinjutsu, your parents are the best there is." "Really?" he asked with slightly wide eyes as Hiruzen nodded. "Are you good at fuinjutsu too, Gigi?" Sarutobi tapped his chin as he thought it over. "Well, I am not bad, I guess. Do you know how the art of sealing works, Naruto-chan?" he asked, but saw Naruto shake his head. So Sarutobi explained while Shizune listened in on the description. "Well, fuinjutsu is a type of jutsu that seal objects, living beings, chakra, along with a wide variety of other things within another object. Fuinjutsu can also be used to unseal objects either from within something or someone that you are already aware of," he said as Naruto nodded, prompting him to continue. "Well, with fuinjutsu there are 10 levels on sealing, with level 1 being for beginners and then level 10 being for masters. Your Kachan and Tusan are both level 10 Fuinjutsu masters, and are most likely the only level 10 Fuinjutsu masters in the world. Jiraiya meanwhile is a level 8, Tsunade 7, while Kakashi is a level 6. Whoa, that's so cool, Naruto said, getting a nod from Sarutobi. So then what level are you at? It must be pretty high because you're so strong. Ah well, while I am not as good at sealing like your parents or Jiraiya, I do know my way around seals and I can spot a great seal when I see one. My Fuinjutsu skills are a level 7 like your Bachan. Cool, he said as he looked at the equipment before turning back to Sarutobi. Could you teach me Jiji? He asked, surprising the former Hokage before he smiled and nodded at the request. I can, however, before you learn about sealing you need to have a steady hand and be able to write and draw neatly and elegantly. That way the seal will be able to work. I can teach you calligraphy first as a first step, he said with Naruto nodding. Putting a few large sheets of paper in front of Naruto and giving him a brush and small palette of ink, he guided Naruto with what to do. Though he knew Naruto had good handwriting for someone his age, he knew it was better to practice and get the symbols spot on since one wrong marking could lead to a disaster. Okay, Naruto-kun, first we will start easy and we'll draw the kanji for fire that I did moments ago. I will go slowly so you can follow the movement, he said as Naruto nodded and tipped his brush into one of the ink palettes. Naruto watched as Sarutobi's brush glided along the paper and Naruto slowly and carefully did his best to follow the movements. From the side, Shizune and Tsunade were watching with interest since they were wondering when Naruto would gain an interest in seals. Considering his Uzumaki blood and who his parents are, it was almost required for Naruto to have a strong interest in the art of sealing. Naruto's tongue poked out of his mouth, showing how hard he was concentrating, and licked his lips a little. After Hiruzen finished the symbol, he placed his brush down and looked at Naruto's, who was just finished the last part, until he made the last little swish movement with his brush. Like Sarutobi, he placed his brush down. Hiruzen looked it over and narrowed his eyes as he looked it over, checking for any little mistakes. Then, a couple of seconds later, he smiled. This is very good for a first try, Naruto-kun, he said, placing the paper back down on the table, making Naruto smile at the praise. Though next time try and make the bottom right leg of the kanji a little longer, since the one on this is a little short. Naruto nodded seriously before he attempted it again. The two worked on calligraphy for a few hours as Hiruzen taught Naruto to draw all the element symbols, as well had him write sentences as quickly as he could whilst trying to keep the writing and symbols as neat and elegant looking as possible. Hiruzen had to admit that Naruto was doing very well for his first real go at calligraphy. The first time he drew a new symbol, there was only small things that needed to be tweaking. From then on, all of them looked very professional looking and Hiruzen could not spot a flaw in them. The Uzumaki blood runs strong in you, Naruto-kun, he thought as he went on to show him the symbol for iron. The little guy is doing well, Tsunade said to Shizune as they quietly spoke and watched Naruto work with Hiruzen and found it very cute how determined he looked. You know, Naruto-chan has been asking me a lot of questions about medic needs lately, she said, making Tsunade's eyebrows rise up in surprise. Really? I did not think medic needs were something little Naruto-chan would be interested in, Tsunade said, honestly, since not many children really knew about medic needs. You would be surprised. He is very curious about all the different types of shinobi there are, and always asks me about the things I do as a medic nin. So you think he could be a medic nin one day? No, I don't think Naruto would be a medic nin. However, I do think he would be interested to learn some medical ninjutsu. You think he could? Tsunade asked, since she was not fully aware of what Naruto could do or what he was good at, since she was busy a lot of the time at the hospital. He is very smart for his age and he always asks questions, which is a good thing. Plus, for the amount of chakra he has for his age and having pretty good control over it, which he demonstrated earlier, I think Naruto learning some medical ninjutsu could be possible for him and be a big help to him. Tsunade tapped her fingers against her chin as she thought it over. She did enjoy showing people how great medical ninjutsu was, since it was an art that many took for granted. It was medical ninjutsu that helped her create her creation rebirth technique and to discover the superhuman strength she was known for. And I would like to teach Naruto-chan. Since Kushina and Minato are his parents, he will without a doubt go on to do great things, and if I could help prepare for the life of a shinobi like Shizune already is, it would give Naruto-chan a great start. I will think it over. Perhaps teaching Naruto-chan a little medical ninjutsu would not be a bad thing, she said with Shizune smiling. Later on at Uzumaki Namike's home, Naruto sat on the floor in the living room as he sat in front of the coffee table. A little time after his working on calligraphy with his Gigi, Sarutobi had taken Naruto out and got him a little calligraphy set of his own so that he could practice at home. Since Sarutobi told him to make sure he could draw the kanji on the paper as if it was second nature and at a quick speed, that was what he decided to do with the rest of his time for the day. "Nah." He heard from beside him and smiled when he noticed Mito was crawling towards him. She and Eiji had spoken their first word a few days after hers and Eiji's first birthday, which happened to be Tsunade. It of course made Minato extremely happy since Naruto's first word was Ka-chan. "Hi Mito-chan," he said as his little sister continued towards him before rolling around beside him. "Did you have a nice dinner?" he asked since he saw a little bit of mushy carrots and beans on her face. Picking up a napkin, he put his baby sister in his lap and wiped off the mess from her face, which made her flay her arms around, indicating she did not like it. When he was done, he saw she was staring at what he was doing on the coffee table and was pointing towards one of the brushes he was using. "You want to go?" he said down at Mito, who just gave a delighted squeals as a response just as Minato walked in with Eiji in his arms and Kushina following behind. "So that's where you went, Mito-chan? Went to see what your big brother was doing," Minato said as he saw his daughter on his eldest's lap, and he put a brush in her right hand. Together Naruto dipped the brush in the ink and with Mito's in his own. Together they slowly drew the kanji for water on the paper. Mito showed she was enjoying it by giggling, while Eiji, who was still in Minato's arm, had his arms stretched out showing he wanted to go too. Kushina and Minato sat on the sofas behind the coffee table and watched Naruto and Mito interact with each other before noticing the calligraphy kit. "Naruto-chan, where did you get this kit?" Minato asked. Naruto smiled back at Minato. "Gigi got it for me. We went to see Gigi today and he taught me calligraphy. He said it was good for practice for seals." He is right, they are very important for someone who wants to learn seals. "Does this mean you are wanting to learn Fuinjutsu?" Kushina asked, watching as Naruto had let go of Mito's hand as she was just drawing squiggles on the paper. Naruto nodded his head and saw the two equally proud smiles appear on their faces. He watched as his father got from his seat and go upstairs but quickly returned a minute later with a book in his hand. "Here Naruto-chan, if you want to learn seals then take this and have Shizune or your Gigi read it with you. This is a beginner's guide to Fuinjutsu that I wrote with Jiraiya. This will help you learn the basics and level 1 Fuinjutsu. Did your Gigi tell you about the 10 levels?" he asked as Naruto nodded. "If you are anything like us Naruto, then you will fall in love with Fuinjutsu. Most think it is a dead-end area of ninjutsu, but it can be very powerful and so helpful if used right," Kushina added while watching Mito have fun with her drawing squiggles. "Thank you Tsunade, Ka-chan. But can't you help me with learning sealing? Gigi and Shizune-chan said you both are the best with seals." He asked, thinking his parents would say yes to this, but to his disappointment both his parents shook their heads. "Sorry Naruto-chan, we just don't have the time to help you right now. Maybe some other time," Kushina answered. "But your Gigi can help you since I know he is quite well versed in seals. He will definitely be able to help you," Minato said as he patted Naruto's head. "Oh, that's okay. Maybe another time," he said to sound convincing despite feeling sad that they said no. "Thank you Naruto-chan. Thank you for understanding," he said as Kushina picked Mito up, which got a disappointed gurgle from the girl since she was enjoying her squiggle time. Kushina kissed Naruto's forehead before standing up. "Come on Miss Messy, let's get you nice and clean with a bath," she said as she and Minato left the room and headed upstairs with a twin in each arm. As the two left, neither heard the slight sniffle come from Naruto as he started a new page and began to draw again. Chapter 4. The Meeting of Two Geniuses. Naruto jumped over a log as he ran around in a small forest just a little ways away from the Sarutobi Manor as he did his best to jump and dodge out of any obstacles he ran into. He huffed a little as he stopped and tried to catch his breath. He had been running full out for about 30 minutes, which for a 7-year-old most would find impressive. Though he wondered if that was due to his Uzumaki blood, but he would think on that another time. Strapped to the side of his pants was a small pouch that carried some kunai and shuriken which Sarutobi had bought for him a few months. Since he started studying under Sarutobi just over a year ago, Sarutobi, Shizune, and Tsunade had been surprised at how quick he was learning what they were showing him. After just 3 months of learning calligraphy from Hiruzen, The boy's handwriting had become so neat most would have thought an adult had written it. So Hiruzen began teaching him level 1 Fuinjutsu, which of course Naruto took to like a sponge. Anything that was seal-related went right into his head and stayed there. Sarutobi had been a little flabbergasted at how quickly Naruto had come into Fuinjutsu. He believed that he was quicker in understanding seals at his age than even his parents. The level 1 sealing showed Naruto how to make simple seals like storage seals with scrolls, which were the basic among the Fuinjutsu. It only took Naruto about 5 months to understand the concept of level 1 and how to make high-quality and working storage seals. It was also a big surprise when by his 7th birthday he was already beginning level 2 Fuinjutsu. Sarutobi had tested Naruto how quickly he could make a storage seal with the equipment in front of them. He was left flabbergasted again, of course, when Naruto made one in under 30 seconds. His parents were delighted at how quickly he took to them and knew that one day he would be a future Fuinjutsu master. Meanwhile, his studies with Shizen had carried on to the point where even his Bachan Swanda would turn up on occasions to see how well he was doing and would give him little tips with certain areas of his studies. Once he got the leaf exercise down, they moved on to balancing rocks on the end of his fingers, since rocks were heavier and needed more chakra to balance them on the end of his fingers. Once again, everyone was surprised at how quickly he was completing the exercise, which showed Tsunade that Shizen had been correct about his chakra control, and that she would definitely have to look into teaching him some medical ninjutsu at some point in the future. Even Asuma and Kurenai, who would watch him practice, were amazed at how well he was doing for one so young and knew that he had definitely inherited the brains of his father and the determination of his mother. Gigi told me to stretches as well to make sure my body stays nimble and doesn't seize up, he thought as he began to slow down and stopped in his tracks. He did a few arm stretches and leg lunges since he had taken his Gigi's words to heart about taking care of his body, and that he would not get far without keeping a healthy diet and keeping one's body in top shape. Looking at a high tree, he decided he wanted to begin practicing his kunai and shuriken throwing, since that was almost a necessary skill one needed to be a shinobi. However, before he could go to begin target practice, he began to sense somebody close by to where he was. It felt a little familiar and decided to go and investigate who the signature was coming from. The signature felt young like him, though he could sense it was quite strong. He trekked through the forest for about 5 minutes until he found who he was looking for. In a small clearing in the forest, there stood a boy who looked about the same age as he did, wearing a light blue top and gray pants with shinobi sandals. He had raven hair and had a small beginning of a ponytail at the back, though the most notable feature was the long, pronounced tear troughs under his eyes. On the back of his shirt was a red and white symbol of a fan. An Uchiha, Naruto thought as he watched what the boy was about to do. He watched as 4 kunai appeared in his hands and then jumped in the air and flipped. As he began coming down, he released the kunai from his hands and flew towards a bunch of targets that were scattered around the small clearing. Naruto's eyes shot wide open when he noticed that they all hit the targets right in the center. Whoa, he is really good. As the young Uchiha landed gently on his feet, he turned over to where Naruto was watching. "Who is there? Come on out," he said lightly but with a slightly threatening tone to it. Naruto stepped out of his hiding spot and walking into view of the Uchiha boy. "My apologies, Uchiha-san," he said, bowing a little. "I did not mean to spy. I was in the area and I felt your chakra and came to investigate. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It is nice to meet you," he said, introducing himself. "It is nice to meet you too, Namikaze-san. My name is Itachi Uchiha," he said, reciprocating the bow. Naruto nodded and smiled. "How did you get all the kunai on the bullseye? I am surprised someone my age was able to do such a thing. My Tusan and my clan taught me from a very young age, though a lot of it is self-study and a lot of practicing. I just taught myself until I could do it without blinking." "So you have been learning to be a ninja since you were young then?" "When I was 4 I began. Though my Ka-san was not happy about it, but my Tusan talked her into it, saying we Uchiha had to learn at a young age." Naruto nodded a little as Itachi collect his kunai form the targets. While he was doing so, the young boy also noticed Naruto's ninja pouch strapped to his side. "You are training to be a ninja too?" he asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, and watched as Naruto rapidly nodded his head. "Yeah, I have been training since I was 5, but maybe not as much as you have though." Itachi nodded his head and put his kunais back into his small pouch, which like Naruto was on the side his pants. "What sort of stuff have you learnt so far?" Naruto asked, since he wanted to compare himself to someone else his age. I have studied and practiced the Uchiha style of taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and fire jutsu, as well as a little bit of genjutsu. Itachi answered, telling Naruto what he had learnt so far, as well hoping to learn what Naruto has learnt as well. Whoa, he has learnt that much already, Naruto thought, but then again he had been taught that the Uchiha were not only one of the founding families of Konoha but also one of the most powerful, with their family's strength being comparable to the Senju clan. May I ask what you have learned since I have told you mine? Itachi asked as the 7-year-old walked back into the center of the clearing. Sure, Naruto answered happily. I have learnt 2 chakra control exercises, the leaf and the rock balancing exercises, while I also practice Fuinjutsu. Also, my parents tell me I have a sensor ability. Itachi nodded but was a little intrigued by the sensor ability he mentioned. What is your sensor ability? He asked. Naruto shrugged though. I am not too sure. My Neichan and Jiji tell me I can just feel people's chakra as well as what they are feeling, like if they are happy or if they are sad or angry. That sounds like a beneficial ability to have. Though who is your Neichan? I was unaware that the Hokage and his wife had an older daughter. She is not really by Neichan, but I just call her Neichan since she is like one and she thinks of me as her little Aotuto. My apologies for the mistake, he said while Naruto waved it off. Naruto took a good look at Itachi and narrowed his eyes at him. You look familiar. Have we met before this? Itachi shook his head. Perhaps when we were babies, but not since then due to our mother's friendship/rivalry. My mother is Mikoto Uchiha, he said as Naruto looked in surprise. Mikoto Obasan? So that why you look familiar. I think I remember her saying your name before. And you have a little brother, right? Itachi nodded. My younger brother Sasuke. He is the same age as your siblings Mito and Eiji, I believe. The two took a seat in the small clearing and slowly began to talk to each other. They both asked each other what they did for hobbies, which was not surprising to each other when they both answered with training. Though they both found out quickly that the other had a very strong desire to protect their family and village, especially when it came to their siblings and mothers. Since both were the same age, they would both be going to the academy together at the same time. Normally they would have enrolled at 6, but one of the first things Minato did when he became Hokage was increase the age bar for when a child could become a shinobi, since they were not in a time of war and he wanted the children of the village to have more of a childhood before they were entwined with the working of the shinobi world. With Naruto, it was of course known to all how much he adored his mother since before the twins were born. He was the apple of her eye. While Itachi felt a strong connection to his mother due to her being one of the few that wanted Itachi to have something of a normal childhood and would heal his injuries if he ever overworked himself. Itachi described that his father Fugaku Uchiha was a very militarized man who above all else respected power. Since Itachi had shown at young age such promise in the ninja arts, he made sure that Itachi would one day become the best in the village, though Itachi always felt it was just so he could bring more power to their clan. Naruto meanwhile described how after the Kyuubi he felt so useless when he found out his other was hurt and dedicated himself to getting stronger so that he could protect her, his Tusan and his siblings from any further hurt. Though Itachi was surprised when Naruto told him it was the 3rd Hokage that was teaching him to how be a shinobi, and that he was the one who was teaching him Fuinjutsu. Though he knew that the Hokage and his wife were seen as the best with Fuinjutsu, it made him wonder why they were not teaching it. When he asked, he noticed his new friend had avoided the subject and moved on to another topic. Also, when Naruto asked whether he could really do Ne elemental ninjutsu, since he heard it was very difficult for someone of their age to perform such a feat, he watched with slightly widened eyes when Itachi performed the fire-style fireball jutsu, which engulfed the area in a large fireball. The two boys sat there for what felt like a couple of hours until the sun slowly began to come down, and both knew they had better get home before their families got worried. Saying goodbye and saying they would try and meet up again the next day, the two new friends made their way home. At that time, no one would realize that at that moment, 2 of Konoha's future greatest legends had just met for the first time. Uchiha clan compound. Itachi walked into the clan compound and slipped his sandals off before making his way into the kitchen. Arrive inside, he saw his mother sitting around the table with Sasuke strapped into his high chair, while she tried to feed him his mushy peas, though he looked like he did not want any if the tiny glare on his face any indication. No, he said, making Mikoto sigh before smiling and looking towards her eldest. Hello Itachi. How was your day? She asked as little Sasuke spotted his big brother and gurgled happily at him. It was fine, Ka-san. I just practiced my shuriken jutsu today, he said as sat on the other side of the table as noticed Sasuke was trying to get his attention. Hello Sasuke, are you being a good boy for Ka-san? He asked softly as Makoto watched the two interact. Yeah, I good. Sasuke gurgled out, making Itachi smile a small smile, while Makoto laughed at her youngest son. Now why do I get the nose while your big brother gets the smile? She asked Sasuke, who just swung his arms around in response. Come on Sasuke, be good for Ka-san, otherwise you will have to eat the mushy apricots, he said, and internally smirked as the 2-year-old boy had a look of disgust appear on his face, indicating he did not want the apricots. Makoto tried again and moved the spoon towards Sasuke's mouth, and unlike this time, he took a big bite out of the food and chewed on it with a yummy expression on her face. As she fed her youngest, Itachi looked around, saw that once again his father Fugaku was nowhere around. Where is Tsunade Ka-san? He asked, wondering where his father was. Makoto sighed. Your Tsunade is at the Uchiha police force station along with Yashiro. Apparently they will be pulling an all-nighter again, she said as she did wish that her husband would spend more time at home. But then again, when he is home all he does is focus on Itachi. She thought a little bitterly, since Fugaku was becoming a little obsessed with bringing in more power for the clan, which unfortunately focus on Itachi. I see, Itachi muttered as he watched his little brother happily munch away on his foot and watching his mother laugh at the funny faces Sasuke was making. I made a friend today, he said as he stared outside the window, not seeing his mother turn her head to look at him in surprise. Really? She asked, not wanting to hide her joy since Itachi did not have any friends outside of the clan. May I ask who? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, he said, and watched in slight amusement at the delighted look that quickly appeared on his mother's face as she clapped her hands together. Mama, Sasuke said, watching at his mother become suddenly very happy that made him turn his head in confusion. Oh, that is wonderful, Itachi-kun. I was wondering when the two of you would become friends. Oh, you will become just like me and Kushina. I just know it. I think I would like that, Ka-san, he said as Makoto smiled at her eldest. I am going to go to my room. I feel a little tired. Okay, I will see you later, Itachi-kun, she said, kissing her son's forehead, truly happy that he made a friend. Though Itachi was used to his mother giving him affection, he rarely showed that it had any effect on him. Though for this time, the young Uchiha let a small smile appear on his face. Just as he left the room and without his mother looking, he put his hand in one of the drawers by the door and pulled out a few blank slips of small paper. As Itachi walked down the empty corridors of his clan compound, he stopped for a moment at a mirror that was hanging on the walls. When he did, he closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. However, this time, instead of his onyx-colored eyes looking back at him, it was instead a pair of red eyes with 2 tomo in each eye. With Naruto. Is anyone home? Naruto called out, waiting to get an answer as he stepped into his home. In the kitchen, Naruto-chan. He heard his mother's voice call. He walked in and saw his mother by the stove with the twins both in their high chairs looking up at the ceiling. Though when they saw him, both giggled a little and waved their arms at him. He waved back at them. Where is Tsunade? Your Tsunade will be home in a few minutes. Just some last-minute work he had to finish. Go up and get washed for dinner, she said, not taking her eyes away from the stove. Yeah. Okay, Ka-chan, Naruto answered as he walked away and went upstairs. He looked back to see his mother had now moved from the stove and was now playing with the twins. It made Naruto feel a pang of sadness in his chest, but he shook out of it. As he walked home, he had wondered about elemental ninjutsu. He knew he was not ready for such a big step yet, but seeing his new friend Itachi use the fireball jutsu earlier that day, it made him want to try as well, and it sparked something inside of him. He was amazed at how far Itachi was in his studies and had mentally decided he needed to catch up. He decided he would have to up his training with Shizune and Sarutobi the next time he saw them, which was in 2 days' time. Deciding to wash up in a moment, he quietly made his way to his father's office and delicately turned the handle. Walking into his father's office, he looked over to the giant bookshelf. The bookshelf was a giant store of various jutsus his parents had mastered as well as documented. His main attention, though, was on elemental ninjutsu. He remembered his father had told him once that he had a wind element which was rare in Konoha while his mother had water element. Looking at the shelves, his eyes stopped at one that read C-ranked water ninjutsu. He took it and opened it and stopped at the first page. On each page was a name of a jutsu while a small containment seal lay beneath it. He looked through the first few pages before one stuck out for him. Water style, water bullet technique. He read aloud and figured that would be perfect. Thanks to his studying Fuinjutsu and completing level 1 already, he pressed his hand against the seal, and in small puff of smoke a small scroll lay on top of the page. He quickly put the book back where it was and hid the scroll under his shirt before quickly leaving the office and heading to his own room. He doubted his parents would know since they did not check the books over often, and he would put the scroll back soon. He would quickly copy the contents of the scroll onto a blank scroll he had in his room and then put the original back where it belonged. Next day, Naruto followed along the path towards the open space in the forest that he had met Itachi at with his shinobi pouch strapped once again to the side of his pants, while on his left was 2 scrolls. One contained his little seal-making kit that he practiced with almost every day. The other one had the copied contents of the water jutsu scroll that he took from his parents' water scroll. He put the original back into the storing book and put it back where it belonged when his father had left for work while his mother was feeling the twins. He knew he might be in trouble if his parents ever found out, but he figured what they did not know did not hurt him. Plus, it is not like Tu-san or Ka-chan really spend time with me anymore, he thought to himself. Though he did not hate his little brother and sister and did in fact love them both dearly, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous towards them. Since they were born just over 2 years ago, his parents' focus was mainly on them. He wished Kushina and Minato just made some time for him, no matter how little that might be. Shaking his head of the negative thoughts and following the path he took the other day, he felt Itachi's energy signature just like yesterday, and he knew the Uchiha was close by. Walking into the small area, he saw Itachi standing in the center of the opening with his back to Naruto. As Naruto walked towards him, Itachi picked up on his footsteps and turned around. When he spotted Naruto, he nodded at him. "Morning, Itachi." Naruto greeted happily as Itachi nodded back towards him. "So what were you going to work on today?" Naruto asked while Itachi was about to speak before he saw the scroll strapped to Naruto's side. "What are the scrolls for?" Itachi asked with his eyes gazing towards the 2 scrolls in curiosity. "Oh well," Naruto said as he began scratching the back of his head in slight nerves. "This one contains my Fuinjutsu equipment since I was thinking of getting some practice in," he said as Itachi nodded his head. One of the things Naruto had told him about was that he wanted to surpass his parents in Fuinjutsu, so he knew how much Naruto would have to practice to do such a thing. "And this other may be a water jutsu that I may have taken from my dad's office," he said, biting his lip as Itachi looked at his friend with a slightly amused look. "So you stole it?" he asked with an eyebrow raised on his face. For a 7-year-old, he could be oddly serious. "Not stole, borrowed. But I did put it back." "Then how is it strapped to the side of your pants pocket?" "I may have copied everything inside on a blank scroll," he said, scratching his chin as Itachi shook his head. He had a feeling hanging out with Naruto is going to lead to some interesting situations in the future. Shaking his head, Itachi reached into his pouch pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of paper and handed one over to Naruto, who took it and looked at it oddly. What is this for?" Naruto asked, looking it over. It was just a slip of small paper that was completely blank on both sides. "Do you know what these are?" Itachi asked his new friend. "I think so. I recognize it since I think my Gigi told me about them once, but I forgot the name. They help tell you something about your chakra, right?" Naruto said, staring at the blank piece of paper. Itachi nodded his head. "My Tu-san called them chakra paper. They help us find out what our element affinity is." "Element affinity?" "So it tells us which of the element jutsus we can do and can be best at, right?" he said as Itachi nodded. "That is how I understand it too," he said. "I thought you might want to find out your element or elements since you showed interest in them the other day." "Definitely. It's the main reason I took this water jutsu, since I wanted to be able to do it too." "Though how does the paper tell us?" he asked as Itachi explained. "My Tu-san said that it differs from each element. He said that if it burns it is fire, water then it gets soggy, earth it crumbles away, wind it splits into 2 pieces, and then lightning if it crinkles." "Cool. So do you know what yours are?" Naruto asked, since finding out what element he was definitely something he wanted to do. He had asked his Gigi some time back which is where and found his Gigi was fire and also found out that Minato was wind while his mother was water. It explained why they had so many wind and water jutsu stored away. Itachi nodded and Naruto watched as a faint blue glow appeared around the paper as the young Uchiha poured some of his chakra into it. Naruto watched in fascination towards the slip of paper and then watched as Naruto got his answer. On one half the slip of paper set alight while on the other half water got damp. Thought it was only a little before it completely set alight. Before Naruto counsel answer Itachi did instead. My main element is fire, which is not surprising since my clan is known for our strong affinity to fire. However, I was surprised when I discovered I had a minor affinity for water, which is extremely rare for my clan. So is that why you could do the fire jutsu so easily? In a way, the fireball jutsu is a rite of passage for all Uchiha members, meaning everyone in my family had to learn it by the time they were my age. Itachi explained while Naruto nodded. He had to admit that Itachi's clan sounded pretty cool. He also wondered if his family had some kind of rite of passage they had to go through or any of the others' clans in Konoha. So cool. Man, I am so pumped I have to find out what mine is now, Naruto said, grinning eagerly at the piece of paper in his hand. He closed his eyes and gripped the slip of paper tightly in his paper. He pouted his chakra into the paper, making it glow a faint blue. Itachi stood just in front of it waiting to see what the end result was going to be. When Naruto opened his eyes, the two got their answer. Though it was an answer neither had been quite prepared for. The paper had split right down the middle, shaving the two equally in half. On the left side, the paper completed crumbled away, while on the other slip of paper, it became all soggy and wet. Whoa! Both Naruto and Itachi said at the same time as they observed the small spectacle in front of them. Amazing! Itachi said, not fully believing what he just witnessed. What exactly does that mean? Naruto thought as he looked at the slips of paper in his hand. Does this mean I have 3 elements? He said to himself aloud, not entirely sure he believed him with what just happened. It appears that is what just happened, Itachi said, finally wrapping his head around it. It is surprising since my mother once said that it was very rare for someone to have even 2 affinities, since it usually indicates that they have a bloodline. Though I was unaware your family had one. Well, I know neither side of my family as a bloodline of those sorts. My Kachan side is that it has strong life force along with naturally high stamina and chakra. At least I think that is what it was. So how did I get 3? I do not know. I guess it was just one of those 1 in a million happenings, Itachi said with Naruto nodding. Wind, water and earth. I can get so strong if I master them one day. But what would everyone think if I tell them? Plus Kachan and Tusan may find out I took a jutsu from their library without asking. He though as he bit his lip. Then Gigi, Nechan and Bachan might get angry that I am doing this without telling them. He thought since he really did not want a skull bashing by either Shizune, Tsunade or even worse both. The two were crazy strong. Plus he dared not think what his mother would do. She was known as the red-hot habanero for a reason, and even Naruto knew not to cross his mother when she was in one of her moods. Hey Itachi, he called, getting the boy to look at him. Do you think we could keep this between us for now? No one knows I am looking into elemental ninjutsu and they would probably tell them I am not ready for it yet. So could we maybe keep this between us for now? Itachi raised an eyebrow at the question but shrugged and nodded, indicating that it was not a problem. Naruto thanked him and the two got to their training. While Itachi went back to practicing his shuriken jutsu, Naruto began looking over the water scroll with a new burst of life and energy. Now that he knew he had water element, it made him want to tackle this jutsu and get it down even more so than before. Chapter 5. The beginning of the rest of your life. Minato stood on the small platform as he overlooked the academy ground, as well as the new academy students stood in front of them, all with looks of concentration on their faces. At the back, the parents stood as they watched this proud moment that a lot of them had been waiting a long time to see. Today you make your first steps into becoming a shinobi and your first step to becoming a protector of the Leaf Village. You all start your journey on the road to becoming ninja to protect Konoha and all of the Land of Fire. But what does it mean to protect? Why should you protect this village and country? That is a question you will eventually have to answer yourself. However, being a ninja is a serious job, so not do so lightly. Your comrades and this village depend on you. So do your loved ones. One only becomes strong when they have something that they are willing to protect to the death. Step forward today and makes us all proud. The new academy students clapped loudly, as did the parents, as the fourth Hokage gave them all a wave of embarrassment from all the cheering they were giving him before suddenly, he disappeared in a yellow flash. As he disappeared, a similar head of blonde hair looking down at the ground and just gave a tiny sigh as he watched his father disappear. "You okay, Naruto?" His friend Itachi, who was standing beside him, asked, as he had seen him sigh when his father had flashed away. Naruto just nodded. "Yeah, I am fine. I was hoping he would stay to wish we good luck. But I guess that was just wishful thinking." As the instructors began to call out names signaling for what person would be in whose class, Naruto stared behind him to see a lot of the parents conversing with each other and happily talking with one another. His Nei-chan and his Gigi were there and gave him a small wave when they saw him look in their direction. Naruto gave them a half smile and waved back. He looked over a little ways to the right of them and saw Itachi's parents standing there. Fugaku had his usual emotionless face on, just staring at the sky, while Makoto was next to him with Sasuke gripped onto the hem of her dress, while in her arms she held a small bundle that was wrapped in light pink blankets. Makoto was carrying her daughter Ria Uchiha, who was born 3 months ago and had taken the Uchiha clan by surprise, especially Itachi, who never thought he would get another sibling other than Sasuke. Though when she was born, Naruto had never seen his best friend smile as big as he had when he had told her about little Ria. As he scanned the mass of parents, he had noted that a certain redhead was not at the ceremony, which was one of the reasons he felt so down right now. His mother had decided it was best not to go to his genin induction. Though this time it was not the twins or work duties that kept her away this time. Just like Makoto, Kushina had been given the biggest surprise when she discovered she too was expecting another child. It made her extremely happy, especially when she and Minato discovered they were expecting another girl. While Naruto was genuinely happy that he would get another younger sibling, it also meant that he would be saying goodbye once again to any quality time with his parents. 9 months later, little Mina Uzumaki had been born, this time in the Leaf Hospital and with no crazy giant foxes trying to destroy the village. One look at her and everyone knew she would grow up to be the carbon copy of Kushina. Little tufts of red hair lay on top of her head with the same skin tone and even the same violet eyes that Kushina and Naruto had. Though he was weary of the fact at first, when he held his youngest and newest sister in his arms for the first time, just like Itachi had with Ria, Naruto quickly loved his baby sister and silently promised her that he would protect her and would get strong to protect her and the rest of their family. His and Itachi's drive to train and get stronger hit a new intensity when their baby sisters were born. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto heard as the noise went silent and all watched as Naruto walked over to the man who just called him. He was a man in his early 30s with brown and hair and eyes, wearing the standard Chunin uniform. "Namikaze-sama, I will be your instructor for the next 4 years. I am Itamo Oba. It is nice to meet you, Oba-sensei. Please look after me," Naruto said, bowing a little and in a polite tone. Naruto got in line with some of the other kids that were in his class. He smiled when Itachi was called by their sensei, which meant they would be in the same class together. He was happy to have one friend with him. After about 20 minutes, the parents all said their goodbyes, as well as Shizune and Hiruzen, who gave Naruto a good luck and goodbye before they left. Walking through the academy, they arrived in their classroom and quickly took their seats. Naruto and Itachi sat in one of the middle rows. They were joined in the middle row by a purple-haired girl who gave them both a shy hello, which they happily reciprocated. As they sat in their seats and listened as their new sensei explained the life of a shinobi and elaborated on the speech Minato had given them earlier, Naruto took a look around the room to see if there was anyone he recognized. Other than Itachi, the only other girl he recognized was a girl sitting at the front. She had brown hair with slightly tanned skin and had red fang marks on each of her cheeks. By her legs, he saw 3 little puppies all snuggled together and were leaning on her leg as her hand scratched one of the on the head. "An Inuzuka," Naruto whispered, to which Itachi heard and nodded. "Her name is Hana Inuzuka, the heiress of the Inuzuka clan. My Ka-san and hers are old friend back from their genin days," he said as Naruto nodded. "I think the same for mine." Continuing to look around the room, there were 2 others that stood out to him. One was a sickly-looking child who was coughing every few minutes. His skin was slightly pale and looked like he could be knocked over by a simple gust of wind. He had brown hair and arc eyes and rested his arms on the desk. The girl beside him was a purple-haired girl that had her hair tied up in a pineapple-shaped ponytail. She had a dark shirt on along with a slightly tan skirt. She was playing with a kunai in her hands and looked like she wanted to throw it at the nearest person she could find. Naruto shook his head before his mind wandered elsewhere and thought about his current strength. His Fuinjutsu had now completed level 2 and was now moving on to level 3. Hiruzen no longer acted surprised when it came to his Fuinjutsu. He knew Naruto was in every way a prodigy when it came to the art. Since level 2 focused on weight seals and things of that nature, he and Hiruzen applied a few weight seals to him to help with his body conditioning and to improve his strength and stamina. He had mastered the water jutsu he took from his parents' library. Thought it took him a little while to fully get it down. Afterwards he just found water jutsus just fitted him, and since his parents were so focused on Kushina's pregnancy, neither noticed him make a few more stops to their library. Now he knew 3 water jutsus while Itachi had knew 3 fire jutsus. His training with Shizun continued and was surprised when Tsunade got involved and decided that since Hiruzen was teaching him Fuinjutsu and Shizun his chakra control, she would teach him taijutsu since it was one of her specialties. She had tried to show him the slug-style taijutsu but she quickly found it just did not fit his style at all. So instead she began showing him the senju style. Even though she did not use it often herself, she was trained in it since it was her clan's taijutsu style. While it was not perfect for him, he made it work, plus Tsunade had been adjusting small parts of the style to help fit him. She even had Might Guy, Konoha's resident taijutsu expert, come and take a look at the style for Naruto. Guy had cried out how wonderful it was that Naruto was training to become a great shinobi and cried out about some youth for whoever knows why. Guy even showed him some of the Goken style. When Naruto showed an aptitude for that style as well, Guy and Tsunade decided to entwine the 2 styles together and create something completely new. They didn't have a name for it yet, but Naruto knew it had to be something awesome. And when it came to taijutsu, Naruto was learning quickly as well, once again showing that being a prodigy and being hardworking was already paying off for him. Naruto, pay attention, Itachi said, elbowing him in the side, jogging Naruto back to attention. Right, sorry, Naruto whispered back as Itachi shook his head at his friend's habit of letting his mind wander. Naruto paid close attention to his sensei and what he was discussing to the class. Thought he had noticed that some of it Shizun had already covered in his studies with her. I don't think the academy is all it is cracked up to be, he thought to himself as he shook his head and tried to drown out his sensei's voice. The purple-haired girl next to Naruto saw his lazy form and the look on his face and covered her mouth to stop from giggling. Young lady, is there something you wish to say to the class? Their sensei said, who looked like he did not enjoy being interrupted, while all student eyes fell onto the purple-haired girl. The girl blushed a little and twiddled her index fingers together. No sir. Sorry, sensei. What is your name? He asked, looking towards her. The girl stuttered a little. Yugao Yuzuki. Well then, Miss Yuzuki, please try and keep any comments of noises to yourself, he said before he continued with his teachings. Nodding, she fell quiet as the rest of the class fell back to listening to their sensei. Everyone except Naruto, who had turned his attention to Yugao. What were you laughing at? He asked since he had heard her giggle from beside him. I was laughing at you. You had a funny look on your face and made me laugh, she said as Naruto's eyes shot up in surprise before internally he grinned. You mean expressions like this? He asked before he began pulling multiple different faces at Yugao, who was turning red and had to cover her mouth with her hands. Their sensei never saw any of this as Naruto pulled funny faces at Yugao, who looked ready to burst out laughing. Next to him, Itachi rolled his eyes, though half a smile on his face as he watched his friend act that way. Though Naruto was a lot like him and was quiet and serious most of the time, he had moments where a more fun-loving personality took hold of him. It was a lot like his mother's in that way. Naruto had inherited more than just his eyes from his mother. From the front row, Hana Inuzuka saw what he was doing and laughed into her hand as well, thinking that what he was doing was very funny. While at the back row, the other purple-haired girl and the sickly boy laughed as well, though the sickly boy needed to cough every few minutes, which gained much attention from their sensei. End of the day. At the end of their first academy day, most of the children went home to their parents so they could tell them all about the great first day and what they had learned. Everyone except for a group of 6 children, that is, Naruto and Itachi, were once again training with each other in the same opening in the forest as before. The others 4 had followed them after school to see what they were doing. The four were none other than Hana Inuzuka, Yugao Yuzuki, Anko Mitarashi, and Heiate Geku. The four had become quick friends, but when they had tried to befriend Naruto and Itachi, the two boys kept eluding them and separated themselves from everyone else. They almost spoke with them during lunch, but the academy school bell rung, and when they looked back the two boys had already disappeared. Heiate-kun, stop coughing or they will know we are here, Yugao said to the ill boy who nodded. My apologies, Yugao-san. The pollen from the plants is making it difficult to breathe, he said as he tried to get his coughing under control. Shoo! Stop talking you two or our cover will be blow, Hana whispered a little harshly while Anko grinned as she watched them. I wonder how strong they are. I bet they would be a good fight, she said, licking her lips a little before zoning in on scene in front of them. Wait, where did the Uchiha go? They all looked in front of them and realized that Itachi had indeed disappeared and that Naruto was now just standing still and was looking towards where they were hidden. You know you four can come out now. We know you have been following us since we left the academy, Naruto called out, making the four freeze in place. We would appreciate it if you could just come on out, a voice said from behind them, making them jump out of their skin and turn around to see Itachi with an amused expression on his face. You know, if you wanted to watch us or train with us, you could have must come out and say it. There was no need to just hide, Naruto added, appeared in front of them. The four kids looked a little embarrassed and went a little red. From Hana's side, the three pups sniffed the air and padded over towards Naruto. Naruto saw the three pups and smiled as he went down on his knees and began petting them. The pups seemed to enjoy it since they were wagging their tails and had their tongues hanging out of their mouths. Whoa, that was quick, Hana said as she walked towards them. I have only had them for about 6 months and they have never taken to someone so quickly before. They must really like you. They are called the three Haremaru brothers, she said, introducing them. The six introduced themselves properly, and after a few minutes of talking and Anko asking whether they could train with them, Naruto and Itachi shrugged and told them it was fine. As the four revised what they had gone over that day, Anko looked towards Naruto and Itachi and saw that the two boys were facing across from each other. In the blink of an eye, the two suddenly charged forwards towards each other and began throwing punch and kicks towards each other. They stayed that way for a few minutes as each tried to land a hit on each other. The four recognized Itachi's way of fighting was that of the Uchiha clan fighting style, while the one Naruto was using looked like the Senju style, though a few bits of it was off and it looked like another form that they did not recognize. It also made them wonder why Naruto was not suing the Uzumaki style that his mother knew, since Kushina was quite well known for her strong taijutsu prowess. The two were then forced and stumbled back when both managed to land a punch on the other's cheek. Shaking out of their slightly dazed state, the two quickly focused their chakra and made the necessary hand seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu, Itachi called out as he blew out a large fireball that went towards Naruto. Water-style water bullet jutsu, Naruto declared as clumps of water shot out from his mouth. The toe-jutsus collided in the middle, causing a small blast to be created from the impact as well as steam from where the water met the fire. The steam caused the view of the two to get blocked out for a few minutes as the four tried to make out where the two boys were, though they knew they were fighting if the sounds they could hear were any indication. They are incredible, Yugao said as she watched their sparring bout with each other. I didn't think people our age could do elemental ninjutsu. I mean, they are so hard to do and the chakra control has to be so precise. Heiate spoke as he coughed again into his hand, making Yugao pat him on the back. Oh man, these two are good. We really need to catch up with them if they are already at this kind of level, Hana said while Yugao and Heiate nodded before noticing Anko had disappeared. Where is Anko-san? Heiate asked, looking around. Striking shadow snakes, a voice called from within the steam cloud. When it did, Naruto appeared jumping out of the cloud from one side while Itachi jumped out the other, both looking a little surprised from the interruption. The steam mist disappeared and they were all surprised to see Anko in the middle with what looked like to fairly large green snakes coming out from her sleeves, both impacting the ground where Naruto and Itachi were formerly standing. Snakes! They all thought, while Naruto and Itachi narrowed their eyes as the snakes and the purple-haired girl. They were wary of her suddenly because of that snake jutsu she used. There was only one person that both were aware of that had connections to snakes and who could use snake-like jutsus, and that man was no longer part of the Leaf and was one of the worst traitors that the world had ever seen. Itachi's parents had told him, while Hiruzen and Tsunade had told Naruto of this man. so it left the question to the two boys that was now on both of their minds. How can she do snake techniques? Anko meanwhile grinned at Hana, Yugao, and Heiichi's shocked looks and Naruto and Itachi's weary and thinking looks. You boys didn't think you were the only toe with tricks up their sleeve, did you? Month later, some time passed since the 6 academy students met each other and the 6 quickly became fast friends and an inseparable group. Since the first training session, the 6 met up whenever they could and would spar with one another and help each other get stronger. The academy quickly saw that Naruto and Itachi were prodigies after only a few days. It was mainly noticeable when the two were first showed how to do the henge technique and managed to master it by the end of the day, which left the instructors baffled. Itachi was quickly becoming known as the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, where Fugaku and Mikoto were immensely proud of their son, while Naruto was the same for his family. He was even surprised when Kushina and Minato had hugged the life out of him when they found out. Though the small celebration did not last long, Naruto enjoyed that moment where his parents' eyes and attention was focused only on him. Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shizune marveled at it, though since they were training him before the academy, it did not come as much of a surprise. Meanwhile, Anko was quickly becoming the best of the girls, though Yugao and Hana were doing their bet to give her a run for her money. Though Anko was strong for her age, she was not quite at Naruto and Itachi's level, though when she sparred with the two, she made sure to make them sweat as much as possible. So Gigi, are you sure you don't mind taking me? Naruto asked Hiruzen as they walked down the market towards a shinobi store that Hiruzen had told him about and had wanted to take him to for some time now. Of course, Naruto-kun. Now that you are in the academy, it's time to get some proper shinobi clothing and some proper weapons and equipment. Even though it's the person that makes the shinobi, it is essential that you have the correct equipment with you and that you are wearing appropriate clothing. Hiruzen glanced down at his surrogate grandson. So an orange jumpsuit would definitely be out then? Naruto said, pointing towards an orange get-up in the window of one of the stores. Unless you want to be a walking target, then yes, Naruto, it is definitely out. Hiruzen said, shaking at the mere thought of someone wearing clothing that color. Somewhere in Konoha, a Jonin wearing tight green spandexes with orange leg warmer sneezed. But I didn't bring enough money, Gigi, Naruto said as he began checking his pockets. I'm not sure I can afford it. Kachan and Tusan forgot to give me my pocket money this week. Do not worry about money, Naruto-kun. I will buy you everything you need, he said, patting the boy on the shoulder. Naruto wanted to argue, but he knew his Gigi would only tell him that a grandfather was allowed to spoil his grandson whenever he wanted. Plus, his Gigi was a former Kage, so if there was anyone who knew the right equipment to wear and the correct clothing, then it was him. He was the man who fought in the First Shinobi War, was picked by Tobimura Senju to become his successor and lead the Leaf to victory in the Second and Third Shinobi Wars. Okay, Gigi, Naruto answered, getting a smile from Sarutobi in return. He was happy that Hiruzen still spent time with him and trained him even when he actually had a real grandson now. Konohamaru Sarutobi was born a month before little Mina was born by Hikaru Sarutobi, his eldest child and only daughter, and they named him after the village since they knew he was going to be a great shinobi one day. After walking for another 10 minutes, they eventually stopped at a moderate-sized store on the edge of the shinobi district of the market. I have been coming to this store since I was a young man, Naruto-kun. There is no place better in my mind to get your shinobi supplies than this store, he said as he led the Naruto inside. As soon as they walked in, Naruto saw locking seals on the door hinges. To stop burglars, he mused to himself. Tyranno, Sarutobi called out just as a man in his mid-30s appeared from behind the counter with brown hair and wearing civilian clothing. Ah, Hiruzen, it's good to see you. What can I help you with? He asked as he noticed Naruto beside him. And this must be Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the Minato and Kushina. I was wondering when you were going to bring him here. Now that Naruto-kun is in the academy, I believed it was time to get him his proper shinobi gear. Well, I am honored you came to my store. I am glad the shinobi of the village continued to come here even after my father passed the store down to me. Tusen, look! Look! A squeaky voice called, making them look over to see a little brown-haired girl with her hair tied in 2 buns, wearing a little pink top and shorts with a wooden kunai in her hands. I can finally throw it on the target, right? She said, making Tyranno and Hiruzen laugh. That is great, sweetie. Hiruzen, you remember my daughter Ten? He said as Hiruzen gave her a small hello, as did Naruto, while the girl, went towards her father, who lifted her up and sat her on the counter. Naruto looked around the store, and it was no wonder why the place was popular with the shinobi in the village, as well as why his Gigi liked it so much. On the walls, as well as in secure racks, were weapons of all different types. Swords, axes, nunchaku, sai, and a whole range more. On another side were rows and row of different clothing ranging from kids his age to people the size of Akimichis, and were in a variety of colors, though most were dark colors. The brightest being a purple and red top and skirt. "This all so cool," he said as he began to pick through the clothing range and find something that suited him while Hiruzen spoke with Toranno and cooed over little 1010. 10 minutes later he had 5 black tops with a blue stripe going through the middle, while he had 5 sets of pants and sandals that ranged from black and gray in color. Next he moved onto his kunai and shuriken. The ones he currently had been ones Minato previous used and had given to Naruto since they were still in great condition. Hiruzen joined him and began helping him. He nodded approvingly at the clothes Naruto picked out. A kunai and shuriken made of chakra metal. "Good eye, Naruto." "Chakra metal?" Naruto asked, not quite remembering what it was. "It is metal that allows chakra to run through it so that it makes the attack stronger than just using it normally," he said as Naruto marveled at it. He wondered why more ninjas did not use it, though. When he thought about it, his mother used a sword, and when he had seen her using it before the twins were born, he remembered it glowed blue. He realized it must have been chakra metal. They added them to the basket and continued looking through the small aisles. They also got to a small section that had scrolls and inks for fuinjutsu. They also sold sealing scrolls. Naruto didn't know that someone could sell sealing scrolls or other sealing-related equipment. He made a memory to save that information for later. Finally, they browsed at the different weapons they had on display as Naruto and Hiruzen looked over them. "You know, Naruto, your mother is very powerful when it comes to the art of a sword. She could probably fight the 7 swordsmen equally and come out on top if she wanted to," Hiruzen said as he picked up a katana, looked it over, and handed it to Naruto. "Maybe you might follow in her footsteps?" Naruto took the katana in his right hand. He held it in his hand and swung it through the air a little. He looked it over and had to admit it was a beautiful katana, and he knew the art of a sword was a major area of being a shinobi. There was Kiri, who he knew had the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist, 7 of the best there was with a sword. Kumo, he had been told, learnt an academy style of kenjutsu whilst in the academy and normally carried a sword with them. Then there was Iron Country, where they had samurai instead of shinobi and were training extensively in the art of kenjutsu. Hiruzen watched as a frown appeared on his face. "What's the matter, Naruto-kun?" "I'm not too sure, Gigi. It is just the sword does not feel right in my hands," he said as Hiruzen and Toranno looked in surprise. "Interesting." They both thought. As for the next 10 minutes, Naruto tried handling all the swords that Toranno had, but yet all of them just did not feel right in Naruto's hands, with him saying that they just felt off. "This is an interesting development," Hiruzen said, tapping his chin. "Are you sure wielding a sword is something you want, Naruto?" Naruto just nodded his head. "I want to be a great kenjutsu user and to one day surpass my Kachan." Toranno listened in and spoke what he was thinking. "You know, when my father ran this store, he always told me that a sword were like an extension of one's arm, and that swords in a way have a life of their own. He said that the wielder does not choose the sword, but instead the sword chooses the wielder. Maybe the reason you don't connect with the swords is because the sword you are supposed to wield has not been made yet," he offered as Hiruzen and Naruto thought about it. Little Tenten meanwhile just listened and watched from the top of the counter. "Would you make the sword?" Hiruzen asked as Toranno shook his head. "Not myself, but I have a trader from Iron Country that visits here a few times a year. He worked for my father and even did some business with. I can contact him and ask for a blacksmith to construct a sword for Naruto. The man he does dealing with, believe it or not, is Muramasa Sengo," he said, getting a look of surprise from Hiruzen. "Who is that, Gigi?" Naruto asked. "Muramasa Sengo is one of the best blacksmiths of our era, Naruto-kun. His katanas and weapons he makes are works of art, and many would like to get their hands on one of his swords. He is also the man who built your mother's katana," Toranno said, getting a look of surprise from Naruto. He had only seen his mother katana a few times since she always kept it in a storage seal on her wrist, but it was truly a beautiful katana. It was called the Katetsu, Seeing his mother wield a blade was one of the reasons he wanted to become great at Kenjutsu and to one day surpass her since she was the best in Konoha. Would you really be able to get Muramasa Sengo to make Naruto a sword? Hiruzen asked as Torano nodded. He was good friends with my father and always offered to help him. He gave me the same courtesy. Knowing that he is building a first-class katana for a boy who wants to be a great Kenjutsu wielder and uses its strength to protect those precious to him, I know he will say yes. It might take a month or two, but expect one of the finest katanas you will ever see becoming yours, Naruto, he said, making the boy smile brightly. We can sort out payment later, he said as they all nodded and paid for the current equipment in their basket. Chapter 6. Team 13 formed. So I would like everyone to say congratulations to your classmates Itachi Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and Anko Mitsurashi for passing the academy in just 1 year. Wish them all the best as they take their first major step as shinobi of the leaf. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko stood at the front of their class with smiles on their face as their fellow students called and told them well done. After a year at the academy, the teachers there along with the council knew that despite only being 9, that the 3 were more than ready to become genin. All 3 easily outclassed the others in the class and that keeping them in the academy would be a waste of their talents. Yugao, Heiate, and Hana clapped the loudest to their friends and had sworn that they would do their best to catch up with the trio by next year. Now the real path of being a shinobi begins, Naruto said as Itachi nodded like he normally did, while Anko grinned a big smile. It's about time too. I was beginning to get so bored here that I thought my head was going to roll off my shoulders from the boredom. I am honored to have the 3 of you in my class for the little time that you were here. Good luck in your shinobi careers. I know that all 3 of you are going to go far, their sensei said as he bowed back. Thank you, sensei, they said at the same time. Your new Jonin sensei has told me that you will meet them on the roof and that they will be there in 10 minutes' time. The 3 nodded, gave a wave to their 3 friends who did the same before they exited the classroom. As they got out of the room, they nodded to each other before maying the ram seal with their hand and shunshine to the roof. They had learnt that move from Hiruzen after Naruto had asked him to teach him a jutsu during one of their breaks from Fuinjutsu. He had thought about it for a few minutes before settling that Naruto was ready to learn the body flicker technique. Once he taught it to Naruto, the blonde boy then taught it to the others. Hana, Heiate, and Yugao struggled with it and was still trying to learn it while Itachi and Anko had it down within a few days. Arriving on the roof, the 3 sat together on the floor. Naruto read a book on Fuinjutsu. Itachi stared at the clouds while Anko twirled a kunai around her index finger. So any idea who we have as our sensei? Anko asked the 2 boys. Both shook their heads. No idea, but I hope they are strong whoever they are. I can't wait to get some more training done, Naruto said, showing just how much of a training nut he was. Thankfully, it was not on the level of a certain spandex-wearing jonin. Whoever they are, I am sure they are capable. Hokage-sama would not have put us with someone who could not handle the task. As they nodded, Naruto gripped his hand a little tightly on the sword that he was carrying in his right hand before he placed it in his lap. After 2 months of the order going out from Torino at the shinobi store, the katana that he was waiting for finally arrived. And when he first saw it, he could not help but admire how beautiful and different it was. Torino even said it must have been one of Masamune's finest work. The blade was 27 inches long, and the metal was much to his surprise black with a distinct red edge, and its handguard had flower-like edges. The handle was a dark purple color, while the sheath was plain black but had 2 Uzumaki spirals in red going up the side. One of the first things Naruto noticed was that it was a little bit heavier than other swords, but he was told that was due to the metal of the blade being harder and denser than other blades, which would give it more physical strength. He knew it would take a bit of time to get used to it, but since his weight seal were now up to 30 pounds on each limb, he knew the weight of the blade would not be a problem. When he had received it, he, Hiruzen, Shizune, and Tsunade had marveled at how elegant yet powerful the blade looked, with all 3 claiming they had never seen a blade quite like it. After receiving it, he had given it a name that he knew would one day make this blade famous. The Shusui. Everyone else agreed that the name just fit the blade. He made a storage seal on his wrist similar to his where his mother kept hers, since he wanted to keep the Shusui on him at all times. He tried to show Kushina the blade, but she only looked at it while it was in its sheath, much to his annoyance. He debated in his head whether to ask her to teach him kenjutsu, but due to past experiences of wanting to ask either Kushina and Minato to train him, he decided against it and figured he would eventually come across a style that worked for him. Until then, he could practice with it nonetheless. When it was not sealed up, it was strung to his side. He didn't want to strap it since it just felt right staying in his hands. If I ever meet Muramasa, then I must give him my eternal thanks for this, he thought. As he thought about his sword, an energy signature he recognized appeared to be heading towards them at a great speed. Itachi and Anko saw him tense up a little and were now on alert since they recognized when Naruto could sense someone. While they readied to defend themselves, they saw Naruto quickly relax, indicating whoever it was they were not hostile towards them. Just as they three settled, a swirl of leaves appeared in front of them. When the leaves all disappeared, they all looked in surprise, especially Itachi when the person standing in front of them was none other than a Jonin uniform-clad Mikoto holding little Ria in her arms, who was giggling madly. "Mikoto Obasan? Ka-san? What are you doing here?" Itachi asked, since he was surprised to see his mother wearing her Jonin uniform. He could not remember the last time had seen her in her old shinobi uniform, which looked like most of the other uniforms, except she had only one sleeve, leaving the other arm bare, and wrapped around her left thigh was a gray sash with the kanji for fire on it, while on her back was a strap tanto. "Well, is that not obvious, Itachi-kun? You are waiting for your Jonin-sensei and here I am," she said, getting 3 gobsmacked looks before Naruto fist pumped the air. "Awesome. Mikoto Obasan is our sensei." He cheered as little Ria looked a little confused but cheered as well. Anko looked happy since she knew that Mikoto Uchiha, aka Konoha no Hai Misudarisu, Fire Mistress of Konoha, was one of the best kunoichis in the village. She was up there with Tsunade and Kushina. "Are you sure, Ka-san? But what about Sasuke and Ria? And does Tu-san know about this?" "Do not worry, Itachi-kun. Sasuke will stay with one of our sitters while Ria will be with me during our D-rank missions. Then when we eventually get to higher missions, I will arrange for some of the other clan members to watch over them while I am with you all. And do not worry about your father. Even if he does not like it, I am a shinobi of this village and I felt it was time to get back into this life. Plus, I have always wanted to take a genin team, and who better than the team my son is in," she said, kissing his forehead, making him blush a little while Ria sat in her big brother's lap. "Well, now that I am here, we can introduce ourselves to one another, since it is a must-do for a new team," she said as she sat in front of her new team. "Say your name, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. I will start. My name is Mikoto Uchiha. I like my family, fire jutsus, my friends, and the village. My dislikes are traitors, rapists, those who hurt children, and those that dare to hurt my family. My hobbies are learning something new every day and cooking. My dreams for the future has already come true," she said as she looked at her oldest and youngest and smiled. "Anko, why don't you start?" "My name is Anko Mitsurashi. I like my few friends, dango, fighting, and blood," she said, making them sweat drop a little at the last part. "My dislikes are perverts, men who think women can't be as strong as them, arrogance, and more. My hobbies are making people who I don't like miserable. My dreams for the future, to kill a certain white snake," she said as she got serious at the last part. Her 2 teammates looked at her curiosity since she had never mentioned that last part before, whilst Mikoto narrowed her eyes. She, like the other higher-ups in the village, were aware of Anko's past and understood why she wanted that as her dream. Itachi was up next. "My name is Itachi Uchiha. My likes are my friends, family, ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and visiting cafes. My dislikes are those who try to hurt my precious people, stake, and those who think they are better than everyone else and who only crave power for selfish reasons. My hobbies are meditating and training to be a great shinobi. My dream is to protect my home and surpass the Uchihas of old. And now our last member," she said, nodding to Naruto, who nodded. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. My likes are my precious people, ramen, fuinjutsu, and kenjutsu. My dislikes are people who try to hurt my precious people, rapists, perverts, and those that gain power for selfish reasons. My hobbies are training, spending time with my Gigi and my friends. And my dream for the future is to surpass my parents and to become a great protector of the village." "That is a wonderful dream, Naruto. It sounds like you want to be Hokage one day." Naruto shrugged. If my path as a shinobi leads me there, then I guess so. Me, Ria said as she put her hand up, wanting to have a go, making the others laugh at the cute little girl. Another time, Ria-chan, Makoto said, taking her daughter from her eldest and making the girl pout a little. So what do we do now? Naruto asked. Well, now we will break up for the rest of the day. We don't need to get familiar with one another since we all know each other. Tomorrow I want all of you to go to Training Ground 13 since I want to test how strong the three of you are. I have an idea on Itachi and a little on Naruto, but none on you, Anko. I want you all there at 9 a.m. Understood. Hi, Sensei. The three spoke, making Makoto smile. This is going to be an interesting experience. I can't wait to rub in Kushina's face, she thought, chuckling evilly in her mind. Since you are the only team who have currently graduated from the academy, the three of you are automatically made genin. I hereby announce us as Team 13, she declared, getting big smiles from Naruto and Anko and a small smile from Itachi. Nodding and smiling at them and saying goodbye, Makoto shunshined away with Ria in her arms, leaving the new genin team alone. In Hokage office, Minato sat behind his desk, putting a hand through his hair as he sat across from one of the few men in the elemental nations that could fight him one-on-one. On his right was Kakashi and on his left was Jiraiya, whilst Kushina was sat next to him. Over on one of the sofas was Sarutobi with his pipe in his mouth, as remained passive but on alert with their guests. The man in front of them was the fourth Reikage of Kumo and the man who Minato had many battle with in the past. Was a big man with dark skin and whitish blonde hair that was slicked back with a goatee on his chin. He wore his Reikage cloak and hat, whilst around his wrists were golden weights and around his waist was a large gold belt. Beside there were two men. One had white spiky hair that covered part of his left eye and also wore a standard white Kumo flak jacket. On his back was a cleaver-like sword, and on his right arm was the symbol for black lightning. To his right was a Caucasian man wearing the standard Kumo shinobi uniform but had bandages wrapped around the top of his head, and his forehead protector covered his right eye. Welcome to the Leaf Village, Reikage-sama. I am happy that you made it here safe and sound. Minato spoke as he snorted a little, but thanked him nonetheless. Yes, well, since we are here, we may as well get right down to it. No sense at postponing this, he said as Minato nodded, while Kushina kept her guard up. Since the attempted kidnap on her life by Kumo shinobis when she was younger, she had always been very weary around Kumo shinobi. To be frank, she did not trust them one little bit. I agree. I see no reason why our two villages should have to be at each other's throats, nay more, and I am more than willing to put the past behind us if it mean the Leaf and the Cloud can finally see each other as allies other than enemies. I agree as well. As Reikage, the safety of my village is my top priority, and it will always come first. If it means keeping any ridiculous wars from breaking out again, then I will do it. Minato nodded to that as well. Though he and never exactly saw eye to eye, he was glad that as the Kage of his village, he understood that alliances would truly benefit one another. Kumo had always been more militarized than Konoha, but then again Kumo had always been a very tightly knit and army-like village, whereas Konoha was a bit more relaxed in that sense but always kept their guard up. I am surprised that your brother B is not here. Normally the two of you are inseparable, Minato asked as he narrowed his eyes a little at the comment. B is a Jinchuriki, therefore he knows that his place is to stay at the village and be a protector Kumo. As a Jinchuriki, he is a tool to be used to keep Kumo safe. The Leaf Ninja frowned at that, but knew that was mostly how other Jinchuriki were treated. Like, you know, I have always been curious to who the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi was. Since you know who Kumo's Jinchurikis are, do you not think we should know who yours is? That made everyone tense, while Kushina and Minato looked at the man dangerously. Something that made the white-haired man tense and prepare himself. Kakashi did the same. That information is classified, Reikage-sama. Minato spoke in a calm and even tone. Oh, so do you believe that my village does not deserve to know of your weapon while you know ours? Said with his voice getting a little louder. Kushina slammed her fist on the table. Jinchurikis are not tools that you can control simply because of what they contain. They are human beings who carry a great burden on their shoulders. I didn't look affected by the comment, but instead just raised an eyebrow at her outburst, while Minato smoothed her by rubbing small circles on her hand. You are oddly protective towards them, which leads me to guess that your Jinchuriki is someone close to you. All the leaf shinobi tensed again and were mentally preparing themselves for some kind of confrontation since Kushina's face contorted to a look that showed she was ready to kill. Well, if you won't tell us, then perhaps it was a mistake coming here, since you cannot be honest with us when we are being honest with you. Honest? Kushina said, snorting. Like how you tried to kidnap me when I was a girl and yet tried to deny it. Yes, very honest. What my father did when he was Reikage does not fall to me. To be honest, I never really understood the big fuss about you Uzumaki. All you were ever good at was Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu. The rest you were just mediocre at. Kushina looked like she was about to bow up at the comment it was making at her, while the white-haired man just shook his head and face-palmed. Minato did the same thing, knowing this meeting was not going well at all. And Kushina had never liked each other, and he knew it was a mistake bringing her to this meeting. Perhaps coming here was a mistake, said, standing up from his chair, making everyone else stand up as well. Perhaps we can speak more of this tomorrow. Let's keep a cool head. Think on it tonight and then resume tomorrow the details of the alliance. Minato offered, since he really wanted some kind of treaty to be formed between their two villages which could stop any confrontations from happening in the future. Minato did not wish for another war to break out. He wanted to keep the children of the village to have to succumb to that path. Scoffed but nodded nonetheless. Tomorrow we will continue this. Until then we shall take up residence in the Golden Leaf Hotel, he said as Minato nodded. Then jumped through the window, making his departure from the meeting. The white-haired man sighed before giving Minato a small smile. Sorry about the window. It's okay. We know of a few people who tend to not use doors, Minato said, motioning to Jiraiya, who scratched the back of his. The white-haired man nodded and walked out through the door with the other man following behind him. When the door closes, everyone breathed easily despite how badly the meeting went. Well, that could have gone better, Kushina said as she checked her nails as everyone playfully glared at her while she whistled innocently. With Team 13, night began to fall as Naruto, Anko, and Itachi sat at Ichiraku's ramen, while Shizune sat to the side of them with Mito and Eiji by her side. She was looking after the children since, after the meeting with the Reikage, many of the clan heads were having a get-together. Mito and Eiji sat on their seats playfully swinging their legs with noodle hanging from their lips, while Naruto had little Mina seated on his lap, who was now almost a year old and was clapping her hands as Naruto fed her a little bit of ramen. Those of Uzumaki blood just naturally like ramen, no matter how young, Shizune commented as Itachi and Anko nodded in agreement. You love ramen, don't you, Mina-chan? Naruto said to his baby sister, who just nodded her head and gave him a smile showing the few teeth she had. Ah, she is so sweet, aren't you, Munchkin? Anko said. Despite being a very tough and tomboyish girl, even she had to admit that little Mina was adorable. Naruto smiled at the interaction between Mina and Anko while Itachi smiled at the scene. Naruto then felt a pull on his sleeve only to see Mito and Eiji looking at him with big eyes and holding their arms out. Naruto had a strange look on his face as he stared down at his two siblings. Despite loving them both, the whole thing with his parents and their attention was due to the twins, and in all honesty he had been a little distant from Mito and Eiji, especially Mito since she was very clingy towards him and just wanted to follow him everywhere. Mina, despite nearly being one, was showing the same signs. The two little girls just loved being with their big brother. Eiji was the same but not as clingy. Shizune saw his slight dilemma and picked up the two twins. No, I want Naru, Mito complained as Eiji nodded in agreement, but Shizune gave them a warm smile. No, sweeties, it's time to go home. You both need your baths, she said, getting a disagreeable look on the twins' faces. Mito-chan, Eiji-chan, Naruto said, getting the twin attention. When I come home, I will try to read you a bedtime story. Okay? He said, getting smiles from the two, making a small smile appear on Naruto's face in return. Shizune then put the two down and placed Mina into the stroller, who began to cry a little, not wanting to be out of her big brother's warm embrace. Naruto, are you coming? Shizune asked. Not just yet, Ne-chan. I gonna have one more bowl. Alright, but be home soon. You might be a shinobi now, but you're still 9 and you need your sleep, she said. That goes for all of you too. Anko and Itachi nodded as well, and then watched as Shizune gave Naruto a kiss on the forehead before leaving with Mito, Eiji, and Mina back to their home. As they left, Naruto sensed the umbus that were watching over them move to follow Shizune and his 3 siblings. They watched them go before Itachi turned to Naruto. "Still trying to put space between them, aren't you?" he asked as Naruto sighed a little and nodded. Enko looked at him weirdly. "Why are you trying to put space between them? They are adorable. I just want to eat them up," she said while Naruto just didn't say anything. "It's just some personal business, Enko-san," Itachi said, making Enko look at them both weirdly before she nodded. The trio sat there as they talked to one another, sometime also speaking to the ramen stand owner Tuchi, who the 3 saw as a nice middle-aged man who was happy to help any who needed help. He had a daughter their age, Iam, who they had seen a few times. As Enko and Itachi spoke with Itachi, Naruto's sensor abilities picked up on something that he felt was irregular. He could feel the Kumo shinobi along with the Reikage enter the moment they entered the village. The Reikage stood out among the other 2 since his power was enormous, the same as his father and his Jiji. Naruto hoped of the stool and stood in the middle of the empty street as he looked in the direction of where the signature was coming from. "Naruto-kun, what is it?" Enko asked as she and Itachi followed him. "One of the Kumo shinobi," he said, already putting the 2 on alert. "He not at the hotel with the others. He over by the Hyuga compound." "Why is he there?" Naruto said aloud, making Itachi and Enko widen their eyes. "You don't think he is going to kidnap a Hyuga, do you?" Enko asked, since they were both aware that Kumo for some reason desired the Hyuga clan dojutsu, the Byakugan. "Let's go check it out," he said as the 2 nodded and headed towards the Hyuga compound. It only took a few minutes before they arrived on one of the buildings opposite the Hyuga compound, and Naruto immediately began scanning the area for the Kumo shinobi he could sense. After a moment of search, he saw a black-clad figure against one of the outer walls, showing it to be the Kumo shinobi with the forehead protector covering his right eye. In his right arm, their eyes widened when they saw the Hyuga heiress, Hinata Hyuga, unconscious in his left arm. "Enko, go warn my father. Now," he said as Enko did not need to be told twice before taking off as fast as she could. "All the clan heads are at that gathering." He knew the head of the Hyuga clan would not be here, Itachi said as Naruto nodded. "We have to buy some time. We can't let him get away." Naruto and Itachi took a deep breath, knowing this could go very badly, but they were shinobi of the lead now, and it was their duty to protect the people who live there. As the Kumo shinobi was about to move both boys through shuriken towards him, the Kumo shinobi sensed them coming and dodged out the way and landed a little to his left. He looked to his left and his eyes widened a little when Naruto appeared a little in front of him with the shusui unsheathed and descending towards his head. He expressed interest in the black sword for a moment before he grabbed a kunai from his right pocket and blocked the strike, though buckled a little from the strength of the blade and saw his kunai crack in a few places. However, when he blocked and focused on Naruto, Itachi appeared to the side and grabbed Hinata from the man's grasp. They both heard the man curse loudly as Itachi jumped away as fast as he could, with Naruto doing the same. They regrouped with each other while protecting Hinata. "Give me the girl, brats. You don't want to piss me off," he said, taunting them. "We are shinobi of the leaf. We will not let you kidnap one of our own," Naruto said back. The man laughed before making a few hand seals. "Let's see if the you brats can live up to what you claim," he said. "Raitun Dendu Undri." A thin wire of lightning erupted from his midsection and shot all around him and toward Naruto and Itachi, aiming for their stomach as if wanting to bisect them. Naruto jumped in the air while Itachi managed to jump just before the man performed the jutsu. When Naruto looked at Itachi, he saw red and 3 tomos in each eye. Sharingan, he thought, believed Itachi used it to predict the man's movement. As they jumped, the Kumo appeared in front of Naruto and kicked the small blonde and knocked him to the ground. He did the same to Itachi, but with the Sharingan activated, Itachi managed to dodge the swipes and kick them and was giving him but could not attack due to having Hinata still in his arms. Itachi gritted his teeth a little since he could not fight back, but then heard Naruto's voice. "Water style. Water bullet," he said as balls of water made their way towards the Kumo ninja. The Kumo nin jumped out of the way, enabling Itachi to appear in the gardens of the Hyuga compound and lay her on the ground before going back to the battle. Returning, he saw Naruto with his blade redrawn, blocking quick and powerful strikes from the Kumo nin. Though Naruto was managing to block, the man's superior strength forced him to get pushed back and against a wall. The Kumo nin grinned before finding kunai being thrown towards him. Cursing again, he humped back and away from the kunai. Naruto and Itachi then stood next to one another and charged towards the enemy. Naruto threw punches and palm strike towards the Chunin, specifically trying to hit a few of the weak and pressure points that Tsunade and Shizen had told him about. Itachi, meanwhile, was trying to sweep his legs with his Uchiha style. They tried pushing him back, but the man was an adult and his physical strength was superior, so they used their smaller bodies to dodge his strike, which were quite slow and were able to dodge them. Though he did manage to land a few hits on the two, he was surprised that they just kept getting back up and throwing strikes toward him. He swore he even felt a low-level genjutsu get put on him before he managed to quickly get RD of it with a pulse of chakra. The Achiha. He thought since he knew with the Sharingan, Itachi would try and put him in a genjutsu and trap him. The Kumo ninja started getting annoyed when the two genin did not let up before they both jumped back. Katan. Gokaku no Jutsu. Itachi called as a fireball erupted from his mouth and toward the ninja. The ninja saw it coming and jumped in the air to dodge it, but his eyes widened when he saw Naruto was now in front of him and had Shusui drawn out again. Naruto swung his blade just as the Kumo nin tried to push himself back. Despite the dodge, the tip of the Shusui sunk into the man and slashed him across the chest. Naruto landed next to Itachi, both who got in their stances again as the Kumo nin fell back a little and gripped his chest. "You little shit," he said as he checked his wound and saw it was shallow but went across most of his chest. "What are these kids? They are no ordinary children," he said and looked into their eyes. Itachi with his Sharingan and Naruto with his violet eyes gazed intensely towards him. "Raitun. Saji Furashu," he said as his two hands surged with lightning and put them together. He did not realize that Itachi had just coped his jutsu when he saw the hand signs. Just as the attack was about to be sent off, another strong chakra signature appeared around them and a blur shot out from the Hyuga compound and struck the Kumo ninja in the chest. "Hack Sanjuni Sho," the Hyuga cried out as he struck the Kumo nin 32 times in the chest. When it was over, Naruto and Itachi watched as the man stumbled back a little before blood spurted out of his mouth. His eyes rolled into the back of his head and dropped to the ground dead. They looked at the Hyuga and saw he looked just like the clan head Hayashi, making them realize he was Hisashi Hyuga, the younger twin brother of Hayashi Hyuga. Hisashi glared at the fallen man before he made his way over to the two boys and gave them a bow. "Thank you for protecting Hinata." They were about to respond before Naruto felt a large mass of multiple chakras appeared. From their right, they looked over and watched as Naruto's parents, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the clan heads appeared along with a few Umbu. "Naruchan, Itachi Kun." Naruto and Itachi winced a little when they heard their mother's voices and quickly found themselves glomped by Kushina and Mikoto, who began to threat and check them over. Both saw the bruises that were beginning to form on their faces and glared towards the fallen shinobi. When the two mothers were told by the two boys they were okay, Kushina nodded and joined Minato, who was speaking to Hisashi with the others while Mikoto hung back with the boys. Naruto watched as Itachi went a little red with Mikoto still checking him over and was planting kisses on him. From where he could stand, he could hear his mother saying they should check on the twins and Mina. Even now, they are all she can think about. Naruto thought a little bitterly as he looked down at the ground as he shook slightly. Shaking his head a little, Naruto began to walk away and just made his way home while Itachi gave him a sad glance while Mikoto just wondered what had him so down. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Hiruzen, who had heard what Kushina said, looked at Naruto with sadness in their eyes. "We need to talk to them about this Sarutobi-sensei. Look at Naruchan, even if he doesn't necessarily show it, the way they treat him is affecting him. I heard from Shizen that he is distancing himself from the twins. It's like he doesn't want them to get too close to him," said Tsunade, worry clear in her voice. "While I agree with you, Tsunade-chan, the question still remains. How would we get them to see what they are doing to young Naruto? I doubt they even realize that their actions, or rather inaction, is causing him any sort of grief," he replied, also worried about the young boy that he saw as a grandson. "At moment, the only thing we can do is wait and see if they will realize their mistake before it is too late." Chapter 7. Lessons. Naruto stood at the north gate of Konoha as he waited for his team and sensei to arrive so they could go on their mission. Today marked their first C-rank mission ever, and Naruto could not help but feel a little excited. The night the Kumo shinobi had attempted to kidnap the Hyuga heiress, the Hyuga clan as well as the shinobi council had been extremely thankful towards him, Itachi and Anko, since if it was not for Naruto and Itachi holding the ninja back and Anko going to warn the Hokage, then they may have lost the Hyuga heiress. As a reward, they made the rescue completed a ranked mission and all 3 genin got the pay. It also set a new record as Naruto, Itachi and Anko became the youngest team to ever go on an A-ranked mission. Mikoto of course gave them a small scolding, but they knew that was just the mother in her talking. Though she was extremely proud of her first genin team and knew from that moment that Naruto, Itachi and Anko would go on to do great things. They had their test the next day, which was basically to let Mikoto see their level of strength. She was not disappointed and, on more than one occasion, had found herself on the defensive before managing to push them back and subdue them. It made the trio realize that Mikoto was a very powerful woman who had rightfully earned the title of Fire Mistress of the Leaf. Since then, for the next 6 months, they went on simple D-rank missions all around the Leaf Village. They came up with a simple routine which was to perform D-rank missions in the morning, and then they would break for a lunch break before meeting up again for a few hours in the afternoon to train. Mikoto had managed to find certain aspects with each of the 3 to help train them, in which she was thankful for, since she was not the type to leave one out while focusing on the other 2. With Itachi, she helped him with his ninjutsu and genjutsu since they both had the Sharingan. Anko was taijutsu, and she would spend a good hour or more just blazing it out with the girl while also focusing on her elemental ninjutsu, which she decided to learn after seeing the 2 boys use theirs for the first time. Not surprising, she had fire element as well, which was a bonus. With Naruto, she struggled with for a short while before she could also help him with his taijutsu and kenjutsu. Though she used a tanto as a weapon other than a katana, the dynamic were similar, plus it gave Naruto plenty of time to practice his kenjutsu skills against his sensei and improve them. As Naruto thought of his skills, he looked down to the ground and stared at his 2 hands. He had always wondered what could help him stand out from his parents and teachers, since they were all very world-renowned. His father had the Hiraishin, his mother had her kenjutsu, and both had fuinjutsu. Mikoto had her fire jutsu, Tsunade her healing skills and super strength, Jiraiya had his toujutsus, Kakashi had his chidori, Itachi his Sharingan, and Sarutobi with his bojutsu and decades of experience. He had wondered what would set him apart from the rest. And it was 1 month ago when he finally found just what that was. Flashback. Naruto panted a little as Tsunade threw another punch, towards which he managed to jump to the side and dodge at the last second. He regained his footing and charged towards Tsunade. This was one of their normal taijutsu spars that Tsunade began ever since she began teaching him. They were in a small training on the Senju compound that they used recently over the few years, since Tsunade was the last of her clan and she did not want to see her ancestral home collect dust. He threw his right fist towards her, which she caught almost effortlessly in her right hand. When she did, Naruto's right leg came up and swung from the side as well. Tsunade brought up her left elbow and blocked the strike. "Got you now, Naru-chan," she said with a smirk before her eyes flickered to the side to see his left fist now coming toward her. Having used the momentum to push another strike towards her. It was about to strike, but she dodged the strike by moving her head to the side before she spun around on the spot and threw him towards the other end of the area. Naruto managed to land on his feet, but due to the speed he was going at, he fell into his behind and hit a tree. From the sidelines, Shizune and Hiruzen winced a little at the impact but saw that Naruto was already getting back up before he went forward and charged again, quickly engaging Tsunade again. Naru-chan sure has spirit. He and Tsunade-sama have been going at it for 2 hours now, and he is still going. Shizune commended, though she was not surprised given the Uzumaki stamina. Naruto-kun has come a long way in these few years. Hiruzen commented, amazed at how far the young blonde had come since he began his training with them. "Are you and Tsunade still planning on showing him the Shozen Jutsu?" he asked as Shizune nodded. Tsunade-sama wants him to know it just in case of emergencies, plus his chakra control has only gotten better. I dare say a few more years and his control might surpass my own. She had even been thinking of giving him the Sozo Seze on his forehead, but she wanted to leave that decision to Naruto. Hiruzen nodded, knowing that while the Sozo Seze Tsunade created was indeed amazing, it had its drawbacks by shortening one's lifespan. Back with Naruto, Naruto panted as Tsunade kept throwing him around like a rag doll. Her taijutsu is just too strong. It is no wonder she hardly needs to use any ninjutsu or genjutsu. He thought before his eyes widened when her hand glowed blue and she clenched it into a fist. "Be ready, Naru-chan," She shouted to him before she brought her fist down to the earth, causing the ground in front of her to begin cracking apart and causing the earth to tear apart. The ground around Naruto felt like an earthquake and did his best to keep his footing. Tsunade's strength was always going to be a game changer, even if she was the one who was winning. When he was about to jump out of the war zone, he felt his foot get stuck and trapped between a piece of the rubble and kept him in place as the ground in front of him burst open and debris went flying towards him. Tsunade, Hiruzen and Shizen saw his foot had gotten stuck and were about to dash over to help him when they stopped and watched Naruto perform a feat Hiruzen and Tsunade never thought they would ever see again. Not knowing what to do, Naruto unconsciously channeled chakra into his hands and grasped his palms together. Just as the rubble was about to hit, pillars of wood suddenly shot out of the ground and formed a protective dome around him which stopped the debris in its tracks. As the shaking stopped, complete silence was heard as Naruto looked at the wooden dome in front of him with eyes widened so much they looked like they would fall out. To the side, the three older shinobi were in a similar state as Tsunade had even dropped to her knees as she saw one of her grandfather's techniques. "It's not possible," Tsunade muttered, trying to understand what just happened, while Shizen was muttering that it had to be some kind of genjutsu and tried to dispel it. "Naruto," Hiruzen muttered as he looked at the boy who was in a similar state to them. "Just what are you going to become?" End flashback. A day I will never forget, Naruto thought as he and his three teachers came to the conclusion that somehow, which they were still trying to figure out, that Naruto had received the most legendary bloodline Konoha had ever had, the Mokuton. For the time being they kept it a secret, since if word got out to enemies of Konoha or even to some of the higher-ups in the village like the elders or Danzo that Naruto had the legendary Mokuton of the Shodai Hokage, Naruto's life would never be the same. "Naruto-kun," he heard snapping him out of his daze as he saw Mikoto along with Itachi and Anko at her side coming towards him. "Do you have everything you need?" Mikoto asked as he showed a scroll in his right hand. "So to recap, what was the mission again?" Naruto asked, wanting to familiarize with the mission as much as possible. "It's very simple, really. We are to take this scroll," Mikoto said, waving a small scroll in her hands before sealing it away into her wrist. "And we have to deliver it to Mifune, the general of Iron Country. The scroll has updates on the next shipment of chakra metal that we get traded with from Iron Country." "I thought Iron Country was a neutral country. Plus it has samurais, not ninja," Anko asked. "It is, but even though it does not align itself with the other nations, it does trade with them since Iron Country is a cold nation and it needs things like food imported since they can't grow food well in cold climates." "Then let's go. Can't wait. This will be my first time out of the village," Naruto said. Itachi quickly said the same while Anko stayed quiet. Team 13 set off from Konoha to the cold conditions of Iron Country. 2 days later, Naruto, Mikoto, Itachi, and Anko sat on 2 logs as they stopped for a short moment to take a breather from tree jumping and to get some food in their stomachs. 2 days of traveling were an interesting experience for the 3 genin since their D ranks only ever took a few hours at the most. Naruto was currently eating a few onigiri he had made prior to the mission. Another thing his Nachon Shizen had drilled into his head was how to make simple basic meals that could be taken on missions and which would not take up much room. Onigiri had quickly gone to the top of the list and he made sure to make enough for the trip there and back. Mikoto and Itachi were eating some leftover stew that Mikoto had made for dinner before they left, while Anko was eating some dango she acquired before they left Konoha. As they ate, Naruto began to pick up on multiple signatures closing in around them and were coming towards them at a fast pace. He looked towards Mikoto, who had already picked it up, as had Anko and Itachi. The 4 nodded to each other and silently readied their weapons. A minute later, a swarm of arrows suddenly flew out of the woods around them and hit them, only for all 4 members to burst into smoke and be replaced by a log. Naruto blocked a sword strike from an overweight bandit before he kicked the man in the gut, which knocked him back and knocked him out. A dozen or so men, who were obviously bandits, ran into the small area where they had been eating. They obviously thought they could win against 3 children and a woman. "Where did they go?" one asked as they looked over the logs that were now on the ground. Just as another was about to speak, a rustle from above them made them look up to see Team 13 drop out of the trees and in the center of them before they began to attack. Naruto dropped between 2 and managed to split kick them both in the face, making them get knocked back. When one of them got back up, he ducked a strike and landed a strong strike on his left kneecap, making it break in the process, as well as the bandit fell down holding his knee in pain. The other got up, but before he could do anything, Naruto threw a bunch of shuriken towards him, pinning him to the tree. From his side, he watched as Makoto and Itachi easily took out the bandits around them, though Makoto just looked bored if anything and was simply chopping the back of their necks and quickly tying them up or drove her tanto through their chests. He watched as Anko shot a snake out of her sleeve, to which the snake then bit down on the man's jugular, causing blood to pour out of his throat and drop to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Anko had killed, and he noticed she had no problem with it. It made him wonder if she had ever killed before. He dodged a swing of a large wooden club and kicked the man square in the face, making him fly back and hit a tree. He sensed around and felt there were only a few of the bandits left, which quickly were taken out by Itachi and Makoto. However, he suddenly felt a small burst of killing intent hit him. It was nothing in comparison to what he was used to during his spars with either Makoto or Tsunade, but it was enough for him to notice it. His body acting on autopilot, he turned round, readied his blade, and threw it forward. When he did, he felt a small warm splash hit his face. He wiped his other hand over the wet splash and looked at his hand in front him. Blood. When he looked forward, he saw a man in his early 20s wearing similar clothing to the other bandits around them, with a chipped sword in his hand. Naruto's blade was in front of him, currently stabbing the young man in the chest. Naruto had a look of horror appear on his face as he realized what he had done, and his hand began to shake. His eyes stared into the man's brown ones and watched as they suddenly rolled into the back of his. Naruto slowly took his blade out of his chest and just stood there as the man fell to the ground as his breathing stopped completely. "Naruto?" Makoto asked from behind him as Anko was seen standing behind Itachi, who had just thrown up. He had taken his first life as well by snapping one of the bandits' necks. Anko patted his back gently as Itachi just stared down at the ground. "I killed him. I didn't mean to, it just happened. My body reacted on its own," he said, stuttering as Makoto closed the distance between them and placed her hands on his shoulders. "The first kill is always the hardest to take," she thought as Naruto suddenly ran from her grasp and, like Itachi had done moments ago, threw up behind a bush. As he did that, Makoto began collecting the bodies of the dead bandits and placed them in a pile. She then performed a few fire jutsus and set the bodies on fire so that the bodies could be properly disposed of. The ones that were still alive did not stay alive for long before Makoto slashed their throats with her tanto and added them to the burning fire. Afterward, her gaze softened towards Naruto and her son. This was one of the reasons she wanted the C rank. The way to Iron Country was known for having a lot of bandit encampments, and she wanted Naruto and Itachi to have their first kill. It was always tough for a genin to kill, but killing was in the job description of being a shinobi. She saw Anko was okay, which she knew she was. Anko had already killed due to her past tutoring. By having their first kill, they would not hesitate to do so again later on. Though she was 13 when she had her first kill, and the memory of the man she killed still appeared in her head from time to time, but Naruto and Itachi were strong, a lot stronger than others their age, and she knew deep down that they could take it, handle it, and rise above it. "Come on," she said, patting Naruto and Itachi's shoulders and rubbing them gently. "Let's get moving. We should cover as much ground as we can while we still have light," she said, making the three genin nod. Naruto and Itachi were a little slower than normal, but that's because their first kills were on their minds and would be for a few more days. 2 days later, "The scroll we were sent to deliver, Mifune-sama," Makoto said as she, Naruto, Itachi, and Anko stood in a large office that had numerous blades and samurai armors decorating around it. On one of the walls was 3 picture frames hanging up showing 3 men all dressed in samurai armor and all looking very powerful and intimidating. "Thank you, Uchiha-san," a man said from behind the desk as he took the scroll politely from her and began to read the contents of it. Mifune was an elderly man, so to speak, perhaps in his late 40s, early 50s. He had long purplish hair that showed signs of graying, along with bandages that wrapped around the top of his head, along with a small mustache. He wore a simple navy blue kimono with black sandals. Strapped to his side, Naruto saw a katana with a black handle strapped to his side. Beside him were 2 samurai wearing the traditional Iron Country armor, along with the helmets, which Naruto had to admit looked a little strange. After a few minutes of reading with an expressionless look on his face, Mifune nodded and gave them a small smile. "The terms in this scroll are agreeable. Allow me a few minutes to write up a reply scroll, he said as he brought out a blank scroll and some ink. He began to write as the team stood there silently as they waited. After he finished, he handed the new scroll back to Mikoto, who bowed and thanked him. They were about to leave, but Mifune stopped them. If I were you, Uchiha-san, I would stay in town for a day or two. There is a strong blizzard that will be coming through the area tonight. Anyone who gets caught in it will most likely freeze to death, he said. I see. Thank you for the information and looking out for my team, Mikoto said, bowing to him again to show her thanks. As Naruto, Itachi, and Anko began to leave the room, Mifune used a few hand signals to send a silent message to Mikoto. The two boys had looked so emotionless and both had a tired and worn-out look on their faces. What is wrong with the two boys? Mikoto sighed a little sadly and made a few hand signs in return. First kill. Mifune immediately had a look of understanding cross his face, since it did explain everything. He nodded to her as they left and sat back in his chair while putting his sword in his lap. He noticed Naruto's blade in his right hand, couldn't help but feel intrigued. He knew that not many from the leaf practiced in Kenjutsu, and it made him a little curious at how he was progressing. Early next morning, Naruto lay on his bed as just stared up at the ceiling spread all over his futon with the image of the man he killed still on his mind. Every time he tried to fall asleep, he would see that man standing in front of him. I wonder if this happens to others who kill for the first time, he thought as he looked out the window to see it was still dark outside, though the morning sun was slowly pushing its way through. He looked over to see Itachi was asleep, having spoken with Mikoto for a few hours about it the night before, and he looked a lot better than he did. Mikoto did the same for Naruto. However, even with her words, it would not leave his mind. Realizing he would not be getting any more sleep for the time being, he got out of his futon and put his clothes on. He carried Shusui in his right hand and made his way out of his room, which Mifune had kindly given them during their stay in Iron Country, and not get caught in the blizzard during the night. Making his way through the hallways as well as looking at some painting and decorative samurai armors that were presented on display, Naruto eventually stopped at one of the indoor training room that they were told they could use. Since the environment of Iron Country was not the best to train in, the samurai had multiple giant rooms made for the sole purpose of training. In the room Naruto went in, there were training dummies made of both wood and stone, a large circle about 10 meters wide for small time spars to take part in, as well as racks for weapons of various kinds. He went over towards one of the wooden training dummies and unsheathed Shusui and began to train with his sword. The blade didn't feel very heavy to Naruto anymore, since he had carried it around for nearly 6 months and had both grown accustomed to it as well as got physically stronger. For about 30 minutes Naruto danced around the wooden dummy, slashing and stabbing at the straw dummy, though since he had no specific sword style, he was just sort of going with the strikes. From behind him, a pair of eyes rested on him as they watched him attack the straw dummy. Where Naruto was, he could feel someone watching him but did not let on that he knew. They did not feel like a threat, but more like they were curious, as if they wanted to see what he would do next. A few moments later, the figure that was watching Naruto dashed forward at great speed with a katana in their hand and swung towards Naruto. Naruto, feeling them suddenly appear behind him, turned around as quick as he could and blocked the strike with Shusui. Turning around, he was surprised to see Mifune standing there in front of him, examining both Naruto and Naruto's sword. Lord Mifune, Naruto said in surprise as he quickly sheathed his sword and gave the general of Iron Country a bow. My apologies for engaging you, Naruto said, but quickly saw that Mifune was waving it off. I engaged you, young Namikaze. It is I who should apologize. I wanted to see how well you acted with a blade since I saw you carrying it the other day. I must admit your reaction time with it is quite impressive. Thank you, Lord Mifune, Naruto said, a little taken back that one of the best sword users in the world was complimenting him. Though by your footwork and the way you hold the blade, you do not have a style for it? He asked as Naruto shook his head. Does your mother Kushina Uzumaki not teach you? She is an expert in Kenjutsu, last I checked. Since he found it odd that a boy with a mother as well versed with a blade as Kushina was, did not have a sword style already. Mifune watched as Naruto shifted a little as well as saw this small look of bitterness cross his face. My mother is a busy woman. She does not have the time to teach me and continue her other duties in the village, he said, looking away. I see, Mifune said before his face softened a bit. May I? he asked, wanting to take a look at Shusui. Naruto was a little hesitant since his sword was becoming one of the most precious items he had, but allowed it. Mifune took it and immediately noticed that it was heavier than other blades. He also noticed how different looking it was since the metal was black with a red wave-like pattern going down the middle of the blade ending at the tip, but admired its unique beauty. This is a strong blade. A blade meant for a lot of power and physical strength. To be able to hold a blade that is as heavy as it is at your age is impressive. Though you would need a style to fit this, he said as Naruto nodded. Come, Mifune said as he gave Naruto Shusui back and headed towards one of the sparring circles. They stood in the circle and Mifune drew his blade out of its sheath as Naruto did the same. Come at me with the intent to kill Naruto-san. Otherwise don't attack at all. Naruto bit his lip a little but nodded. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the handle of Shusui in a tight grip, though not too tight, and went forward towards Mifune. He swung at Mifune, who easily blocked the strike with his blade and first acted on the defensive, letting Naruto get a few strikes in. Every strike Naruto sent towards Mifune, the experienced samurai blocked it each time and blocked it with little difficulty. You must try much harder than that, Mifune said to Naruto as he spun, catching Naruto off balance and knocked Naruto in the chest with the back on his sword and making him stumble back. Shaking his head, Naruto went forward again, this time striking at a fast speed and trying to catch Mifune off guard. Mifune, though, once again blocked with ease and dodged the strikes. Naruto swung Shusui a little higher than before and brought it down at a greater speed and with a bit more power behind it. Mifune locked his blade with Naruto's, making a loud clang sound out through the training area. Naruto tried to push back, but Mifune's strength was greater and Mifune pushed him back before pushing him off a little bit and, like earlier, knocked Naruto back with the back of his sword. Naruto breathed in and out a little heavily, getting a little frustrated that he could not land a single strike on Mifune. He charged forward for a third time, but this time Mifune locked his sword with Naruto, spun it around in Naruto's hand before disarming Naruto with a swift chop to the back of his hand, making him drop Shusui. No! Naruto thought as he watched Mifune swung his sword towards him, obviously putting Naruto on the post and wanting him to think of his own way to get his sword back. As the strike was about to hit him, Naruto took a leap of faith. Please let this work, he thought as he waited for the strike to hit before he felt the air shift a little. Raising his hands up, he threw his hands in front of him and caught the blade in his palms. Mifune, for one, was a little taken back by the sudden move. The strike may not have been very strong since he was holding back a lot, but still to catch the blade in two palms like that had impressed Mifune. Not bad, he thought as he slid the blade out of Naruto's palms. He swung again towards Naruto, but this time Naruto used his stature to his use, ducked, and rolled towards his blade. Picking the Shusui up, he brought it up and deflected another strike. Not bad. Now you are thinking like a swordsman. However, you should never drop your sword in battle as your opponent may use it against you, Mifune said, and leading to example, pushed Naruto away again, but this time knocking Shusui out of his just enough to make it fly in the air. Mifune reached and grabbed it before holding the two blades against Naruto's neck in a scissor-like form. Naruto, meanwhile, was a little awestruck at how quickly that just happened, reaffirming how strong Mifune was. Mifune examined the boy. He has talent, that's for sure. If he works hard enough and find the right style, then he will be a force to be reckoned with. Mifune gave the sword back to Naruto, who accepted it before taking a few steps back. He sheathed his sword, but kept his hand on the handle. Again, he said, making Naruto look at him for a few seconds before smiling internally and charging forward as the two sparred for the next few hours. Mifune fully believing that Naruto was going to be a force to be reckoned with as he got older. One day later, Naruto packed his belongings and put them away into a storage seal as he and his team prepared to set off back for the Leaf Village. Itachi, Makoto, and Anko were waiting for him just outside the room as Naruto finished the last of his packing. Shusui was strapped to his side as he patted the handle. Having sparred with Mifune a lot during the stay, Naruto felt that he somewhat improved as a swordsman and was taught that to be a great swordsman, his sword must become one with him, like it was an extension of his body. Mifune also drilled into him to have patience, since patience was a key element for a swordsman. After their last spar, Mifune had been impressed with Naruto and told him to get stronger so that one day Naruto and Mifune could have a clash of swords like never before. As Naruto was about to leave, a small breeze went through the room, making Naruto stop, and a chakra signature appeared suddenly. However, it disappeared as quickly as it came. Turning around, he saw on one of the side tables a slightly large scroll now stood out. He went towards it and saw a note on the side. This style has no master and has yet to be mastered. It will teach you the basics and fundamentals but will allow you to create your own techniques. Perhaps you can be the first. Mifune. Naruto's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He was thankful that the general of Iron Country was nice enough to point out a few of his flaws and help improve them as well as a part with him. But now he really had to thank the man, for he believed he had found a style that would fit him. Naruto took the scroll and read the name of the side of it. Itoryu, one sword style. Weird name, Naruto thought as he opened it up and took a few glances at it before a grin appeared on his face. This is perfect, Naruto muttered before quickly sealing the scroll into a storage seal on his arm. As he left the room, he didn't notice Mifune standing with his back to the wall beside the window with his arms crossed and eyes shut. I look forward to seeing who you become, young Uzumaki, he said before disappearing. Naruto met back up with his team, looking back for a second at the compound before they finally began making their way back to Konoha. Chapter 8. Chunin Exams Written Test. And so do the three of you understand the importance of this? Minato asked in full Hokage mode as he sat behind his desk with Team 13 and Mikoto standing in front of him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko replied back in a respectful tone. Very good. The three of you are the only team from the Leaf Village this time around who will be competing in the Chunin exams. Therefore, the village has a lot of high hopes for the three of you. Yes, Hokage-sama, they said again. Mikoto watched her team with pride evident in her eyes. And above all else, give it your all and know that Konoha and all its inhabitants, shinobi and civilian, are behind you 100% and will be rooting for you every step of the way. The three of you are the best crop of genin we have had in a very long time. With what your sensei has been telling me, the three of you are more than ready for these exams, Minato said, looking at Naruto with pride evident on his face, though Naruto remained emotionless and looked at his father with slightly bored eyes. Thank you, Hokage-sama. We will do our best, the three said in unison. Minato nodded as he gave them their forms. Remember, you need those forms to get into the exams. So if you lose those forms, then none of you will be able to enter. The Chunin exams this year will be held in Suna, which is 3 days' journey away. The exams begin in 5 days, so you will need to get moving by tomorrow, he said as the three genin nodded and bowed to their Hokage before they turned to leave the room. Naruto, your Ka-chan would like to know what you want for dinner this evening since you won't be home for a while. She said she will make you whatever you want, Minato said, thinking Naruto would be smiling a big smile since he always enjoyed Kushina's cooking. Naruto heard his father and slowly turned around, which surprised Minato and Mikoto when they saw he was looking at them still with an emotionless look on his face. Tell Ka-chan not to worry. I'm having dinner round Gigi's tonight, he said. Before either could say anything, he shunshined away, leaving the two adults as the only ones left in the room. What was that about? Minato asked to himself as he looked at where his eldest was standing before turning towards Mikoto. Mikoto was also looking towards the spot where he had been standing with a similar thought in her head. She had begun to notice more and more lately that Naruto was becoming very distant, and one would even say a little cold towards his parents. He even tried to keep away from his siblings, though. She quickly saw that was not possible due to Mina and Mito's clinginess. Plus, he had been spending a lot more time at their compound with Itachi and Anko. I'm sure it is just nerves, Mikoto answered. I bet the shock of him being entered in the Chunin exam has made him a little nervous and a little withdrawn. We were all at that stage when we went to our Chunin exams. Do you remember Kushina during hers when she was 14? She asked, making Minato chuckle at the memory. Kushina had been so excited to being put into the Chunin exams that when the day actually arrived, she became a nervous wreck and on more than one occasion tried to pull out. Though when her confidence finally came back, she made sure everyone knew that she was going to become a Chunin and kick their ass to the moon and back. Naruto is probably just handling it differently. We all do handle certain situations differently. Minato sat there for a few moments before smiling. Yeah, you are probably right. I'm sure that's what it is. Though Kushina will be a little crushed that he won't be here tonight, but I'm sure she will understand. he said before saying goodbye to Mikoto and preparing to face the Kage's greatest enemy of all time, paperwork. Mikoto, meanwhile, as she left the room, had a frown marring on her face as she thought about her blonde-haired student and Genin. Naruto, what is wrong? What are you trying to hide? The Uchiha compound. Mikoto shunshined back home and immediately sought out her eldest son to ask him about Naruto's actions towards his parents. She found in the backyard playing with his younger sister, smiling towards his little sister. She walked forward and said, "Itachi, I wish to ask you something about Naruto." "So you noticed then? The way Naruto acts towards his family?" asked Itachi with a sad look on his face, as he thought about his closest friend and the problems he had at home. "Yes, I noticed. What is that about?" "He is so cold towards his parents and tries to push away his siblings," she asked, concerned about her student's well-being as well as the state of her best friend and rival's home. "When I first met Naruto, we were both 7, as you remember?" he stated, and the continued when his mother nodded. "Well, one of the first things I learned about him was that was very good at Fuinjutsu." "Yes, which is to be expected with who his parents are. I am sure that they taught him about Fuinjutsu at a young age, as is tradition of the Uzumaki clan," she stated, not knowing where this was going. "It wasn't his parents who taught him Fuinjutsu, it was the Sandaime. In fact, his parents didn't even teach him the basics of chakra control. He learned it from Shizen-san," replied Itachi, pausing to let everything he said sink in. "But why would he have to learn such things from other people? Surely if he had asked, his parents would have gladly taught him," she asked, not sure if she wanted to know the answer. Itachi just shook his head and looked towards Hokage Mountain, where you could just make out 2 figures on top of the Yondaime's head. Naruto did ask them to teach him. However, ever since the twins were born, they have become less attentive towards him. When Naruto asked his father and mother to teach him Fuinjutsu, his father simply gave him a book to give to the Sandaime when he took his lessons. He asked his mother to help him with his chakra and to learn about, and instead of making a shadow clone to do so, she told him that she was too busy and then passed him off to Shizune. Mikoto looked over at her son in shock and then towards the blonde speck on top of the mountain with sadness in her eyes. She couldn't understand what could possess 2 of her closest friends to act this way towards their son. "Why haven't you or anyone confronted them about how they treat Naruto? It's not how you think. They aren't doing it on purpose. They are unintentionally favoring the twins. As for why we haven't confronted them, Naruto told everyone not to. He thinks that it won't change anything, so he would rather endure it rather than have his parents think that he is starting things because he is jealous of the twins, which he is not," responded Itachi, smiling slightly as he turned towards his mother, which confused her greatly. After all, why would he be happy about that? Even after how his parents have treated him, albeit unintentionally, he loves his younger siblings to death. Mina, Mito, and Eiji mean the world to him, and he would fight to the death to ensure their safety. So, then his taijutsu and kenjutsu, they aren't anything that Minato or Kushina use, so who taught him? She asked, smiling sadly at the fact her student was suffering and she couldn't do anything about it. His taijutsu, as I'm sure you have realized, is a bastardized version of the Senju style in Goken. He was taught the Senju style by Tsunade-sama. However, the Senju style is defensive like the Uchiha style, so in order to counteract that problem he asked Gai-san to teach him Goken. Also, the Senju style and Goken were too restrictive for him, so he adjusted each style to work better with his body type, said Itachi as he made a face at little Ria which made her giggle and smile at her big brother. "I thought it seemed familiar, though I have trouble following it with my Sharingan. Do you have the same problem?" she asked, since even though he was younger, Itachi's eyes were sharper than hers. "Yes, I have much trouble following it since his style is more freeform than the normal structured style of either style, though I would be surprised if it was like that on purpose. Naruto and I are friends as well as rivals, so it would make sense for him to have something to counteract my eyes." "You asked about his kenjutsu, correct?" Itachi asked, still playing with Ria. "Yes, I did. I have never seen anything like it in all of Hai no Kuni," she replied, smiling as she watched her eldest and youngest play. "That would be because it is from Testa no Kuni and has never been used or mastered, as, like his taijutsu, it is free-formed." Apparently Mifune-sama saw that Naruto was having trouble with his first kill and found Naruto training in kenjutsu, which at that point he didn't even have a style, just natural talent. "They sparred while we waited out the storm at night. When we left, Mifune left him a scroll with the footwork and a challenge for him to become strong enough to face him on an equal footing one day. He said as he picked up Ria to take her inside for her nap, leaving his mother to mull over what she had been told. I will have to talk to Naruto to get the full story from him, though you can't help but be impressed that he has come so far with so little help. She thought, hoping to help the little boy whom she saw as a nephew. With Naruto, so you are going to be in the Chunin exams. Are you excited? Sarutobi asked Naruto as the two sat on top of the Shodame Hokage's head on the Hokage monument as they looked over the village as the sun began to disappear and let night settle in. Beside him, Naruto gave him an excited smile. I am. I really want to test myself against other strong people from the other villages. The stronger the better, I say. Well, remember not to get in too over your head. If you get too overconfident and cocky, then it may lead to your downfall. I have seen it do that to my shinobi during my life. Sarutobi lightly scolded, but Naruto nodded. I know, but I am just excited, that's all, he said. A complete 180 turn from what he was acting like earlier. Well, that is good then. Will you say goodbye to Tsunade and Shizune before you leave? He asked with Naruto quickly nodding. Good. I know they will miss you while you are gone. Those two will miss having their little blonde sunshine not be around for a while. Sarutobi then laughed at the pout on Naruto's face at being called a blonde sunshine. I will miss them too, but it won't be for long. Plus, if I make it into the final round, you will all come and watch me, right? Just try and stop us, Hiruzen said, making Naruto smile brightly. You would need an army of shinobi and more to stop Tsunade from going. He thought, since Tsunade truly did love and care for Naruto just like she did for Nawaki, but in a more maternal way. The same could be said for Shizune, since she had a big soft spot for the young blonde Uzumaki. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Shaking his head, Sarutobi then put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and gave him a serious look and telling him to pay close attention. Naruto knew this was his GG slipping into his Kami no Shinobi mode. Since there are going to be shinobi from other villages, there is a chance they will recognize you by your appearance and your name. Ninja of Kumo and IWA will most likely be participating, so you must be on your guard, he said as Naruto nodded. Especially after the Kumo incident here a year ago, we have become wary around them. I still don't understand why the alliance never happened. The Reikage said he knew nothing about the abduction and that the Kumanin had done it on his own accord. I could feel his chakra GG. If he was lying, then his chakra would have been all over the place. He was telling the truth. Yes, well, unfortunately, Naruto, even with that statement, the word of a lone genin would not be enough to change the mind of your father and the Shinobi Council. Plus, due to your mother's past experiences with Kumo, she already did not like the fact that they were here in the village. Naruto sorted a little, which was very much unusual for him. He responded very sarcastically. Yes, because those two were going to listen to B even if it was enough. Hiruzen frowned a little at the statement, but Naruto quickly changed the subject. I am also guessing that using my hidden bloodline is also a big no-no for the Chunin exams? He said, despite already knowing the answer. Yes, Naruto, it is imperative that no one knows you have the Mokutan until you are older and strong enough to fight off most threats. Because other villages might try to have me taken out if they find out? He asked as Hiruzen nodded his head. The Mokutan Naruto is recognized as one of the strongest bloodlines in the entire world. It is rivaled only by the Sharingan, yet many believe it is superior than the Dojutsu. The power to control and suppress the power of a tail beast is a power that many will desire. Plus, there are people in the village that might try to take advantage of it, he said as Hiruzen's face darkened a little. Yes, there are those in the shadows of the Konoha that will try to use that power, which could end up hurting the leaf more than helping it, he said as his thoughts trekked first to a few members of the councils who were known to be rather power-hungry before it settled on his old teammate and Konoha's war hawk Danzo. If Danzo ever gets his claws into Naruto, the man would not stop until Konoha is under his control. He thought before Naruto and Hiruzen let silence take over. One thought about who and what he would face in the future, while the other thought of the obstacles that his surrogate grandson would one day have to face. 5 days later, a cloaked, covered Team 13 trekked through the sands of the desert as they walked towards the giant gate of the Tsunade. The gates were made of massive stone and had 2 Chunin guards similar to what Konoha had stationed at the gate. Halt! State your names and purpose for coming to the Tsunade. one of the Chunin said as Makoto took off her hood and showed her Konoha headband. Makoto Uchiha with her genin team, here for the Chunin exams, she said as she handed the Chunin some forms as they looked it over. After a minute of looking, the guards nodded their heads. You're all a little late, aren't you? The exams start in an hour and most of the team are either already there or are heading that way. We got caught up in a sandstorm on the way here, so we had to take cover. We should have been here yesterday afternoon, but we had to bunker down for a day and let the storm pass. The Chunin both nodded in understanding since sandstorms were very common in the desert of Suna. If you got caught in one or attempted to brave it, then you most likely would not make it. Okay, well, the Chunin exams are taking place in the academy building on the west side of the village. You will probably see a few team head in that direction, so just follow them. One of the Chunin said as Makoto and the three genin all nodded and walked on through. Team 13 quickly made their way through the gates and headed towards their lodgings, which were at the Desert Possum Hotel. Once there, they deposited their bags while Naruto, Itachi, and Anko kept the things they knew they would need for these exams. Once done, Makoto led the trio towards the academy building on the east side. As they made their way there, they spotted a few other teams from the other villages. One was a group from grass country if the headbands were anything to go by, while another was from the rain. They kept their guard just in case until after 10 minutes they arrived at the academy building. Makoto stopped at the entrance and turned to look at her team, a proud smile marring on her face. You all have everything you need, right? She asked as the trio nodded at her. Know that the three of you have made me so proud this past year and are about to do something that very few people can say they have done within the space of a year. I know the three of you are going to go on to do great things if what I have seen from the three of you is anything to go by. I know the three of you can go all the way in this exam, but remember that in this exam not everything will be what it seems. So look underneath the underneath and pick out things that may seem little, but will end playing a big part in these exams. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko smiled towards their teacher and in Itachi's mother and bowed to her. Thank you for putting your faith in us, Makoto-sensei / Ka-san, and thank you for helping us get to this point in our ninja careers. Without you, we probably would not have gotten this far. Leaning down, Makoto placed a kiss on each of their foreheads, keeping her lips on Itachi's forehead a little longer than Naruto and Anko, and fought to keep any tears at bay. Though she had only been their sensei for a year, she had loved every moment of having the chance to train her eldest son and his two friends. We promise we will do our best and honor your teachings, they said together again as Makoto stood to the side and allowed them entry into the building. How them all and show the world why the three of you will one day be legends, she whispered to herself as she watched them go. Taking a slow breath, she shined away and went to join the other Jonin instructors, wanting to watch as her team progressed through the exam. With Team 13, Naruto walked in the center with Itachi on his right and Anko on his left as the trio made their way through the hallways of the academy. As they walked in, a Chunin proctor instructed them that the exams was on the 3rd floor and in the room 3A. As soon as the man had said that, the three already knew something about this exam was already fishy. As they walked up the stairs of the academy building, once they got up the stairs, they saw the room 3A in clear writing and saw a Grassnin team head into the room. Anko, thinking nothing of it at first, walked forwards and went towards the door but stopped when she felt Naruto and Itachi's hand rest on her shoulders. Hold up, Anko. This is not our floor, he said, making her look at him in a confused manner. But the door is right there. 3A, she said, but by the look on their faces she guessed that was not quite the case. What number was the room again? He asked as Anko lazily told him it was 3A. Right, so then how many flights of stairs have we gone up so far? 2. She trailed off before her eyes widened a little as she realized what he was getting at. She turned back around and looked at the sign which read 3A. She gazed at it strongly for a moment before seeing the words flicker on it. A genjutsu, she whispered as the others too nodded, caused her to groan. Ah, I can't believe I almost fell for that. She whined as Itachi gave an amused smirk across his face while Naruto put an arm around her shoulders. Don't worry, Anko-chan. It will happen to the best of us. That genjutsu, I am guessing that is there to weed out the groups that are not ready for the exams. If they can't see through a simple genjutsu like that, then it means they are not ready. Since we noticed it, it means we are ready, Itachi added as they watched Anko's eyes ignite into flames as her drive to pass the exams got even stronger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go kick some ass," she declared as she grabbed Naruto and Itachi's hand and began dragging them up the third flight of stair. When they finally got to their floor, they saw the real door that they required. They narrowed their eyes on this one to see if it was a genjutsu, but quickly their faces calmed, seeing it was the real one this time. They walked together and after taking a deep breath slid the door open and went inside. When they went in they felt a little nervous, though they never showed it. All around the room were genin teams that look a lot older than they were. Many were in their teens, and as they looked around saw that the oldest must have been about 16. Great, more kids. They heard one of them snort out, but Naruto quickly noticed that many of them were gazing at him. That kid looks familiar. You don't think he is the Kiroi Seiko's Yellow Flash kid, do you? Another whispered while others contemplated the idea. If he is, then this exam has got more fun. Another said, showing from his headband he was from Kumo. If he is, then it must mean he is the Beniheim's Crimson Princess son too. Naruto breathed calmly as he, Itachi and Anko went and stood on one of the back walls. There are a lot of teams here, Anko muttered out as she looked over the teams before she smiled a blood-curdling smile. It just means there are more people to cut and make bleed. Both Naruto and Itachi rolled their eyes at their female teammate but figured it was good that she was at least confident. The two of them were confident, but they knew not to get too overconfident since getting cocky can easily lead to someone getting killed. Deciding to scope out the other teams, Naruto examined the other team looking for any weaknesses he thought they might have, as well looking to see what nation they came from. The first he noticed that a lot was from the minor nation like grass, rain, and even bird country. Since they were smaller in size, Naruto guessed they needed more Chunin level shinobi. There was about 2 from Kumo that kept sneaking glances towards him, but he also noticed there were no teams from Kiri. But he already knew why though. It was quickly known through Konoha that a civil war had erupted in the hidden mist village, and currently the Mizukage, who was known as Yagura, was at war with rebel forces that wanted him gone. From what Hiruzen had told him, it was due to Yagura wanting the bloodline eradicated, and he saw them as a threat. Naruto quickly figured that Yagura was not a man that should be left to be in charge of an entire village. Looking over the team once more, he was about to look away, having seen all the teams before his eyes locked in on a team that was on the other side of the room and leaning against the opposite wall. He knew immediately from their headbands they were from IWA, and they looked like an interesting trio. He also seemed interested in them since by the look of them they must have been the same age as Naruto, Itachi, and Anko was. The first one he noticed was the biggest of them, who was easily the size of a middle-aged teen and was quite chubby. He wore standard red IWA clothing, and as for his feature, he had a very large round nose that stuck out like a sore thumb. Though the boy had a very happy-go-lucky expression on his face, indicating he must have been quite innocent and childlike. The other was the second male member, who for some reason just gave Naruto a bad feeling. He had long straw blonde hair that covered part of his left eye and wore clothes similar to Itachi, which were dark blue in color. His hand kept playing around with some white clay and looked like he was molding it into shapes. Naruto could see that Itachi had honed in on the same group and had his Sharingan activated very subtly, and guessed he felt something a little off about the blonde boy as well. As Itachi focused on his, Naruto eyes panned to the final member and the only girl of the group. She was quite pretty looking and had dark hair that stopped a little below her chin. She wore something similar to the big kid, but her left leg instead of a red pants leg was instead a mesh coat. When he started at her, she saw that she turned her head and looked in his direction. When she did, Naruto saw her eyes and saw they were a very exotic color of pink. Her eyes are really pretty, he thought to himself, having never seen an eye color like that before, noticing she narrowed her eyes at him and scowled a little. When she turned her head again to look away from him, a small burst of some smoke appeared at the front of the class, showing the form of a Suna kunoichi. She was clearly a jonin, and just by looking at her, Naruto, Itachi, and Anko could tell she was someone with a lot of power behind her, and that she was a seasoned shinobi despite her young appearance. She had to have been in her early to mid-20s. She was fair-skinned with pupil-less brown eyes that were very cold-looking, and her hair was dark green with 2 bangs framing her face that were orange. She wore sleeveless, backless top and short tight pants, with 2 lapels on the front and the back. She wears an obi around her waist, as well as purple arm warmers which extend up to her shoulders, and has bandages around her tights and ankles. Alright meat bags, listen up and do not interrupt. My name is Pakura and I will be your proctor throughout the entire Chunin exams. From now until the end of the exams, I will be your judge, jury, and executioner. If I tell you to do something, you do it. Is that understood? She declared as everyone nodded their heads. Everyone go around the tables and sit in the seat with your name on it, she said as everyone began moving around. Naruto found himself at the front and found out that he was sitting beside none other than the Iwa Kunoichi. Though she completely ignored him and made sure not to even look at him. Anko was in the middle room while Itachi was at the second to last row. The trio was completed separated. The first test is a written exam, she said as a few of the station Chunin that appeared in the room began laying out exam papers in front of them. Answer the questions as best as you can, however be warned that if you are caught cheating, you and your teammates will be sent out of this room and you will fail the Chunin exams. No pressure then, Naruto thought. You have 50 minutes to answer the 9 questions on the paper before we will stop the exam and give you the choice to answer the 10th question. Your time will start now, she declared as man of the genin got their heads down and began writing. Naruto also put his head down as he began to read the question, but quickly knew something was off about the test when he saw the questions. They can't expect us to know this surely? He thought to himself, seeing the question were ones that some Jonin probably would not even know. While he could answer 3 or 4 of them, the others left him a little baffled. There is something about this. He began to scan around the room as discreetly as he could. As he did, some of the Chunin judges began calling out numbers and started sending some of the people out of the room. Many grumbled and claimed they were not cheating, but it did not matter since they were forced out if they did not comply quietly. He looked to his side at the Iwa Kunoichi, was a little surprised to see that she had forehead protector strapped around her wrist and was using it as a reflector to see the exam sheet from the person behind her. She is cheating and not getting caught, he thought as he then turned to try and see his teammates. When he saw Itachi, he saw his Sharingan was on and was copying the hand movements of the guy in front of him, while Anko had a small snake besides her which was relaying the answers from the person behind her. We have to cheat. That is the aim of the first exam, he thought as it finally clicked. Smirking a little to himself, he first answered the question he did know before he put his hands behind his head and leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes, letting himself feel the chakra of all the people in the room. He could feel most were nervous and scared while only a few were keeping it together. A few of the Chunin proctors looked at Naruto in surprise and saw one of his hands take the pencil on the desk and write a few things before putting it down. He did that continuously for the rest of the 50 minutes. Pakura raised an eyebrow at the kid, wondering what kind of trick he was pulling. Everyone pencil down and listen up. Pakura suddenly spoke, gathering all the attention towards her as everyone complied with the order. All right, are you all ready for the final question? Pakura asked as they all nodded their heads. Good, because know now if you quit you will be disqualified from the exams. However, if you choose to take it and you fail, you will never get promoted and will remain a genin for the rest of your life, she said, flaring her ki, now causing worry and panic to fill most people in the room as many began shouting at how, telling her that it was not fair. Konoha's ninja and Iwa's ninja all stayed silent, though, as they listened to the others complain. Naruto watched as about 4 teams got up and left the room, not wanting to take the chance. So you think you got what it takes, Gaki? You think because of who you are, you think you can make it? Pakura said towards Naruto, wanting to see how tough the blonde boy was and if he was ready and how he would take the jab. Naruto, though, just shrugged at her question, gaining looks from many, including the Iwa girl next to him. I don't really know, but I do know that I won't let your little trick of trying to demoralize us get to me. This question is all about whether or not we are willing to risk it all. We are shinobi and we will be risking our lives every time we go on a mission and step out of our village. If I was not ready to take those risks, then I would not be sitting here waiting for you to give us the 10th question, would I, Proctor-san? Oh, and Proctor-san, just to clarify for you, I am not doing this because of who my parents are. To be honest, I could not care what you think or what anyone else thinks. I am doing this for me because I believe I am ready. So do not insinuate because of my last name that I think I will get it easy, because that is the last thing I want to happen. While his 2 teammates grinned, Pakura looked around the room to see others who had been ready to leave were now sitting put. His little speech giving them what strength they needed to stay put. Pakura sighed before giving them all the evil eye. For those who are still here, then I will tell you all this now. Pakura spoke as she raised her chakra levels to intimidate the genin, which worked as she showed of her power. You pass. When she spoke, many looked confused and asked about the 10th question, to which she began explaining to them that the choice to take the risk of continuing was the 10th question, and that everyone that remained had moved on to the second part of the exam, much to their delight and others' relief. Now that the first part is over, go and get in your teams, she said as many shrugged their shoulders and did just that. Pretty nice speech you gave us all there, Enko commented as Naruto shrugged. I did my best. Hope you liked it. It was very informative, plus it's probably what made everyone else stay here, she said as Itachi nodded in agreement. Naruto turned around and noticed that the IWA girl he was sat next to was looking at him with an unreadable expression before she turned her head and looked away. Listen up, Pakura called, getting everyone's attention. Now that the first test is over, we can begin the second, she said as she had a devious smile appear on her face, and Naruto began to notice the other Chunin proctors had now vanished from sight. Kai, she said as she made a hand seal with her right hand, and suddenly out of nowhere around them small paper notes began to shine, similar to how explosive notes did. However, instead of an explosion, a torrent of gas began to shoot out. As soon as the gas hit them, all the teams began to feel drowsy, and one by one they began to fall to the ground. Knockout gas. What the hell is the second exam then? Naruto said to himself as Enko collapsed in front of him and fell asleep, with Itachi falling next before Naruto finally went down, being the last in the room to go down. Pakura then reappeared along with a couple of dozen other shinobi, which included Mikoto, who went forward towards her team. You three have done well to get past the first exam, but now the second exam will be much harder, and it will test your teamwork and your survival skills, she said as she grabbed a hold of the three of them and shunshined away, just like the other senseis did with their genin teams. When they were gone, Pakura went around the room and began picking up the papers. When she got to Naruto, though, she found a few of the answer had been written it, which she saw were correct, while on the other question he had begun playing game of tic-tac-toe. Seeing it, it made her snort and shake her head. I just passed a genin that did not even take this first exam seriously, and who will no doubt be a big player in this exam, she thought as she continued to collect the papers. This year's Chunin exams are going to be an interest. That is for sure, she thought as she finished picking up the papers and shunshined away, leaving a now empty classroom. Chapter 9. Chunin Exams Survival. Oh, what hit me? Naruto groaned aloud as bright light shined directly down upon him, causing him to groan even more, and put his hand in front of his eyes in order not to go blind from the sun. He didn't know where he was, but wherever it was hot, very hot. So much so that his forehead was sweating an awful lot and could feel his clothes were sticking to him a little, making him feel a little uncomfortable. The ground beneath him was flat and soft. However, it felt loose and like it was shifting beneath him. What am I lying on? He thought as he began to sit up. When he went to rub the back of his neck, he found sand covering it. Look behind him completely, he saw his whole back was covered in sand. What the? He said before he finally took a good look around and noticed they were currently under the shade of a few cacti that were piled together, which were stationed in the middle of the desert. Where the hell are we? He shouted out, causing movements to stir next to him. Looking over, he saw Enko and Itachi all lying next to him, but were showing signs of beginning to wake up. Guys, wake up, we got problems, he said as he shook them both awake. The last he remember was being in the classroom with the other teams that passed the first tests. Okay already, take it easy, dude, Enko complained as she began to sit up and rub her eyes. Itachi did the same and was blinking his eyes. As they both began to wake up, they began to notice where they were. They blinked furiously as if believing it was a genjutsu and even tried to dispel it. Once they realized it was not a genjutsu and they were really in the desert, Enko summed up everyone's thoughts. Where the fuck are we? The desert by the looks of things. Damn, Proctor must have knocked us out with knockout gas, he said as the trio began to shakily stand up. For the next minute, they checked themselves over and sighed happily that everyone still had all their belongings. Naruto was especially thankful no one took his blade, but then again he had that in a storage seal on his right wrist since he did not want people seeing his beautiful blade just yet. There's a note, Itachi said as he looked over at one of the cactuses and saw that pinned to the center cactus was indeed a note. They all got up and went towards it. Itachi delicately took it off, not wanting to get struck by one of the prickles of the cactus plant, and read out what it said. Congrats for passing the first exam. Now the real test begins. Your team has been stranded in the middle of the Suna desert to which your team must survive. You have 5 days to return to the Suna village. If you do not return in that time, then you will be disqualified. Along the way, there will be a surprise in store. Oh goody. This sounds like a heap of fun. Naruto commented dryly as Anko and Itachi could not help but agree with him. So we are stranded. Who the hell came up with this stupid idea? Anko wailed as the two sighed and shook their heads. 5 days, huh? I don't suppose anyone actually know which direction we have to go in. Do you? Naruto asked as he looked around them. I guess that is another thing we have to figure out. Navigation and stuff like that. Itachi added, though he was more worried about getting food and water once they ran out. Well, if we have 5 days, then I guess we should aim to get there sooner than that. Everyone check your packs to see what food or water we have, since water especially is going to be something we will need to treasure in the desert. Took a few minutes, but they quickly figured it out. They had about 2 bottles of water each along with a few ration bars between them as well as 1 rice ball each. It was not much, but it would have to do. If we run out, then we either have to hope we find some kind of oasis and that Kami is smiling at us, or we make quicker haste towards finding Suna. Well, that is great and all, but how exactly do we find Suna? I don't see anyone with a compass, Anko said, making both Naruto and Itachi think. They thought about it and now really did wish they had a compass and a map. But if they wanted to be Chunin, then they had to figure out news way to get back to Suna. Naruto, Itachi asked, getting the blonde attention. Your sensor ability, how far can you sense with it? My sensor ability? I can sense pretty far. I mean, when I was 5 I could sense at least a few miles, but I have never tried anything that long range. I know there is no chance I could sense all the way to Suna since I have no idea how far out we are. Don't try and find the village, instead look for the nearest sign of life and we can head in that direction. What about your Sharingan? Said Anko, thinking of a way that she could help out. But what if the other sign of life is another team? It's a chance we will have to take. Plus my Sharingan can't see that far, replied Itachi. I got it. Both stopped talking as they looked towards Anko, who was beaming with pride. I know how we can find our way back to Suna, she said, getting raised eyebrows from both boys. Would you like to tell us this way of yours? Naruto asked as Anko grinned. Better. I can show you, she said before biting her thumb and planting it on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. A tiny cloud of smoke appeared just in front of Anko, and I watched a small green-skinned snake appeared and slivered towards Anko and up her arm. What can I do for you, Miss Anko? The snake asked. Rella, do you think you could point us in the direction of the sand village? Suna? We have to make it there in the space of 5 days, though we don't have much food and water, so we would prefer to get there as soon as we can. The snake nodded its head and slivered back to the ground and put its head in the air as its body coiled around on the sand. The trio waited for a couple of minutes as the 2 slits that were its nostrils smelled the air, along with its forked tongue slipping out of its mouth and tasting the air. Once the few minutes were up, the serpent's eyes twitched before it began to slither away, motioning for the trio to follow after it. After putting on their cloaks to protect their bodies from the harsh light of the hot sun and try to keep themselves cool and not sunburnt, they quickly followed after the snake with Anko up front and then Naruto and Itachi behind. Wow, that was handy. How did she find it so quickly? Naruto asked Anko as they got their things together and began walking after the snake. I had Rella familiarize herself with the scent that Suna gave off. It may not be a person, but the village does have a unique smell accustomed to it. Plus my summoned snakes can sense chakra too with their inferred vision, picking up heat signatures from a great distance. We may be far out, but a snake has great enhanced senses to that of a person. Naruto whistled to himself while Itachi nodded at the explanations. Summoning animals really are amazing, and the things they can do can even trump a shinobi. You know, I kind of wish I had one myself. They would really be amazing to have as a partner. I agree. They would be greatly beneficial. It is a shame the Uchiha does not have a summoning contract bound to us like a few other clan in the world. I can see they would be of great use. Anko looked back at Naruto while they continued to follow Rella. Well, aren't you going to sign the Toad contract, Naruto? I mean, your dad had signed it as well as his sensei Jiraiya, who is like always with your family. Wouldn't you sign that? Naruto's face grew cold for a second before he steeled himself and looked away. No, I probably won't be signing it. Knowing my parents, they will probably just give it to the twins and Mina and leave me out like usual," he said, though he whispered the last part out. Anko looked at him a little confusingly, as did Rella, who cocked her back a little before getting back to the view in front of her. "Why would you say that? I am sure they will let you sign it if you asked," she said, wanting to understand what he meant by it, but saw Itachi shake his head to her as if telling her to stop asking. "Besides, just because I won't have the toad summons doesn't mean I won't have a summoning contract one day. It might not be the toad, or slug, or the ape contracts that Hokage-sama and Ero-sennin hold, or the ones Bachan and Gigi have, but I will hold one eventually and it will beat the other contracts," he said, thinking about other animals that may have contracts to them and which he would love to have. Anko shrugged. "Well, good luck with that. Summoning contract aren't exactly easy to come by. Then I will have to be on the lookout in the future," he said as they followed Rella. Nightfall. After hours of trekking through the harsh Suna desert and using up about 1/3 of their water supply, the group stopped for then might at a small rock formation that provided some cover for them that they could use for shelter. After thanking her and managing to catch a desert mouse as a treat that Anko gave her, Rella disappeared and went back to her home. The trio made a small supper with what they could spare for the first night before they got in their sleeping bags. Unlike the sweltering heat of the daytime, the night was quite cold as the moon hit them along with the cool desert winds. "It's a nice night tonight," Naruto said as he lay down on the soft sand looking up at the star-filled sky with Itachi on his right and Anko on his left. "You know," Anko said, leaning on her elbows and turning to Naruto, "why don't we just travel through the night instead? It would be a lot less strenuous since we won't have the heat of the sun hitting us and no one would be expecting it." "I had thought about that, but there lies a problem with that theory," Itachi spoke up from his spot. "If we were to travel at night, we would have multiple problems with defending ourselves as well as making our way to the village. There will be no daylight, so we will not be able to see a thing. Plus, there are poisonous animals in the desert. If we tread on one in the dark and it hits us." Naruto nodded as Anko thought about it. "I guess that a good point. But can't we use the light form the moon? And what would happen if one night the clouds cover the moon, therefore giving us no light?" Anko pouted as he spoke to her like she was a child and went back to lying on her back and crossed her arms as Naruto looked at her playfully. "Fine then." Naruto laughed while Anko shook his head at his teammate's amusement, as he continued to stare up at the sky while Naruto and Anko made idle chat. "I wonder how Ka-san is doing back in Suna?" he thought to himself, despite knowing Makoto was more than capable of looking after herself since she was a powerful shinobi. As Naruto made idle chat with Anko, Naruto thought back to the snake he had seen Anko use earlier, and it had brought up a question in his mind that he had about Anko ever since the first time he met her and used those snake abilities in front of him. "Hey Anko," he said, getting her attention. "How did you get the snake contract anyway?" He saw next to him that Anko froze up and in her eyes had a brief look of panic hit her before she narrowed them a little and looked directly at him. From his spot, Itachi looked over as well since he had wondered the same thing. "Why do you ask? You have never wondered before?" she asked. "Well, like you said earlier, you said that summoning contracts rare to come by since not many shinobi actually have them. And it made me wonder just how you managed to get yours. The snake contract is a very powerful summoning contract. My Gigi told me about one of his past students that went bad took off when I was only a few years old. Gigi told me that he had the snake summoning contract and took it with him, so it made me curious to how you have it." Naruto looked back at Anko, but when he did he was surprised to see an angry Anko lunge at him with an angry and upset look on her face. She landed on him, but Naruto quickly turned the tables and managed to use his greater physical strength and flip her over onto her back, while he managed to pin her hands to her sides, as well place his knees on hers to stop her from kicking him. Itachi was going to help, but Naruto gave him a look that told him not to interfere. "Don't you dare say that. I earned that contract and that bastard betrayed me," she shouted as Naruto put his hand over her mouth, since they did not want any nearby teams to hear them. "Anko, we still are in the second exam. You must try and be quiet," he said, but felt a little taken back when he saw tears cascading down her face. "Anko-chan, he promised he would look after me, but instead he turned his back on me, saying I outlived my usefulness and branded me forever with his curse mark. I trusted him." She sobbed as Naruto was not sure what to do, so he just hugged her into his chest and wrapped his arms around her. Itachi watched in silence but listened in and felt his heart go to his friend. Tell me what happened to you, Anko-chan. Tell me so I can help you. Naruto gently pushed as Anko sniffed a little before she explained. She explained how 6 years ago when she was 4, the snake Sannin Orochimaru had taken an interest in her and had taken her under his wing and made himself her guardian and mentor. She had spent 4 years with him, and he had even taken her with him when he had turned his back on the village. At first she said he was a nice person who made her feel at ease, but then would disappear for long periods of time, and each time he had become more and more sinister-like. Then one day when he came back, he hate-bitten her out of the blue and put some kind of seal on her neck that caused her to fall into excruciating pain as it made her body feel like it was on fire and being ripped in two. Afterward, when she had woken up, he had shaken his head at her, saying it had not given him the desired result he had wanted before, just leaving her where she was and never looking back. 2 days later, she had been found by a team of hunter nin from Konoha, where she was quickly returned. Why has my father and mother not tried to get rid of this seal? Naruto said with a look of anger on his face as he looked at the seal on her shoulder, but felt Anko shrugged. I'm not too sure. The Hokage said the once that without knowing the formula Orochimaru used, it would be difficult to destroy it. Plus, they said he put some of his essence into it, making it darker, and it made those uneasy to try and tamper with it in case it backfired. Naruto nodded, and though it did make sense, he understood where they were coming from, though it still made him pissed as he covered the seal up. Anko-chan, look at me, he said as Anko looked up at him. As you know, I am practicing and training to be a Fuinjutsu master, and after seeing this seal and hearing your story, I will make you this promise right here and now. I promise I will make Orochimaru pay for hurting you, and I will get that seal of you. I promise it on my way of the shinobi, he said as Anko looked up at him with shocked and wide eyes. I second that, Itachi muttered, making the two look at him, forgetting he was even there. We will make Orochimaru sorry for ever harming you, Anko-san. We will bring you justice. Guys, Anko said quietly before she grabbed Naruto and Itachi from where he lay and hugged them both tightly. Thank you both so much, she muttered, making the two boys smiled at return the hug to her before they decided to call it a night and prepare for the second day of trekking through the desert of Suna. Next morning, the trio woke as soon as the sun hit their faces and quickly packed or sealed their stuff away before making their way back towards the sand village. Anko looked happier than either of the two boys had seen her before as she summoned her snake summon, which quickly led the way again, though this time at a quicker pace since none of them wanted to spend another 4 days in the sweltering heat of the Suna desert. As they walked, they felt Kami smiling on them when they found a few rows of cacti on their path. Knowing that cacti stored water within them, Naruto cut of some of the cacti parts, and the trio drained what they could from the cacti and got more water to last them an extra day if they needed it. They walked for a few hours and were feeling good about themselves since they were making good time until Itachi and Anko noticed Naruto had stopped. Naruto placed his index finger to his lips. There is someone here, he said, instantly making Anko and Itachi on guard as they grouped together back to back in a triangle formation. Where are they? Anko asked as Itachi had his Sharingan activated when Naruto had his eyes closed, searching around them. After a few moments of searching, his eyes narrows 20 meters east of them. There. They all turned to the spot Naruto had pointed at before firing off their attacks. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Suetun Teppadama, Sanaijishu. The 3 attacks surged forward together right to the spot where Naruto's sensor abilities pinpointed. Just as they neared, a trio reddish-orange balls burst out of the sands and hit the attacks, causing a small explosion to occur that knocked sand all over the place from the gust of the attack. As the sand and smoke cleared, a figure jumped out from the smoke cloud, covered in a light brown cloak with an umbu mask covering their face. Looking at them, they could not tell whether the cloaked figure was a male or a female. Futon Kaze Senbon, the figure said in a voice that was monotone and must have a voice change to it since they could not tell their gender. A flurry of wind made Senbon shoot from the user's hand and towards the team. Before they hit, Naruto slammed his hands to the ground. Doton Dorihiki. As the wall came up and successfully stopped the wind made Senbon form striking them, the figure leaped over the wall and pushed themselves forward and towards the group. They landed in the middle of the group, making the trio jump back. Naruto unsealed Shusui and swung at the masked shinobi, but was blocked by a chakra-enhanced kunai. Why are you attacking us? He asked as Anko came up from the right side and kicked the shinobi, who then managed to duck out of the way. I can't let just anyone get to the next round of the Chunin exams now, can I? You three have come quite far in such a short amount of time. The figure said, making the three look at them in surprise. So it is part of the test. We have to get past you in order to get to the next round. Naruto said as he watched as the unnamed shinobi nodded. Naruto looked at Anko, who was still trying to hit the shinobi, and nodded to her, who then nodded back. Both pulled away and jumped a fire distance before the unnamed ninja saw Itachi making hand signs. Katan. Hozenka no Jutsu. He called out as 5 fireballs shaped like flower shot towards the shinobi. They hit their target, though when the attack cleared they saw a log in its place. Kawarimi, Naruto said. He searched around but sensed them underneath Anko. Anko, beneath you. Anko jumped just as hands shot out of the sand that went to grab her ankle as the person shot out of the ground following after Anko and deliver a hard kick to her abdomen that made Anko get the wind knocked out of her. As she fell, Itachi came up from behind her and caught her while Naruto sent a flurry of shuriken towards the enemy but deflected them with a ray of their own shuriken. Suetun. Mizurappa, Naruto said as a jet of water shot out of his mouth. Katan. Hizekishu, the enemy said as ash poured out of their mouth and formed a protective layer in front of them that the jet of water hit instead. Before Naruto could make a move, the figure appeared next to him and punched him, making him fall back. Before he could land, though, the figure quickly appeared behind him and kicked him in the back as well before finally throwing him towards his friends. When he landed, Itachi grabbed a kunai with a paper bomb on it and threw it towards their enemy. It exploded just as it went past her head, but quickly saw they had used the kawarimi once again. You will have to do better than that, the shinobi said, appearing behind them, and used the wind senbon on them again. Katan. Bukahiki no Jutsu, Itachi said as a wall of flames erupted in front of them, which stopped the wind senbon. However, the shinobi jumped through the firewall and lunged at Itachi, and the two began to taijutsu spar. Naruto recovered from the hits from earlier and went forward with Anko to help their teammate. As the figure managed to trip Itachi up and made a kunai appear out of their sleeve and drove it towards Itachi, Naruto appeared beside Itachi, blocking the strike with Shusui. Anko came up to the side and kicked the figure, which managed to connect this time. However, the enemy shinobi grinned underneath their mask before they suddenly dispersed in a gust of wind. Wind clone, Naruto said as they looked where they had been standing before a voice rang out behind them. Futon. Taifu Kajeki, they said as a tornado of wind erupted, formed their palms and shot towards the team. Disperse, Naruto said as the trio jumped away. But when they did, what they guessed was clones came up from behind them and kicked the 3 of them away. The 3 landed with a thud as the clones disperse in wind again as the shinobi approached them. Maybe I should use my new sword technique, he thought, since he really did not want to use Mokuton for this. He could not risk being exposed as a Mokuton user just yet. We need to work together. Whoever they are no Chunin. They must be stronger, maybe a Jonin level like Mikoto-sensei. Why do we get stuck with someone who a high-level ninja? Why couldn't we get a Chunin? Anko whined as she stood up. I guess they thought we were different from the others. I don't think we should disappoint, Itachi said as the 3 nodded. If we work together, we can do it, Naruto said as the 3 readied themselves. Not giving up yet. How do I know you are worth my time? The ninja asked. Watch and see, Naruto said. Sanaijishu, Anko called out as 2 snakes erupted from her sleeves. They struck at the shinobi, who jumped back. When the masked ninja did, she saw a flurry of kunai from Naruto and Itachi heading towards them. Futon, Daitapa, they said as a blast of wind erupted from her, knocking the kunai away. When she looked towards them, she saw Itachi and Anko had vanished. Looking up, she saw the 2 coming down towards them and engaged the masked shinobi. Itachi kicked high while Anko attacked low, making the shinobi work a little harder than before, but still managed to rather elegantly dodge the attacks. As she attacked, the masked shinobi noticed Naruto had now vanished. Her eyes searched around, all the while defending form the other 2. She saw Anko have an opening and went to kick her, but stopped when a thud was heard behind them. Looking round, she saw a bottle of water on the ground that was used to collect the water from the cacti from earlier. Suetun. Suntu no Umi, a voice said from behind, revealing Naruto, who had used the camouflage jutsu to hide himself from the enemy. Their eyes widened a little from the name of the jutsu and looked down to the bottle of water that was still before the water suddenly shot out of the bottle and created a sharp spire about 5 foot high. The shinobi cursed inwardly and had to jump forward towards Anko and Itachi in order to get out of the way. When they did though, Anko's foot hit the ninja's stomach hard and Itachi threw a kunai that grazed their right arm. Shaking out of her stupor, the ninja went to make some hand sign but felt another presence from behind them. Naruto appeared from behind and has both his hands on Shusui. The masked shinobi noticed the blade has a blue aura around it, showing Naruto is pouring chakra into it. Bringing the sword up for a moment with both his hands as he channeled his chakra through the blade before swinging it down, making an after image be left in its place form how quickly he brought the blade down. Kiri Shigur, he said as the blade hit the kunai that was being used to stop it, but it cut right through it, and the tip of the blade managed to slice across the ninja's cheek and a bit of their shoulder. Shit! The shinobi said aloud without the voice muffler, revealing to all of them that it was a woman behind the mask. The now revealed Kunoichi jumped in the air away before making a few hand signs. Shikuten, Kajisatsu, she said, making the trio look in surprise before 3 swirling balls of gas, just like what they had first seen earlier, appeared and shot towards them. Doton, Dorihiki, Naruto said as he shot mud out of his mouth to make a mud-like wall in front of him, and the others, which they all crowed behind as the explosion hit, making the wall quickly crack and get destroyed, pushed the trio back and made them land on the sand, but they quickly got back up. What was that? Scorch style? I have never even heard of that before. Is it some kind of bloodline? Anko asked. An old bloodline of Suna, though I am unsure of how many there are that can use it, since I don't think there are many left. Itachi said as they readied for another attack but instead saw there was no one there. Naruto, they asked as they looked at Naruto to see him concentrating before he let out a relieved sigh. They're gone. I can just about sense her leaving the area. So we pass then and can keep going back to the village? Anko asked as Itachi nodded. Thank Kami, she said before dropping to the ground, which was quickly followed by Naruto and Itachi as they could finally catch their breath. Man, that match was intense. She was so strong and her hits were hard. Not as hard as Bachan, but they still packed a wallop. Naruto said as the others agreed with him. She was very skilled. From what I could see from her speed and strength and following her movements with my Sharingan, she must have been Jonin level. I think my Kasan would have even had a bit of a struggle with her, Itachi mentioned, panting slightly from the fight. Naruto grinned. Well, whoever she is, I want to fight her again one day. She seems like an awesome opponent, he said, making Itachi and Anko shake their heads, but had to admit they agreed with him. As they rested, they noticed a small scroll sitting a little beside them that they just noticed. Itachi took it and looked at the symbol on the scroll and showed a symbol of the Chunin exams. I guess that's for us? Naruto asked. Since we passed this test, I guess this is just to confirm it. The Kunoichi must have left it here just before she departed. They all accepted the answer and took another few minutes to rest from their recent skirmish. Elsewhere, the masked shinobi dropped down beside a rock formation a few miles away from the battle she had just been in and took a few ragged breaths as she got her bearings together. Those brats were actually pretty good. She breathed out as she hinged, making her form get covered by a small cloud of smoke. When it disappeared, it showed Pakura, the proctor of the Chunin exams. She winced a little as she bandaged the cut on her shoulder before getting it seen to later when she returned to the village. She then traced over the small cut on her cheek. The blood had dried off, but she was surprised that the trio, Naruto mainly, had even managed to hit her. Those kids are quite something, she thought, having been impressed by Naruto in the first exam, which prompted her to want to test him during the second. I may not have been going all out, but to actually wound me and make me use my Shokuten is not an easy feat. Clicking the joint in her neck, she began making her back to the Suna, all the while thinking, that blonde kid has some skill. He might just win this exam. Next day, 2 Chunin gate guards stood as the entrance to the sand village as they watched over the horizon. As they watched, 3 figured in cloaks that covered their body made their way towards them. The 2 guards readied themselves for some kind of fight, but saw the kids' faces when they got closer and recognized them from the other day. As the trio got near, they took off their hoods as Naruto stood forward and showed the scroll they were given the other day. "So you three actually made it back?" one of the guards asked, looking a little impressed. It was one of the fastest times for the Suna survival exam. "You're the first team to make it back." "Well, don't we feel special?" Anko said as her arms were a little sun-burnt form where the sun has managed to get them. Naruto and Itachi were in a similar state. Once the trio had suppressed the disguised Pakura, they continued their way through the desert, though this time at a quickened pace, as they now just wanted to get to Suna as quickly as possible. The desert quickly became one of their least favorite places. After another night of camping and a lot more running, Naruto finally managed to sense the village nearby as he recognized the signatures there from the other day. "So what do we do now?" Itachi asked the guarded as they pointed to the scroll in Naruto's hand. "Open it up. Now that you have arrived at the gate, you can now open the scroll," the other guard said as the trio looked at the scroll and shrugged. Naruto opened the scroll before it began to shine. Achi placed it on the floor in front of him and took a step back. After a couple of seconds, smoke covered the scroll before it quickly got swept away and revealed a smiling Makoto looking at her team with a proud look. "Ka-san," Itachi said, surprised, while Naruto and Anko grinned at seeing their sensei. "Well done, all three of you," she said as she quickly glomped the trio in a massive hug. "I knew you would all do it, but I was still so worried all the same." "So since we made it back, does that mean we pass?" Naruto asked with a hopeful expression, while Anko did the same, though Itachi was a bit more suppressed. Makoto laughed a little before nodding. "Yes, congratulations. You have passed the second round of the Chunin exams," she said as Naruto and Anko fist pumped the air while Itachi smiled. After getting their stuff together and getting a well done from the gate guards, they made their way towards their hotel, since there was another 2 days to go for the other teams to arrive before they would find out what was next for the third test. Chapter 10. Exam Interlude. Naruto grinned happily as he walked through the gates of Konoha, with the 2 Chunin guards giving him a friendly wave as he walked past. Itachi and Anko walked beside him while Makoto was behind them, all happy to be home. The 2 days they had off after the second exam was a welcome put stop for the trio, since walking in the hot desert of Suna for 3 days had taken its toll on them. After the entire 5 days were up, they were reported to the Kazekage office, where they saw that, to their surprise, only 2 other teams had made it. One was the IWA team, while the other was a team from Kumo. The Kazekage was a man in his mid-30s with dark plum red hair with tan skin and brown eyes. Around his eyes he had dark rings around them, like he had not had enough sleep, and wore the traditional Kage robes. As he congratulated them, he told them all about the purpose of the Chunin exams and that they were used as a deterrent of war, so that it can help build better relationships between the shinobi villages of the world. Afterwards, they each had to pick a number in order to figure out who would fight who in the matchups. It was decided that since there were 9 of them, the first 3 matches would be single matches, while the fourth would be a triple threat match. Naruto ended up picking number 8. Anko got 1 while Itachi got 4. When they revealed what numbers they all got, Naruto found out the names of everyone in the match, while also saw who his opponent would be in the first match. Or in Naruto's case, who his first 2 opponents would be. Anko of Konoha versus Reito of Kumo. Deidara of IWA versus Itachi Uchiha of Konoha. Kurotsuchi of IWA versus J of Kumo. C of Kumo versus Naruto Unamikaze of Konoha versus Akatsuchi of IWA. Though Naruto mentally groaned at the thought of starting off with 2 opponents rather than 1, he sucked it in and just got over it. Besides, he figured it would be a great test of his strength. Though he noticed that when he looked over at the IWA team, the girl from the first test was staring at him. At first it looked like a confused frown, as if she was trying to figure something out, before she scowled a little and looked away. He decided that girls were just too weird for him to understand. "Okay, everyone," Makoto said, stopping them. "I'm going to go see the Hokage and tell him we're back. The rest of you can head on home and get some well-deserved rest, though I expect you all to be training for the next portion of the exams," she said as the 3 nodded. "Now, since I am Itachi's mother as well as sensei, I am going to be able to help him every day get prepared for the exams in a month's time. That won't mean I will leave any of you out, though. If you want my help, just come to Uchiha clan compound and I will help." "Thanks, sensei, but I think I might get a few of the older jonin to help. Kurenai-san said she would help me if I got past the first 2 exams, as did Ibiki. I might ask them for some help." she said as Makoto nodded before looking at Naruto. I might ask Gigi and Bachan to help me prepare. Makoto nodded again but reminded them to come get her if they needed help since she wanted to help all her students equally, which both Naruto and Anko thanked her for. The group departed and Naruto made his way back to his home. When he arrived home, he found it rather more silent than usual and wondered where everyone was until he tried to sense them. To his surprise, he sensed Kushina and his siblings all outside in the backyard. When he walked out, he stopped right in his spot and felt a bang of hurt in his heart at the scene in front of him. There was Kushina holding a kunai in her hand and was showing Eiji and Mito how to properly hold and throw one at a wooden post. Both were using wooden kunai since they were too young to use the metal ones at the moment. She's teaching them. He thought as his hands shook a little from the scene but quickly shook himself out of it when little Mina, who was chasing a butterfly, spotted him and let out a happy gurgle as she began making her way over to him. Naru, she said as Naruto's eyes softened and bent down to hug her a little and nuzzled her little nose with his own. Hi Mina-chan. Have you been a good girl? He asked as Mina happily nodded before giggling madly as she began playing with Naruto's blonde hair. Despite him not being around much, those around them could see how much Mina adored her eldest brother and was always following after him when she could, though her little legs could not take her very far. Even though he was distancing himself from his family, there was just a little part of him that could not bear distancing himself from Mina. Plus, she had solidified her spot in his heart when her first word was his name, much to everyone's surprise. Naru and I. Naruto heard as the footsteps belonging to a small child were rapidly coming towards him. He looked to the side and braced himself as a blur of blonde with a few red streaks in it jumped into him and hugged him tightly. I missed you so much, Mito said as she gave Naruto a big sloppy kiss on the cheek, making Naruto hesitate a little before plating a small kiss on the top of her head. Eiji quickly followed after his sister and hugged his older brother around the waist while Kushina walked up to him at a slow pace. Welcome home, Naru-chan. Well done for getting into the third part of the exam, she commented as she took Mina from Naruto, much to the little girl's dismay. Yeah, thanks Ka-chan. I'm just lucky to have a great sensei and teammates, he said as Kushina nodded a little. Really, Makoto Baka is a good sensei? Who knew? She said teasingly about her friend, though stopped when she saw Naruto give her a small glare. Don't speak about Makoto sensei that way, Ka-san. She has done her best and I am forever grateful to be under her tutelage, he said sternly before rubbing his eyes a little and turned around to head back inside. I'm going to bed. I'm a little tired from the trip. Kushina didn't reply but looked at Naruto head back inside with a slightly struck look on her face. Naru-chan has never glared at me before, she thought before shaking her head. He's just tired and needs his rest. She turned around to see her children with slightly sad looks on their faces as Naruto walked away before the twins went back to their wooden kunai practice and Mina went back to chasing butterflies. If she had paid more attention, she would have noticed Naruto use San instead of Chan like he normally did. Later on that evening, Naruto lay in his bed as he looked up at the ceiling as the light from the moon gently shone through the curtains of his window. He had stayed in his room to rest for most of the day and only really went down when his father came home and they had dinner round the table. Most of the dinner talk was taken up by Mito and Eiji, who were talking about their day with Kushina, while Mina was either gazing into space or was laughing at the funny faces Naruto was making at her. When it got to Naruto and the Chunin exams, he only gave them short answers and didn't get into the details since he was not really in the mood for talking. Both Minato and Kushina frowned a little at that and wanted him to tell them more. However, he just stayed mostly quiet, ignoring them when they asked for more details. Afterwards, he took his dish and cutlery and had them washed before he went back to his room. He was going to visit Hiruzen tomorrow to get some training in for the Chunin exam's third round and hoped Tsunade and Shizune would join them as well, since he knew there was talk about showing him the Shozen Jutsu, which he was looking forward to. He looked at his alarm clock to see it was 11 p.m. He was about to shut his eyes before he heard his door open up slightly and could hear little steps coming towards the bed. He sat up and saw little Mina walking towards him wearing her little purple pajamas while holding her teddy in her arms. Mina-chan, what are you doing in here? It's late and you should be in bed, he said as he saw her rub her eyes with her tiny hands before she looked at him and put her arms out. Stay with Naru, she said, making him hesitate a little before he let it be. He smiled and went forward and picked his baby sister up. He lifted the covers and put himself and Mina under them with Naruto leaning on his side while Mina was snuggled up next to him. Mina snuggled into her big brother's chest as Naruto wrapped his arms around her to keep her warm and safe. "Lubu Naru," she said, yawning before she immediately fell asleep. Naruto looked down at his baby sister and gently kissed her forehead. "Good night, Mina-chan. Sweet dreams." Just when Naruto fell asleep, Kushina passed his door to see that it was slightly open. When she took a peek in, her face softened and had a warm smile appear on her face when she saw her youngest cuddled up with her oldest. She tiptoed back before gently and silently closing the bedroom door and made her way to hers and Minato's room. Next day. "I am impressed, Naruto. You and your team sound like you had quite the experience for your Chunin exams. And you finished the second round in 3 of the 5 days is an impressive feat," Hiruzen said as Naruto finished recounting the first 2 rounds to Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Shizune, who had welcomed him back and told him well done for his efforts in the Chunin exams and for making the 3rd round. "Now, what do you know about your 2 opponents?" "Well, that's just it. I don't really know anything about them. I can only make guesses by their size and personalities. We did not have any chance to see any of each other's abilities." Tsunade pondered as she thought about it. "You said one was called Akatsuchi, who was from IWA, and the other was called C, who was from Kumo. How big would you say they were?" "Very big. Bigger than other kids my age," he said, making them all nod. "In that case, I can bet they will favor their physical strength and will end up lacking in speed. We can work on your speed and make you faster than ever. Plus, I will be drilling you into taijutsu every day until you can stand anymore," she said, grinning, making Naruto grin back. "Plus, I bet this boy from IWA will use earth jutsus, since they are very common for shinobi from IWA, and the boy C from Kumo will favor lightning jutsus for the same reason," Shizune added, with Tsunade and Hiruzen nodding at the logic behind it. "So we work on his speed along with teaching him jutsu to counter earth and lightning. Wind we can do, but Naruto does not have a lightning affinity. Then we focus on water and earth techniques. Counter earth with earth and then use water against lightning. The 2 are both each other's enemy," Hiruzen said. "Plus, I can work on my kenjutsu and fuinjutsu when I am on my own." They all nodded and made a quickly plan of what the training schedule for him would be like for the next month until it was time for him to leave for Suna again. Shizune would train him in the mornings until 1. Then an hour break for lunch until Tsunade would get him until 2 to 6. Then in the evening he could focus on his kenjutsu and fuinjutsu. "Where are you up to in your fuinjutsu?" Hiruzen asked. Naruto grinned and got out a small book from the storage seal on his right wrist. "I'm in the middle of level 4 at the moment, Gigi. I maybe have a couple of months, maybe a year at most until I am ready for level 5, he said. Hiruzen whistled, showing he was impressed. He would be surprised if this time in the next decade Naruto was already at his parents' level of fuinjutsu or maybe even higher above them. "Now that we that covered, we can let Naruto know of the new techniques we will be teaching him," Shizune said as Hiruzen and Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Really? What techniques?" he asked, a little excited at the thought of learning something new. Shizune put her hand out and Naruto watched as a green aura wrapped around it, making Naruto realize what it was. "The Shozen Jutsu," he said as she nodded. "It's time we taught you how to heal yourself and others around you if the time ever comes. Since you have great control for your age, no doubt you will be able to pick it up quickly, though we may have a way of cutting that time down greatly," Shizune added as she motioned to Hiruzen, who then made the ram seal and created a clone next to him. "The clone technique? But I already know the clone technique." "Ah, but this is not like the illusion clones," Hiruzen said as he tapped on the clone's head, showing it was solid. "These clones are very real but can be dispersed if we will it to, or they are hit hard enough. Plus, any memory or action they have or do will go straight back to the original. Normally we would not show this to you since it is a B rank jutsu that requires a lot of chakra. However, since your chakra levels are already nearly the same size as Shizune and you have great chakra control, it means we can teach it to you early. So any of the jutsu I try and learn will be shortened because the clones will also learn it as well. I'm not surprised you figured it out. You are a smart cookie, Naruchan," Tsunade said. "But yes, that is what we are aiming for. We will be able to teach you a lot in just a month if you make a few clones to learn it at the same time. So for new techniques, Shizen Neichan will teach me the Shozen Jutsu and Gigi will teach me the Kagebushin no Jutsu. Then what are you going to teach me, Bachan? When he asked, Tsunade grinned while Shizune and Hiruzen looked a little panicked. No doubt they both knew what she was going to teach him. Are you sure you want to teach him that Jutsu, Tsunade? He might not be ready for it just yet. Hiruzen asked almost in a pleading tone, but Tsunade waved it off. I have no doubt in my mind he will be able to learn it and master it to a degree in time for the Chunin exams. Besides, I have never taught this jutsu to anyone before, and I think teaching it to Naruto would be the right thing to do. Naruto looked a little confused since he was unsure of which technique Tsunade was talking about, since she had a few techniques which she had never taught anyone, not even Shizune. Motioning him to follow her, Naruto was led outside by Tsunade, who had Hiruzen and Shizune following behind them, both looking a little pale. She stood in front of one of the Sarutobi clan training fields that the Sarutobi clan had. But Naruto swore he heard Hiruzen mumbling under his breath. This Naruto is what I will be teaching you. When people see you do this, they won't want to go anywhere near you. Grinning to herself, she raised her right fist high in the air for the three to see. Her right hand glowed bright blue and Naruto could see it getting denser before it suddenly disappeared around her hand. H-U-H-H-H-H. Tsunade cried out as she brought her right fist down onto the ground and punched it with all her might. As soon as her fist hit, the entire training field cracked and began burst in a big explosion, making a big cloud of smoke and gravelly smoke to go through the area. Naruto, Hiruzen and Shizune managed to use their chakra to keep them in one place, since some damage had been done even from behind Tsunade, while the entire training field had been completely leveled. Whoa! Naruto said to himself. He had seen Tsunade use her super strength abilities many times, even in their spars together, but every time it made him look on in both amazement and a little bit of fear. Why, you're going to teach me that? Naruto said in amazement as Tsunade turned around to face him and grinned at him. I am. But remember, Naruto, this technique of mine is very dangerous, and therefore you must always be very careful, since one false move and all that chakra you build up in your hand could be released too early or too late and will result in your hand being blown to pieces. Naruto gulped. Also, you must not teach another person this technique without my approval. The last thing I want are too many shinobi knowing my trademark technique and it somehow being used against us. Understand? She asked, and Naruto nodded his head. Naruto grinned happily. The three older shinobi smiled at his eagerness, but before they could push forward and begin the training, an Umbu appeared. Tsunade-sama, Sandaime-sama, Shizen-san, the Hokage has requested your presence in his office. He says it is of the utmost importance. The trio all looked in surprise and curiosity to what Minato was asking of them. We will be right there, Hiruzen answered as the Umbu disappeared. Well, Naruto-chan, you can stay here if you like and practice, or you can head on home and we can begin tomorrow. We best go see what your father needs, Hiruzen told the young blonde. Okay, Gigi. I'll see you all later, Naruto said as Shizune and Tsunade painted a kiss on his forehead each before they trio shined away. Naruto stood there and watched them go before a thought crossed his mind and took this as a good chance to do something without his parents or anyone else knowing about. I think I'll head home. I have something I want to learn and surprise everyone with at the Chunin exams, he thought to himself before grinning and running back home. Hokage office. Tsunade, Hiruzen and Shizune arrived in the Hokage office and were surprised to see Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya and Kakashi all standing there talking amongst them before seeing the new group arrive. I am glad you are all here. Jiraiya here has important information for us which the three of you need to hear, Minato said, though they could see he had a happy smile plastered on his face. Tsunade, Hiruzen and Shizune looked towards Jiraiya, who looked a bit more serious than he normally did as Kakashi and Kushina stood off to the side. The prophecy from the toads have changed, and I now know for certain whom it speaks of. The prophecy speaks of two children born from two powerful parents that reside in a leaf will stage a great revolution in our world and will lead us to an era of peace. The three shot their eyebrows up again as Hiruzen spoke up. I have an idea of who you mean, but I would like you to say it anyway. Mito and Eiji, I know in my gut they are the children of prophecy. I am sure of it, as are Minato, Kushina, and Kakashi. Okay, well, that's all fine and dandy, Tsunade interrupted as she stood with her hands on her hips. But why gather us all like this? Surely this is something you could have told us at a separate time. Since Eiji and Mito are the children of prophecy, we need them to be ready when the time is right. We know it early, but we think it is best to start their training early, to make them as strong as possible for when the times comes. Kushina said, which shocked the three. Kushina-sama, don't you think 5 is a little young? I mean, yes, the 3 of us began training Naruto when he was 5, but that was because of the Kyuubi attack. The twins won't have an incident like that during their youth, I imagine. As true as that may be, Shizen-san, the twins are special, as we have just found out, while Naruto is not. We know what we're doing, Jiraiya said as Kakashi nodded. Tsunade, Shizune, and even Hiruzen were a little taken back by the comment from Jiraiya, but it disappeared since they knew just how wrong Jiraiya was. Kushina and Minato too were a little set back by the comment, however did not act on it. Anyway, with this information we will all be needed to begin training them as soon as possible. We want to create a charter for when we train them and what we will each teach them. Minato said, we are thinking I will teach them taijutsu, Kushina can focus on fuinjutsu and possibly kenjutsu, Kakashi will take stealth and trap making. Tsunade and Shizune, if you take medical ninjutsu, then we can dash. No, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Kushina and Minato's head turned sharply to Tsunade, who gave them all a glare. Hiruzen and Shizune stood behind her and just had a motionless look on their faces. No? What do you mean no, Tsunade-sama? Kakashi asked. What do you think it means, Hataki? I am not training them. I have already promised to help Naruto with his training for the Chunin exams. We already have a schedule for him and the 3 of us have promised him. Harem, Jiraiya said, walking forward and touching her shoulder. The twins are more important. We can easily find someone to take over Naruto's training for the month. I'm sure the Gaki will understand. The twins need to come first in this, he said before he felt great pain in his hand as Tsunade grabbed it tightly, causing a few bones to crack a little. And when will you understand that I won't turn my back on him in his time of need? Unlike some, she said as she turned around and began walking out of the office. What do you mean by that? No one has turned their backs on Naruto. Kushina said, frowning a little at the statement, and felt more confusion when she heard Tsunade scoff. Tsunade left the room while Hiruzen and Shizune said their goodbyes before leaving along with the Senju woman. You alright, sensei? Minato asked as Jiraiya held his hand. I am surprised, Tsunade said. No. I thought she would have jumped at the chance to teach the twins. Don't worry about her. I will talk to her and I will show her that the twins need her more than Naruto does. We can have someone train the kid, right? He asked as Minato and Kushina nodded. They need to see that Mito and Eiji are going to need our help a lot more than Naruto ever will. It's for the greater good, right? Kushina said. However, please don't say that Naruto is not special, Jiraiya. He is special and I don't want people saying he is not. All children are special. She glared at him a little while Minato sat back and breathed in deeply, while Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and hoped out the window while pulling out his Ika book. I know. Jiraiya said, quickly dismissing it, but not wanting to get on the redhead's bad side. Well, I will see you all tomorrow. I, however, have some research to do, he said perversely before sunshining away. That man will never change, Kushina said while Minato smiled a little at his sensei's antics. With Naruto, good thing Tusan and Kasan are not here, otherwise they would probably not approve of me trying to learn what I need for that technique. Naruto said to himself as he quickly opened the door to his father's office and snuck in. Walking in, he quickly walked towards his father's desk and then bent down on his knees. From underneath the desk, he hit it 3 times before a small cabinet suddenly opened up, revealing a couple of scrolls. He had found this secret cabinet by accident when he tripped over his own feet when he was 7 and noticed the small hidden cabinet. After finding out how to get in, which was easier than he imagined, and was surprised his father didn't put some kind of locking seal around it. Bit of a rookie mistake. But Tusan probably never imagined someone would actually have the stones to do this. Naruto thought, smirking slightly. I don't think that Tusan would be too happy with this, but he does owe me at least this much. As he looked through the scrolls, he quickly saw the opens he was looking for. On the side of the scroll, it had the rank of the jutsu Naruto wanted to learn. It was an A-rank jutsu that most would have said Naruto was nowhere near ready for, but he thought otherwise. From his right wrist, he quickly poofed out a scroll and brush with a little bit of ink and quickly opened the scroll up and began copying the contents that was written down on them. Thanks to learning Fuinjutsu, his speed in writing was extremely fast and he quickly had all the contents of the scroll written down in less than a minute. His eyes traveled across the copy scroll he had just made, checking everything he needed was written on it. When he saw it did, he quickly sealed his equipment away along with the new scroll while placing his father jutsu scroll back in the cabinet and locked it up. He quickly got to his feet and left the office. When he closed the door behind him, he had a small smirk on his face. It never ceased to amaze him that he was able to take jutsu from his mother and father's library anytime he wanted and never get caught. Heck, he even managed to do it one night when they were in the house. Then again, Shizune-san did say, "I have pretty impressive stealth skills. I could probably paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight if I wanted to and still get away with it." He knew his father and mother would probably be a bit displeased when they found out, but the reaction on their and everyone else's faces when he used said jutsu was going to be well worth it. After shaking his head, he left for him room when he quickly began study from his Fuinjutsu level 4 book. Next day with Anko. Anko panted a little as she ducked a swipe from Ibiki Marino, a man in his early 20s and who worked for the Tsunade division in Konoha. Since she arrived in Konoha, Ibiki had taken an interest in her and shown her a thing or two from time to time. That and Anko loved hanging around the Tsunade building. The torturing screams from there were music to her ears. To the side of the small field was Kurinai Yuhi, who was watching Anko fight Ibiki, since the two had agreed to help ready Anko for the exams. "I won't let Naruto and Itachi gap getting any bigger from me. I need to catch up, especially if I want to kill him one day," she thought before she charged and engaged Ibiki in taijutsu while using her snakes to try and bite the hell out of him. With Itachi. Itachi sat meditating in the middle of one of the Uchiha training fields with his eyes wide open, showing his matured Sharingan, which was scanning around the area. After a few moments, a barrage of shuriken shot towards him. However, Itachi quickly got up and with great speed threw his own shuriken, which countered every single one of them. When he stood up, his mother appeared behind him and went towards him with her tanto. However, instead of moving, he let the blade pass through him. When it did, instead any blood being spilled, Itachi merely faded away like a mirage. "Very good, Itachi-kun," Mikoto said as she looked to her right to see Itachi standing there nodding at his mother before her own Sharingan flared as mother and son lunged towards each other. With Naruto. Naruto breathed easy as he held the sheathed shusui in his left hand as he crouched on his spot. His eyes were closed and he was focusing on everything that was around him. He could hear and sense everything and everyone around him, which included Shizune and Hiruzen, who were watching from the side. As he finished taking a breath, his eyes shot open and with great speed he sped forward before stopping a few meters as a small boulder that was in the way. His blade was now out of its sheath, but Naruto was slowly sheathing it back in. Just before he put the whole way in, Naruto muttered under his breath before the clink of the blade being fully sheathed ran out along with a loud crack to be heard. Everyone looked to see the boulder was now cut clean in two. Naruto grinned while Shizune looked towards Hiruzen, who had an equal grin on his face. Chapter 11. Chunin Finals Part 1. The crowd roared and cheered as Naruto stood in the center on the Suna Chunin exam stadium. To his left stood Itachi and Anko, while on his right were the IWA and Kumo teams. "That's a lot of people," Naruto muttered as Anko and Itachi had to nod in agreement. Easily all of the Suna shinobi and most of its civilians were here in the stadium, along with a lot of foreign shinobi. "Go Naruto," Naruto heard as he looked up in the stadium, and went a little bit red before smiling as he saw Tsunade, Shizune, and Hiruzen in the crowd. Tsunade had even made a giant flag that said Team Naruto and was waving it around. Instead of being embarrassed, he just laughed and gave Tsunade a thumbs up as grinned at him. Just beside them was Mikoto and a few members of the Uchiha clan, which included Fugaku, Sasuke, Ria, and Itachi's family member Shisui, who Naruto had met a couple of times before. Shisui was a lot like Itachi, as well as did not have that Uchiha stick in the ass. Little Ria was sitting on her mother's lap as she looked around happily at the sight of a new place while waving her little hands at her oldest brother, while Sasuke too had a big smile and cheered Itachi on. Over on the other side of the stadium was the Kumo and IWA lot that were mostly quiet and stoic. though Naruto noticed that a lot of the IWA shinobi were staring at him either in curiosity or with a glare on their face. The glares they have made him they would want to jump from their seats and attack him. Then up in the Hokage box was his father along with the Kazekage, Reikage, and surprisingly the Tsuchikage. His father was busy conversing with the Kazekage and had Kakashi standing beside him as a bodyguard. The Kazekage had a tan man with half his face covered by white cover. Beside the Tsuchikage, who was an old man that was very short, old man with a triangular beard and a mustache that has angular corners, a big red nose and thick eyebrows. The top of his head is completely bald, although he has long white hair on the lower half of his head which is styled in a traditional Chamage haircut. Over his shinobi coat he wore a mostly green and red coat. Beside him was a large man wearing the traditional red IWA uniform but had no sleeve on his right arm, showing his larger arms. Then beside the Reikage was the same Jonin who accompanied him to Konoha just over a year ago. As Naruto waited for the proctor to begin the third exam, he knew that his own family was missing from the stands. Before they had left for Suna, Minato and Jiraiya had decided it would be best to keep the twins and Mina in Konoha since they did not want to risk any assassination attempts. Kushina had readily agreed, which made Naruto angry. He wondered if his parents actually remembered about him at all. They had not shown any concern when he left for Suna over a month ago, and yet they were threatening over the twins. Instead of coming to Suna, they would instead watch from the Chunin Stadium in the Leaf, where they would be playing the Chunin exams on the big screen for those that had not gone to Suna to be able to watch it. His eyesight then turned towards the shinobi he and his team would have to go against, but noticed that the IWA Kunoichi was glaring at him. Kurotsuchi, whose name he remembered outfit was the same as before, but her eyes were brimming with confidence. I bet she has gotten a lot stronger since her grandfather is the Tsuchikage after all. He thought as he looked back up at the Kage box to see Inoki looking down at his granddaughter with a prideful smile before he turned to Naruto gaze before narrowing a little and scoffed a little. Over in the stands, Tsunade, who was keeping close eye on Naruto, saw where his gaze was going. San noticed Inoki looking at him. She let a growl build up in her throat, promising pain to Inoki if he tried anything during the exams. Next to him, Anko let her eyebrows shoot up a little. "You okay, Naruto?" Anko asked as she tapped her friends on the elbow since she saw his frown on his face. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking that all," he said, looking away from the stands and just focusing on the ground in front of him. "Always dangerous," she said, snickering a little while Naruto knocked her a little with his hip, making her almost trip. He got a glare in return. Konoha. Kushina sat in the Kage box with many of clan heads as they waited and watched the Chunin exams, wondering how well Makoto's team was going to do since she had bragged that her team was definitely going to make Chunin first time around. It earned a lot of scoffs thinking it was ridiculous, but were curious nonetheless. Kushina sat with Mina on her lap, who was giggling happily as she saw her brother on the big screen. If it was not for the eyes, he would be a carbon copy of Minato, Inora said as her daughter Ino sat by her feet, happily playing with Mito and the other clan children. Suna. From the center of the arena, a small smoke cloud appeared and got quickly swept away. Pakura arrived and stood in the arena, drawing attention to herself as her being there signaled the matches were about to begin. "Good luck, guys," Naruto whispered. "You too," both Itachi and Anko said to him before they paid close attention as the Kazekage stood up from his seat and began to speak as his voice projected through the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third part of the Chunin exams. I welcome everyone who is from the village of Konoha, Iwagakure and Kumogakure, and hope you are enjoying your stay here in Suna. Watch as these 8 young genin will show the world why they are ready to advance into becoming Chunin of their village. Pakura, I leave the rest to you." Pakura nodded towards her Kazekage before looking at the 8 genin. "If any of you want to drop out now, then now is the time to do so," she said as everyone watched as no one moved. "In that case, would everyone except for Anko Mitsurashi of Konoha and Reito Kurashini of Kumo please leave the field and go to the competitor's box," she said. "Kick some ass, Anko," Naruto said as Anko grinned at him, knowing that kicking ass was exactly what she had in mind. Naruto and Itachi left the arena and stood next to one another as they watched their friend and teammate. "So how do you think she will do?" Itachi asked, watching as Anko took up her position, as did the Kumo shinobi. Naruto grinned at the question. "Anko is going to win, no questions asked. She has been working her butt of this last week, so there is no way she would lose to this guy. On the field, you ready to lose, Leaf Girl? Rado asked as he cracked his neck and shuffled his arms around. Anko stood calmly and firmly as she stared at her opponent, before she licked her lips a little, showing her anticipation for the match. Pakura stood to the side as she looked between the two. She raised an arm which made the stadium fall quiet before she swung down. Hajime. As soon as the word was said, Rado shot forward and pulled a sword from its sheath on his back and swung down at her. Anko saw it and jumped backwards a few meters. Rado did not stop since he quickly jumped forwards and began trying to strike Anko with his blade. He was swinging in a mad frenzy, but Anko though was easily dodging the strikes. Raitun, Inazuma Zeppin, he said as he threw his hand forward to try and grab Anko's shoulder and sent currents of lightning going through her body. Anko, however, kawarimi'd away and reappeared 10 meters behind him, leaving a log in her previous spot. As she stood there, she bent down a little, traced her thumb over the ground, something Rado did not take much notice of while the shinobi in the stands did. Interesting, Hiruzen thought as he watched Anko. Rado growled loudly and breathed hard as Anko danced on the spot a little. Rado once again went forward a bit, this time tried to hit her with his taijutsu, which by the way he was throwing punches towards her, though it looked similar to an academy-style taijutsu. His punches and kicks were a little sloppy and Anko easily maneuvered out of the way before landing once again 10 meters away from him. Damn it, stop dodging and running away, you coward, he said to Anko before he felt something slice his cheek all of a sudden and felt a warm trickle going down it. A cut formed on his cheek and behind him was a kunai. Anko blurred from her spot in front of him and appeared behind him and pinned his arms behind his body. Who is the coward, you snot, she said as she licked a small trail of blood from his cheek, which freaked Rado out. She pushed him in front of her and with great speed and precision threw senbons toward Rado. Senbons? He laughed as he pulled them out. How pathetic, he said, throwing them away before noticing his arms suddenly went limp. A look of horror and surprise appeared on his face when his other arm suddenly went as well. My arms? What did you do? Those pathetic senbons, as you called them, were laced in poison, she said, making Rado's eyes go wide like saucers. Don't worry, it's not harmful, but it will make your body go numb and limp for a few hours. Don't worry, though, you should be fine by the end of the day. However, she said as a wicked grin appeared on her face, it means you are now all ripe for the taking. She makes a hand sign and out of the ground a large snake bigger than Rado comes out of the earth and wraps around the numbed boy, who now looks ready to drop to the ground in fear. Now you can either surrender or I could have my friend have you as a snack. He has not been fed in a few days, so he is mighty hungry, she said, patting its head before the snake hissed loudly at Rado. Everyone watched as the snakes opened its jaws and elongated its fangs towards him. Just as the snake's mouth was about to devour him whole, Rado called out, I give up. I surrender. Darn, that takes the fun out of things, Anko said before shrugging as she called off the giant snake and watched as Rado dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Pakura, who was standing a little to the side, smirked a little before holding up her hand. The winner of the match is Anko Mitsurashi of Konoha. When she spoke, the audience clapped while those from Konoha cheered. Pakura optioned for a stretcher to come onto the field and they quickly took Rado away. That girl is pretty good. She might have a bright future in the Leaf, Hiruzen said. Though I wonder where she learnt to use poisons. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade glanced over towards Shizune, who shuffled a little in her seat before returning to the field. Up in the Hokage box, the Raikage grumbled a little while Inoki looked at the girl curiously. How is it that she has the snake contract? He asked. I'm not at liberty to say that, Minato said firmly as Kakashi eyed the older Kage while the guard of Inoki's looked in Kakashi's. I would not bother asking Tsuchikage. When it comes to sharing information, don't expect to get anything back from him or that village of his. Minato glared a little from his seat while the two Kages huffed. Not surprising. The boy always was full of himself, Inoki muttered while Kakashi glared at him before Inoki glared at Kakashi. Boy, if you don't stop glaring at me, you will be joining your father in the afterlife, he threatened as Minato put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder as things went quiet in the Hokage box. Good job out there, Anko. You showed him who was boss, Naruto said as Anko shrugged. I did what I could, she said before looking at Itachi. You better win your match because I will be waiting for you in the next round. she said as Itachi nodded and began walking onto the field. Itachi arrived on the field as he looked across from his opponent, Deidara of IWA. The blonde IWA shinobi was grinning as his hands were very close to a pouch on his side. "Are Uchiha-san? Are you ready to behold my art? It is quite a bang," he said as Itachi furrowed his brow. Art is fast, something that happens in an instance. It's so quick most don't even see it. Except for me, that is. This art, it's beautiful. It would be great to defeat you, Uchiha-san. My sensei, the Tsuchikage, will be pleased with me knowing I defeated someone of the famed Uchiha clan. After speaking, many looked at him in surprise at that he was trained by Inoki. Some of the Uchiha members, including Mikoto, looked a little worried, while Fugaku and the others showed no emotion. In the Kage box, the other Kages looked at Inoki in surprise since Inoki had never shown any interest in taking on a student before other than those in his family. So they wondered what was so special about this one boy. A student of the Tsuchikage? He is going to be good then, Naruto said as Anko nodded in agreement. Pakura's voice broke everyone out of their thoughts as she raised her hands. She looked towards the two who both nodded at her. She nodded back before calling out, "Hajime." Immediately both Itachi and Deidara jumped back from each other to the other side of the field. Naruto fingered his shurikens in his pocket while keeping his eyes plastered on Deidara while Deidara and put his hand in the pouch and took out a lump of white clay. Everyone looked in curiosity at what H was going to, as well as Itachi, before everyone had a slightly grossed out look when they saw a hand appear on his hand with a tongue sticking out of it. It ate the clay and began to munching on it. "I think I lost my appetite, Ka-chan," Sasuke said, looking a little green, as did Ria, who was pouting and waving her arms at the action, obviously not impressed. Deidara grinned before he noticed that Itachi's eyes and become Sharingan and were spinning around. He looked away and tried to avoid eye contact since he had been told that an Uchiha could easily put a genjutsu on someone by just looking at them. "Your eye tricks won't work on me," he said as Itachi then threw a flurry of shurikens. "Doton, Dorihiki," Deidara called as he made the hand signs while his right hand was still munching on the clay. The wall went you and stopped the shurikens, but Deidara was surprised to see Itachi quickly appear on top of the wall. "Keton, Gokaku no Jutsu." A torrent of fire went towards Deidara and poured over Deidara, much to everyone's surprise and a few people's cries. Itachi looked a little surprised, but when the fire disappeared, he and everyone went all-title wide-eyed when they saw Deidara begin to melt away. "A clone," Itachi thought before he suddenly heard scurrying come from beneath him. He looked down to see little spiders made of clay walk towards him. "It seemed you fell into the trap," Deidara said, appearing a distance behind him, and made a hand sign. "Katsu." When he spoke, the spiders lit up and to everyone's surprise exploded. "Itachi!" Anko shouted out, having seen her friend in the center of the explosion, though Naruto stayed looking calm. Though she and many others were relieved when they saw a log was now where Itachi is standing. "Not bad," Itachi said, now appearing behind Deidara with a kunai to the back of his neck. "When did you make the clone? I see the Uchiha live up to their name. I would be disappointed if you did not." And to answer the question, when the earth wall went up. "But you Uchihas really should pay more attention behind you," Deidara called as Itachi looked behind to find more clay spiders appearing and jumping towards him and trying to latch onto him. Itachi jumped up high towards the top of the wall. "Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu." A giant head of a dragon flew towards the clay, burning and melting most of them. When the spiders disappeared, Itachi was surprised to see owls made of clay now flying towards him. Frowning, he made a new set of hand signs. "Raitun, Reika Senbon no Jutsu." A range of lightning made senbons formed in front of him, and he threw them towards the clay-made owls. "Since when does Itachi know lightning jutsu?" Anko asked, since she was unaware he even knew Nei light jutsu since he was mostly fire-based like she was. "Must have picked it up during his training," Naruto answered. The lightning-made senbons hit the owls and they all went tumbling down. As Itachi looked toward Deidara, he saw a grin was plastered on his face. "You're in range," Deidara said as formed the corner of Itachi's eye. He noticed a small clay bird appear in front of him. His eyes went wide and jumped back as much as he could, but saw that he was just too close. Deidara looked victorious as the tongues in his hands swayed around in every direction. Now you know that art is an explosion. The clay bird exploded right by Itachi, caused a small shock wave to hit the arena and throw a couple off their feet. The walls that it was close to now had a big indent and cracks in it. Coming out of the smoke cloud, Itachi jumped out, all limbs still intact but had burn on his right hand and leg along with some blood going down the right side of his face. However, as soon as he landed, a clay-made centipede came out of the ground and wrapped around. It held on tightly as Deidara appeared in front of him with a grin on his face as he held up the hand sign for the explosions. "Any last words, Uchiha? I would hate to make a mess," Deidara said. He waited for Itachi to say something, but instead Itachi said no words, but instead had a small grin on his face. The grin alone made rage boil inside Deidara, wondering what Itachi had to grin about. He was about to ask what he was grinning at, but just as he got close to Itachi, the Uchiha suddenly disappeared in a flock of crows. "I would not make that hand sign if I were you," Itachi's voice said before Deidara suddenly felt something clamp around him. He looked down and was shocked to see the clay centipede wrapped around him instead of Itachi. "What? I don't understand," he said as Itachi appeared in front of him with no injuries on him anymore, and he noticed Itachi's Sharingan eyes were spinning. "A genjutsu? You have had me in a genjutsu. When did you put it on?" "The moment you first looked in my eyes at the beginning of the match," he said as everything around the suddenly broke away like glass, revealing the real audience, who looked a little surprised. There was a grinning Uchiha clan as well as a smiling Naruto and Anko all looking at him. Pakura walked over to the two boys, impressed at the control Itachi had throughout the entire match, and called the match. "The winner is Itachi Uchiha from Konoha." Many cheered as the Uchiha as Deidara slowly made his way of the field with his head low. Never had he felt this humiliated before. He saw the Tsuchikage shaking his head while his IWA partners gave him some sympathy. Though he looked back at Itachi with hate-filled eyes, silently swearing he would make Itachi pay. "That my boy. That my Itachi-kun," Makoto called out as Sasuke and Ria joined in, while Fugaku tried to scold his wife for not acting proper, but she just waved him off. Itachi left the field a little red-faced since his mother was shouting how well her little boy did. He saw the grins on his teammate's face. "Very nice, Mr. Uchiha, winning with a genjutsu. How very Uchiha of you," Anko said, patting his shoulder. "Though you better now, it will take more than a genjutsu to make me down," she said. "I would expect nothing less, Anko," he called back as the next match was announced, and they watched as the other Kumo shinobi and the IWA girl made their way onto the field. "So who do you think will win this one?" Anko asked as they all scanned the two opponents. The girl, Naruto said, getting looks from his two teammates. "She is strong, I know that much. She is the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, therefore no doubt he will have a hand in her training. Though unlike Deidara, I don't think a genjutsu will be enough to take her out." He did not know how right he was. The match did not last very long. The Kumo Nin had changed like some academy student, while Kurotsuchi had remained calm. She quickly batted him away with her taijutsu, which was recognized as the rock style the IWA shinobi were known for using. She then used a couple of C and B ranked earth jutsus, which quickly squashed any chance of the Kumo Nin winning. She trapped him in earth before knocking his lights out with swift and powerful punches. Once it was over, Kurotsuchi was standing there with a victorious smile on her face, hardly scratched or worn out, while the Kumo Nin was out cold and bloodied on the ground. Pakura quickly called it. Kurotsuchi walked proudly back to the finalist's box. She looked towards Naruto briefly and gave him a look as if saying to him, "Try and beat that." "Oh, it's on," Naruto thought, smirking before he heard his name being called along with the two others he would have to battle. As he, Akatsuchi, and C walked onto the field, they all got a round of cheer from their respective villages. Tsunade, Shizune, and Hiruzen cheered, Tsunade being the loudest, telling Naruto to kick some serious ass. While back in Konoha, Mito, Eiji, and Mina all cheered and clapped when they saw their big brother on the big screen. Kushina clapped, lightly smiling as she watched Naruto's match. In the Kage box, all Kage and bodyguards looked down curiously at the Naruto, no doubt wanting to see if he was anything like his parents and to see just how powerful he was. They had seen firsthand how his two teammates had fought. Now, though, it was time for Naruto to shine. The three stood in a triangle-like formation and Pakura was just outside the triangle. As he stood there, he saw Akatsuchi and C looked at each other and nod before turning towards him. He, along with many others, saw it and inwardly cursed. though Naruto had stayed perfectly calm and now prepared himself. His hand went behind his back and sneakily made a hand sign. Only Hiruzen and Tsunade saw it and inwardly smirked. "Hajime," Pakura called out, and almost immediately Akatsuchi and C turned towards him and charged. Naruto watched them come towards him and felt their chakra and their movements from it. Akatsuchi readied to punch him from the top while C punched him from the bottom. When they connected, to everyone's surprise, Naruto had poofed out of existence. Kagebushins? The shinobi all thought when they saw it, while Minato, who was watching closely, had his eyes widen a little. Naruto knows shadow clones? Wonder where he go? Akatsuchi said, putting his finger to his lips and scratching his head. C tried to dance him about, but before he could, a pair of arms shot out from the ground and brought him down into the ground. "Doton. Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu," Naruto whispered as C was pulled down until only his head was left sticking out. When he shot out of the ground, Akatsuchi eyed him and engaged him in taijutsu. As he swung, Naruto saw that his suspicions about him were right, in that Akatsuchi was focusing more on power and his speed was not so great. Meaning Naruto was easily dodging all the kicks and swings as well as landing a few blows of his own on Akatsuchi. He focuses on the side of where his kidney would be. He mentally thanked Shizune for the anatomy lessons. Akatsuchi grunted as Naruto pushed the big genin away while C had managed to dig himself out. He made a few hand signs and shouted, "Raitun." Dendu Undri, small waves of lightning shot out from C and went towards Naruto. Naruto saw them and made his own hand seals. "Doton. Tsuchi no Ye." The ground around him shot up and hoisted him into the air, dodging the waves of lightning. In doing so, Akatsuchi jumped back before he pumped chakra into his feet and pushed towards Naruto at great speed. "Doton Garimu no Te." Clumps of rocks formed around Akatsuchi's hands and increased its physical capabilities. He swung down at Naruto, who jumped away and landed on the side of one of the walls. The spot he was standing on was reduced to rubble from the IWA ninja. Naruto jumped down from the wall and landed back on the ground. C and Akatsuchi appeared in front of him. Both went forward and engaged him in taijutsu, doing their best to once again try and hit him. But again, Naruto's speed was greater than both and was dodging them gracefully and almost effortlessly. Plus, it did not help that Akatsuchi and C kept bumping into one another. "Stop getting in the way, IWA idiot. I trying, Mr. Kumo boy. You two don't make a very good pairing, you know that," Naruto said before he sent a strong kick to C, which threw him a couple of meters away, while Akatsuchi got kicked in the guy and then kneed in the face, which sent him staggering back. He had felt a crunch, so Naruto might have just broke Akatsuchi's giant nose. "Suetun. Taputum," he said as glomps of water shot out and towards C and Akatsuchi. A few of the water shots hit the duo as the two knocked into each other and stumbled a little. In retaliation, they threw kunai and shuriken towards Naruto. Instead of jumping out of the way, Naruto stood there calmly before he quickly pulled out the shusui and deflected them all with the black blade. When he did, many in the audience, civilian and shinobi alike, marveled at the blade. Those in Kagebox looked at it curiously, even Minato. He had only seen the sword in its sheathed state, never actually taken out before. This was the first he and many other had seen a black blade. Many of the shinobis from other villages licked their lips, and the thought of having the sword but froze when they had Ki hit them and saw Tsunade glaring at those who she knew had those stealing thoughts. In Konoha, Kushina too looked at it with wide eyes. "Why have I never seen that blade before? Surely I would have noticed that sword at home, wouldn't I? Little unfair, isn't it, that you two team up?" Naruto spoke, getting the two out of their surprise, said as he was curious to why they teamed up. "It does not matter. You're the son of the Flash and most hate your very existence. Kumo hates your mother and IWA hates your father. Therefore both extremely hate you," she said. From their spots in the Kagebox and back in Konoha, both Minato and Kushina frowned, while many of the Leaf shinobi shook theirs and argued they would not let anything happen to one of their shinobis. "Well, if that's the case, then I guess I should start getting serious then, huh?" he said, surprising most who were listening as he gripped the shusui, which was still sheathed. "You know, my Bachan has always said that I have the devil's luck since her completely sucks," he said, making Tsunade shake her fist at him from the crowd, making a few people laugh. "So I think I can end this soon, since watching you two fumble over each other leaves little to be desired," he said, as well as thinking. "I can end this in one move. Guess it's time that I finally used it." His fingers traced along the hilt of his re-sheathed blade. You think so? Well, I will show you, C declared, forgetting about the teamwork with Akatsuchi. In his hands 8 kunai appeared with paper bombs wrapped around them as he readied to throw them. Next to him, Akatsuchi made hand signs before slamming on the ground. Doton Garimu no Jutsu. A big hand shot out of the ground in front of him, and the rock body of a person 3 times the size of a normal person appeared and gave a loud roar. Impressive. Now it's my turn, he said before putting his hand on the hilt of Shusui and closing his eyes, much to the surprise of many. Naruto waited for the right moment as he felt the chakra of his opponents and felt one was angry and the other was weirdly curious and kinda happy even. He pushed Chakra to his feet, getting ready to push of and do so at a great speed. Here he goes, Hiruzen said, alerting the people around him and now watching intently at what would happen. I will show you, C declared as he threw the paper-bombed kunai towards Naruto, who still stood still. Akatsuchi also sent his golem forwards, which had its hand outstretched. Naruto waited and waited for the right moment as the attacks got closer and heard a few people tell him to get out of the way. Just as they got close, his eyes snapped open and at great speed pushed off from his spot. It all happened in a blur as Naruto was standing in one spot 1 second and then the next he was behind Akatsuchi and C. Many were surprised to see where Naruto suddenly stood with his sword outstretched. All they heard for that few seconds were what sounded like tearing the whipping of wind. They had no idea it was actually Naruto swinging his blade. Those Jonin level and above all saw him move and his actions and were looking at him in a surprised state, none realizing a genin and potential Chunin could move so fast at his age. The kunai and missed their target and gone off at the other side of the field, not hurting anyone, while the golem and the contestants just stood there. Slowly Naruto began to put his blade away back in its sheath. The whole field was complete quiet as they heard him mutter his teknayu. Itoryu iai, shurshur sun sun. He then fully sheathed the blade, making the clink sound echo through the arena. When he did, everyone watched as the golem suddenly fell to pieces and C and Akatsuchi had blood spurt from their chests as they suddenly fell down to the ground. No one moved as they were all a little wide-eyed, while Hiruzen, Tsunade, Shizune, Mikoto, Itachi and Anko stood there with big smiles on their faces. Pakura, who was off to the side, shook herself out of her daze and smirked a little before raising her hand. The winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. As soon as she said his name was, the Konoha side of the audience burst into applause as they stood up and cheered his name and clapped. That's my Naru-chan, Tsunade shouted out as Shizune clapped enthusiastically. That's my student, Mikoto shouted out as she and her kids all cheered for him too. Back in Konoha, Mito, Eiji and Mina were all on their feet cheering loudly for their big brother, though Mina was more like just clapping rather loudly and kicking her legs in front of her. While everyone cheered, just 2 people did not clap. Not because they were not impressed, but because they were shocked at what they saw. Both Minato and Kushina looked at their son with one thought in their minds. Naru-chan, how or when did you get so strong? Chapter 12, Chunin Finals Part 2. After the first round of the third task had finished, everyone was given 30 minutes to take a rest and gather their bearings before they moved onto the second round and onto their next fights. Mikoto, Tsunade, Hiruzen and Shizune had come down from their spots in the crowds and wanted to see how the trio were doing and to make sure they had no major injuries despite already knowing they were all perfectly fine. The adults praised each one of them, especially Naruto, since his sword technique had apparently been the talk of the crowd since he used it. Watching him take down 2 shinobis and a big rock golem in a single move was something to be impressed with. That was a great first round, Naruto-kun. You are doing very well and you won it with revealing little of your strengths, Hiruzen said, greatly impressed with his surrogate grandson and student's performance. Well, deception is a ninja's main skill, though I get the feeling the next fight with Kurotsuchi is going to a lot tougher. I'm going to have to bring out a few of my tougher cards and put them into play. Well, just know you have our full support. You will show that Iwa Kunoichi who is the boss around here, Tsunade said, pumping her fist in the air, making Naruto grin. Up in the Kage box, Minato wanted to go down and speak with Naruto since what he saw amazed him. He did not realize Naruto was so far along in his shinobi training. In fact, he made that match almost look too easy. Why am I only beginning to notice it now? What have I been doing not to notice how accomplished Naruto is becoming as a shinobi? He knew Mikoto would be a good fit for him as a sensei since Mikoto was a well-rounded shinobi that was a sort of jack of trades in each of the three main shinobi fields. He did ask Kakashi since Kakashi had become quite the famous shinobi and could be a good influence and good sensei, but Kakashi turned it down saying he did not have the time to play sensei. Once the Chunin exams are over, maybe I should test Naruto myself. Maybe he took more after me in terms of being a shinobi. Back in Konoha though, Kushina was thinking the same thing. She was a kenjutsu master and what she saw from Naruto with that attack was very impressive. What looked like a single strike was actually multiple strikes that had been struck at such a fast speed you had to watch carefully to even see it. She was currently standing outside of the Konoha Stadium bathrooms as she waited for the twins to finish making their business so they could go back and not miss any of the matches. Mina was huddled next to her, holding on to her skirt, looking around the room since it was a new place. I wonder who taught him and why did he not come to me for training in kenjutsu? Or did he ask me? Did he ask me and did I just brush him off? She thought since she was wondering to what sort of shinobi training she had actually provided her son. Once Naruto got back, she too knew that she would have to talk with Naruto about where he got his skill set from. Back in the Suna Stadium, the waiting bell signaled, making everyone know that it was time for the second round to begin. Naruto, Itachi, and Anko went back to the box where they already found Kurotsuchi waiting for them. She looked over at them when they came in as well and looked Naruto over before turning away. Why does she keep doing that? Anko asked since Kurotsuchi had kept glancing at Naruto and turning away quite a number of times. No idea. Maybe she is trying to figure me out. Strengths, weaknesses, what makes me tick. You know, that sort of thing. That could be it. She does strike me as more intelligent than her teammates and the others in the competition. You will have to watch her closely. She could be a wild card. Itachi muttered as Naruto nodded, thinking the same thing. As they entered the box, Pakura reappeared on the fields. The second round to the third part of the Chunin exams will begin now. Would Anko Mitsurashi and Itachi Uchiha of the Leaf Village please come down onto the field? The crowd cheered as the two genin names were announced, and they all knew that for the earlier performances that this match was going to be a good one. Alright guys, you are up. Don't disappoint, Naruto said as Anko and Itachi walked onto the field side by side. Once they were in the center of the field, Itachi kept walking a small distance before he stopped and turned around to face Anko. In the stands, Mikoto took a deep breath. Though she knew deep down that Itachi would likely win between the two, she knew Anko was not going to give up easily and was going to give him a run for his money. On the field, the two teammates and friends looked at each other. Good luck, Anko-san, Itachi said as he smiled at her. Anko returned it. You too, Itachi. The next match is about to begin. Are you both ready? Pakura asked as both Itachi and Anko nodded and both readied in their respective stances. Pakura looked between them before swinging her arm down. Hajime! When the word was said, Itachi and Anko pushed back a little, both with their hands in their pouches, and as quick as lightning began storming one another with shurikens. None made it past the collision center as the shurikens all found themselves getting rebounded of the other's shurikis and were littering the ground as well as the wall. A few of the shinobis even had to duck their heads to avoid getting a shuriken stuck in their heads. On the field, after a minute of throwing shuriken at one another, they eventually stopped, but not before Anko put her hands on the ground with blood on the edges of her fingertips. Kuchios no jutsu, she said as a puff of smoke appeared and a long snake appeared out of it. The snake saw Itachi and quickly slithered over to him and began to strike at him with quick and precise strike with its mouth as its fangs were bearing out as well as its tongue. Each time it struck, Itachi efficiently dodged its strikes and managed to land a few strikes onto the snake before he pushed himself away and jumped on the wall. The snake quickly followed after him and did its best to catch up to him, but Itachi had showed that he too had trained in his speed as he easily outmaneuvered the big snake. He then jumped in the air away from the wall and where the snake was and made hand signs. Katan, Hai Kue no Jutsu, he said as black ash and fire poured out of his mouth and engulfed the snake, making it hiss in pain. That's going to hurt, Naruto muttered as many in the crowd thought the same thing. They would not want to be that snake right now. When the ash cloud disappeared, the snake was still there, but its skin was burnt in multiple places. I am going to be heading for weakness, the snake hissed out before it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. When Itachi landed on the ground, Anko came up behind him and pulled a kunai over his neck. "You should remember to watch your back," she said as Itachi smiled at her. "I could tell you the same thing." Anko's eyes winded when Itachi suddenly disappeared in a murder of crows and could hear something soaring through the air and coming towards her. She turned around in time to see kunai heading towards her. Her eyes counted how many there were and in retaliation threw the same amount of shuriken. Her shuriken collided with Itachi's and cancelled them out. As she did, Itachi appeared in front of her, jumped over her shoulder, but as he was in the air grabbed her shoulder. He then landed and using his strength threw her across the field with a lot of force. Anko couldn't dodge in time as she slammed into the walls of the stadium, wincing a little as she rubbed her lower back. "I think I felt something crack," she thought as she shakily stood up, though her lower back felt like it was on fire. "I have to tough this out now. She's hurt," Naruto whispered to himself as Tsunade and Shizune made the same decision. Anko made a few hand signs and Itachi, who had his Sharingan active, copied the movements. "Katan, Enden no Jutsu," they both said as two giant fireballs blew out of their mouth and collided with one another, making a shockwave of heat hit the closer audience members. Fugaku meanwhile turned to his wife. "That is an Uchiha clan jutsu. Why does someone who is not an Uchiha know it?" he asked as Makoto shrugged at her husband's question. "Itachi must have shown her it. She does have a fire affinity, so it would be a helpful jutsu to know." Fugaku obviously was not satisfied with the answer but had to accept it since Makoto had now turned back to the match at hand. "Katan. Hai no jutsu shuraim," Anko said as she shot fire into the air, and everyone watched as the fire looked as if it began to break apart into multiple little pieces and rain down on the field. Itachi responded by calling out, "Doton? Dohiki no jutsu," as a wall of earth suddenly erected up in front of him and blocked the rain. "Doton? Since when do you know Doton?" Anko asked. "I asked Naruto to show me a Doton that would be handy for defense, though in return I had to promise him that I would show him a Katan jutsu at some point in the future." "No fair," she whined, pouting before she went into her pack and grabbed a few senbons. Itachi recognized them as the senbons she used in her previous match that had some kind of venom on them. "Can't get hit by those," he thought as Anko made her way towards him with 3 senbons gripped in each of her hands. She got closer towards him and swung at him, but Itachi easily maneuvered out of the way. When she did though, Itachi swept her feet and went to hit her in the gut, but noticed his legs went through her. "An illusion," he thought to himself as he turned around to see a senbon implanted in his shoulder. "Sometimes you have to go back to basics, right?" Anko said as Itachi chuckled. "Very true, and it seems your poison managed to get me. I am guessing my arm will be out of commission for a little while," he asked as she nodded. "Then I guess I better get rid of it before it spread too far," he said. As he said that, he grabbed a kunai with his other hand and drove it into the wound where the senbon went in, effectively getting the poison out of his system. Many in the audience were surprised to see him do such an act, but the shinobi saw it as dedication since not many would willingly injure themselves in order to get rid of the poison. "That should be enough," he said before he quickly hit Anko in her stomach as she looked at him in surprise at what he had just done. Anko hit the ground but quickly got up. "Sanaijishu," she said as 2 snakes shot out of her sleeve and headed straight towards Itachi. To her surprise they hit, but a moment later a poof was heard and a log was now in his place. "You're not the only one who can go back to basics," he said as Anko turned around to try and stop him but instead felt a thud hit the back of neck. Her eyes went dreary and her vision went black before she collapsed to the ground, knocked out. Itachi looked towards Pakura, who nodded. "The winner of the match is Itachi Uchiha of Konoha." The crowd cheered and clapped at the 2 genin, who gave them another good performance as Itachi's siblings once again cheered loudly for their big brother. Itachi looked down at Anko and quickly picked her and carried her over to the medic bay where they would take a quickly look over her and check her vitals were all fine. "You did good, Anko-san. You pushed me quite a bit. I look forward to any future battles we should have," he said as he patted his friend's shoulders before he made his way back the contestants' box. In the stands, Makoto gave both her son and her female student a loud round of applause, knowing that they both deserved it and that she was very proud of both of them. "Good fight. Anko put you through the ringer," he said as Itachi winced a little from the cut on his shoulder. Yes, well, as tough as that was, it is now your turn to fight against some feminine fury, he said as they looked over to see Kurotsuchi move on to the field. Looks like it is my turn again, Naruto said as he cracked his shoulders and followed after. When they both walked onto the field, the Konoha and the IWA side all erupted into cheers, no doubt having been waiting to see this match happen for some time. It was essentially the family of IWA versus the family of Konoha, and it was time to see which one was better. Naruto and Kurotsuchi stood apart from one another as the two looked across from one another. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her calm demeanor and noticed she was not listening to the shouting of the crowds. You're different from the rest, he said as Kurotsuchi raised an eyebrow. Different how? For starters, you are not insulting me because of who I'm related to. I know my dad can be an ass at times, but you don't need to take it out on me, he said as many in the crowd snickered at his words. In the Hokage box, Minato coughed and looked a little uncomfortable as the other Kages laughed in their seats, no doubt finding it funny that the man's son called him what they all thought he was. Not that it's any of your business, but I don't hold that petty grudge that others in IWA carry. While I don't really like you all the same, I don't hold a grudge over what happened in the Third War. It was war, and casualties and deaths were bound to happen. Even though I agree your dad can be an ass. Now Minato just wanted to crawl away as the Kages laughed even harder, as did Tsunade, Shizune and others in their section. What about those times where you just looked at me like you hated me, just observing you, wanting to see what your strengths were? Any weak points? What made you tick? And did you get any answers? He asked as Kurotsuchi smirked at him. Well, I guess you will just have to find out, she said, making Naruto back in return. Okay, lovebirds, if you two are done flirting with each other, Pakura said as Naruto and Kurotsuchi blushed a little and looked the other way, drawing a few laughs from everyone. Then we can begin this match. They both nodded and got in their respective stances. Hajime, Doton, Daichi no Suppeku, Kurotsuchi called as a massive spike of earth shot out of the ground towards Naruto. Naruto jumped back 10 meters and missed the spike as he unsheathed the shusui. Kurotsuchi went forward with a kunai in each hand and began swiping at Naruto, who easily defended with the shusui. Sparks flew from the kunai and blade when they connected with one another. Kurotsuchi used her slim body and used her flexibility to perform a couple of very agile and well-balanced moves as she tried to hit him in some of his vital spots. One of her kunais went for the jugular, showing Naruto just how serious she was being. He moved his head back and just felt the graze of the tip of the kunai hit his throat. In response, he swept her legs with a vicious kick, but Kurotsuchi quickly jumped in the air before she unleashed a kick of her own. He caught the kick and threw her over his shoulder, but she easily rolled with the throw. Doton, Doro no Gazo, she said as glomps on mud shot out of her mouth and rocketing towards Naruto. Futon, de Tapa, he said as he took a deep breath and forced a large swirl of wind out of his mouth. The wind rushed forward and knocked into the mud shots, sweeping them away or destroying the others. Futon, Doton, and Suetun Jutsu? Kushina thought as she watched the screen of her son fighting the IWA Kunoichi. How does he have 3 elements? He should have taken after either myself or Minato, yet he has inherited both along with another. Back on the field, Naruto defended from a few quick strikes from Kurotsuchi, though he was too fast, and managed to block each strike and counter with his own, though she would block and do the same. Eventually her kunai and Naruto's sword locked onto each other and began fighting for dominance. When they entered a stalemate, Naruto used his superior physical strength and pushed her back and sent her flying back a couple of meters. So he is not all show. He has physical strength too, she thought. Kurotsuchi easily backflipped and landed on her feet. Kagebushin no Jutsu, Naruto called as 3 shadow clones shot forward and began attacking Kurotsuchi as Naruto placed a hand on his blade's hilt. He's going for it again, Hiruzen said as Tsunade nodded. It's early for him to be going for it again. When he watched the clones get her in the right spot, charged. Itoryu, Shirshir Sun, he said as he suddenly shot forward and went to slash Kurotsuchi again. However, when Kurotsuchi saw what he was doing and noticed him ready to charge, she already knew the general dynamics of the attack. She ran forward towards one of the Naruto clones and jumped onto its shoulder before pushing herself into the air. In the air, she successfully dodged the attack as Naruto went past, having missed his target. Up in the Kage box, Anoki grinned at his granddaughter's display. She dodged it. Naruto said, surprised, before he saw Kurotsuchi performing hand seals again. That trick won't work with me. You need the opponent to be staying in a spot to let it hit. It's a direct hit move, so if they're moving then you won't be able to hit them. She said as Naruto grinned. You are not like the rest. You're a real kunoichi. Give me the best you got. Naruto said. Kurotsuchi smirked in response. The only real competition I get back home, that is in our age range, is against Enko and Itachi. Well, I should impress since I have a reputation to uphold. I have IWA blood running through me and I aim to make my family proud. Is that not what you are doing? Something like that, though mine is only to certain members of my family. There are a few that I am showing them what they missed out on, what they did not help. He said bitterly as he glanced up at his father, who sat there watching the battle with calculating eyes. They stared towards each before they both began to make a set of hand seals, both at similar speeds and similar actions and motions. Katan. Hai Bareto no Jutsu. Naruto reciprocated with his own Suetun. Mizu Bareto no Jutsu. Water and fireballs rushed towards their targets at great speed, but collided with one another, creating a small veil of steam to begin to appear and engulf the lower field, making it a little difficult for some to see what was happening. Neither stopped their attack as fire and water rained down through the field, trying to bypass the other but neither having any success. She really is pretty good, Naruto thought. It's to be expected that the son of the Yellow Flash would be this skilled. Kurotsuchi thought in return. Deciding to take it up a notch, Kurotsuchi smiled to herself before she jumped onto the high walls, looking down at Naruto, who stared up at her, as did the others in the crowds and who was watching. She made a few head seals before shout, Yotan, Yogan no aim, she called out as she took a deep breath and shot out large glomps of lava from her mouth high into the air, and watched as it began to separate from large glomps and into small and smaller pieces until it was just like bits of hail. One bit fell onto Naruto's shirt sleeve and quickly burnt a hole into it. Naruto quickly ripped the sleeve off and threw it aside, not wanting to get those kind of burns touch his skin. She knows Yotan? I did not even know IWA had any shinobi who could use that bloodline. Shizun asked as Tsunade and Hiruzen narrowed her eyes, as did Mikoto from her seat. There was a clan that specialized and could use the Yotan bloodline long ago, but they got split and separated throughout the year and got spread throughout the year, similar to that of the Uzumaki. My guess is that someone from that girl's family carried the Yotan bloodline and it was passed down to her. On the field, Naruto looked at her surprise. Yotan, huh? This takes things to a new level. I have to be more careful around her and I can't let that lava touch me, of it will be lights out for me. He thought, you look a little out of it. I hope that little treat I just gave you did not burn you too badly, she said as she grinned at him as he looked up at her. Not at all, though I was a little surprised. This does not change the fact I will still kick your ass, he said, making her glare down at him. We will see who will be the one to get their ass kicked, she said as she went through another lot of hand seals. Yotan. Yogan Kiryu no Jutsu. This time a large stream of lava shot out from her mouth and rushed towards him. Naruto quickly saw the danger and immediately jumped as far away as he could from harm's way. However, he noticed that when the lava hit the ground, it began to spread across the floor and slowly begin to cover the ground. Lava is basically molten rock that had been superheated up and had taken a kind of middle ground between liquid and solid. Kept hot, it stays as a liquid, but when supercooled it will harden and become rock. He thought before a thought came to his mind, which means water should be effective against it. He muttered to himself as he went through hand seals and channeled his chakra. Suetun, Mizurappa, he said as a strong jet of water shot forward and covered over the lava and quickly showed to have already stopped it from moving forward. The jet of water was stationed just a bit into the air so the water could evenly spread over the lava and harden it. After a few moments, the jet of water stopped as steam was emitted from the lava and showed the lava had rapidly cooled down to form a layer of rock on top of the surface of the field. Doton. Daichi no Supeiku Seiki. Kurotsuchi called as Naruto saw that the earth layer that had been created from the lava getting cooled down suddenly shot up. The great thing about lava is once it has cooled down it just turns to earth, enabling me to use my arsenal of earth jutsus. Kurotsuchi called as Naruto dodged each of the spikes, though at the end, the last one managed to leave a slash across his left shoulder, making him wince a little and making those watching from IWA cheer. Naruto jumped back away from the earth as much as he could before he gripped his right fists tightly. He looked up towards Tsunade, who looked back at him before she gave him a nod. Now the tables are about to be turned, Naruto said as Kurotsuchi listened to his words and narrowed her eyes. Since you seem to like the flat earth so much, let's rumble it around a little. Before he threw his hand up and struck a similar pose to Tsunade's chakra pumped into his fist. When those from Konoha saw that stance, many paled while Minato and Kushina's eyes went as wide as saucers. She didn't teach him that move surely, Jiraiya thought as he watched what Naruto was about to do. In the stadium, everyone waited with bated breaths before Naruto swung his chakra-enhanced fist down onto the ground. Hua! He cried out as his fist impacted the ground. As soon as it hit, the earth beneath him shook uncontrollably and giant cracks began to form all over the field. Kurotsuchi looked around in a panic as she saw the cracks were forming around where she was standing. She began to wobble on her spot as the ground suddenly began bursting all around her and huge pieces of earth began shooting out of the ground as the field began tearing itself apart. This is not good, she thought as she jumped back and tried to stick to one of the walls. But when she did, she saw Naruto appeared in front of her in a great burst of speed. I'm ending this, Naruto thought to himself before he used a chakra-enhanced kick to her stomach, making her lose her breath and get the wind knocked out of her and sent her into the air. He then appeared above her in great speed again and threw her to the ground before appearing on the ground just as she was about to meet the ground. He then raised his right leg as high as he could, and just as she went past him towards the ground, he swung his right leg into her back and smashed her into the ground, making a small crater form from underneath her. Suten Kyaku, he said as he did the move before it was over. He looked down towards Kurotsuchi and saw that she was still conscious but was pretty battered and would not be getting up anytime soon. He sighed and swept a hand through his hair and dropped down next to her on his butt. Though his control with the super strength was good, it was still not quite enough to not leave him a little fatigued. You beat me, she said sadly as she tried to raise her head but couldn't. I guess I did, though if it helps, you gave me one hell of a fight. You did not make it easy, he said as she nodded. I guess that's okay then, she said as Naruto looked over towards Pakura, who nodded and gave the signal. The winner of the match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Once she did, many in the audience cheered while the audience members from IWA groaned a little and looked away, not happy their shinobi lost to him. His siblings in Konoha cheered loudly again as little Mina stood up on her mother's lap and cheered with her arms in the air, smiling and giggling happily. Kushina clapped but was out of words to say from her eldest son's performance. Kurotsuchi lay on the ground. She knew her grandfather would no doubt give her a telling off for losing, which made her groan. How was I supposed to know how good he was? She thought before she felt a relaxing feeling spread through her back that felt nice and cool. She looked over to see Naruto with his hand on her back with his hands glowing green. What are you doing? She asked, furrowing her brow at him. What does it look like I am doing? I'm healing you, of course, he said, surprising her. Why not? He said, shrugging. It won't tire me out if that is what you were thinking. I have a lot of chakra. More than both my parents put together when they were my age. Kurotsuchi did not say anything, but after few minutes felt the pain lessen before the medics took over and put her on a gurney. As they took her back, she looked over to see Naruto walking back to the fighter box. When she did, their two eyes met, and for just a moment they both thought about how pretty the other's eyes were. Naruto walked back to the box to find Itachi standing there looking towards him. I guess it's just us left now. Are you going to give me your best, Naruto? Itachi asked as he leaned against the wall. Naruto grinned. As long as you give me your best, then I will give you mine. Then we are in agreement. As the two stood there catching their breath and letting themselves get small rests before they go out onto the field. Kagebox. So it's another Konoha-filled finals. There is a surprise, said as he leaned back and put his head in his hand as he lounged lazily. Yes, though my granddaughter put up a good fight, I guess it just was not enough. We will have to up her training, he said to the big man next to him, who nodded silently as he looked down towards the field. The Kazekage turned to Minato. I did not know Tsunade had taken on an apprentice, let alone taught someone the secret to her super strength. You looked just as surprised as everyone else did. I take it you did not know. Inwardly, Minato was more surprised at what his son had managed to do and knew that once they were back in Konoha, he needed to speak with Naruto and Tsunade. Outwardly, though, he was playing it cool. I guess my son has the art of deception down since he surprised all of us, he said as the Kazekage nodded while Minato looked back at Kakashi, who was no doubt surprised as well. Konoha, Kushina, you never told us Naruto was so developed in his shinobi skills. By his performance, I would say he should have been made Chunin long ago, Yoshino said as her son Shikamaru slept just in the seat beside her. The other mothers had all said the same thing. None had known that Naruto was at his current level. He even surprised them when he healed Kurotsuchi, since everyone else would have just walked and left here there. Kushina stared but never continued. She did not know what to say as his eyes were just fixed on the screen where her son was. Her children were all sitting by her feet now, with Mina sitting on Mito as the sisters played together while Eiji was with little Kiba in Izuka. Naru-chan, she whispered as her bottom lip trembled. Stadium. Makoto waited with bated breath as she waited for her son and her student to walk out on the field, not entirely sure who she wanted to win. She did not want to play favorites, yet her mother's side of her wanted her boy to win it, even though she did not mind which of the two won in the end. Fugaku meanwhile sat with a stoic expression along with many of the other members of the Uchiha clan. She did not need to guess who he wanted to win. He had told Itachi before they left for Suna that he was to win at all costs, so that he could show everyone why the Uchiha clan was to be respected and feared. Itachi had said nothing and had just nodded. Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Shizen meanwhile sat little nervously, knowing this would be the fight Naruto would have most trouble with. Fighting against a Sharingan was difficult on many levels, and one had to try and not look them in the eye. If they did, then it was all over. They had taught him all he knew, and now it was time for him to put it to the real test. Everyone chatted silently as Pakura looked up to the Kage box and saw the nod from the Kazekage indicating the 10-minute break was over. The final match of the Chunin exams are about to begin. Would Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha come onto the field? She said as cheers immediately began to sound out through the stadium. Both boys walked on to the field and stood in the center before they turned to face one another. Naruto and Itachi looked at one another from across the field, both with serious and focused looks plastered on their faces. Good luck, Achiha, Naruto said, grinning at him as Itachi did the same. And to you, Uzumaki. Pakura stood beside the two boys and saw they were both ready and just waiting for her signal. She took a deep breath, put her right arm in the air, and then swung down. Hajime, Pakura called out as the match began, though many were surprised when neither of the boys moved an inch. Mama, why they not moving? Ria asked from Makoto's lap as she pouted that nothing was happening in front of her. Neither one are moving. They're waiting for the others to make one tiny slip up so they can take advantage of it, Shizun said as Tsunade and Hiruzen nodded with a similar thought. All the Kages sat in the box waiting for one of them to make a move, being very patient and knowing what they were doing. The bodyguards were all doing the same. Then, after a few minutes, they finally moved. Both boys had a finger flinch at the same time, and the other now tried to use that as an invite to attack. Both Naruto and Itachi threw a kunai at one another, which only met in the middle and made a loud clang sound out through the arena. The two boys pushed off from the ground and went forward and met each other in the middle as they began a taijutsu battle. Itachi went for an uppercut, which Naruto managed to dodge by stepping back before Itachi then tried to sweep the legs. Naruto jumped it and then shot his right leg towards Itachi's head, which Itachi managed to block with his left elbow. He then went forward and grabbed Naruto's shoulder and, like earlier with Anko, flipped over him in an attempt to throw him. Naruto, however, when he was thrown, somersaulted through the air and made a Kagebushin behind him, which threw him back forward and shoulder barged Itachi, which made the Uchiha take a few steps back. Itachi narrowed his eyes and his Sharingan appeared. When they did, Naruto immediately averted his eyes and began looking anywhere else but his eyes. Your Sharingan doesn't to scare me, Itachi. As long as I don't look you in the eye, then you can't put a genjutsu on me, Naruto said. But you will have to look up eventually, Naruto. It's only a matter of time, Itachi said as Naruto took the handle of the shusui out. Itoryu, Sanjiroku pound ho, Naruto said as he struck the air with great force, and a massive swipe of dense wind shot forward at great speed towards Itachi. Itachi, however, saw it coming and with his Sharingan activated managed to dodge out of the way in time as he watched the attack go past him and strike the wall from behind him. When it struck, the giant wall split in half with a very deep slash now embedding in the concrete. Itachi did not let Naruto have another chance to attack him. Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu, he called as fire shot forward and towards Naruto. In retaliation, Naruto gripped Shusui and swung it with great force as he sent another great slash like he had just used towards the fireball. When they met, a small explosion went off which got a plume of smoke to from. Naruto looked around the field as the smoke from the blast obscured his view. Though he did not have to search long, as he then looked up to see Itachi in the air with kunais with paper bombs attached to them in each hand and then threw them towards him. Seeing the kunais coming towards him, Naruto made hand signs. Suetun Mizu Bareto no Jutsu, he said as glomps of water shot out of his mouth and began taking out the kunai. He hit 9 of the 10 kunais, but one that was hiding behind the shadow of another kunai managed to get past and landed beside Naruto. He saw it and saw the paper bomb light up before it suddenly exploded beside him. Naru-chan, Shizune and Tsunade called out while some of the Uchihas along with Fugaku grinned at the event. Itachi landed on the ground just a few feet from where Naruto was standing. Ad looked at the post where his friend and rival had previously been standing. "Where did you go, Naruto?" he thought as he saw empty spot where he had been standing. "Front, left, right, up, behind. That only leaves." He started as he looked down to the ground beneath him. Just as he did, the ground began to crack and shake, making Itachi's eyes widen slightly, and jumped back as quickly as he could. A tan chakra enforced fist shot out of the ground and missed Itachi by an inch and sailed past him. Even though that missed, Naruto brought up his left leg and kicked Itachi in the stomach, making the boy keel over slightly and before getting pushed back and skid along the ground, though managing to still stand. Itachi, though in slightly pain, did not allow any more time to be lost. "Katan Suisei no Hai," he said as thick glomps of fire shot into the air, covering a small portion of the arena as small comet-shaped fireballs began raining down towards Naruto. "An interesting move. I don't think I have seen that one before," Hiruzen said as he examined the jutsu. Some of the other fire user in the arena watching were thinking the same thing. On the field, Naruto saw the small fire comets coming towards him. "Suetun Suijin Hiki," he called as shot water out of his mouth and built up a wall in front of him that went about 10 meters high into the air. The fire comets went through the water wall and immediate called off and either disappeared into nothing or began little steam balls that Naruto easily swipe away with Shusui. Naruto then pushed himself off the ground and towards Itachi and swung Shusui at him. Itachi, though, saw the move coming and whipped out a kunai in each hand and blocked the blade, and the two then began trading swipes of metal. Sparks flew all around them quickly and bright as the two traded blows. Naruto swung his Shusui at Itachi, trying to hit parts of the body that were vital in order to bring him down quicker and try to end the match sooner. However, Itachi's Sharingan was preventing it as it kept locked on him and his movements and managed to read what move he would do next and either dodged or blocked the strikes. In the crowd, many were cheering as they watched the display between Naruto and Itachi, and most were of the civilians were on the edge of their seats. "It won't last much longer. The blonde Namikaze brat does not stand a chance against the Sharingan. His attempts are futile," Fugaku said as some of the Uchiha agreed with him while Mikoto scowled at her husband's words. "This match is very close. Both boys are fighting on even grounds," Hiruzen added. "Yes, but if Naruto actually used that skill set, he knows then it would have been over a lot quicker," Tsunade said, quietly motioning about Naruto's Mokuton as Hiruzen nodded. However, they both knew why Naruto wouldn't use that skill set till he was much older. On the field, Naruto was internally getting a little frustrated that he was not landing many of his strikes on Itachi as the Uchiha kept blocking them. "He has increased his speed a lot. I need to find some way to slow him down," Naruto thought before an idea popped into his head that made him internally smile. Itachi watched as Naruto swung his blade again towards him and his Sharingan easily followed the movements. His Sharingan was so focused on the sword that it did not catch Naruto put his hand into one of his pouches and bring out a brush. When Itachi blocked the strike with his kunai, Naruto smirked and put his brush forward and swiped it across Itachi's hand. quickly and skillfully drawing a seal on the back of his hand. Itachi felt the brush touch his skin, and his eye widened a little when he saw the black seal on his hand. He jumped back a little and saw the seal on his hand, and with his knowledge of seals to a degree, he recognized it was a weight seal. Should have kept your eye on the other hand, Itachi, Naruto said as he made a hand movement. Fuin, Minato and Kushina's eyes widened in surprise as they both thought the same thing. I didn't think that he would be that skilled in Fuinjutsu. We need to figure out how he got so strong. I can't even remember teaching him any of what he is using. As soon as he did that, Itachi's left hand dropped to the ground like a heavy weight and went down to one knee. He tried to stand up, but there was just too much weight pressing down on his hand. He sighed and looked towards Naruto. That was a good move, Naruto, but you forgot one thing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You looked in my eyes, he said as everything around Naruto suddenly began to distort and the sky became a light purple and he saw everyone in the stands disappear. Itachi, who was in front of him, was now gone. When did I look in his eyes? He thought as he went over what happened and realized it must have been when he added the seal to Itachi's hand. His eyes must have caught mine when I was adding the seal. I have to get out of this and quick as I can, he thought as he began cutting off his chakra through his body. I need to release a large burst of chakra in order to release the genjutsu. So that is what he did as he began storing up chakra from his body and to be ready to release a large burst of it and be released. He had plenty of chakra left, but after the long day, he could feel his body and his muscles aching as the day began to take its toll on him. You're a failure, a voice suddenly said from next to him as he turned beside him to see his dad standing there scowling at him. You're a failure of a shinobi. We didn't bother teaching you because I know you were not worth the effort. You could never be the child I always wanted to raise. Naruto widened his eyes a little at that, but he looked forward. This is not real. It's just an illusion, he said as he suddenly felt some kind of strike hit his face. He looked forward to see Kushina now standing in front of him with her palm outstretched. I pushed you away because I did not want you anymore. Why would want you when I have 3 perfect little children that I can love and spoil? I never wanted you to begin with, she said as she glared at him. This is not real, he continued to say to himself as he stored up more chakra to release. From behind him, he then felt a strikes hit him and saw senbons sticking out of him. It was Shizune, Suanda and Hiruzen all standing there with Shizune's hand stretched showing she had thrown the senbons. Why did we train you? You're just a waste of our time, they said together. Then from all around him other people began to appear. Mikoto, Anko, Mina, Mito, Eiji, Kakashi and Jiraiya all stood there glaring towards him, all circling around him, all saying the same thing. This is not real. This is not real, he kept saying to himself, not noticing that while he focused on what they were saying, he was storing more chakra than necessary. The people around him got closer and got louder as all he could hear were their words, and he shook his head furiously. Shut up, he shouted as he unleashed the chakra he had stored up and that shot out from all around him. The illusion around him flickered before it faded away and the crowds and Itachi came back into view. His chakra continued to burst around and caused large cracks to form in the ground as well as rubble to get swept away from how powerful it was. Many in the audience were left speechless, his father included, at how much chakra he had and how powerful it was. What did he do? Tsunade asked, scowling a little, and looked at Naruto in worry as she watched him drop to one knee and panted. No doubt the large amount of chakra he unleashed sapped him of his energy and chakra. Naruto has that much chakra, Minato thought, leaning forward in his seat. That almost double the amount Kushina had when she was that age. Just how much chakra does Naruto have? Naruto panted and looked at Itachi, who had finally broke the weight seal on his hand, but looked as ragged and exhausted as he did. The days have been long and hard on both of them. I'm kicking your ass big time for that genjutsu, he said as Itachi looked at him a little sorry. I don't have much chakra left, and by the looks of thing neither do you. So how about we finish this with one last move? Winner take all, Itachi offered. One move? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow as his mouth flickered in a tin grin. I'm game. Perfect way to get you back for that illusion, he said as they took a few steps further away from one another. Everyone in the stadium watched as Itachi did a few hand signs and then stuck hand in front of him. His chakra appeared in his left hand before the chakra suddenly set on fire. He then put it to the side and the fire then spread around his hand and up just past his wrist. The shape of the fire went to a spear shape. Many again looked at it in fascination, Uchiha included. Not even Makoto had seen her son use that move before, and he had not used that move before in one of their sparring and training sessions. Kakashi, who was behind Minato, looked at it in surprise. It's like my Raikiri, only instead of lightning, it's fire. He is recognized as a genius. It should not be that surprising that he made his own version. Minato said as Kakashi nodded while the other Kage all looked in fascination. Wow, that's pretty cool, Naruto said as Itachi readied to shoot forward. But now it's time for my move. One I am sure many will recognize. Naruto then stood up and put his right hand out with his palm facing upwards. It was then that Konoha Shinobi heard the familiar swirling sound that made Minato, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shizune, Hiruzen and others widen their eyes to epic proportions when they realized what he was doing. In Naruto's hand, chakra began to swirl around in his hand before it began to form and take the shape of a sphere. It made a swirling sound and it pulsed in his hands. Itachi looked a little surprised before he went back to have an emotionless look on his face. How? How does Naruto know the Rasengan? Minato asked, standing up from his seat. I'm not sure, but I had to guess. It seems Naruto has been going through your things. It the best explanation to him knowing that jutsu. Kakashi added. Back in Konoha, Kushina and the other mothers had looks that resembled gaping fish, not really believing that what they were seeing was real. Kushina, Minato taught him the Rasengan. Was that really that wise? Tsum said as Hana stared to her friend in awe. He didn't. I know Minato didn't. We have spoken about not teaching anyone the Rasengan until we felt it was time. We did not even want to teach the twins the Rasengan until they were at least 12, maybe 13. She said as they all looked at her. Then Kushina realized something. We had never even intended to teach it to Naruto. We weren't going to teach him his birthright. Is this what Tsunade meant that day we told her to teach the twins medical ninjutsu? Well, I guess Naruto did not get that memo. Hitomi Hyuga said as by her feet. Mina, Eiji and Mito watched their big brother in fascination and the blue orb in his hands. Back on the field, Naruto and Itachi positioned themselves readily and eyed each other. Itachi had his Sharingan activated while Naruto's eyes seemed to glow with power radiating from it. Then they both pushed forward and ran towards each other at great speed. Itachi had his let brought back behind him, as did Naruto with the Rasengan. Those in the audience were completely silenced as the two moved opposed each other and suddenly got thrown forward and towards one another. The only sound through the arena was the sound of the attacks. Kajian, Rasengan. Both attacks met head-on and the sound of the clash resonated through the arena as they collided. The wind around the two boys picked up before a strong shockwave erupted from around the two boys as the two attacks fought for dominance. The ground beneath them cracked away along with the area around them. The entire arena was hit by a strong shockwave and wind that many put their hands in front of their faces. This is insane. Who knew kids like this could have this kind of power? Akumo Shinobi said as he tried to stop the wind lashing at his face. The two attacks continued to fight for dominance as neither Naruto nor Itachi let up before they both let out a loud shout and the attacks and the area around them completely exploded and went up in smoke. The explosion knocked many of their seats and others had to use chakra to stay in their seat. Naruto, Itachi, back in Konoha, Kushina was on her feet as she held her hand to her mouth after seeing her eldest get enveloped by the smoke and dust. Mito, Eiji and Mina look a little confused, but had sad looks on their faces and Mina looked ready to cry. Makoto was in a similar situation as she wanted to jump into the stadium and check her son and student were still alive. Sasuke looked down worriedly as did Ria, who like Mina looked ready to cry. Fugaku though looked as stoic as ever. Tsunade and Shizune looked ready to jump down, but Hiruzen planted his hand on their shoulder muttering that Naruto was okay. In the box, all the Kage looked a little wide-eyed at the final attack and Minato looked concerned towards his son, who he still could not see. Slowly though the cloud of smoke disappeared, revealing that the entire arena was completely and utterly wrecked and the walls looked like they were barely standing. Eventually the figure of Naruto and Itachi appeared and showed them both standing shoulder to shoulder while both were looking and facing opposite directions. Both looked ready to drop and their clothes were in tatters. They had cuts all over their bodies and bruises forming. Naruto's left hand looked very burnt while Itachi looked a little mangled, indicating some broken bones. Everyone sat on the edge of their seats as they waited for the two boys to move or to even speak. Itachi and Naruto turned their heads towards each other, and both gave off a small smile before Itachi spoke. "I guess you got me," he said as his eyes rolled into the back of his head and fell to his knees and went unconscious. Many gasped at that while Naruto looked at Pakura, who reappeared on the field and looked a little shocked from the fight she had seen. She lifted her arm in the air. "The winner of the match and winner of the Chunin exams is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." As soon as she did, most in the stadium got on their feet and clapped wildly at the amazing battle they had just seen. Most clapped while some for Kumo and Iwa scowled a little and just looked away. Naruto smiled at the crowd and saw his father look at him in disbelief, no doubt not believing his son just won the exams. With the match over, Naruto breathed out a heavy breath before he fell backwards, the exhaustion of the day now taking its toll on him. Uzumaki or not, he had his limits. When he did, Tsunade, Shizune, Hiruzen and Mikoto left their seats and jumped into the stadium. Mikoto went straight to her son, with Shizune coming up behind her to check him over while Tsunade and Hiruzen checked on Naruto. "Let's get them both to the med bay. They will need some serious resting after today," Tsunade said as she picked up Naruto up gently on her back, with Mikoto doing the same for Itachi before they quickly left the stadium. Shizune hurried with them, while Hiruzen picked up Naruto's blade in his hands and followed after them. Chapter 13. Long-awaited words. So first and most importantly, I want to congratulate Team 13 for their great performances in the Chunin exams in Suna 5 days ago, and of course well done to my son Naruto for winning the Chunin exams, Minato said as he sat behind his desk. In front of him stood Naruto, Itachi and Anko with the two boys covered in bandages. Naruto had his right hand covered up as well as his shoulder and had a few patches on his face. Itachi had the same on his left arm but had bandages wrapped around his chest and a few patches on his cheeks. Anko, though, was mostly okay and just had a set of bandages around her chest from breaking 2 ribs during her fight with Itachi. Since the end of the Chunin exams 5 days ago, most of the bruising and small cuts had vanished thanks to Tsunade and Shizune personally looking after Naruto and his team and pouring medical chakra through their systems. They stayed in Suna for 2 days to rest and recovered before all the Konoha visitors left, and took 3 days to arrive back home in Konoha. His father, though, had talked with him a lot during those 3 days, and Naruto had a feeling it was because he was curious at Naruto's strength and how he managed to attain it. Once he got home, he was expecting some kind of interrogation from his parents, since when they arrived back home, his mother had a curious gaze on him, as if trying to figure him out. His sibling, though, welcomed him back happily, and Mina had clung to him ever since. It had taken some blackmail with ice cream to get her off him, since he and his team were requested in Hokage's office. Around the room, multiple members of the Konoha Shinobi Council stood watching and smiling at the 3 young shinobi and clapped lightly. On that side was also Mikoto, who was smiling the biggest proud smile she could muster, with a feeling that she had done a good job with her team and that she had helped 3 great future shinobi. On the other side was Tsunade and Hiruzen, who were standing with Kakashi, Kushina, Shizune, and a few more of the Konoha Jonin. Then on the other side of Hiruzen were his former teammates and fellow Konoha elders Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo. The 2 elders he did not mind, though Naruto found them both to be a couple of sticks in the mud, always acting very serious, while the other guy Danzo gave Naruto an eerie feeling. Plus his Gigi, Tsunade, and Shizune had warned it was best to stay away from him. Now I think everyone here would agree with me when I say these 3 have all proved themselves ready to become Chunin. Around the room everyone murmured in agreement. Then in that case I believe it's only fitting to have these handed out, Minato said as he pulled out a scroll from his desk and unsealed the contents of it. Out of the scroll he revealed 3 Chunin flak jackets and handed them out. First to Anko, then to Itachi, and then to Naruto, who he happily ruffled his hair. Naruto, though, did not react from it and just stood there as he listened to his father. Then today I would like to congratulate Anko Mitsurashi, Itachi Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze on becoming Chunin, he said as more murmuring and clapping rang out through the office. Many of the clan heads stepped forward to congratulate the 3 new promoted Chunin and shook their hands, telling them well done in the exams and how well they thought they all fought. Mikoto eagerly came forward and wrapped all 3 in a big hug, telling them all how proud of them she was, and how sad she was now that they were technically not a team anymore. Since her team became Chunin, Mikoto decided to return back to being a full-time housewife since now that her oldest was a Chunin and proved he was strong and had good friend with him. She wanted to turn her attention in now helping her middle and youngest child. Though she would still help the trio train when she could and maybe go on a mission from time to time, her duty now was to help Sasuke and Ria. Though when Mikoto had passed Kushina and the others Konoha moms, she smirked at them. "I told you. 1 year and my team became Chunin," she said proudly as the other moms nodded that she was telling the truth and had lived up to the expectations that Mikoto liked to brag about. Kushina thought, scowled, and internally promised that she had to somehow beat her eternal rival. "Chunin Uzumaki Namikaze now," Hiruzen said as he, Shizune and Tsunade came up to Naruto with Shizune hugging and kissing him on the forehead with Tsunade also doing the same thing. "You have come far since we began teaching that little 5-year-old who wanted to learn to be a ninja. It feels like only yesterday that I found you in the park trying to read that book on chakra," Shizune added. Naruto smiled as he hugged his older sister figure. "I never did thank you for helping me with that." Shizune smiled and settled her head on top of his. "And you never have to. Well, now that the exams are over, it means we can get back to training. Don't think because you're a Chunin now that we have nothing left to teach you. Because we all have heaps loads to drill into that hard noggin of yours," Tsunade said as she tapped his head. "Good, because I would have it no other way," he said as Tsunade grinned down at him. Around them, the heads of Konoha began to pile out with the elders of the village following after them, as well as some of the shinobi. Kakashi and Shizune followed on out along with Itachi, Mikoto and Anko behind them. Naruto and Tsunade was about to leave too, but their leave was cut short. "Naruto, Tsunade, I was hoping the two of you could remain here for a moment," Minato said as he sat back in his seat with Kushina at his side. Kakashi nodded to Minato as he shunshined away while Jiraiya was out of the village. Naruto and Tsunade raised eyebrows simultaneously, which looked a little odd, but they hung around. Mikoto, Itachi, and Anko looked back in surprise, but after Naruto nodded to them, they left. They did the same with Shizune and Hiruzen, who were surprised at the action. Naruto stood in front of his parents, who eyed him curiously, while Tsunade stood a little to the side. "Is there something wrong?" Naruto asked his parents as they continued to gaze at him. "No, there is nothing wrong," Kushina answered, taking a step forward and looking at her son. "But we have some questions we need answering. Naruto, while you showed great promise in the Chunin exams, myself and your mother were surprised at just how far along you were in your studies, and we both noticed you used jutsus that were in our library, with the Rasengan being the most noticeable. Can you please tell us why we had no knowledge of this?" Minato asked. Naruto looked at his parents looking at him and raised an eyebrow while putting his hands in his pocket. He looked over at Tsunade, who just nodded at him. "Because neither of you cared enough to help me, so I took matters into my own hands," he said, giving them both an answer neither were expecting to hear. "What? Naruchan, that's not true," Kushina said, defending herself and her husband, but Naruto just gave her a light glare. "Really? Okay, then tell me, in the past, what have either of you actually helped me with? What did you train me in?" he asked and watched their reactions closely. Both looked ready to speak but suddenly stopped and then had a thinking look appear on their faces. Kushina bit her lip as she thought, while Minato looked up at ceiling as if both were trying to avoid their son's glare. "What did we teach him?" both thought. Minato then had a pleased look on his face. "Well, we helped you with your Fuinjutsu. I know we helped you with that," he said, but both parents were a little taken back when Tsunade scoffed from her spot. "No, you didn't. Gigi helped me with my Fuinjutsu. All you did was give me a book on level 1 Fuinjutsu when I was 6. The rest Gigi taught me, or I taught myself." Kushina looked ready to say something but held it back and realized he was right. "What level are you at in Fuinjutsu?" Minato asked rather delicately as Kushina leaned in. "I'm just starting level 5. He said plainly as his parents looked surprised at the answer. "Level 5? I only started level 5 when I was 13. Kushina thought, while Minato was in the same boat. "Neither of you helped me with anything, nor did Kakashi and that pervert of a Sannin Jiraiya," he said, which surprised Minato and Kushina, since he normally called Jiraiya Uncle Jiraiya, or when he was very little grandpa. They guessed he grew out of it. "Shizune-chan helped me with my chakra control and taught me the uses of poisons and some medical ninjutsu," Tsunade-sensei taught taijutsu with Gai-sensei and conditioning my body, while Gigi taught me ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Nowhere in the last 6 years did either of you actually help me. As for the jutsu, I took them from your library, yes, but I made my own copies of the scrolls and then put the originals back. And the Rasengan? Naruto, that was an A-rank jutsu and a dangerous one at that, and one enemies would love to get a hold of. Well, I needed some kind of ace in the hole for the exams. I am grateful for learning the super strength from Tsunade-sensei, but I needed a last resort card. Something no one would see coming. Deception is part of being a shinobi after all. Kushina then spoke. Naruto, how long did it take you to master the Rasengan? She asked, since she knew it took Minato around 3 years to create and Jiraiya and Kakashi spent months learning it. Naruto just looked at her. I got the basics down in a week, then refined it during the month, he said, leaving both parents gobsmacked. Now both parents, including Tsunade, looked at him in shock. 1 week to learn the Rasengan was unheard of. In fact, it bordered on the downright impossible. Minato, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, 3 of Konoha's best shinobi, had been outshined by newly made Chunin. Naruto, if you wanted to learn the Rasengan so badly, then I would have showed you how to, he said, but Naruto looked away. If I had asked you, all you would have done was brush me off as always and told me you were too busy, or that you needed to help the twins. Minato looked down as he began to see that Naruto might have been right when Kushina looked at her son sadly with concerned eyes. We would have trained you if you had asked us, Naruto-chan. I don't remember you asking for much help, she said, and both saw Naruto look at her in disbelief at the question. Ask you? Ask you, he said, shouting at them as Tsunade shook her head. You are my parents. I shouldn't have to ask you. For the first 4 years that I training to be a shinobi, all I ever did was ask you to help me and train me. But every time you brushed me off for the twins. You pushed me aside like I didn't even matter, and Eiji and Mito got everything. I understand for the first year or two since they were babies and needed the added attention, but neither of you ever even tried. It was Mito, this Eiji, that, and then Mina was born, and then things got even worse. Now I don't hate my sibling. Far from it, I love each of them very dearly. But do you know how hard it was seeing you spend so much time with them and having no time ever for me for almost 6 years straight? You were supposed to be my parents, and you let me down because you favored your other children over your oldest when you should have treated them equally. After his rant was finished, he wiped away a stray tear that went down his face and turned around and left the office, leaving 2 very stunned parents behind. Tsunade, still with her back leaned against a wall, sighed. I hope you realize the damage you have caused to him, she said, finally speaking up and drawing the attention of the stunned blonde and redhead. Neither said anything at first. They just sat there playing over what Naruto had said to them, as if trying to figure out what they just saw and heard actually happened. Minato struggled with his wording as he spoke. That what Naruto said? I was not true, was it? I mean, did we favor the others more so than with Naruto? I just don't know what to make of this, he said, still struggling with what he just saw and heard. Kushina shook her head defiantly. It can't have been true. We would not favor our younger children over our eldest. I know it. It has to be some kind of mistake. Naruto. He is just confused and he is tired, that's all. He needs his rest. The exams were taxing on him. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and walked over to the pair and stood a little in front of Kushina. When she did, a loud slap echoed through the office and Kushina went stumbling back and dropped to the ground. Kushina held her cheek as a red mark began to show and it began to sting. Minato got up and went to his wife. When he did, Tsunade stood over the 2 of them, glaring down at them with her hazel eyes, making both feel rather small. You both really don't see the damage the 2 of you have been doing to him, do you? Just because you 2 idiots have not seen it does not mean no one else has seen it, she said, surprising both of them. I have seen you ignore Naruto for the good part of the last 3 years. The last few years were not as bad, but it still happened. I noticed it, Sarutobi-sensei noticed it, Shizune, Mikoto, hell, even Mikoto's kids and Naruto's friends saw it. I wouldn't be surprised if other shinobi or even civilians began to see it. If that's true, then why did no one say anything? Minato asked a little angrily, but backed down at the glare Tsunade was giving him. No one said anything because Naruto asked us not to. He got in his head that you would finally see what you were doing and that you would finally start paying attention to him, yet you never did. In fact, it got worse to the point that he even started feeling like he was a stranger in his own home. By now, the down Kushina was doing her best to stay together, but it was evident in her eyes that she wanted to start crying. All he ever wanted was for the two of you to notice him, to teach him how to be a shinobi like all the other parents in the village and the other villages do. You two are supposed to be two of the village's best. You are supposed to be setting an example for the younger generations, and you are supposed to look after this village. Tsunade's glare intensified and picked them both up by their collars and brought them close to her face. How are you supposed to do that when you can't even see when your oldest child is in pain? Whether you want to admit it or not, you two have failed Naruto. She then dropped them to the ground and walked out and slammed the door behind her. As she left, Kushina and Minato just sat on the ground with emotionless faces as Tsunade's words began to hit them as Minato's eyes widened in shock, while Kushina put her hand to her mouth, muffling the sound of her sobs. Naruto didn't stop as he arrived into his home and went up the stairs, not listening to the sounds of his siblings welcome him home. He went to his room and slammed the door shut as he threw his Chunin flak jacket against the side of the wall. The nerve! How dare they think that I'm lying to them? They really can't see what they have done wrong, can they? He shouted in his mind as his anger got too much and he punched the side of the wall, making a fist-sized hole in the wall. His breathing was a little ragged as he dropped down onto his bed, as he just stared up at the ceiling, allowing his eyes to get a little red, letting a few tears stroll down his cheeks. As he laid back, he heard his door open and heard little footstep coming towards him. He already knew who it was by the footsteps. He looked over to see Mina standing there with a few crayons and a piece of paper, no doubt wanting Naruto to join her in some coloring. "Hi Mina-chan. You want to do some drawing?" he said, sitting up, but Mina's looked at him with a tiny crease in her brow. She then shakily and with a bit of help from Naruto got on the bed and waddled to Naruto and put her hands forwards to his cheek and to his surprise began wiping away the tear marks. "Naru, no cry," she said squeakily as Naruto gave her a little smile and put her in his lap, making her giggle a little. "I wonder how much you understand Mina-chan," he thought as he put the piece of paper on his bed and took the blue crayon from Mina to her delight and together began drawing pictures on the paper together. When Minato and a still teary-eyed Kushina came home, they had tried to speak with him, but Naruto quickly left the house and made his way to Hiruzen's, where he planned on spending his dinner and evening, not being able to look at his parents right now. A month later, Naruto strapped his sword to the side of his hip as he began making his way out of his room and to the training field, where he would be meeting up with Itachi and Anko to get some morning sparring done. It was early morning, so the only person who was up was Minato, who had already embarked to his office, while Kushina was still asleep, as was his siblings, since it was a Saturday. The month had been awkward to say the least. Minato and Kushina had tried to speak with him, but Naruto just had nothing he wanted to say to them. Kushina had made more attempts than Minato, since everyone knew that before the twins and Mito was born, Naruto and Kushina had a very close bond to one another, and it was rare not to be seen together. To her, what she had done to her eldest child was unforgivable, and she was going to make it up to him somehow. As he was about to open the door, he heard light footsteps behind him and turned to see Mito standing there rubbing her eyes. "Oni-chan, where are you going?" she asked, gazing up at him curiously. "I'm going to train with a few friends," he stated, simple, and Mito's face had a delighted look appear on it. "Let me go with you, please," she asked, looking at him with her big round blue eyes, and gave him a puppy dog look. Naruto could feel himself breaking as she stared at him. "Please, she asked again, make her lip quiver a little before Naruto sighed. "You have 5 minutes to get dressed," he said as she squealed a little before jumping up and giving him a sloppy kiss on the cheek before she ran upstairs. Naruto went into the kitchen and left a note behind telling Kushina when she woke up that Mito was with him and that she would be back by lunch. A few minutes later, Mito came rushing down the stairs in her day clothes with her hair tied up in a little ponytail, and the two set out. As they walked, Mito grabbed a hold of Naruto's hand, making him raise an eyebrow, but he smiled as she hummed a little song and kicked her feet as they walked. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at their training ground to see Anko already sparring with Itachi. The purple-haired girl was annoyed that she missed out on her teammates' battle, but had sworn that eventually she would train until she was up their level and could stand beside them. As they fought, Mito looked starstruck as she watched them, and her presence eventually went noticed when Anko and Itachi stopped their sparring. They both headed over, with Anko smiling towards Mito. "You brought a little munchkin with you today, huh, Naruto?" she said as she patted Mito on the head, making the younger girl smile up at the older girl. That was so cool. Can you teach me how to do that snake move thingy? She asked using her puppy dog eyes like she had done to Naruto earlier, but thankfully Anko was immune of such a move. Maybe when you're older, Munchkin, she said, making Mito pout. Itachi and Anko looked at him and he explained why she was with him today. Both patted him on the shoulder. Ria-chan does the same with me, he said, understanding the situation while Anko rolled her eyes. For the next few hours the trio trained and sparred with one another while Mito sat safely away a good distance with wide eyes and a big happy smile as she watched them. The three older kids sparred one and one with the other, sitting with Mito and talked with her and answered any questions she had on some of their moves or techniques. For a lot of it, it was Naruto sparring with Itachi, and Anko would point little things out to Mito, who was paying close attention to the older girl. During their small breaks, when Mito asked if they could show her how to do one of their techniques, they thought about it and figured there was no harm in it. She had not unlocked her chakra yet, so they focused on her kunai throwing. Itachi and Naruto helped her with her aim while Anko helped with the speed she threw them at. Since they only had metal kunais on them, Naruto made sure the end was blunt and that he was always within a close distance to his little sister. Oni-chan, can I see you sword please? She asked as she eyed Naruto's blade in his right hand. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the request, but he thought there was no harm in it. He unsheathed his blade and Mito got a little closer as she looked it over with big excited eyes. She went to touch the tip, but Naruto quickly placed his hand over her. No, Mito-chan. It's very sharp and you might cut yourself, he said as Mito nodded, but the message obviously did not go through quite enough when she had an excited look appear on her face and grabbed one of the kunais on the floor but picked it up at the sharp end. She gasped a little as she held her hand and gave a small wail and a cry. Naruto dropped his blade next to him and took Mito's hand as he gave her a reprimanding look. Mito-chan, I told you, you need to be careful and not to pick any of them up without asking one of us first, he said, though he said it softly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, she wailed out as she sniffled. Anko came up behind her and gave her a hug from behind. Naruto sighed and gave her a small smile. Here, let me heal it for you. He then took her hand into his own and gently uncovered her other hand, which was covering the cut. The cut was not very big or deep and was just a straight line staring at the bottom of her thumb and stopped at the start of the middle finger. Naruto's hand glowed green and went to heal it when his eyebrow furrowed in confusion. Itachi and Anko saw the look and looked at Mito's cut, and their faces then did the same. Mito's cut lightly glowered red as the cut slowly began to heal itself. As he looked at it, Naruto's Shosen Jutsu hand grazed over Mito's stomach as his focus was on the cut, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw black markings appear on the bit of her stomach that was showing through her shirt. Mito-chan, can you show me your tummy for a minute? He asked. You won't tickle me, will you? She asked as they all laughed. No, I won't tickle you, Naruto said, smiling at her as Mito gently lifted her top to show her stomach. When she did, Naruto and everyone else's suddenly had a serious and focused look on their faces as they saw a black spiral pattern with 8 points, 4 on top and 4 on the bottom. Is that a seal? Anko asked, looking confused at Naruto, who nodded. Yeah, but it's very advanced, so advanced that it can only be my parents' work. I mean, the spiral is the symbol of the Uzumakis, so my parents must have put this on her. Why would they put a highly technical seal on a 5-year-old? Itachi asked as Naruto's chakra hand went forward. His fingers' tips touched the seal on his sister's stomach, but when he did, everything went black and a pair of giant red eyes with black slits stared at him before he suddenly heard a loud roar. As quick as it came, it ended and Naruto fell on his butt and looked at the seal with wide and shocked eyes. What is it? Itachi asked as Anko looked curious as well, wondering what could have had their friend look so shocked and even look a little frightened. Naruto said before he shook his head. I can't tell them what I saw. At least not here with Mito in front of us, he thought as Mito looked at him curiously. I get it now. I know why they pushed me aside. And they did this to her, he thought angrily before mentally calming himself down. Naruto breathed in and got back on his feet before looking down at Mito. Is your hand better, Mito-chan? He said as he took her hands in his again and saw that it was completely healed. It's better, thank you, she said quietly before putting her hand in front of his mouth. Kiss it better. Naruto smiled at his little sister and planted a big kiss on her hand before he kissed her again on the cheek, making her laugh before he picked her in her arms. Come on, Mito-chan. It's about lunchtime and I kind of fancy some ramen, he said as Mito's eyes shined bright. Ramen, she called out whilst Anko and Itachi declined his offer and went back to their own homes, leaving the siblings to eat by themselves. They stayed at Ichiraku's for about almost an hour, leaving 10 bowls from Naruto and 3 bowls from Mito before they made their way back home. Mito's giggling was the first thing Kushina heard as Naruto and Mito walked through the door, and the 5-year-old went straight to her mother and wrapped her in a hug. Ka-chan, Naruto Oni-chan took me with him and his team to train, and they were really good. They taught me how to improve my kunai skills, but then I got cut, but Oni-chan healed me and then he took me to get ramen, she said. Kushina tried to follow the words that came out of her daughter's mouth. That's very nice, sweetie, she said as Naruto walked in, not looking at her, and said hello to his other siblings. Hey Eiji-chan, he said as he patted his brother's head. Hi Oni-chan, Eiji said as he ate his sandwich before he turned to Mina, who was pouting at him and was puffing out her cheeks. Naruto thought she looked adorable and went down to her level. Mina-chan, are you mad because I didn't take you with me this morning? He asked as Mina just continued to pout at him and her little cheeks went red. Next time I will take you with me, he said, staring at her before a couple of seconds passed at her pout turned into a big smile as Naruto leaned forward and kissed the tip of her nose, making her nose wrinkle in the process. Naruto, Kushina called as Naruto turned around and looked at her, not showing any emotion on his face. I was about to make some lunch. I know you have had ramen already, but maybe I could. No thanks. I'm still full from lunch. I'm going to my room, he said, and before Kushina could say anything he left the room, making her sigh sadly and look down at the floor before she took a seat. Naru-chan, how far have I pushed you away from me? She said quietly as she listened to Naruto's footsteps go up the stairs. Chapter 14. Summoning. 2 years later, a 13-year-old Naruto sprinted along the rooftops as he headed away from the Hokage building. He had just finished a week-long mission away with a 3-formation team who were sent to take care of 2 aligned bandit camps that had been causing some problems up north of Konoha. The mission was easy and the people he worked with were friendly enough with Naruto, not really caring much that he was just a kid like some others acted. A fair few times some of the other Chunin Naruto went on missions with would complain how they got stuck with a kid, the Hokage's son or not, and thought that Naruto would drag them down. Quickly though, Naruto proved them wrong and he quickly showed them why he had become a Chunin. He got no more complaints afterwards. Itachi was not around much since Itachi was usually on separate missions, confined to the Uchiha compound, since Fugaku wanted to make sure his prized Uchiha son did not sully himself with others too much or was getting ready to head into the Umbu forces. Anko as well he did not see as much as he would like, since she had taken a keen interest in the torture and interrogation division that was headed by the sadist Ibiki Marino. She quickly impressed the head of the division and was quickly making a name for herself. Though they did go on a few missions from time to time, it was not as many as he would have liked since they were his original teammates. Though one good thing that he was looking forward to was that the trio were beginning to decide to move out of their current homes and move in together. The 3 had done mission after mission to afford a nice 3-bedroom apartment where they could live together, since Anko wanted to have some company and not live on her own so much anymore. They were putting what money they could spare to one side, which would help pay for a nice, decent place for them. Most of their money went into their training equipment, new clothing, etc. While Naruto and Itachi wanted their space from their family, since Fugaku and some of other clan members of the Uchiha clan were pushing Itachi down a path he did not want, while Naruto felt suffocated by his parents. They figured they would look around for a year before settling with a place that the 3 of them made. Since the big confrontation after the Chunin exams 2 years ago, Minato and Kushina had done everything to try and make it up to Naruto, but the blonde boy was just not interested. They were doing it out of pity, and pity was the last thing he ever wanted from them. After seeing Naruto in the Chunin exams, they wanted to find out just how strong he was and how he got so strong in such a short time. Both were gobsmacked when they were told from people like Tsunade, Mikoto, and Hiruzen that Naruto was truly a prodigy and a genius of both natural talent and of hard work. Their son had been a once-in-a-lifetime genius and prodigy alongside Itachi Uchiha, and neither had even noticed. Since then, both wanted to help Naruto in his training, but it never went very well. Minato constantly asked him whether he wanted help with his fuinjutsu, and each time Naruto rebuffed him, saying he was fine on his own and that he could handle it. He never saw the sad and sorry look Minato would give his distant son. Kushina, however, was the worst. Since that day, she had tried to cling to him and bring her baby boy back to her, but Naruto stood away every time. She wanted to help him with kenjutsu multiple times, but like Minato, she got rebuffed. It had made her sad that her son did not want her help, but then again she realized that it was probably what she deserved. Naruto did not want to be cruel to his parents. He loves them like a child should love his parents, but he just felt let down by them. He had made it this far in becoming a great shinobi, and he would finish it without their help, or at least until he was ready to begin accepting it. Everyone has a goal, and his was to surpass his parents. Whether it be in fuinjutsu or kenjutsu, he would surpass them. Ka-san, Tu-san. Naruto thought as he jumped across the rooftops before he stopped and saw Yugao, Hana and Hayate down below walking in the streets. Smiling, he jumped down and landed next to Hana, who yelped in surprise before she swatted his arm. "Naruto, I told you to stop doing that," she said, growling, while Naruto just laughed and petted her 3 ninken who were barking for his attention. "Hey guys, I missed you too," he said as they licked his hand before his attention went back to the trio. "So where you guys headed?" he asked as Yugao answered. "To get some food down at the Akamichi barbecue place. Kushina-sensei finished our training an hour ago, but we decided to do some light sparring for an hour." Naruto nodded. He was genuinely surprised that his mother had decided to take on a genin team, though he had a feeling it had something to do with her arch-rival and his team sensei Mikoto Uchiha rubbing it in her face that her first genin team became Chunin in a single year, something that never been done before since the Sannin. The trio had been a team for about 6 months, and Kushina was hoping to get them ready for the Chunin exams in 6 months' time. Never would she allow Mikoto Uchiha to get the better over her. "How was the mission?" Yugao asked. "Kushina-sensei has been worried ever since you left. She kept looking in the direction of the gate every 5 minutes, trying to sense if you had arrived back yet. She knows I am a big boy and that I can take care of myself. Besides, I had teammates with me." "True, but she still worries. I don't think she can help it since she is your mother," Hayate said before coughing into his hand, while the other 2 nodded. "Okay, well, I will see you guys later. I got some training to catch up on," he said as he said his goodbyes, jumped away, and headed towards the training grounds. He sprinted past each training ground, watching the shinobi as some of them as they trained and practiced their jutsu. Eventually he wound up at an isolated and far-off training ground that Anko had showed him and quickly fell in love with. Training Ground 44, currently known as the Forest of Death. Anko had showed it to him about a year ago, and he was amazed he had not found this place before. It was the most dangerous of all the training ground because of the giant animals and insects that live inside it, as well as all the natural hazards and nature's traps. It was the perfect environment for training, and he, Anko, and Itachi went there as often as possible. Approaching the fences that lay around the training ground, he quickly jumped on top of the metal beams and pushed himself forward and onto one of the giant trees. He leapt along the tree and branches when he sensed a large object heading straight towards him with quick speed. Instead of panicking, Naruto just rolled his eyes before he halted and kicked his leg out with super strength packed behind it. When his leg went forward, it connected to a large spider 4 times the size of Naruto, sent it hurling 40 meters into the air, and sent it far away from him. "I think I might have kicked it to the other side of the forest," he thought before shrugging, knowing it was the spider's own fault for attacking him in the first place. As he ran across the tops of the trees and headed towards his normal spot, he stopped and frowned suddenly when he sensed a small chakra signature nearby, and when he felt it and its emotions were on in distress and fear. "That's odd. No one else should be out in this area. Only myself, Itachi, and Anko train in here, and I know for a fact Anko and Itachi would not get themselves into trouble. Well, Anko maybe." Turning left and running towards it at his top speed, dodging the branches and sharp edges of trees that stuck out before he quickly landed beside a large plot of quicksand that was about 10 meters long in length and width. At first, he frowned because he could not see anyone nearby, but he still sensed a chakra signature nearby and wondered if he had just been sensing some kind of giant animal. Looking towards the center of the quicksand, a small indent on the surface of the quicksand made him realize whoever it was already drowning in the sand and would meet their death in a matter of moments. It felt scared and helpless, and Naruto had to help whatever it was. He made a few hand signs before slamming his two hands together. Wood style, wooden pillar jutsu. He called out as wood shot out from the ground and made its way towards the center of the quicksand before it evened out and formed into a makeshift bridge. Naruto ran across the small wooden bridge and channeled chakra into his arms to give him more strength before he dived his hands into the quicksand and wrapped around whoever was sinking. With great strength, he fought against the quicksand and pulled whoever it was out. He stumbled back a little and landed on his butt. He took a deep breath since he had to use more strength than he thought he would against the quicksand, something many shinobi hated since there were very few ways to get out of it. Whoever it was in the quicksand was very small, so small in fact that if he squeezed them any tighter then they might have popped. He looked down to see the person he just saved, though who he saved was not a person at all. Looked down, he saw it was a small cat, very small in fact that he could probably put her on top of his head. The little cat was completely white and had black stripes all over its body. Its paws were tiny, almost as tiny as a baby's hand. A pair of sharp teeth were protruding from its mouth. "Hey there, little guy. What are you doing in a big scary place like this?" he said as the little cat opened its eyes to reveal big green eyes looking back at him with a cat slit-like pupil looking back at him. It stared at him for a moment before it let out a small meow and licked his cheek affectionately, making him laugh a little. "Ha, that tickles, little fella," he said as he patted its head. "Thanks you, mister. I thought I was gonna die," the little cat said, making Naruto look at it in surprise. "You talk?" he asked as it bopped its head up and down. "Yaha, of course I talk." "Wells, that's pretty cool. I have never met a talking cat before. Talking toads and slugs, yes, but never a little cat." He guessed he said something wrong because the little cat began hitting its tiny paws against him, while it made a facial expression that he guessed was a pout. "I'm not a cat, you big dummy. I'm a tiger, a white tiger from the White Tiger clan. And stop calling me fella. I'm a girl," the little tiger revealed, making Naruto look at her in surprise. "Oh well, I am sorry about that," he said before he put his hand out to her. "My name is Naruto. It's nice to meet you," he said as the little tiger cub looked at him with her big green eyes before she copied his motions and placed her paw on top his hand. "My name's Kiera, part of the White Tiger clan," she said as Naruto nodded and stood. He walked away from the quicksand with Kiera still in his arms. He held her close so that she did not fall back into the quicksand, and he gently stroked her beautiful coat of fur, removing bits of sand from it as he did. "You know, I don't think I have ever heard of a White Tiger clan before," Naruto said. "I am aware of the toads, snakes, slugs, monkeys and dogs, but white tigers are a new one on me." Kiera moved her little head to look up at him. "Ka-san doesn't like our kind going out in the world too much. She says long ago people killed the small tigers for sport and lots of us died. So Ka-san wants us to stay in our homeland since it's safe there and no one can hurt us." Naruto smiled. "Your Ka-san sounds very smart, and she sounds like she cared a lot for her family." Kiera bobbed her head. "She is, and she is very powerful. Ka-san is the chief of the White Tiger clan. A lot of the other tigers are a little scared of her since she is very strong. But I think Ka-san is a big softie." "Yeah, I bet," Naruto thought. "If you are not usually allowed to leave you home, then why are you in this forest?" he asked. Kiera gave him a very toothy smile. "Ka-san says I'm a very curious child, and I always want to see what's outside of home. But Ka-san likes it when I'm close by since I am Mama's only cub. So she's very protective over you," he said as Kiera nodded. "Very so. She might be a little mad that I am out here," she said before she jumped out of Naruto's arms. "You should meet her. I think she would like you since you saved me." "I don't think that would be a good idea," he said, waving his arms, but Kiera did not listen and placed her paw on the ground in front of them. As she did, black marking appeared on the ground, as Naruto recognized the summoning seals. A second later, a large cloud of smoke appeared, and it made Naruto go very nervous. He thought the cloud would be small, about a man's size of bigger, but instead it was enormous, covering parts of the forest, and went far over the tops of the trees. "Oh crap," he thought, hoping that Kiera's mother would not turn him into cat food. As the cloud began to disappear, Naruto unconsciously took a step back, and for good reason. The creature in front of him was the very definition of enormous. She towered over the tree's tops, and if he had to guess, he would say that she was even bigger than his father's summon Gamabunta, at least a good head taller. Not quite as big as the Kyubi no Yoko he had seen when he was 5, but she was not far off. Her fur was like Kiera's, snow white with long black stripes over her body, but her coat had a shine to it that he guessed came with age. Her eyes were jade green as well, and her claws on her paws were even bigger than his Shusui. On the top of her head was what looked like some kind of tiara with an emerald in the center of it, and her tail and shoulder muscles had this grayish-silver armor to it. The enormous white tiger looked round in confusion. "Where am I?" she called out in a strong but very elegant-sounding voice. The voice had nobility laced all over it. "Ka-san, down here," Kiera's squeaky voice called, and at first he wondered if the giant tiger would even be able to her. But she obviously did when her large head looked down and towards Kiera. "Kiera," she said in a stern voice as her head lowered down to the ground to look at her daughter. "What have I told you about leaving Mount Rainier? You know I don't like you leaving our home without me knowing or at all." Kiera stood up her hind legs, which would have reached to Naruto knee, against her mother's enormous nose. "But Ka-san, it's so boring at home, and I met a new friend. See?" she said, looking over at Naruto, whose eyes went a little wide as the enormous eyes of the white tiger chief moved towards him and narrowed. A deep growl came out of her throat that made the area vibrate, and Naruto could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "Did this person hurt you, my little cub?" she asked as the mother tiger rose to its full height, making Naruto wonder if anyone else from the village could see the enormous tiger, since he doubted anyone could ever miss her. Naruto gulped and readied himself to defend himself if possible, but Kiera leapt in front of Naruto and looked at her mother with a pout on her face. "Ka-san, please don't hurt him. He saved me. I might have died if he had not arrived." The great tiger obvious looked a little put back when her daughter spoke before her eyes narrowed again and went back down to look at Kiera's. "Start explaining, daughter," she said, though it sounded more like a command. So Kiera began to explain what had happened, how she fell into quicksand as she chased a butterfly around and was drowning in it when Naruto arrived and took her out of the sand before it could completely engulf her. Naruto stood to the side as the mother tiger scolded her little cub at her foolish actions before her giant nose touched Kiera's body. "I thought I might have lost you," she said softly as Kiera stood on her hind legs again and licked her mother's nose in comfort. Naruto smiled. She just a mother worried about her child. The giant tiger moved her head and looked towards Naruto before she stood at her full height again, making Naruto take a gulp. No words were spoke for a moment as the mighty white tiger chief boss looked down at Naruto with her large green eyes gazing right into him. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "Saving my daughter as you did have put you in a favorable light, and your actions have gained my thanks, young man. Few would dare to risk saving another from death, less likely counting we are of different species. For saving my daughter, you have my thanks. I am Shiba, chief of the White Tiger clan of Mount Rainier." Knowing to be polite in this situation, Naruto bowed to the giant white tiger leader. "I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It's nice to meet you," he said as Shiba nodded to him. "You will have to forgive my earlier rudeness to you, young cub. My kind have had bad experiences with humanity, so we tend to avoid interaction with them. You are the first human I have spoken in many decades. He is real nice, Ka-san. He cleaned me and got rid of the sand," Kiera said as she showed her mother her clean fur. "It was no problem at all, Shiba-sama. I was just glad that I could help and save your daughter when I did. If not, then I dread to think what might have happened." Shiba nodded her head and was about to speak when Kiera was waving her paws in the air, trying to get her attention. "Ka-san, we should reward him. I know how we can reward him. It's my best idea I have ever had," she said as Naruto chuckled at the little cub while Shiba rolled her eyes but smiled a big toothy smile showing her large sharp teeth. "What is your idea, young one?" Kiera gave her a big smile and patted over to Naruto as she rubbed her head against his leg, purring before answering. "Let him become our summoner and sign the White Tiger contract," she said as both Naruto and Shiba looked at her in surprise. Naruto did not have any words to say, though inwardly, he was bursting with happiness. He had always wanted to have a summons after seeing Anko use her snake summons back in the Chunin exams, and it had stayed with him ever since. Shiba meanwhile narrowed her eyes to look at her daughter and Kiera. "Kiera, Might I remind you we have never had a summoner before. Why should we start now? Kiera frowned. But Ka-san, this could be a good way to get back into this world. Plus Naruto would be a good summoner. Right? She asked as Naruto quickly nodded his head. Shiba stood tall as she looked down at Naruto with her piercing green eyes staring intently into him, almost as if she was staring into his very soul and trying to see if he was worthy enough to be their first summoner. What would you do if we gave you permission to sign our contract? Would you use us simply for our power? To gain respect and make people fear you? Shiba asked as if testing him. Naruto quickly shook his head. No, that would not be the reason, he said as Shiba and Kiera listened in. If I got the chance to sign your contract, then I would be eternally grateful. With your power, I would use it to help protect my home, my village, my friends, and my family. I would use your power to fight the evil and the darkness of this world and keep it at bay while keeping everything I hold dear safe and protected. That is what I would do if you allowed me to sign your contract. Shiba said nothing as she stared down at Naruto as she listened contemplated his words in her head. Beside Naruto, Kiera beamed up at him and was rubbing her body against his leg while purring happily, showing her like to the words that he had just spoken. After a moment, Shiba looked down towards Kiera and gave her a small nod which made the little cub bounce in happiness before she placed her paw on the ground and another poof went out, though this time was only a tiny one. Out of the smoke was a large scroll, about the size of the one Jiraiya carried on his back for the toads. It was gray in color and on each end had a silver tiger heads while the kanjis for white tiger was written on the side. Open it up, Shiba said to Naruto, who quick nodded and did so. He opened up the scroll to show long empty columns, once again proving that they really had never had any summoners before. Cool, he thought as he went down to his knees and looked the scroll over as Kiera sat beside him and Shiba looked over him. How do I do this? He asked, looking up at the tiger boss. Bite your finger and write your name in one of the columns with your blood. Once your name has been applied to the scroll, the contract will be complete. Sounds easy enough, he thought before he took his right thumb and bit into the skin. He saw a tiny bit of blood flow out of the wounds and quickly began to write his name into the scroll. After a few moments, he took his hand away and looks at the scroll that now had his name written in the first column. And that's it, Shiba said as the name glowed for a moment before it turned black, now permanently becoming part of the scroll. You are now officially the first summoner of the White Tiger Summons. Don't disappoint us, she warned as Naruto quickly nodded, though he had a big smile plastered on his face. As she quickly told him the hand signs for the summoning jutsu and Naruto familiarized himself with the set, Shiba looked to Kiera. Kiera, since this was your idea, you will be the boy's familiar. Kiera happily nodded before she jumped up and climbed on Naruto until she sat comfortably on his head while an amused Naruto looked up at her. Shiba coughed, getting their attention back to her. If that will be all, then I shall return home. I want you home before sunset, Kiera, she said as her little cub nodded at her mother before Shiba disappeared in a large puff of smoke, leaving behind a very happy Naruto and Kiera as the two began to get to know one another a little better. Namake's household. Kushina swept the floor with her broom as she kept looking towards the front door of her house, wondering when her eldest was going to step through it. Since the big reveal of how they had been pushing their eldest away despite doing so unknowingly, Kushina had tried to bring her eldest back to them, but it was proving to be more of a challenge than both thought, and deep down Kushina's heart was cracking. It's nothing more than I deserve, though. We did this and we can't expect to have forgive us so quickly. 5 years he had to suffer because of our stupidity, she thought. She rarely saw him at mealtime since he either had it with Anko, or around at the Senju compound with Tsunade, or at the Sarutobi Manor. After she finished sweeping, Mina and Eiji came down the stairs with Eiji chasing Mina with a pillow while Mina squealed in mock horror. She knew Mito was at the Yamanaka's house at the moment having a girly afternoon with Inora's daughter Ino. Kushina chuckled at her two children's antics and put the broom away before she went to one of the cabinets in the hallway. She began looking through it in order to give it a quick tidy up, but saw 4 photo albums at the back. 3 were quite clean and had obviously been used recently, but her gaze was fixed on the one at the bottom. She pulled it out and blew on it, removing some of the dust that was on the top of it. It was a little smaller than the other 3, but was very fancy looking with a gray cover and gold leaf designs around it. On front she read what it said and was surprised at what she saw. Naruto's baby book. I forgot all about this. She thought to herself before she stood up, went into the living room and sat on the largest sofa as she brought her legs up onto the couch and placed the photo book on her lap. She opened up the first page and immediately felt her eyes water. The first picture was the ultrasound of when she was still pregnant with Naruto and was about 6 months into her first pregnancy. The photo was a little torn around the edges, but other than that it was fine. The photo beneath it was of Kushina at 8 months and had Minato cuddling into her stomach as if trying to cuddle their firstborn. We look so young in this picture, Kushina thought to herself. She and Minato had been quite young when they had Naruto. They were barely married and had both turned 23 when Naruto entered the world. But they didn't care. They fell in love with their little boy the moment they found out they were having him. The next picture was of Naruto when he was barely an hour old and was cuddled into Kushina's chest, as had her arms delicately but securely carrying him as she kissed the top of his head. His little mop of blonde hair on his head looked like it tickled her nose from the smile she was giving in the picture. As she looked at the photo, she felt 2 small weights appear beside her and saw Mina and Eiji look at the book. What's this, Ka-chan? Eiji asked while Mina had her little finger trace over one of the photos. It's your big brother's baby book for when he was little. See, this is him here, she said, pointing to the picture she just looked at. Mina scrunched her nose. He looks like a knee, she said cutely, making Kushina laugh. He was only just born when this was taken, sweetheart, and you looked like that when you were born as well, she said, though Mina shook her head as if saying no, she did not. She turned the pages and Kushina forgot all about the photos in the book, and it brought back so many memories. When Minato became Hokage when Naruto was 2, for 3 years it would just be Kushina and Naruto throughout the day, and they were days of fun, love, and comfort. When he fell down, she picked him up and soothed him. When he got hurt, she healed him. When he had a bad dream during his naps, she would lie next to him. She saw a picture of her and Naruto in the park with Kushina pushing Naruto on the swing and had the biggest smile on his face. The one next to it was of Minato with Naruto on his shoulder, and then another of Naruto being read a bedtime story by Hiruzen. She could not help but see how much the people around them loved and cared for her eldest. Beside her, Mito and Eiji were drawn in to seeing their big brother looking so little. To them, Naruto had always been their big, strong older brother, so seeing him when he was their age and younger was odd. Her eyes then went down to a photo that she recognized as Naruto's 5th birthday, with her stand next to him very heavily pregnant, and with her arms wrapped around his shoulders while Minato stood beside her and Kakashi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Kurenai, and Shizen around them. Smiling, she turned the page but frowned when she saw the page was completely empty. That's odd, she thought before she started skimming the pages, and got a bit more frantic the further she went through it. By the end of it, she realized the rest of it was empty. We never got back to it, she realized. When the twins were born, we just stopped putting photos in here, and Naruto 13 now. 7 years of memories, and we don't have anything to document it with. It hit her that she did not have anything to commemorate Naruto's later years. Nothing when he was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12. There was nothing to document his entering the academy, graduation, first mission, first Chunin exam application. And what about his first kill? Who helped him with that? Where was I? Unknowingly, more tears went down her cheeks and left small dark splotches on the photo book. After a moment, a small hand was put on her hands as Eiji and Mina looked at her in confusion. Ka-chan, what's wrong? Eiji asked, looking up at his mother in worry, while Mina hugged into her mother's side. Not wanting her son and daughter see her cry, she quickly wiped the tears away before she laughed it off. It's nothing, Ka-chan's just being a little silly, that's all. Before anyone could speak, the front door opened and closed. I'm home, Naruto said, walking towards the stairs. Kushina quickly put the book down, went to the hallway, and saw her son taking his sandals off. When he turned, he looked at her and just nodded at her before walking towards the stairs. Mina and Eiji came barreling towards him and hugged him round the waist while Mina nuzzled into him. Oni-chan, I missed you, Mina said as Naruto patted her head. Ni-san, do you think you can help me with my kunai throwing again? I still can't get the bullseye, Eiji asked, looking up at Naruto, who nodded down at him. Sure. Go out back and I will be there in a moment. Eiji smiled at him before he jogged out to the backyard. You want to come watch Mina-chan? he asked as Mina quickly nodded her head with a big smile and giggled when Naruto picked her up. Naruto walked towards the backyard, quickly slipping his sandals back on. He walked past Kushina and he saw the saw look on her face, and the way she looked at him, it made his heart ache a little. He thought back to what Yugao said about Kushina being worried about him and wanting him to be safe and sound. Then there was earlier where he saw Shiba act towards Kiera and how happy she was when she saw she was safe and unhurt. He stopped but did not turn around. The mission was fine, he said as Kushina perked up and looked towards him. There were no problems and I am unharmed. Everyone made it back and I should be home for a few days. He then walked away, and when he left her sight, a smile appeared on her face as she sniffed. I still have a chance to bring my baby back. I just have to be patient and let him come to me and to be there for him when he needs it. Kushina thought since perhaps just giving Naruto his space would be what was needed to repair the bridge between Naruto and Kushina and Minato. Wiping her eyes, she started dinner as she watched 3 of her children from the kitchen window. Chapter 15. Leaving the nest. Naruto steadily ate his cereal as he watched Mito and Eiji argue with one another while Mina was eating her toast and making a mess of it with peanut butter smeared all over her face and cheeks. Kushina was in the kitchen making her own breakfast while Minato had already left for work. It was Saturday and the twins were arguing over who would have the last piece of toast. Both had themselves in a headlock before Naruto picked up a spoon and gave them both a good whack on the top of their heads. "Oh wwwwni-chan." Both moaned as they nursed their heads and pouted at Naruto, who just looked at them with an amused look on his face. "If you didn't fight then, I would not have to knock some sense into you." "Yeah, no fighting," Mina said as Mito and Eiji glared at their little sister, while Naruto rustled the top of Mito's hair, which had grown in length now that she was 5. Her hair went down and stopped just past her shoulders and was still a vibrant red just like Kushina's. "Messy girl, aren't you Mina-chan?" he said as Mina gave him a toothy smile while Kushina appeared beside Mina and wiped her youngest child's face, making Mina wriggle in her seat. While Mina was not looking, he leaned over and took a bite out of her toast. Mina caught him as he took the bite and pouted before she started tapping Naruto on the cheek with her little fingers. An unhappy look plastered on her face. "No, take my toast," she said as Naruto laughed. "Ka-chan, where is Tsunade?" Mito asked as she and Eiji split the last piece of toast. "He is at the office. He has a meeting with the elders again," she said, making Naruto frown a little as he ate his breakfast. His father and Hiruzen had dozens of meetings with the elders over the last few weeks, and it made him curious to what was going on. Never before had they had so many meetings and been so secretive about them since it started. The 2 elders Koharu and Hamura he knew a little of since they were his Gigi's teammates and friends, but the other elder he did not know much about. He was called Danzo, and when he saw him on the rare occasions, the man just had this uneasy, chilling feel to him. Like everything he looked at, he was analyzing and studying their worth. His mother and father had told him when he was little that he was to stay away from him. Naruto thought they were being silly, but when he started being taught by Tsunade, Shizune and Hiruzen, they all told him the same thing. Only then did Naruto begin to take that seriously and keep his distance from the man. Not only that, but he felt something odd was going on with Itachi and his family. He rarely saw Makoto as of late, and when he did, she had this jumpy look about her, almost like she was scared of something. When he tried asking Itachi, he would never answer and would divert the conversation somewhere else. Finishing his breakfast and shaking his head as he left the thought for another time, he got up, washed his plate and left the room just as Kushina had sat down to have her own breakfast. He didn't have time to think on that since today was a big day for him, Itachi and Anko. It was the day they were moving into their apartment. After working their butts off for the last year along with her and Itachi being moved up to special Jonin. They would have made Jonin given their spotless records and increasing strength, but the council had all agreed that like the Konoha Academy where they moved up the age of admittance from 6 to 8, they did the same for becoming a Jonin and Umbu. Now the age was 14, which neither Itachi nor Naruto minded since it meant they only had to wait 1 more year. Anko was not quite ready though, but they knew within the year she would work her butt off and try and match them. As he walked to the stairs to begin to pack, Naruto stopped at a small cabinet and looked at framed photo that sat on top of it. The picture was of Mito and Eiji on their first day of the academy with their arms around each other's shoulders. They had joined little under a month ago, and so far they loved every minute of it. Their teacher was a new, young teacher called Irika Yumino, a Chunin with a pretty good record that Mito and Eiji seemed to like, though mentioned he had a habit of spending a lot of time on lectures. From what the twins had told him when they told him about their day, many of the other clans had their children entering the academy. Itachi and Hana's little brothers Sasuke and Kiba had all entered along with the heirs of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Hyuga, and Aburame. Eiji spent most of his days with his friend Kiba Inuzuka, while Mito was with her best friend Ino Yamanaka. The rest were all civilian children. It does not seem that long ago that Itachi, Anko, Hana, Yugao, Hayate and I had entered the academy. He thought before making his way back upstairs to begin packing. Despite planning to move out today, he had not told his family, just like Itachi had not told his. Mainly because they both knew that if they told them early on, they would attempt to do their best to sway them from leaving the nest. Though Naruto knew deep down what his biggest problem would be. Mina and Kushina. While Minato might respect his decision and give him his space, which is what he wanted and desired, he knew that Kushina would be against it and try to keep him at home. The very thought of one of her children leave the nest at 13 would no doubt hit her hard, and try what she could to stop him and keep him in her grasp. Mina, meanwhile, was always with him when he was home. She stuck by his side, whether it was sitting next to him at mealtimes, reading and drawing with him, or sneaking into his bed at night when she had a bad dream or just wanted to be nice and warm with her big brother. He was not looking forward to that, but it's what he wanted. He loved his family, but he wanted his own space with his friends, who were like a second family to him. As he shook his head, he pushed his door open and slowly began to decide what to do first. He pulled a few scrolls from his desk drawer and laid them out on the bed, each one open fully so he could pack what he needed into certain scrolls. For half an hour Naruto worked in his room as he neatly folded his clothes on top of one scroll and sealed them away and put it to the side. The next was for all his books and jutsu scrolls that he had copied from his parents' library. He had only added a few over the last 3 years since Hiruzen was happy to give him a few ninjutsu techniques since he was known as the professor for his mastery of ninjutsu. As he began putting them away, he stopped on one book in particular. It was a book he found right at the back of his parents' library, and since neither obviously read it often since it had dust covering it, Naruto took it and never really gave it back. Mainly due to what was inside it, as he found a forgotten family member he never even knew he had. Flashback. So it's some kind of old bingo book? Naruto said as he looked the book over while Hiruzen was sat next to him pouring some tea into 2 small cups. He handed one to Naruto, who thanked him and took a small sip. It looks like it. I have not seen one of these for a long time, Hiruzen said as he looked at the book. This, I believe, was one of the first bingo books to have ever been distributed. Here I thought they were all gone. Naruto had to admit he was a little curious about this bingo book. If it really was the first one of the first kinds of bingo books to have been made, then it must have been around back when Hiruzen was in his youth and his parents were children. Opening it up, he began looking through the book, and he was quickly enwrapped with the shinobi that were inside it. The Nidaime Mizukage and a member of the Hozuki clan, S-ranked shinobi. The Nidaime Tsuchikage Mu of the Dust style, S-ranked shinobi. Beside both names, he saw the words deceased by their names. Ah yes, those two in particular were known for their rivalry. They ended up battling one another in a grand battle and ended up killing one another. Inoki became the Tsuchikage just after Mu's death. Naruto nodded and turned the page and almost laughed when he saw Inoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage, and what he looked like when he was younger. He must have been in his late 30s, Naruto guessed, when the picture was taken, and his nose was even bigger than it was now. Hiruzen saw the picture as well and let out a low chuckle, thinking the same thing. Beside his name, Naruto saw the S-ranked symbol, but that it also mentioned that Inoki bordered on being SS class. Turning the page, Naruto almost let out a loud laugh when he saw a picture of Hiruzen, who looked in his mid-30s. His hair was not gray and there were now wrinkles on his face. It was so odd to Naruto to see his GG when he was younger. Next to Hiruzen's old photo was a SS class symbol that made Naruto almost choke on his tea. GG, you were a SS class shinobi? He asked as Hiruzen looked at the photo and laughed when he saw his old photo and beginning to wonder where the time went. He knew his GG was strong, but SS class was almost unheard of. Back in my youth I was, though I have slowed it down now that I am older. Though I can still give most a good beating if they push me enough. He said as Naruto knew that was true. He could easily fight on par with people like Tsunade and Jiraiya even now in his early 60s. As Hiruzen turned away to drink his tea, Naruto turned the page and stopped immediately at the person he saw next. His brow furrowed in confusion as he read the top name. Gigi, do you know who this person is? He asked. What is their name, Naruto-kun? He asked as took a sip of his tea. Beside him, Naruto took a breath as he re-read the name in his mind before he spoke it aloud. Genryusai Uzumaki. Turning to look at Hiruzen, Naruto noticed that Hiruzen had just frozen and his cup that was touching his lips was completely still. Naruto began to wonder if he said something wrong. After a moment of just sitting there in silence, Hiruzen gently took the book from Naruto and looked at the page. He saw Hiruzen looking at it intently before a very tiny smile appeared on his face. Genryusai Uzumaki. Now there is a name and face I had not seen or heard of in a long time. You know him, Gigi? Naruto asked as he saw Hiruzen nod his head. In a manner of speaking, I did. He is someone battled in the past as well as someone that I have the utmost respect for, he said, turning to look at Naruto and handed the book back and gave him an inquisitive look. As you can tell from the name, he was part of the Uzumaki clan as well as its clan head before it fell. This is the first time you have ever heard of that name, isn't it? He said as Naruto nodded. Should I know him? Naruto asked as Hiruzen nodded his head. Yes, though I am not surprised you do not know of him. Your mother rarely speaks about him to anyone, even to your father. My mom? So this guy was someone special to my mom then? He asked as again Hiruzen nodded. Yes, Naruto. Genryusai Uzumaki was the clan head of the Uzumaki clan back when your mother was a girl. But more importantly, he is your maternal grandfather, Naruto. Your mother's father. My grandfather? Naruto said in shock as he looked back down at the picture. The man had black hair on the sides of his head and was bald on top. He had a tuft of hair sticking up at the back of his head in a top knot. He had thick black eyebrows and a long, thick black mustache. The most noticeable feature, though, was on his forehead was two long scars that interlaced with one another and formed an X-shaped scar. Naruto looked at Hiruzen in confusion. Why have I never heard of him before today? He asked as Hiruzen had a saddened look appear on his face before he began speaking. Your mother probably should be the one to tell you, but since she has kept it from you and your siblings, then perhaps it's okay for me to tell you about him now that you know about him. Your mother told you when you were younger that she came to Konoha when she was a young girl. Her father Genryusai was against her going to Konoha since he wanted her to stay in Whirlpool so she would be safe, secure, and so he could watch over her. But your mother has always been an adventurous one, and she wanted to go to Konoha. In the last few months of her staying in Whirlpool, she and your grandfather argued a lot, and when Kushina left for Konoha, their relationship became very strained to the point where she told him that she hated the fact that she was his daughter and they stopped speaking altogether. Your grandfather was a very stern and strict man who led his life by certain principles, and it clashed a lot of times since your mother is very free-spirited. Naruto nodded and urged him to continue. Months later, the siege and destruction of Whirlpool occurred and your grandfather died protecting it. Your mother was heartbroken because she never had the chance to make peace with him. She only told very few people about him, and I guess thinking about it hurt a lot, so she just kept it quiet. I guess she thought it was better not to tell you and your siblings since she felt ashamed at what her last conversation with her father was. Naruto listened intently before he spent the next half an hour asking questions about his grandfather. Though he understood in a way why his mother never spoke about him, she wanted to know about his grandfather. End flashback. Looking at the old bingo book, Naruto quickly sealed it into one of the scrolls. Hiruzen had told him that his grandfather was one of the most formidable and powerful people that Hiruzen had ever met, to the point that when Hiruzen and Genryusai battled with one another, it would always end in a stalemate, something that shocked Naruto. His Gigi was a SS-class shinobi in his prime, and his maternal grandfather had matched him in power and skill. Genryusai was a master of the sword, which was what probably led Kushina down the path of being a great kenjutsu user, and as a way of honoring her father. He was infamous because he would combine fire chakra with his blade and would cause enormous pillars and blasts of fire to erupt on the battlefield. Naruto had learnt that his grandfather blade was named Ryujin Jaka, and it put the fear of death into those that heard that name. Though as far as he knew, his grandfather remains along with his blade was lost in the rubble and ruins of Yuzushiogakure. I wish I could have met him. To have been able to take 2,000 invading shinobi down with you, one of which was a strong Jinchuriki, was nothing short of incredible. With those thoughts over with and put the back of his mind for now, He placed the current storage seal away and he began packing away his shinobi tools like kunais, shuriken, ninja wire, etc. Though when did he heard his door open to see Mito standing there? "Ni-chan, can you?" She started but then stopped when she saw how bare Naruto's room suddenly was, with all his bookshelves empty and closet open with no clothes in it. "What are you doing?" she asked as she looked at Naruto with a confused look on her face, trying to figure it out. Naruto stopped for a moment before deciding it was best just to answer truthfully. "I'm moving out, Mito-chan. I'm not going to live here anymore." As soon as he spoke the words, Mito looked at him a little confused before she made sense of what he just said, and Naruto watched as her face looked sad and heartbroken. Naruto turned away and kept sealing stuff away. She sniffed a little before she did what Naruto knew she was going to do. "Ka-chan." Mito's shout echoed through the house, and as soon as she shouted, Naruto could hear footsteps racing up the stairs and Kushina's chakra signature getting closer to them. Feeling panicked and confused, Kushina appeared in the doorway and went down to Mito's level. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Why are you shouting?" she asked as Mito sniffled and pointed to Naruto. Kushina turned to look at Naruto, but then noticed how bare the room was, just like Mito had noticed just moments ago. Her eyes went all over the room before they eventually looked at Naruto, and her eyes looked confused. What's going on? Why is your room completely bare, and why are you sealing stuff away into that storage scroll?" she asked, though deep down an ugly feeling was building, as if already knowing the answer. "I'm moving out," Naruto said again, and from the corner of his eye saw Kushina go completely pale as her eyes look at him in shock. But you can't move out," she said in a slightly raised voice that had Mito take a step back from her mother. "You are 13, you are not old enough to be moving out." "Wrong," he said, not looking up from his storage scroll, but tapped his Konoha headband. "The moment I became a shinobi and put this headband on, I became an adult. Old enough to kill, old enough to move out." Kushina looked at him and was struggling to find the words and voice them. "Then where are you going to go? Do you already have a place in store?" she said, trying to look imposing, though Naruto took no notice of it. "I have a 3-bedroom apartment with Itachi and Enko. We have been saving and putting bits of our mission money to the side for the last 2 years, and we finally have enough. We already made the deposit. Enko is probably already there, while Itachi will be doing the same thing as I am right now." Looking down on his bed and seeing everything he wanted to take was packed, he closed the final scroll and put the scroll away in a backpack that he slung over his shoulder. Walking over, he went down on one knee and kissed Mito on the head. "You can come and see me whenever you want, okay?" he said as Mito nodded, though was still a little teary-eyed. She gave him a hug around his neck and stayed that way for a few moments before they let go. He stood up and looked towards Kushina, who was struggling to come up with what to say. "I will come by and visit when I can," he said before giving his mother a quick kiss on the cheek, making her gasp a little before he made his way downstairs. As he got downstairs, he quickly explained what he was doing to Mina and Eiji, who were standing at the bottom of the stairs wondering what all the commotion upstairs was about. As her mind began working, tears welled up in her eyes and pushed of her spot and ran down the stairs at great speed. As Naruto said goodbye to a teary-eyed Eiji and Mina, Naruto felt 2 arms wrap around his shoulder and hold him in a tight grip. "You are not going anywhere. This is your home. This is where you belong," Kushina said in an uneven but firm voice. While she held onto her son, she pushed a small flow of chakra in her wedding ring where a small Hierophant seal was located. Naruto took a deep breath and tried to fight out of her grip, but her grip just got tighter and tighter. Seeing no other way to get out of it, he used the Kawarame with Eiji, who suddenly appeared in Kushina's grasp. Naruto quickly went towards the door and was about to open it, but stopped, mentally cursed when he heard his father's voice. "Kushina, what's wrong? Why did you call me here?" Minato asked as he appeared moments before beside his wife and saw her teary and pained look. Kushina sniffled and looked towards Naruto. "Naruto's moving out. I'm trying to stop him, but I need you to help convince him. Help me get him to stay, Minato," she cried as Mina, Eiji and Mito all stood to the side just watching their parents and older brother. Minato looked surprised and looked over to Naruto, who had his back to him and had his hand on the door handle. "Naruto," Minato said softly as he took a step forward. "It does not have to be like this. We can figure something out. If it's space you want, then we can find a way around it. We don't want you to leave our home. Not yet, at least. Your mother and I, we are sorry, Sorry for the loneliness we put on you for 5 years, but as you can see we are not quite ready to let you go yet. Please Naruto-chan, Kushina said, calling him by his old nickname. Please stay with us. Stay with me. She whispered the last part, but Minato and Naruto both heard her. Naruto stood there a minute not saying anything before he slowly turned his head, just enough that they could see his left eye. I'm not the little boy that needs to coddled anymore, and I have been taught how to look after myself since the day after the fox attack. Neither of you helped, so I learned on my own or from those that were willing to help me. Now I want to branch out on my own and become my own person with my own life away from home, he said before his eye narrowed. You owe me that much, he said as both Minato and Kushina flinched. Neither Minato nor Kushina answered at first as they played it over their minds. While Kushina was still set on him staying with them, Minato's mind, however, was thinking something different now. If his eldest child and first son wanted to leave the nest, then maybe they should let him. He needed his own space and needed time away from his family, though mainly Minato and Kushina. Just maybe giving Naruto his own space could help build that lost bridge between them and their son. Minato sighed before he took a step back. If you want to go, then I won't stop you. But know you are always welcome to come home. You will always have a home in this house, he said as Kushina looked at him in shock, while Naruto looked at him before giving a small nod and a very tiny smile as if saying thank you to him. No, this is his home. I don't want him leaving us just yet, Kushina said, but before she could get close to Naruto, Minato's arms wrapped around his wife, halting her. Let him go, Kushina. He's ready, Minato said, but felt his heart break when he heard his wife's sobs. Minato watched as Naruto finally pushed the handle down and walked out of the door before gently closing it behind him. Letting out a small cry, Kushina wriggled out of Minato's grasp and ran upstairs and into their bedroom, closing the door behind her as she cried and sobbed as her eldest left the home at only 13. As Mito and Eiji went back into the kitchen and wiped their noses, Minato walked upstairs to comfort his wife before he had to leave to go back to his meeting. As he did, he never noticed his youngest child bolt towards the door and slip out. With Naruto taking a steady breath as he set foot out of the door, Naruto began to walk forwards away from the house he grew up in when he heard the door creak open. He sighed, thinking Kushina had gone after him, but instead felt two smaller arms wrap around his waist. Looking down, he saw Mina holding him tightly with tears trailing down her face. Don't go. I don't want you to go away, she hiccuped out. Naruto felt his heart break when he saw the state she was now in and could not help but feel guilty. Getting down to her level, he hugged her close and felt her put her face into the crook of his neck. Mina-chan, it's time for me to head out on my own. However, I will still be around. I will still see you every day if you want, and we will still have dinners together. But I have a life away from home now, he said, but Mina didn't look any better as she clung to him desperately. Hey Mina-chan, he asked as he tilted her head up to look at him. How about I take you with me to where I will be living with Itachi and Anko? That way you know where I am and how to get to me. Would you like that? Mina hiccuped and Naruto wiped away the tear marks from her face as she gently nodded. Okay, come on then, sweetie, he said as Mina jumped onto his back as he piggybacked her before he started walking again. Mina snuggled into his back and rested her head on his shoulder. As they walked together, the villagers of Konoha noticed the two together and all smiled, and the women awed at the brother and sister duo. They could see from Mina's face that she had been crying and guessed Naruto must have been cheering her up. As Naruto talked softly to his little sister, who was happy being snugly with her brother, Naruto saw across from them was Itachi, who had little Ria perched on his back just like Mina was. Naruto appeared next to Itachi and nodded to the Uchiha. You too, huh? He asked as he nodded. How did they take it? My mother was what I expected. She was shocked, but she understood the need for space, though she did cry and hug me for 5 minutes asking where her baby went. My father was not happy and told me I was forbidden from leaving. As you can see, I did not listen and left. Sasuke was upset, but I told him I would still see him most days, though Ria clung to me. Yes, same here. The twins took it well, as did my Two-san, though Ka-san was not happy and wanted me to stay home. Mina clung to me as soon as I stepped outside. Itachi nodded and both walked quietly with one another, while their sister chatted to one another on their backs. After 5 minutes, they eventually made it to their new home. It was a decent-looking apartment building with 7 floors to it. It was a creamy-colored building with a light red wooden roof on the top. It looked relatively new and was one of the better looked after apartment building in the Konoha since some tended to be a little worn. It was only 15 minutes away from his old home. Both boys entered and walked up all the flights of stairs until they entered up on the top level. They walked down the corridors and with their news key opened up the last door on the end of the hallway. As soon as they entered, they saw Anko sitting on a couch they had bought together eating a late breakfast. She looked over and grinned when she saw them. "Yo, it's about time you got here. And you brought the little munchkins too," she said happily as she grabbed and spun Mina and Ria around, making the two girls laugh, forgetting their earlier sadness as the purple-haired older girl cheered them up. "Can we keep them?" she asked and mocked pouted when Itachi and Naruto shook their heads. "As nice as that would be, I don't think our parents could handle another child leaving the home." Anko winced. "That bad, huh?" "Pretty much," they both said before they went to put their things away in their new rooms. Naruto walked towards the room that was opposite Anko's and walked into a room that was nearly twice the size as his old room and had a double bed stationed in the middle of the room. The bed had dark gray covers and pillows, and the wall of the room was painted dark blue. A window was stationed on the right side of the bed, and two along with a bedside table on the right and a decent-sized wardrobe to the left. Naruto smiled at his new home and began to pack his stuff away. Midway to putting his clothes into the wardrobe, he saw Mina walk in and look around his new room. "Do you like it?" he asked as he saw her looked at the room with narrowed eyes, as if debating whether or not it was a good room and, more important, if she could sneak into it. She said before she ran over towards his bed and jumped onto it and rolled around on the covers. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her as she messed up his bed covers. He smiled and jumped onto the bed, as well as making Mina go up in the air a little as Naruto caught her in his lap and tickled her tummy. For a minute he ticked his little sister until she begged for mercy as tears of laughter went down her face. Once he stopped, he saw her pout before it broke into a smile. "I love you, Mina-chan," he said as he kissed the top of her head. In response, he got a big smile and a sloppy kiss on the cheek. "Love you to Nisan," Mina said as brother and sister just sat there for a few minutes as they enjoyed each other's company and Naruto playing with Mina's longer hair, which made the little girl giggle. After a few minutes, Itachi appeared in the doorway with Ria holding his hand. "We need to go pick up the coffee tables and the wardrobe for Anko. She did sucker us into getting it for her," he said as Naruto nodded. "Mina-chan, Itachi, and I just need to go make a few errands. Stay in the apartment and play with Ria-chan. We won't be very long," he said as the little redhead nodded and ran out of the room and into the living room with Ria. Cracking his shoulders, Naruto stood up and with Itachi left the apartment together after seeing Ria and Mina playing with Anko. "Do you think we should be worried, leaving her alone with those two?" asked Naruto, remembering their friend's new hobbies. "I'd rather have them take after her than those fangirls," said Itachi, shuddering slightly as they walked out of the apartment building, making their way to the furniture store they had ordered from, which was on the other side of the village, much to their annoyance, so they jumped on top of the buildings and ran over. Though after a minute of running, Naruto suddenly stopped and his head snapped to the right of him. In front of him, Itachi had stopped and jumped next to him, looking at him curiously. "What is it?" he asked as Naruto narrowed his eyes and gained a look that Itachi recognized as when he got ready for a fight. "There is a battle going on just right of us about a mile away, and it seemed to be a group against one person, and that person is not faring well from their emotions and chakra. I recognized the signature," he said before turning to look at Itachi. "It's Shursui." Chapter 16. Bring down the curtain. Naruto and Itachi ran along the rooftops as quick as they could as they darted towards the area where Naruto had sensed Shursui. Itachi already had his Sharingan fully activated and had a focused and intense look on his face. "How much further?" he asked back to Naruto, who was running slightly behind him. Naruto sensed Shursui's location with his sensor abilities before answering. "Just over that ridge. He's tiring and I think he's hurt," Naruto said as they both picked up the pace. After a few moments, they both jumped over the ridge and landed at one of the empty training grounds. Naruto sensed there was no one around the training ground, which made him understand why there was no one around to help and see what was happening. In front of them, they both saw Shursui, who was down on both of his knees looking exhausted and had 2 holes in his chest. He was breathing unevenly and blood dripped from his mouth. Around him were 8 umbus, though looking at their masks Naruto and Itachi could tell something was off about them. Though they were wearing normal masks like the regular Umbu wore along with a darker version of the uniform, on their masks they had a symbol in black. Neither Naruto nor Itachi recognized the symbol since neither had seen these kind of Umbu before. Scattered all around the field were dead Umbu, roughly around 21 if by Naruto's count showing Shursui had not gone down without a fight. They saw one of the Umbu go in for the killing blow on Shursui, but before the Tanto strike could land, Itachi shunshined in front of the strike and blocked it. He then grabbed the Umbu's wrist, twisted it and threw the Umbu into a nearby tree. Itachi! Shursui coughed out as he spat blood onto the ground while Itachi got in front of him. "Stay behind me," he said as Shursui nodded and slumped to the ground. "State your business. Why are you attacking my clan member?" Itachi asked but got no response as the masked figures just looked at him in silence. After a few moments of silence, the Umbu shot forward and went to strike Itachi. Before Itachi could defend himself though, a giant wooden wall erupted in front of him and blocked the strikes as the two Uchiha looked in surprise. They looked up to see Naruto standing on top of the wooden wall with his blade drawn out of its sheath. He looked down at them. "I was going to tell you eventually," he said as Itachi had questions bubble up in his head but would save them for later. "This one possesses Mokuton," one of the Umbu said in an emotionless tone. "Take him alive. Leader Sama will want him." The other Umbu nodded before the 7 of them went forward. 4 went towards Naruto while 3 went towards Itachi, whose Sharingan was now spinning. As the Umbu went to fight him, he followed their movements and countered them as he ducked a swing from a Tanto and drew a kunai from his pouch. As he ducked another swing, he drove one kunai into the back of the head of one of the Umbu, watching as they dropped to the ground lifeless. With one down, he turned to the other 2 who stood beside each other. Both went through some hand signs before saying, "Futon, de Tapa." The blast hit Itachi, but instead of falling to the ground or getting knocked away, he erupted into a murder of crows. The 2 Umbu looked around before a pair of hands grabbed one Umbu and dragged him into the ground, where after a few seconds a severed head got thrown out of the earth and rolled along the grass. The last Umbu threw kunai and shurikens down the hole in trying to kill Itachi with a mass barrage of weapons, though after a few moments, he saw down the hole was a tree stump. He heard footsteps behind him, but as soon as he looked around, he only saw a pair of Sharingan looking at him. He found himself trapped on a tree as Itachi melded out of the tree with a kunai in hand and slashed at his throat. The Umbu dropped to the ground lifelessly, making a soft thud sound. Itachi looked over to Naruto and saw he was handling his Umbu without problems and went over to Shursui, who breathing was hard and labored. Naruto blocked a strike from one of the Umbus with his blade before slamming his fist into one of the Umbu's faces, cracking their mask and making a sickening crack be heard in the area as the Umbu dropped to the ground dead. Naruto ducked a swing and kicked another Umbu in the stomach, which put him to the ground before he blocked another strike with his blade and pushed forward. Naruto jumped in the air and kicked off from one of the Umbu's shoulders and did hand signs. "Suetun Teppadama," he called out as water bullets shot forwards towards the Umbu, who all quickly evaded the attacks. When they did though, a shadow clone of Naruto appeared next to one of them and drove a kunai through his chest, while the real Naruto used the distraction to deliver a hard superpowered axe kick to the back of one of the Umbus, crushing him into the ground and breaking his spine in the process. With the last Umbu, who defiantly stood their ground, he went to throw shurikens at Naruto, but before his hand could even reach into the pouch, Naruto's blade appeared in his chest. Small bits of blood leaked out from under the white mask before he too dropped to the ground. Taking a deep breath and wiping a bit of sweat from his brow, he noticed from the side that the Umbu that was knocked into the tree was beginning to get up and trying to make a getaway. "Mokuton, Jubaku no Jutsu," Naruto said as wooden branches wrapped around the Umbu. Though before the Umbu's arms were completely locked, the Umbu dug their hand into their pouch and put a small pill into their mouth. Naruto appeared in front of the Umbu, but before he could even speak, he saw white foam coming out from underneath the mask, making his eyes widen before growling out. He tore the mask out and saw foam coming from the mouth, indicating he had taken a cyanide pill. "Damn it," Naruto said before he let the body go, when a green seal glowed on the Umbu's neck and the body was suddenly set on fire as any remains of the Umbu was destroyed. All around similar actions were being done around on the other Umbu as they all were set alight. Whomever they belonged to knows some knowledge of seals, Naruto thought before he made his way over to Itachi and Shursui. When Naruto crouched on the other side of Shisui, he saw the 2 holes in Shisui's chest, and knew immediately there was no way he was going to survive. He looked up at Itachi, who looked at him for a moment before Naruto gently shook his head. Itachi's face fell as he looked back at Shisui, who was getting very pale and was coughing up more blood. Itachi, Naruto, listen to me. He gasped out as he motioned for them to lean closer. These Umbu were not regular Umbu. They were part of Danzo's root shinobi. They have been brainwashed into becoming emotionless tools at his disposal. Danzo has this belief that every part of the village needs to be militarized and believes he is the one that will bring Konoha to greatness. All he wants is more power and for Konoha to be under his thumb. He then looked at Itachi. I tried to go to the clan and use a special genjutsu on the clan members that are revolting, but his root Umbu got to me first and tried to take my Sharingan. Why go after your Sharingan? Itachi asked as Naruto was shocked at the part about Uchiha's revolting against the village. Shisui took a long and ragged breath before both watched in amazement as his Sharingan morphed and formed into a 4-sided shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi said in awe, as did Naruto, since no one had ever activated it to his knowledge since Madara and Izuna Uchiha. I awoke my Mangekyo Sharingan when I was 12. Since then I have developed a powerful genjutsu called Kodo Amitsukami. The technique itself allows the user to enter the opponent's mind and manipulate them by giving them false experiences, making it seem as if they were doing things of their own free will. Wow, Naruto said. That might be the most powerful genjutsu technique that I have ever heard. Yes, and Danzo wants my Sharingan. If he gets it, he would no doubt use it for his own goals. He must never be allowed to get my Sharingan, or any Sharingan for that matter, he said before turning to look at Naruto. How good are you in medical ninjutsu? I know you were taught by Tsunade Senju, who no doubt taught you some of her techniques and medical knowledge, he asked as Naruto pondered it for a moment. I'm okay, I guess. Not enough to be classed as a medic nin, but I know enough when the situation calls for it, he said as Shisui nodded before coughing violently again. Good. In that case, I need you to do something for me, he said, coughing violently again before continuing. Take my Sharingan eyes out of my body and store them away. The sooner you do it, the better. Naruto and Itachi looked shocked by the order, but both looked at one another before they both nodded, since Shisui obviously knew Danzo might try to get to his corpse to obtain the Sharingan. Okay, but I don't have the equipment with me now. But later when you have passed on, I can collect the eyes and store them for you. Shisui nodded before smiling. Good. That is good. After you take them, keep them hidden until Itachi will be in need of them. Why would I be in need of them? Itachi asked, not fully understanding, but Shisui just gave him a sad smile. You will understand soon enough, he said before giving one last serious look to Itachi. Do not allow our family to delve into the darkness any further than they already have. If it means you have to take actions against those that would harm our innocent family members, then it should be by our hands to stop them. It's our duty as Uchiha and as shinobi of the leaf to stop those from hurting its people, even if they are part of our village and of our blood. Itachi nodded as silent tears went down his face, with Naruto not faring any better as they listened to Shisui's last words. Lead us, Itachi. Let our family into the light and rid them of the darkness once and for all. Shisui muttered before his eyes dropped and his breathing slowly came to a halt. Naruto dropped his head down in respect of the fallen shinobi, while Itachi gently closed Shisui's eyes with his palm as he said silent words and bidding his clansman and cousin luck in the next life. As he let a few more silent tears stream down his face, Itachi suddenly scrunched his face up and held his eyes as they began to feel like they were burning. Naruto was alarmed and was about to ask what was wrong before he saw Itachi look at him with his Sharingan activated and watched as the 3 tomos slowly began to move inwards and formed a 3-sided pinwheel. Itachi, your eyes, Naruto said as Itachi took his headband off and looked at his reflection in the metal to see his eyes' new form. Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan is awakened through the trauma experienced from the death of a person very close to the Sharingan user, with the user normally having to witness or experience this firsthand. So that's what Shisui meant, he said quietly. Do not tell anyone about my new eyes, he said towards Naruto, who nodded. As long as you tell no one about my Mokuton, He answered back as Itachi gave a nod back in return. They sat there for a few moments and saw that the burning bodies had now almost been completely destroyed and that there was almost nothing left of them. Collecting Shusui's body and sealing it inside a storage scroll, they both left the field and went back home since they had eyes they needed to remove and needed to talk with the Hokage. Later on, Naruto and Itachi did not have to go to the Hokage's office to see Minato since Naruto sensed Minato along with Kushina and the twins were at his new apartment, obviously wanting to see where he was now living and give their opinion of the new place. He could also sense Hiruzen was there as well, which was a bonus since they would need to speak with him too. As they walked into the apartment, they saw Naruto's siblings along with Ria sitting on their couch talking and playing while Minato, Kushina, and Hiruzen was chatting to Anko. Kushina was looking around the apartment trying to find faults in it. But to her disappointment, the apartment was actually very nice in her opinion and thought at least her son would live somewhere decent. "Hello, Naruto. I hope you don't mind, but your mother and I wanted to see where you now live so we knew where to reach you," Minato said as he spoke a little nervously and scratched the back of his head. Though they were surprised when they saw red marks around their eyes indicating that Naruto and Itachi had been crying and were looking at them seriously. "Anko," Itachi said, getting her attention. "Could you please take Ria, Mina, Mito, and Eiji into your bedroom for a bit? We have matters to discuss with the Hokage." Anko looked at them in confusion, but she shrugged and led the 4 children into her room. The 3 adults looked at Naruto and Itachi in confusion, wondering what they wanted to talk about. When they heard the door click, Itachi spoke. "Shusui's Uchiha is dead," he said, getting surprised and wide-eyed looks from the 3. That was not what they expected to hear. "How?" Minato asked in his Hokage voice, wanting to know why one of his shinobi was dead. "We found Shursui after Naruto detected him with his sensory abilities. He was in some kind of battle, so we went as quickly as we could. When we arrived, we found he was fighting with a group of Umbu. Only we saw on their masks were symbols." The 2 boys watched as Minato and Hiruzen's eyes hardened. "Danzo," Hiruzen gritted out. "We took out the Umbu, though Shursui had already killed 24 of them on his own, but his wounds from the battle were too much. He died a few moments later." As they recounted what happened, both Naruto and Itachi decided that they would keep the fact that Danzo was after his Sharingan, since it could lead to the discovery of Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan as well as Itachi's. "Shursui told me that he was going to try and use a genjutsu he created on members of the Uchiha clan. He does not want them to rebel, so he thought it could change their thoughts about it, but Danzo got to him first." Minato, Kushina, and Hiruzen looked anxious, but Naruto spoke up. "I already know. Itachi told me and I heard Shursui mention it. It explains why Mikoto-sensei has been so jumpy lately. I have new information on that front as well." Itachi spoke as Minato and Hiruzen stood ready to listen, with Kushina listening in as well. He had already told Naruto about it during their way back to the apartment, and it made Naruto boil in anger. The adults saw his reaction and wondered what it could be. Itachi nodded to Naruto, who put up a hand sign. "Fuin," he said as the adults all saw silence seals around the apartment glow to life. Both Minato and Kushina inwardly smiled and jumped for joy at their son's Fuinjutsu knowledge and usage. "My father, along with the Uchiha members that are going through with the coup d'etat, had a meeting last night. They are going to attempt the coup within the next few days since they are tired of waiting," he said as Minato nodded, knowing arrangement had to be made now. "However, during the meeting the subject of your daughter Mito sprung up," he said as the adults' eyes all widened. "The Uchiha clan knows Mito is the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, and they plan on breaking the seal," Naruto answered as they all snapped their heads to look at him. Minato and Kushina looked at Naruto in a loss for words. "Naruto," Kushina whispered. "How do you know what your sister contains?" Naruto sighed. "I found out when I was 10. I saw the seal by accident, and then when I went to look at the seal I must have accidentally entered some kind of mindscape, because the next thing I know I saw a pair of large red eyes looking at me and threw me out with a roar. Plus I could never forget its chakra after that night." Minato and Kushina looked at him sadly, and as much as they wanted to talk to him about it, right now it had to wait. "How does your family know about Mito's status?" "It was kept very tight-lipped about it. Only myself and a selected group are aware of it," Minato asked as he narrowed his eyes at Itachi. "I am unsure, though I do have a suspicion," he said as Minato motioned for him to continue. When I listened in to what they were saying, I heard a voice that I did not recognize. When I managed to get a look inside of the room, there was a man in a black cloak speaking with my father. There was never a name that was given, and I never saw his face, but when he turned around I saw what was in the hood. His face was covered by a mask with a black flame-like pattern and a single hole for his right eye. Afterwards, he used some kind of jutsu to teleport away. After that, they just spoke about how they would attack and who they would allow to live when they ruled. Naruto nodded and turned to look at the adult, but he almost took a step back at what he saw. His father's fists were gripped so tightly that his nails made his palms bleed and his eyes had steeled over even more than before. His body even shook a little as he gritted his teeth. Though his father looked imposing, it was his mother's look that scared him. Never in all his years of life had he ever seen his mother have a look of absolute hatred on her face. Her violet eyes were so dark that they looked ready to kill. So he came back, Hiruzen said as Kushina and Minato tried to rein in their anger. Who came back? Who is this guy? Naruto asked, since he must have done something terrible to have earned his parents' hatred to such a degree. He watched as his parents turned to one another and spoke in hushed voices that Naruto could not make out. After a few moments, they turned to look at him. Naruto, we know you must have question about who this person is, but now is not the time to tell you. Once the problem with the Uchihas has been solved, then we will tell you what you need to know. Naruto eyed his parents before he reluctantly nodded. But he was intent on finding out what they were keeping from him. So what happens now? Naruto asked as his father had a sad look on his face as he looked at Itachi. They have to be stopped, Itachi. I'm sorry to have to do this, but Fugaku has gone too far now. I don't know how he thinks he will get away with it, but I cannot allow him to put the lives of the people of Konoha in jeopardy. Itachi sadly nodded, knowing internally that it was always going to come to this eventually. Though my father and most of the Uchiha police corps are involved, there are many that want no part in it. My mother and my two siblings Sasuke and Ria must be spared. My mother only has not gone to tell you because he threatened to harm Sasuke and Ria if she did. Minato nodded. Of course. Those that are not involved in the coup will be spared and will not be held responsible for the action of those that want to hurt the village. I hoped it never had to come to this. Hiruzen said sadly, since he was just a boy when the Uchiha clan had first settled into Konoha with the Senju clan and the other clans. Minato and Kushina nodded while Kushina's thoughts turned to her longtime friend and wondered what Fugaku had put her through. If that is the fate that falls to the dark part of my family, then I ask you now that you allow me to be the one to draw the curtain on that part of the Uchiha clan. Allow me to end what my father is planning. The adults looked at Itachi in shock and surprise. No, Itachi. I cannot ask you to do that. Not to your own family. It is noble of you, but I will have my best Umbu handle this now. I can't allow you to take on this burden by yourself. Itachi shook his head. I thank you for the consideration. However, this is my family. If someone is to be the one to stop the evil that has corrupted my family, then it must be left to me. Shursui told me before he died to help bring the Uchiha out of the darkness and back into the light again. I will do just that. Minato and Hiruzen looked with difficulty as they both admired the fact that he wanted to be the one to stop it, but could they really let it fall to a 13-year-old to murder part of his family? If I may make a suggestion, Itachi said. If you do not feel easy with me going in alone, then I can think of a fair agreement. You may send with me 2 of your best Umbu to accompany me, but on the condition that I have one person I can fully trust with me. Minato and Hiruzen looked at one enough, having a silent conversation before they looked back and nodded at Itachi. That is agreeable. I know which 2 Umbu to send with you, though please state who you will pick. We need to know that they are skilled enough and can be trusted. Minato and Hiruzen watched as Kushina gave a little gasp when Naruto stepped forward. And oh, absolutely not. Kushina said, putting her foot down, but Minato obviously was not listening since he looked down at his son in sympathy and pride at wanting to help his friend with this action. Naruto, are you sure about this? I know you are strong for your age and could probably defeat all Chunins and many of the Jonin of this village, but are you positive you want to help with this task? Minato asked since it made him uncomfortable that his son wanted in on this mission. I'm positive. I won't let Itachi do this by himself. I will help my friend in this task, and I will not let him take the life of some of his family members all on his own. Itachi gave him a nod of thank you. There is no one I trust more in this village than Naruto or my other teammate Anko. They are the only two I would fully feel comfortable watching my back. The adults all looked with heavy breaths. While Kushina did not like it one bit and showed it by the frown on her face, she knew Minato had the final say in it. Minato and Hiruzen once again had a silent conversation between one another before Minato turned back to face the two boys. Very well, Naruto, you will accompany Itachi as well to Umbu to infiltrate the Uchiha clan compound and kill those that are attempting to join the coup on the village. Be at my office at 1700 hours PM where I will give the briefing to the other two Umbu, as well as get you fitted for Umbu gear," he said as both boys nodded. Minato then left with Hiruzen and a reluctant Kushina, knowing that plans had to make for tonight and protection had to be issued to Mikoto and Itachi siblings, as well as Naruto siblings. Kushina was not going to let a soul get to Mito on this night. When she got her children from Anko, she took Mito's hand and gripped it gently, but firmly as she led her away. Mina and Eiji were picked up by Minato as they waved goodbye to Naruto. As they left, Itachi and Naruto quickly went to Naruto's room as threw up some more silence seals. Anko was curious what the pair were up to, but before she could get an answer, they locked the door. Her eyebrow rose at the action, but she dismissed it as one of the weird boy things. Inside the room, Shirsue's body was unsealed on the floor of Naruto's room as Naruto had a scalpel and some medic supplies by his foot, as well as a jar full of an unknown substance. Taking a deep breath, he gently opened the deceased Shirsue's eyelids, and with the scalpel began to make incisions around the eye so he could safely remove the two Sharingan. After a couple of minutes of careful precision, Naruto had extracted both Sharingan from Shirsue's eyes and put them in the jar. This liquid should conserve them and keep them from them alive, so to speak. Itachi nodded and took the jar before he took a storage scroll and sealed the Sharingan inside before he sealed that scroll on his arm. Where better to keep it safe than on your own body. That night, nightfall had arrived as the moon was high in the sky, and many were on their way home for the night or were just starting to enjoy Konoha's nightlife. On the rooftops overlooking the Uchiha clan compound, four figures stood as everyone around them did not even notice they were there. All four wore masks on their faces that were porcelain white with various markings that represented an animal. This does feel a little weird being like this, Naruto thought, since being an Umbu was not something he actually planned on doing, even if he was just for one tonight. He had picked a black stripped white tiger mask in honor of his summons. Where are the targets currently? Kakashi asked with his dog mask on, looking at Itachi with a crow mask. My father is in the central manor while the rest are spread out through the compound. Half would be found in the east wing of the compound. The rest will likely be scattered, but with Naruto's sensor abilities we can find them quickly. My mother and siblings are at the Namikaze house while the rest of the innocent Uchihas are at a safe-guarded bunker with Sandaime-sama. Naruto was glad of that since Hiruzen felt it was best he watched over the other Uchiha in the chance that Danzo might try to pick one of them off and gain a Sharingan. Good. We don't want any innocent casualties tonight, Naruto said as Itachi nodded, as did Kakashi and the other masked Umbu who was referred to as Tenzo. Lying in Naruto's pouch was a tri-pronged kunai his father had given him to use to summon him in the emergency in case things went wrong. Minato wanted his son to be able to call him if anything that did not go as planned happened. His mother meanwhile had stuck to Mito all day and had even brought Tsunade and Shizune to the house to watch over her in case this masked person striked. He wanted to know what it was about this man that made his parents so angry and worried. Shaking his head of his thoughts, he saw one of the messenger hawks go overhead, which was the signal to move in. Naruto looked at Itachi and nodded before the four jumped from the rooftops and went to complete their mission. Kakashi and Tenzo paired together and took the west wing while Naruto and Itachi would pick off the rest. Naruto and Itachi ran along the rooftops and spotted three Uchiha walking together. That's Yashiro, Inabi, and Tekka, three of my father's biggest supporters, he said as Naruto nodded and both began to ready themselves. As the three Uchiha walked alongside the road, they activated their Sharingan and looked towards the roof they were standing on. Only there was nothing there when they looked. When they turned back around, Itachi was in front of them and drove a kunai into Tekka's throat and kicked him to the ground as he bled out in silence. Traitor! Yashiro roared before the Shusui went through his chest and through his heart. He looked down at the blade before his eye rolled into the back of his head, with the last thing he saw being Naruto's Umbu mask. Inabi grabbed a kunai from his own pouch with his Sharingan flared with anger and swiped at Itachi. However, Itachi easily dodged and drew his tanto out from its sheath. He swung and took off the head of Inabi. With the 3 Uchiha dead, he nodded to Naruto, who quick unsealed some containment scrolls and sealed the bodies inside. Once it was done, they moved on to their next target. In that house, Naruto said as Naruto and Itachi burst through a wall with a surprised Uchiha about to have dinner. Before he could even react, Naruto had snapped his neck and sealed him in a storage scroll in a matter of seconds. It went on like that for the next 10 minutes as the rebel Uchiha did not even know what had hit them. With the advantage of surprise, Naruto and Itachi killed 28 of the rebelled Uchiha. None had managed to put up much of a fight and were dead within seconds. Naruto swung his blade and decapitated the head of one of the Uchiha that tried to strike him with a tanto blade, while Itachi used his Kajin fire attack to pierce the chest and instantly kill his target. By the end of it, a blood-covered Naruto and Itachi walked silently down the streets, since they both knew that by now most of the Uchiha traitors had been dealt with. Naruto could sense Kakashi and Tenzo throughout the mission, and both were alive, meaning it had gone well for them. After a few minutes of waiting, Kakashi and Tenzo appeared in front of them. Both blood-covered, as well as Kakashi held a few storage scrolls in his hand. He looked towards Itachi and gave them to him. Tenzo and Kakashi looked at the two before they vanished from the compound as Naruto and Itachi focused on the building in front of them. There was just one left, Fugaku Uchiha. Naruto and Itachi walked towards the main house of the compound and walked inside. Naruto sensed for Fugaku. "He is in your parents' bedroom." Nodding, they both walked up the stairs and headed down the hallway. Itachi counted his steps before he stood outside his parents' room. He turned to Naruto. "I must do this on my own." Naruto did not need to hear any more before he nodded and leaned against one of the wall as he watched Itachi open the door to the dark room and walk inside. The door quickly closed behind him. As he did, Naruto made a few shadow clones to scout the compound and make sure all the bodies had been picked up, not wanting to leave it to chance. In room, Itachi walked inside calm and collected and looked towards his father, who was on his knees and staring through the window and had his attention on the moon. Itachi walked up and stopped just behind his father. "So you have made your choice. Your mother has chosen this path as well?" he asked. "Yes, she has, as well as Sasuke and Ria." Not looking towards Itachi, Fugaku nodded his head and kept his eyes fixed on the moon. "It seems I have failed this clan just like my predecessors before me. Perhaps you can finally bring our family's curse to an end." Fugaku then turned to look at Itachi ever so slightly. "You are the man of the house now. Look after your mother and siblings. The clan is in your hands now, and beware the masked one. He will try to influence you or anyone else in the Uchiha clan. I may not show it, but I am proud of you, Itachi," Fugaku said as behind Itachi's Umbu mask, tear ran down his face as his grip on his tanto shook. Taking a steady breath and calming himself with his grip on the tanto reaffirmed, he drove it forward and impaled his father straight through the heart. Fugaku made a few strangled noises as life left him until eventually his body slumped to the ground. Eyes and mouth closed as he went into the afterlife. Itachi sniffled as his breath became slightly uneven as he looked at his father's dead form, but steeled himself. He could let out his grief later. The man might have been a traitor, but he was still his father. He quickly sealed the body away and made his way out of the room, not wanting to be in it any longer. As he arrived outside, he looked towards Naruto and nodded, signalizing that it was done. "My clones have swept the area. All Uchiha rebels have been killed and stored. There are none left. Then it is time to go," Itachi said quietly as Naruto nodded in responses and quickly made their way out of the house and back outside. As the two boys were about to jump to the roofs, Naruto stopped as he felt a signature he did not recognize a little ways off from the compound, hiding in a tree. It felt like they were looking towards them. Naruto took a breath and looked straight over, but saw no one was in the tree, though he could have sworn he saw the air from one of the branches ripple, almost like something got sucked away. "It's been a long night. I'm sensing things that are not there," he thought before he followed after Itachi. Namikaze's house. Mikoto sat on one of the couches as her hands rested in her lap with her thoughts wild and full of concern for her eldest child. Sasuke too was asleep, having taken a spare bed that was set up in the twins' room. Kushina had applied so many barriers and protection seals around that room that when they all activated it looked like a Christmas tree. Kushina was sitting beside her friends with Tsunade not far from them with Shizune. Minato was leaning against the wall beside Kushina. Kakashi and Tenzo had already gone, filling in what they could, and that when they left only Fugaku remained and that both Itachi and Naruto were fine. This quickly made all of them in the room feel better, but was still worried for the two boys. I don't like this. They should have been back by now. Kushina spoke as she got up and started pacing. They will be fine. Those two can handle it. Naruto and Itachi are the best of the next generation. They can get this mission done. Tsunade spoke as Mikoto nodded in agreement. I know my two students. I know that independently they are very strong, but together I have no doubt they would be near unbeatable. Kushina listened but continued to pace. As she was about to speak again, they all heard the door open and close and footsteps making their way towards them. They looked to the doorway and felt relieved when Naruto and a still-masked Itachi walked in. However, all the adults felt sick to their stomach and ashamed of themselves when they saw all the blood that covered their children. Mikoto and Kushina wanted to cry while Minato wondered if he did the right thing letting them do this. The mission is complete, Hokage-sama. Itachi spoke. The bodies of all the Uchiha are in storage scrolls that Naruto has sealed on his wrists. Naruto showed the seal to everyone as they all nodded. How many did you take down? Minato asked gently. It was Naruto who answered. About 28, while Kakashi and Tenzo took out around 25, I believe. Minato accepted the answer. There was no one else around. Just the team and the Uchihas. Itachi nodded yes, though Naruto looked a little suspicious but did not voice his opinion. His parents saw this and would ask him about it later. They gave them a brief run-through of what happened along with any added details. Once it was over, they watched Mikoto stand up and walk towards Itachi. Itachi, take off that mask, she said gently, but Itachi did not move. In fact, he hardly reacted at all. Mikoto had an angry look on her face. Take off that mask and look at me, she said with a bit more force laced in her words. After a few moments of silence, Itachi's hands shakily went up to his mask and took the crow mask off. When he did, Mikoto sobbed and felt her heart break as she watched a flow of tears continue to run down Itachi's face. Not wasting a second, Mikoto wrapped him in a tight hug as she placed her son's head in the crook of her neck. Itachi never spoke a word but let his arms wrap around his mother and just grieve, not caring that people were watching. Everyone looked in sadness, as did Naruto as he wiped some tears from his eyes and sniffled. As he did, he too felt arms wrap around him. He saw Kushina wrap her arms around him and held him close to her. Naruto relaxed into his mother and gently hugged her back, as well as she gently stroked the back of his head and letting exhaustion from the night finally take over. Later that night, after showering and getting something to eat, Naruto headed into the kitchen of the house since there was one last thing he had left to do. He wore some spare, comfy clothes he had brought with him. Mikoto had taken Itachi into the spare room and would stay with him for the night, seeing that her eldest child needed her the most right now after what he had to do and taking the life off his father. Tsunade and Shizune had left for the night as they headed back home, while his siblings along with Itachi's continued to sleep silent as if nothing had happened. Walking into the kitchen, he saw his parents sitting at the kitchen table, both not saying a word. They looked up at him when he came into the kitchen and took a seat in front of them. You both said you would give me answers. I want those answers now. Minato and Kushina nodded, though both looked sad. They did not think they would have to tell him at such a young age, but their son was not like other children. They saw that now and knew he could take it. It was Minato who spoke and began to tell him. We will tell you the truth about that night on October 10th, Chapter 17, Becoming Famous. Naruto pushed himself forwards as he ran along the tree branches with his eyes focused on the route ahead of him. Beside him, Anko and Mikoto jumped along his right and left, all looking towards the front, keeping their eyes focused and their wits about them. The trio were currently on a scouting mission along the border between Fire Country and Grass Country. They had gotten reports that a missing nin was seen along this route and had been causing trouble to travelers and merchants who were trying to get to Konoha and Iwa for trading purposes. They originated from Wave, since Wave was a major trade point in the elemental nations, and this missing nin had caused the trading to get many major delays. Naruto was sent to investigate alongside Anko and Mikoto. Anko, since she wanted to get out of the village for a little while, with the torture and integration division taking up a lot of her time. While Mikoto was sent since Minato wanted a well-known shinobi on this mission in case things did not go their way. Itachi meanwhile had joined the Umbu and was quickly rising to the rank of an Umbu captain. Naruto, though offered to become an Umbu, settled instead with becoming a Jonin. The life of an Umbu was not the one he wanted. Anko, not wanting to be left behind, had managed to get pushed to special Jonin. While her taijutsu and summons were easily Jonin level, she still had to work on her ninjutsu and stamina portion of her skills, something Mikoto was helping her with when possible. The trio were running almost on the border between the two countries, and they were surprised that they had not run into any Iwa shinobi yet, since most would have had patrols in the area similar to what they were doing. "Do you sense anyone, Naruto?" Mikoto asked as Naruto focused on his surroundings. He spread his sensory abilities to 2 miles wide. After a moment of silence, he opened them and shook his head. "Nothing so far. In that case, it may be best to stop for the night. It is almost sundown, and we do not want to be running during the night since our view would be obscured, and it will be more dangerous continuing." Naruto and Anko nodded and quickly found a small cave formation a little ways off that would be perfect for a camp setup. It was only about 12 feet long into the mountainside, but it did give them some cover and would likely be the best thing they would find. Mikoto had been going on missions more regularly lately, since it helped to prove the Uchiha's loyalty to Konoha. When the other clans, shinobi and civilians, discovered and were told about the almost rebellion, the Uchiha clan lost a lot of trust and respect. Since then, Mikoto had become the head of the Uchiha clan and was grooming Itachi to one day take over since he was the eldest child. She was teaching him what he needed to know so that when he took over he could be an efficient leader and know when to be kind and when to be strict. Something unfortunately Mikoto's second son Sasuke seemed to need. When finding out about his father, Sasuke had become a very quiet, broody boy who preferred being alone and shot anyone down who wanted to befriend him. A few times Itachi and Mikoto had to stop Sasuke from pushing Ria around since he did not want a weak sister. Mikoto would quickly discipline her son, which only made him brood more. He made his life goal to defeat his older brother and become the head of the clan. Itachi's only response to that was a flick to the forehead and telling him he would be waiting. It seemed that while Itachi and Ria had taken after Mikoto mostly, Sasuke's personality was leaning more towards his father's and his way of thinking. The one clan, though, that thrived off the Uchiha clan essentially being cut in half was the Hyuga clan. Before, the Uchiha clan was the most powerful, but now with their numbers halved, the Hyuga clan was now the largest of main clans and as well as the most powerful. That was something the Hyugas obviously knew, since some became quite pompous and walked with an air of superiority. But the clan head Hayashi Hyuga quickly stopped that and punished anyone who tried to think that way. The Hyuga clan head may have been strict and most times cold, but he refused to have his clan looked down at because of a few members trying to act better than everyone else. "Naruto, you find us food whilst Anko and I will set up camp. You know what to do if anything goes wrong." Naruto nodded. "Throw a kunai in the air with a flare seal strapped to it." "I got it," he said as Mikoto nodded at him and watched him leap into the bushes. With Naruto searched the nearby wooded areas and managed to come across a small river about 8 feet wide and went up to Naruto's knees. He guessed it must have connected to one of the bigger rivers and towards a lake, since he found it was teeming with fish. "I was hoping to find a deer or maybe some rabbits, but I guess this will do," he said as went into the river. He closed his eyes and sensed the fish in the water as they gently and quietly swam past him. Waiting for a few moments, his hand suddenly struck the water, and a moment later his hand left the water and had a fish in his hand. Smiling, he threw the fish onto the riverbank, and he copied this movement 5 more times until he had about 6 fish all resting on the riverbank. Nodding and thinking to himself, he just stood in the water for a few moments as he took in the clean air of the forest. He enjoyed the forest when it was peaceful and in a strange way felt one with it. Whether that was because of his Mokutan or it was just him. "I should get back. No doubt Anko and Mikoto will want their dinner. Anko, after all, has a stomach that seems endless." He thought though the same could be said about him. Stretching him arms and cracking his shoulders, Naruto got out of the river and shook his legs, making small splashes of water hit the dirt and grass. He picked up the 6 fish 3 to a hand and began walking, though before he could move a chakra signature appeared to his surprise coming from behind him. He frowned when he felt it was panicked and possibly injured from the erratic feelings he was getting from it. A moment later, a second, stronger signature appeared and quickly determined that the first signature must have been running from the second one. The second signature was definitely Jonin level, while the first was lower than a Jonin but a bit higher than a Chunin. Looks like they're about a mile away, he thought, and could feel the stronger of the two closing in fast. Biting his lip, Naruto quickly made a shadow clone. Go back to Mikoto-sensei and Anko. Tell them what I have sensed. I will put a flare kunai in the air when I have arrived to where the two signatures are. The clone nodded and took the 6 fish before he ran back to the camp while Naruto turned, made sure his blade was strapped to his side before he pushed off as quick as he could and towards the location. As he ran, he could sense the two signatures getting closer and closer before he felt the first suddenly stop, almost like it was making a last stand. The second drew closer and flared its power. Naruto ducked under some branches and moved quickly and quietly through the trees, hardly leaving a mark on the branches from how fast he was going. Pushing off from the trees, he quickly found himself very close to the two signatures and found that they were in a small clearing. He poked his head through the bushes as quietly as he could and observed who the two signatures were. He first focused on the stronger of the two. He was a man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, and had blue eyes with a darker ripple around the pupil, waist-length green hair with the top 2 bangs falling down on his cheeks on each side, and having dark fleshy lips. He wore a gray hooded mantle with 3 red stripes. Under the mantle was a dark brown sleeveless vest falling to his knees where the inside was purple, a light brown belt, a light gray pants. All over his body were various protective bandages on his chest and legs. Naruto knew who he was from the studying the bingo books. This man was Raiga Kurotsuchi, a missing nin of Kiri, former member of the 7 Swordsmen, wielder of the dual swords Kiba, and a ranked shinobi. A very deadly foe, Naruto thought before he turned to the other signature and almost fell out of the tree when he saw who it was. For years it had been since he last saw her, and yet she looked almost exactly like the last time he saw her, other than the fact she was 4 years older as well. Her black hair was still short and stopped just past her chin. Her uniform was similar as well, though now she had the pale brown Chunin jacket added to it. What are the chances of her being here? He thought to himself before he saw the swordsman raise the twin Kiba blades. The pair of swords was slim and straight double-edged blades. Both blades also have an upward curved bladed prong near the tip of one side of blade and another one near the base of the blade's other side. Mikoto-sensei will probably yell at me for this. He thought before, with a burst of speed, pushed himself of the tree branch and landing between the two. The two Kiba blades were coming down at him, so he drew Shusui out and managed to block the strike. When he blocked it, he threw a kunai into the air, making the flare, though no one was paying any attention to it. Naruto interference caused both to be surprised, seeing another shinobi nearby, though Kurotsuchi had her jaw hanging open as she looked at Naruto. What is he doing here? Raiga, though, pushed himself away a couple of meters and looked at person in front of him. Kiroi Senko? Was his first thought before he realized the person in front of him was too young and the hair was too short as well as the eyes. Who are you, boy? Why are you interfering? Raiga asked as he took 2 steps forward with the Kiba blade held tightly in his hands. Naruto shrugged. I was in the neighborhood and I heard fighting. I came to check it out, and you can imagine my surprise when I find a member of the 7 Swordsmen fighting an injured Iwa Kunoichi. So why interfere? Last I checked, Konoha hated Iwa and vice versa. Oh, they still do, but I think it's a stupid rivalry. Personally, I have no problem with Iwa, and this girl here I know in a way. I don't really want to see her get killed. Naruto looked behind him for a moment to look at Kurotsuchi injuries. Her right leg had a big gash in it, and a small bit of the bone was lodged out of her skin. It was a surprise that she managed to run as fast as she did with that kind of leg injury. He turned back to look at Raiga. You can't beat me, brat. I was once a member of the 7 Swordsmen, 7 of the best Kenjutsu users in all of Kiri. You think you can hold a candle to my skills? There is one way to find out. I have always enjoyed fighting strong opponents and I have always wanted to fight one of the 7. Kurotsuchi, who was lying behind them watching this unfold, did not understand it. She did not understand why he was protecting her. Shouldn't he hate her? After all, Iwa and Konoha were like oil and water. They just don't mix. As Naruto readied himself again, he felt his Kagebushin from earlier disperse, and now knowing that Anko and Mikoto were on their way. Kurotsuchi. Naruto called, getting her attention. If you can move, then I suggest you move out of the clearing unless you want to get involved in your current state, he said. Kurotsuchi gave him a mild glare, but quickly dropped it before she did her best to crawl away. Focusing in front of him, Naruto's eyes went slightly wide when he saw Raiga now just a few feet from him with the Kiba blades coming down on top of him. He quickly brought Shusui up and blocked the strike and held it there as Raiga slowly began pushing him back, using his superior physical strength against Naruto. As Naruto got pushed back, he releases the hold from the 2 blades and ducked a swing. He then cocked his fist and threw it towards Raiga's side. Raiga though saw it coming and jump a few feet away only to see the punch caused a crater to form into the ground. I have to watch this one carefully, he thought, now recognizing that Naruto was not some run-of-the-mill shinobi. Raitun, Raikyu, Raiga said as a ball of lightning formed in his hands and he threw it towards Naruto. Naruto though saw the ball coming. Futon, de Tapa. A burst of wind shot forward stopped the lightning ball dead in its tracks and making the lightning dissipate. Naruto pushed off from the ground and went to deliver a hard kick to Raiga's stomach. Raiga however caught Naruto's foot and twisted it, making Naruto's body twist in air before he fell to the ground. A little dazed Naruto saw one of the Kiba blades coming towards his head and move it to the side, narrowly dodging the top of the sword. He brought his left leg up and kicked Raiga away, making the swordsman's feet skid along the ground a few meters before he stopped. Naruto got back up, but Raiga threw one of the Kibas towards Naruto's face and Naruto narrowly dodged it again, but this time felt the tip of the blade slash against his cheek as a bit of blood tricked down it. Naruto pushed himself away. Suetun. Mizu Dangon no Jutsu. Raiga quickly did the same. Suetun. Mizu Dangon no Jutsu. The bullets from each side collided with one another, neither managing to hit the opponent, and the jutsus quickly cancelled each other out. Raiga and Naruto battled, both trying to get the better over the other as Raiga swung one of the Kibas at Naruto, who managed to block the blade. Raiga then brought the second Kiba up and aimed it at Naruto's abdomen from the side. Naruto saw it from the corner of his eye and the blade hit Naruto. Kurotsuchi gasped a little seeing Naruto get hit, but then saw his from burst into smoke and be replaced by a log. Raiga looked around for a few moments before he saw a shadow forming beneath him. He looked up and saw Naruto coming down towards him. Naruto aimed to split Raiga right down the middle, but with his swords in an X shape, Raiga blocked the strike as the two again fought for dominance. This time though, Naruto used his footwork to his advantage and managed to slip his right leg between Raiga's. He then leaned forward as their blades were crossed and head-butted the swordsman, making him stumble back. Taking the chance, Naruto threw a chakra-enhanced kick to Raiga's stomach, making him tumble and skid to the ground. Raiga fumed as he got back up and felt a small trickle of blood go down his forehead before quickly swept it away. From the side of the clearing, Kurotsuchi was watching in slight awe. She looked at Naruto and could not believe that someone her age was managing to hold his own against someone as strong as one on the 7 swordsmen. I thought he was strong before, but in these last few years he has not been slacking. I can barely keep up with their movements as they are. Alright brat, you're not bad. I'll give you that, and your sword is a fine blade. But it's time to stop messing around, he said as Naruto watched as Raiga held up his right hand and made a sign. Kirigakure no Jutsu, he said as Naruto watched in panic as a heavy mist began to form around the field. As the mist settled in, he managed to notice as well before the mist covered the top that the sky had darkened and thunderclouds had set in. As the mist finally settled, Naruto could barely see 6 feet in front of him. His view was completely obscured and he quickly knew that eyesight was not going to help him here. I have to use my sensor abilities for this one. They might be the only thing I can use in this situation. Now you are in my territory, boy, Raiga said as though his voice could be heard from all directions. Naruto guessed he must have been projecting his voice with his chakra. This is a little trick I learnt from my old pal Zabuza. Well, more like stole it from him, but it's all the same. If you are trying to scare me, then you will have to do a lot better than that. Naruto called but heard a low chuckle. We shall see, he said before Naruto heard thunder rumble overhead and could scarcely see a bright light suddenly strike not far from him. He sensed Raiga was about 20 meters to his left and threw a few shurikens in that direction. He heard some clanging before Raiga's voice was heard again. Ikazuchi no Kiba. Naruto could barely see as a lighting current that must have originated from Raiga shoot towards the sky and saw it ripple along the skyline. After a moment, Naruto's eye widened and quickly jumped to the side and rolled away just as a bolt of lightning formed and shot down towards the ground, making a small explosion occur. That was too close, Naruto thought before he went back to sensing for Raiga, who was now 10 meters behind him. He quickly turned around and blocked a strike from Raiga. Sanjiroku pound ho! Naruto called as Naruto slashed the air and made an airstrike sail towards Raiga. Raiga though only grinned as he ducked and rolled out of the way and went back to using the mist. Ikazuchi no Kiba. Naruto once again heard as he saw lightning shoot into the sky again, and Naruto once again managed to roll out of the path of the falling lightning strike. However, as he rolled, he inadvertently rolled towards Raiga, who was waiting for Naruto, and drove the Kiba into Naruto's side. Naruto sensed him at the last second and moved to the side, but still the blade managed to cut his side and make blood begin to pour out of the wound. Naruto jumped away and clutched the wound. This is not good timing, he thought as the hand over the wound began pumping healing chakra into the cut, hoping to heal it enough. It looks like the young swordsman is now injured. I guess he is not as strong as he thought he was. Raiga taunted. Naruto took a calm breath. Okay, enough is enough. No more letting him toy with you like this. The next strike he might land on me could be the last. Use the training your senseis have given you. As his left hand poured some more healing chakra into the wound, Naruto brought his right fist up and slammed it into the ground, causing the entire field to quake and become dislodged as large rocks and debris shot all over the place. Raiga, who was going to strike Naruto again, lost balance and stumbled just as Naruto managed to sense where he was again. Pushing himself forward, Naruto clashed blades with Raiga again as Raiga tried to force Naruto back. He managed to do so but watched as Naruto burst in a puff of some. Where is he? He thought as he tried to look around, only to realize that the tables had now turned and Naruto was now using the mist to his advantage. Not wanting to let a kid beat him, Raiga put his blades in the air as lightning hit the blades and electricity covered his entire body. Reijiki no Yoroi. This is only good for one attack, but I will kill you. Naruto listened nearby as he closed his eyes and sensed Raiga. He could tell that jutsu in particular had taken a lot of chakra from him, and sooner or later the guy would be running on empty while Naruto's large reserve still has plenty in them. His wound on his side was now partially healed, though as soon as the battle was over he would need to finish the job and bandage his side. The armor was similar to what the Reikage used, only nowhere near as strong. Naruto gathered chakra and built it up in his body. If I can use a powerful burst of chakra to release a genjutsu, then it should be possible to do something similar for this jutsu. Nothing can get through this armor. Be thankful that afterwards I will give you a proper burial. I'll pass, Naruto thought before he gathered earth chakra in one hand and water in the other. He slammed them together and was thankful that the mist was in full effect. Mokutan. Makuzo Chikyu Yari, he said silently and grinned as moments later he felt Raiga become panicked and a loud cry echoed out. Where is he? Raiga said to himself as he looked all around for Naruto, hating that he was now the one being toyed with. Trying to get a lock on the young shinobi, Raiga was about to push off towards where he thought Naruto was, but before he could move, he felt two sharp objects pierce into his ankles, going straight through the bone. Ah! Raiga cried out as he dropped one of the kibas, making the lightning around him disperse and leave him. He crouched down as his hands held his ankles. Pain was shooting along his ankles like fire. From afar, Naruto heard the dropping of a blade and used this moment to his advantage, and perhaps now would be a good moment for him to use a new technique of his. Itoryu Kumenbachi, he said as he ran towards Raiga and jumped into the air. As he descended down towards Raiga, he positioned his blade into a stabbing position. Coming down from the air, he saw Raiga stand up shakily, and at the last moment saw Naruto coming down towards him. He tried to move, but his ankles were in too much pain. He tried to block it, but he was too slow and his last technique had taken a lot out of him. Naruto's blade came down upon him and went straight through the right side of his chest. Naruto stood like that for a moment as his sword impaled the former Kiri shinobi before he drew it out and put Shusui back into its sheath. He then gathered a big amount of chakra before a few moments later he released it all. The result was what he wanted as the mist around him began to disappear and clear up. As it faded, he saw that beside Kurotsuchi were Anko and Mikoto both looking worried. Though he saw Mikoto's shocked look when she saw Raiga slumped to his knees on the ground. "Whoa!" he heard Anko say as Kurotsuchi nodded from her seat on the ground. "I wondered when you two would get here," he said. He saw Mikoto look at him with a scowl on her face but then saw her attention focus back behind him. Turning around, his eyes widened when he saw Raiga starting to stand up and grabbed his two Kiba blades. "Wow! What a guy. Now I know why he was a member of the Seven. This is not over yet, brat. Now until one of us is dead on the ground." Raiga managed to wheeze out even though his hands were barely able to hold the two blades. From the side, Anko was about to step forward but stopped when Mikoto put an arm in front of her. "This is not our fight, Anko. This is a battle between two swordsmen. If we intervene now, then we would only shame them both. This will most likely be Raiga's last stand." She said. They saw Naruto turn back around and grip his sheath as he got in a position that all three recognized. The whole field was silent as the two Kenjutsu users stared at one another. Raiga, despite the pain in his ankles, ran forward as the Kibas lit up covered in lightning again. Every step he took sent waves of pain through his ankles, but he ignored it for this last moment, knowing it might be his last. He swung his blades down. "Raryu no Tatsumaki." As he closed in, Naruto closed his eyes and put his hand on the handle of the Shusui, and once Raiga got close, he snapped them open. "Itoryu Iai, Shurshur Sun Sun." Naruto disappeared and then reappeared behind Raiga as Raiga stopped dead in his tracks. A small trickle of blood went down his chin before he managed to turn his head towards Naruto and looked at the blonde, who now turned his head around to look at Raiga. "Why, you are a fine swordsman. I may have started out your enemy. But no, I am glad that I could fall to the sword of one who will become a great swordsman in our world." Naruto said nothing, but nodded as he made the final clink sound as his blade hit the sheath. When it did, blood spurted from Raiga's chest as a long diagonal cut appeared and forced Raiga to the ground. As he hit the ground, his eyes closed permanently, while Anko, Mikoto, and Kurotsuchi now had one thing on their mind. Naruto / he just killed a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Naruto looked at his fallen opponent and offered a small prayer as he wished for his opponent a good life in the afterlife before he put his hand over his left shoulder where a long cut now lay. I guess Raiga's last cut did manage to hit its mark, he thought. The wound was not life-threatening or anything, but he knew that it would scar over, and for that he was actually happy. It would be a scar that would serve as a memento from his battle with a member of the Seven Swordsmen and a powerful Kiri shinobi. Silently, Mikoto, Anko, and Kurotsuchi, who was being carried by Anko, reluctantly made their way towards him. They saw his wounds and knew he would need to get them checked over soon, but for the moment let him lament in his victory. Well, almost before he felt a whack on the back of his head. "Ow, what was that for?" he said, looking towards his sensei, who scowled at him. "What were you thinking challenging an A-ranked shinobi and member of the Seven Swordsmen to a battle? You could have been killed, but I wasn't. That count for something, doesn't it? Perhaps, but if it did not go that way, imagine what your family will think when we might have had to take your body back to Konoha. Think next time, Naruto. Is your life worth risking for somebody who is a shinobi from another village?" Naruto shrugged. "Probably not, but I did so anyway. It would have been wrong of me to have just stood there and let him kill her. I won't let that happen on my watch. Not even if they are from another village. Personally, I don't care about the silly rivalry between our two villages, and I did the right thing." Mikoto and Anko rolled their eyes but knew Naruto would have intervened any way you look at it. "So what exactly do we do with the body?" Anko asked as Mikoto looked to Naruto since he was the one who defeated Raiga. "I guess I will take it with me back to the Leaf. Raiga had a big bounty on him since he was an A-ranked missing nin and member of the Seven Swordsmen. It would be a nice income addition to have. Plus we now have the Kiba blades to deal with," he said as he walked over and went to pick the twin blades up, only for a new presence to appear and land in front of Naruto. The figure was a Kiri hunter nin that wore the Kiri Umbu uniform. He had light blue hair that stuck up straight, and Naruto could sense he was at least Jonin level. On his ears he had talismans hanging from them, and behind his mask he could sense one of his eyes was different from the rest of him. Mikoto and Anko prepared themselves as Mikoto clutched her tanto in her right hand while Anko readied to bring out a snake summon. The figure stood in front of Naruto and looked down at the 14-year-old before looking at Raiga and shook his head. "What is it you want?" Naruto asked as the hunter nin edged a bit forward as Mikoto and Anko took a step forward while Kurotsuchi just watched as she held onto her leg. "The Kiba blades. They are property of the village hidden in the mist, and I will be returning them as such. My future Mizukage Mei Terumi will need the assistance of those blades." Everyone looked at him in confusion. "I thought the Mizukage was Yagura of the Three Tails? He won't be for long. Our Kiri rebellion will soon gain victory, and Yagura's reign of terror will soon end. The Kiba blades will help in his end, and the nickname Bloody Mist Village can finally be put to rest." Naruto looked towards the Kiba blades that were right in the middle of the two of them. He saw the rebellion hunter nin reach for his kunai pack slowly. Not wanting to cause any problems, Naruto took a step back. The hunter nin took this as a signal that Naruto would not take the blades. He leaned down and picked them up before he sealed them in a storage scroll. But when he went to collect the body of Raiga, Naruto stopped him by putting Shusui to his neck. "I don't think so. I triumphed over Raiga and I will be collecting his bounty. This will not be tolerable. Listen, buddy. If you have not noticed, you are outnumbered 3-1. I could have fought over those two blades, but I didn't because I knew there could be problems between Konoha and Kiri if I did that. The last thing I want is to bring unnecessary battles or war to my home. But this is where I draw the line. I will be collecting the bounty from Raiga's head." Naruto then leaned in and whispered in the hunter nin's ear. "Unless you want me to tell the Hokage and the Hyuga clan that you have a Byakugan in that eye of yours," he said, making the blood run cold through the hunter nin. He looked towards Naruto and retracted his hand away from Raiga. Without missing a beat, the Kiri hunter nin jumped away onto one of the tree branches and sped off. Naruto meanwhile sheathed his blade and stored Raiga's body in a storage scroll. He walked back over towards his comrades and guest and headed back to their campsite. Naruto picked up Kurotsuchi bridal style, making the girl blush and wriggle, but a raised eyebrow from Naruto quickly made her stop and go quiet. As they ran along the treetops and Naruto verifying that Kurotsuchi was okay to go with them, the IWA girl made the best of what she got and leaned into Naruto. The next day Kurotsuchi was in a similar position as she held onto Naruto's neck from behind as he piggybacked her with Mikoto and Anko slightly in front of him. The rest of the night had been uneventful as Naruto healed Kurotsuchi's wounds, while Mikoto used her limited knowledge of medical jutsu to heal Naruto. But once they got back to the village, he would have to go to the hospital to get them checked over. Not much had been said from Kurotsuchi other than thank you for the food and shelter from the Leaf Shinobi. Currently they were escorting Kurotsuchi to the border between their two countries and would drop her a little distance away from a patrol station. Mikoto did not want to risk the IWA shinobi thinking they were hostile. Since grass country was between their two countries, they would drop her off at one of the spots IWA shinobi stop at regularly in the border country. "You okay back there?" he asked as Kurotsuchi nodded. "Are you going to say anything other than nod or shake your head?" He got his answer in the form of a shaking head. He pouted a little before shrugging. "Suit yourself. Be ashamed not hear that pretty voice of yours. I'm sure it makes many men and some women tingle when they hear it." Naruto smirked a little when he saw her face heat up and felt her flick his ear. "Don't say such things." Fine, he said back, just happy that she finally spoke. "So, what have you been doing since our battle during the Chunin exams?" "Getting stronger, I bet." "Of course, I said I would, and I will still want a rematch one day for that humiliating defeat you gave me. I thought you were going all out against me, but your match with the Uchiha was even more earth-shaking. I hate it when people hold back against me." "Hey, you can't blame me for not going all out. I had a genius Uchiha to go up against. I needed some tricks up my sleeve, and I could not reveal them all in the match with you." Kurotsuchi huffed. "Yeah, well, don't think you're going to win next time. I will show you how strong I have become. My father and grandfather have both been training me non-stop for the last 4 years." Naruto nodded. Well, when you want your rematch, then I will be happy to give you it. Kurotsuchi nodded back. She turned to look at Anko and Makoto and could see they were both looking at her from the corner of their eyes, obviously making sure she did not try anything. So why did you help me? She asked as she saw Naruto turn his head to look at her. He shrugged again. Why not? I mean, I know we are from two different villages that happen to not like one another very much, but I could not just let you sit there and die. You do know that most would have just let it happen, right? I know, but I guess I am not like most people. Most people would say that, thinking they have something different that make them stand out. True. But I guess in my case it is true. Kurotsuchi looked at him before she nodded again and leaned closer towards him as she looked into his violet eyes. She had to admit that his eyes were very beautiful. Since she knew the yondaime has blue eyes, she guessed he inherited his violet eyes from his mother. That, and she would also admit that he was quite handsome. She looked over towards Makoto and Anko again to see that they were not watching them anymore. Gathering a bit of courage and hoping no one found out about what she was about to do, she leaned over his shoulder more, which made him look towards her. Before he could do anything or react, Kurotsuchi's lips pressed against his. It was quick and did not even last a second, but he felt her soft lips against his and could taste cinnamon on them. It made him want to lean in and kiss her back, but stopped when he almost tripped over and fell to the ground. Tell no one. That was just a way of saying thank you. Don't look into it, she said before she looked away. Naruto could not say anything since he was too gobsmacked to even respond, so he settled for nodding. He then turned back in front of him and kept running along the treetops. The group stayed silent for the rest of the time before they eventually reached the spot where they would drop Kurotsuchi off. She was able to walk slowly towards the patrol station, and she watched as the trio of leaf shinobi left the area. Though she saw Naruto turn his head to look at her, and the two just looked at each and their faces went a little red and heat up before turning away. As they left, both had a tiny smile appear on their faces while Kurotsuchi shook her head. Calm down, girl, it was just one kiss. A kiss you initiated, she thought before making her way to her destination. Naruto meanwhile thought similar things. It was just one kiss. It did not mean anything, right? Konoha 3 days later. Minato sighed and leaned back in his chair to take a moment rest as the paperwork just built up and up on the table. He did try the Kagebushin to conquer it, but his wife put that idea down, saying he could not cheat his way through it and had to man up. She is so cruel to me. He cried inwardly before shaking his head and sitting upright as Kushina and Makoto walked through the door, both happily chatting and smiling. How is he? Minato asked, referring to Naruto. He's fine, Kushina answered. Shizen said most of the injuries have already healed, but the bigger wounds like the one on his shoulder and side will scar over. Minato nodded and leaned back again and whistled. Our son, who is 14 years old, managed to defeat one of the 7 swordsmen. Who would have thought it, even if Raiga was not one of the stronger members. The moment they returned, Makoto sent Naruto straight to the hospital to get his wounds looked over and sent Anko with him. Then when she arrived at the Hokage office, Minato and Kushina were in the office making out on the desk. Makoto quickly spoke up since she did not think the village needed an Uzumaki Namikaze baby number 5. After relaying what happened on the mission and get to Naruto, Kushina had completed blurred out of the room as she ran so fast to the hospital that most only saw a red blur barreling past them. When she arrived, she all but smothered her son into her chest and was checking him over before lecturing him about fighting a member of 7 swordsmen, saying he could have been killed. Minato was the same, though inwardly, he could not have been any prouder. As the trio spoke, Jiraiya jumped through the window and threw a bingo book at Minato, who quickly caught it. There a reason you threw this to me, sensei? Jiraiya frowned. Take a look on page 165 and see what your baka of a son has done. Everyone frowned at the tone, but Minato quickly opened up to page 165. Makoto and Kushina looked over to see what they were supposed to be looking at before they all went pale and eye-wide when they saw the brand new member of the bingo book. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Age 14 to 15. Gender male. Origin: Konoha. Shinobi rank: Jonin. Caliber rank: A. Known alias: Konoha no Tsubasa Akuma, Konoha's Blade Devil. Known clan affiliation: Uzumaki clan. Known element affinities: Futon, Doton, Suiton. Skill list: Taijutsu 4, Ninjutsu 4, Genjutsu, NA. Intelligence 4, Strength 3.5, speed 3.5, stamina 4.5, hand seals 3.5, weapons. Katana made of black metal with a purple guard and black sheath. Physical description: stands 5'6" and weighs 155 pounds. Golden blonde hair and violet eyes. Tan skin and is known to wear traditional leaf shinobi attire. Special abilities: known to have chakra sensor-like abilities. Despite age, he has Kage-level chakra reserves. Known family: Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage, Kiroi Senku, Kushina Uzumaki, Benaheim. Other information: is known to have killed Raiga Kurosaki in a sword fight and is known to be able to use the Rasengan in battle. Bounty: 25 million Ryo dead or alive stationed by IWA. 25 million Ryo alive stationed by Odo. As they read the bingo book, everyone just stared at it in fascination and with a single thing on their minds. Incredible. Chapter 18. On my way, Naruto woke up and his eyes flickered as his gaze looked over towards the window in his room, getting a good look of the sky and the few clouds that hovered along it. Turning over, he then looked up at the ceiling for a moment before he felt a familiar feeling between his legs. He looked down and groaned again when he saw his manly part was erected and making a sizable tent form from his covers. It had been that way ever since he last met the IWA girl Kurotsuchi. He blamed that quick kiss she gave him because since then he had not been able to get her out of his head. Every time he thought of her, he could still taste the cinnamon from her lips and as well as feel how soft her lips were. What are these feeling towards her? I don't understand them, he thought, since just the thought of her and her light pink eyes made his stomach do a few flips and his heart flutter. Could I have feelings for her? He wondered, since it sounded so stupid if he did. He had only properly met her twice, and one of those times she was trying to kick his ass. He did not dare speak to anyone about this. If someone he knew discovered he was developing potential feelings for a girl from IWA, the granddaughter of Tsuchikage no less, it would bring trouble, and he knew it would cause even more problems between him and his family. His friends might accept it, but he dreaded what his parents would have thought about it, especially considering how IWA thinks of his father. Sighing and getting out of bed, he took a quick shower and dressed in some comfy civilian clothes since he had the next few days off. At 15, Naruto was now 5'8" and was now taller than his mother and the same height as Tsunade. His hair was kept short, since if it got longer then he would just look like his father. The main noticeable change was that now on Naruto's forehead was a purple diamond mark, just like Tsunade has on her forehead. Since the news of his battle got out with Raiga Kurosaki and that he was now in the bingo books as an A-ranked shinobi, Tsunade and others knew that Naruto would be targeted by bounty hunters, shinobi, and missing nin. So Tsunade decided that to make sure he had a better chance of surviving an encounter with a potentially stronger opponent, she placed the creation rebirth seal on his forehead. That way Naruto could store chakra into that seal, and if Naruto is injured to a point where he might die, then he could release it if stored enough chakra and heal all his wounds. Plus it helped that Naruto had some knowledge of medical jutsu thanks to his training with Tsunade. Tsunade knew that the jutsu would shorten his lifespan, as did Naruto if he ever used it, but to her she would rather Naruto lose 5 years of his life than lose his life altogether. Kushina, Minato, Mikoto, and Hiruzen all agreed as well, and would give them some relief knowing he had the seal stored on him. Wearing simple black shorts and a dark green shirt, he walked out of his room and saw Anko and Itachi sitting around the table as Itachi ate his cereal while Anko was guzzling down a glass of orange juice. Morning, sleepy head, Anko said as Naruto gave her a tired wave and Itachi a slight nod. The Uchiha boy just nodded back before going back to his breakfast. Busy, I take it? He asked as he put some toast in the toaster and waited for it to pop up. He saw Itachi dressed in his umbu uniform while Anko was in her usual shinobi wear and was slipping her sandals on underneath the table as she drank. You know, it got 3 people to torture today. Oh, the blood and the screaming. It just tickles me, she said as she mock shivered. You know you're never going to get a boyfriend if you keep scaring people like that. Itachi muttered but felt a swift foot kick him in the shin. Though it hurt, he did not show it and instead just raised an eyebrow at Anko, who was smiling happily at him. No man could ever handle my desires, my wonderful Uchiha friend, she said, ruffling the top of his head and making his hair go messy. Beside, as much as I like boys, you know I do like the women just as much. So you keep telling us. Naruto said since Naruto and Itachi discovered that their teammate and friend was bisexual. In all honesty, they were not that surprised since Anko always seemed to look at girls behind in chests when they were not looking. Plus, it did not bother them since they both knew she had a thing for both sexes very earlier on, and they accepted it easily and quickly. Then I guess I will warn the male and female population of Konoha and warn them Anko is looking for a good rutting. May Kami save them. True, but maybe we could get around again. You did love it when we went at it that one time. Anko said, wiggling her eyebrows at Naruto, who shook his head. That was something Naruto would never forget since it was only a couple of months ago. Naruto and Anko had been home alone and somehow the topic of sex had come up and how it led to them saying that since they were shinobi, they could die on any mission at any given time. Both mentioned that neither wanted to die a virgin. So after some more talking and the eventually addition of some alcohol, Naruto and Anko lost their virginity to one another. It was not bad. If anything, for their first time it was pretty amazing since Anko did things with her tongue that Naruto did not think was even possible. And Anko loved how rough Naruto could get when they were in the moment along with his stamina. The next day after their night of passion, nothing really changed and they went back to being normal friends. Both were not that bothered by it and were happy that they had sex for the first time with a good friend and someone that they both enjoyed being with. They did not understand why people thought sex would overcomplicate things. Before they were friends and now they were friends who lost their virginity to one another. Nothing more, nothing less. Though they both felt sorry for Itachi when he came out of his room looking dead tired and glaring at them. Neither realized he had even come home and must have heard them going at it since Naruto did not put up silence seals around the room. I thought we agreed never to mention that again. Itachi said as the two chuckled before Naruto grabbed his toast and went towards the door as he slipped his sandals on. Where you headed? Anko asked. Just to the messenger tower. I have not checked it in a week, so I thought I would do it now. Can you check mine, please? She asked, giving him the puppy dog look, making him roll his eyes before nodding. As thanks, she blew him a kiss before getting back to her breakfast. Leaving the apartment building, Naruto walked at a leisurely pace as he greeted and waved to a few of the civilians and other shinobi. He saw Kurenai and Asuma sitting with one another and talking quietly to each other. When they saw him, they gave him a wave hello, which he happily gave back. As he walked down the path of the Leaf Village, he stopped at a small cafe he made regular stops to and bought his morning coffee. As he walked out, he sensed two small figures barreling towards him from behind. Quickly turning around and opening his arms, he held strong as two blonde blurs smashed into him and hugged him close. Naruto and I. Mito and Eiji both called as they smiled up at their big brother, who still held them, and began walking with the two 10-year-olds, one in each arm. We haven't seen you in ages, Nissan. Where have you been? Eiji asked while Mito was giving him a mixture of a pout and a glare, wanting him to answer quickly. You better answered Nissan or I'm telling Ka-chan. Mito piped up, making him roll his eyes. If you must know, then I have been on a lot of mission over the last 2 months, so I have not been home much. But now I have a few days off, which if you want I am sure I can give up to spend the day with you two Munchkins and Mina-chan. Besides, why are you two not at the academia at the moment? Last I checked, Thursday was a school day. Irika-sensei was not well and Mizuki-sensei got pulled out due a mission. So we got the rest of the week off. Eiji answered as Naruto nodded. The twins both nodded eagerly as Eiji hopped down from his brother's arms and walked beside him while Mito climbed up her brother and got on his shoulders. You comfy up there? He asked as Mito nodded her head before the trio began walking again. They talked and chatted happily as they asked him about what kind of cool missions he had been on lately and if he could teach them some new jutsu. Apparently they were getting bored in their class since Irika just babbled a lot and lectured too much. Though they did train from time to time with their parents, Kakashi and Jiraiya, it was only light training and nothing cool in their own opinions. Naruto made it fun when he showed them a thing or two and would turn it into a game. They eventually arrived at the messenger tower, and when they got to the top, the twins went straight to petting the various birds that were kept up there and fed them little treats. Naruto smiled at them as he collected his and Anko's messages. He put Anko's away into his back pocket and took a quick look at his own. It was only 2 pieces, one of which was from a weapons dealer from Iron Country since he liked being kept up to date about the latest chakra metal weapons they developed over there. He then looked at the second message and immediately he turned serious since on the front of the letter was the royal emblem for the Fire Daimyo. The fire emblem was not difficult to recognize, and he knew if he was getting some kind of message from the royalty of Fire Country, then it must have been extremely important. Opening it, he quickly began reading it. As he did, the twins looked over and saw Naruto's face look gobsmacked and suddenly have the need to sit down. Both went over to try and look at what the parchment said, but Naruto kept it close so that no one else could read it. The twins then resorted to climbing on his shoulder with their curiosity growing, but Naruto then stood up, making them fall on their butts. "Oni-chan, what does it say?" Mito whined while Eiji pouted, both hating being kept out of the loop. Naruto looked at it again for a few moments before looking at the twins. "It is nothing to concern yourselves over. Do you know the way back home?" They both nodded yes, but still looked confused. "Good, you should both go home. I need to go get some advice about something. I will see you both later," he said, patting them both on the head before he took off quickly. Both the twins watched him go. "Oni-chan is so weird sometimes," Eiji said as Mito nodded in agreement. With Naruto ran across the rooftops as quick as he could before he landed in front of the Uchiha clan compound and quickly ran forward. He gave a quick wave or nod to the Uchiha members that knew him before he arrived at the main manor house. Approaching it, he saw Makoto sitting on a porch reading while Ria was by her feet coloring a picture. Makoto looked up and smiled when she saw her student coming towards her and placed her book down. "Hello, Naruto-kun. This is a nice surprise. I was not expecting a visit today," she said happily, but looked at him in concern when she saw his serious but nervous look on his face. She quickly sent Ria inside as Naruto took a seat next to her and showed her the letter that was in his hand. Her eyes went slightly wide when she saw the Fire Country emblem and already had an idea of what it might be. She scanned the contents of it as Naruto sat quietly beside her. Since Makoto was one of only 2 people he knew about that could relate to this, he valued her opinion highly in this regard. After a minute, Makoto looked up at him, looking both stunned and immensely proud. "They want you to join the Guardian Shinobi 12? She asked as Naruto nodded in his head. "Naruto, this is such a huge honor. Oh, I am so proud of you." Makoto leaned forward and hugged him in congratulation, which Naruto quickly reciprocated before they broke off. "What should I do? I mean, should I take it? I don't see why you shouldn't, to be honest, Naruto. It's such an honor to be asked to join, and very few people ever get asked. They only ask those that the royal family recognize as the best or will one day become the best. The fact that you have been asked means that they recognize you as someone who has and will go on to do great things. I guess," Naruto answered, looking down at the letter. "Plus it says they just want me there for 3 years, possibly longer if I choose to stay on longer. I would be back by time I'm 18. "Then what has you doubting it?" Makoto asked her student. Naruto was quiet for a moment before answering. "My life is here in Konoha. My family, my friends, my colleagues. Not seeing them for 3 years kinda scares me a little. I know it sounds silly, but I would be on my own if I go. When I am in trouble or need help, then I have people here to fall back on. You, Itachi, Anko, Gigi, Tsunade-sensei, Shizen, Neichan, Kasan, and Tusan." Makoto nodded and she understood. Every time Naruto left the village for a mission, he was either with a team or with people he knew. Now, if he went, he would be going on his own. As strong as Naruto was, the one thing he always hated was being on his own, and Makoto knew that. "Don't use your head for this, Naruto. That is the best advice I can give you on this," she said as he looked back at her. "If you use your head, you will overthink it and start weighing the pros and cons. Tell me, Naruto, what does your heart tell you to do? Do you want to stay in Konoha, or do you want to go and join the Guardian Shinobi 12 for 3 years? Know now that whatever you decide, you have my full support as both your aunt and your teacher." Naruto nodded and sat there for a moment as Makoto leaned back and just observed her student as he thought it over. In her own opinion, she wanted him to go because she knew it would be good for him. It helped her become where she was today as a shinobi, and she knew that it would do wonders for Naruto. It would start him on his path to becoming a shinobi that will rock the foundation of their world, just like so few before him had done. He had the potential. It was one of the reasons she wanted to be his sensei. So she could say that he was her student and that she helped turn him into the great man she knew he would become. 10 minutes passed as the silence between the two was uncomfortable as Makoto waited for his answer. Then, just as she sat forward, Naruto turned to look at her and gave her a small smile. I think I want to join the Guardian 12. Makoto had a look of pure happiness, and from her eyes you knew she was proud. Then you have your answer, and I think you have made the right one. This is an offer that will only come to you once in your lifetime. So many before you have turned it down, like your parents, for example, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade as well, and I always think they made the wrong choice. Leaving the village and joining the Guardians 12 for 3 years when I was 17 was one of the best decisions I made because it helped me grow as both a person and as a shinobi. I know it will work for you as well. Naruto leaned over and placed his head on his teacher/aunt's shoulder as she patted his head. Thank you, Makoto-sensei. You're welcome, Naruto. That's what I'm here for. Later that day, since his talk with Makoto, Naruto then went to Asuma since Asuma returned from being a member of the Guardian 12 2 years ago, and Naruto could see how much Asuma had both matured and how much stronger he had become. He was now one of the strongest jonin in the village. Speaking with Asuma, the son of the Sandaime Hokage congratulated Naruto on being asked and spoke with him for about an hour as he told him his time in the group and how it was 3 of his best years as a shinobi. He wished Naruto luck and told Naruto that he had made the right choice. Now Naruto had another job to do, tell his family. Thankfully, it was easy to do since his family were all having dinner at the Namake's household. He told Itachi and Anko earlier that day, and the two had both congratulated him and wished him the best of luck. He had their blessings, which was a relief since he did not want his 2 best friends thinking he was just up and leaving them. He was sitting beside Shizune as his family were all round the table. His mother had Eiji and Mina next to her on her right and Tsunade next to her on her left. His father was at the head of the table while he was sitting right at the end with Jiraiya, Shizune and Mito sitting to his left. Hiruzen meanwhile was at the opposite side of table. Kakashi had also been invited, but he was 2 hours late, so they started without him. Minato was conversing with Jiraiya about trivial things while Kushina was speaking with Tsunade and Shizune. Eiji and Mina were talking to Hiruzen, who was telling them old stories about his time as a genin. Oni-chan, are you okay? You are being really quiet. Mito asked as Naruto nodded. I'm fine, Mito-chan. I just have a bit on my mind, that's all. Is it about that letter you got today? She asked. Thought said it a little loudly since everyone around the table heard Ad look towards Naruto. Letter? What letter is she talking about, Naruto? Kushina asked as she leaned forwards a little, looking a little curious and worried. Naruto looked around to see all eyes were on him. He sighed a little and stood up. He reached into his pocket and took the letter out. When everyone saw the royal family fire emblem, they looked a little surprised and already had potential outcomes going through their head. He leaned over and handed it to his father. Minato took it and began reading it over to himself for a moment before he looked at Naruto in surprise. They want me to join the Guardian Shinobi 12, and I have decided that I want to go. No one said a word as they let the information sink in. He was not surprised when the first voice he heard was his mother. No, absolutely not. You are not leaving the village for 3 years to be some pompous man's bodyguard, she said with her voice raised high. Naruto, this is a great honor. Well done, Shizune said as she hugged him just like Makoto did earlier. It is quite an honor to be asked to join the Guardian 12, Naruto. I know Asuma speaks very highly of the group and that it helped him grow as a person and as a shinobi. Yeah, I ran in by Asuma-san and Makoto-sensei earlier to get their opinion on this since they are former members of the 12. You told Makoto before you told me? Before you told you family? Kushina said, not looking at all pleased. Of course I did. She is a former member of the 12 and she is my sensei. Who better to ask for advice on this? I don't think that would be wise. Jiraiya piped up as attention was drawn to him, causing Naruto's eyes to narrow at the man. He had very little respect for the perverted Sannin and viewed him with much contempt ever since the man showed that he cared very little for Naruto, as if he cared at all. Minato and Kushina have many enemies, and Naruto being out of the village for 3 years would be bad idea. We don't need any unneeded attention from a 15-year-old trying to make a name for himself. Your family should come first in this and not your own selfish desires, Naruto, Jiraiya said as Naruto and a few other frowned at how he put it. The fuck's his problem? He should be pleased that I am out of his hair or not even really care, Naruto thought, looking at the Toad Sannin. Yes, well, too bad it's not up to you, you old pervert, Naruto said as Jiraiya scowled. I have already chosen what I will do, and I want to join for the 3-year contract. Makoto-sensei, Asuma-san, Itachi, and Enko have all given me their blessing and telling me I should take the offer while I can. The adults all looked thoughtful while his siblings looked sad at the thought of him leaving for so long. Mina especially was barely holding her tears at bay. Well, I see no problem with it. I think it would be a great experience for Naruto. Tsunade spoke. I know I turned it down, as did many of us here, but that does not mean Naruto should have to. If he wants to join and protect the Fire Daimyo for 3 years, then he has my blessing to do so. She then smiled at her student, making him smile back at her. You already know my answer, Shizune said, ruffling his hair, making him pout a little before smiling again. And you already know mine. Jiraiya spoke, not bothering to look up from his dinner. And you know mine. I don't want him spending 3 years out of the village, allowing Kami knows who to try and hurt him. Kushina spoke, firmly making sure everyone, especially Naruto, knew what she thought about this. Naruto then turned to Hiruzen, who had a contemplative look on his face. After a moment of silence, he took out a small piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to Naruto. Naruto then looked it over. Who is the king of the Hidden Leaf Village? It was a question that he had asked Asuma before he left for the Guardian 12, and a question Asuma had failed in answering. Now he wondered if Naruto would fall for the same answer or give the correct one. Naruto looked it over before he wrote his own answer down and gave it back to Hiruzen, who looked it over. Everyone else was looking in curiosity to what was being messaged between the two, the children and the next generation of shinobi of the Leaf Village. Seeing the answer and knowing it was the correct one, Hiruzen smiled and nodded at Naruto. You have my blessing to go, Naruto. Thank you, Gigi. Naruto said, relieved that Hiruzen was okay with him going. Turning around, the then looked at the only person who had not answered yet. Minato sat in his seat and everyone turned to look at him, waiting for what his answer would be. Being Hokage, he should have been used to being looked at in such a way and being used to the pressure. But since this was his son who the topic was mainly about, he could not help but feel a little nervous. He knew that the disadvantage would be that Naruto might be targeted by his or Kushina's enemies, as well as die protecting the Fire Daimyo, since there would have been hundreds if not thousands of rogue shinobi or mercenaries that would want the head of the daimyo. The advantage though would be that Naruto would get to see more of the world. He would train with some of the strongest people in Fire Country and would be put in a positive light and gain the favor of the Fire Daimyo. Having a daimyo on your side could only be a great boost for any shinobi. He looked the letter over again quickly before looking up at his eldest. When would you leave? It has no specific date, but would like an answer ASAP. I don't think the Fire Daimyo is one to wait, he said, since after meeting the Fire Daimyo himself, he knew the man could be a little impatient but overall was a pretty decent guy. He was a man that was worth protecting. I am thinking in 2 days' time. I have already sent a return letter saying I would join. They will probably be expecting me to arrive by sometime next week. Minato nodded and sighed. He scratched his head before answering. I guess your mind is already pretty made up then, isn't it? He asked as Naruto nodded as he confirmed the statement. If it's what you want, then I will not stand in the way, he said, giving his son a small smile, and was happy when Naruto returned one. Though by the look on his wife's face, she most likely was not happy with it still, and would be giving him an earful later that night. As everyone slowly began to talk and discuss again, Naruto noticed the chair where his baby sister Mina had been sitting was now empty. He could hear tiny footsteps making their way upstairs before he sighed and stood up. If you could excuse me for a moment, he said, as everyone now noticed that Mina had snuck off at some point and guessed Naruto was going to go talk to her. Mina's room. Naruto walked up the stairs and walked towards Mina's room. On the door it had Mina's name written in pink and had little stars and glitter decorating it. He smiled because it just showed how innocent Mina really was. As he knocked on the door, he could hear soft crying and sobbing coming from inside. Mina-chan, can I come in? He didn't get a reply and only heard more sobbing. Turning the handle gently, he opened the door and stepped inside. Looking over towards his sister's bed, he felt his heart ache when he saw his little sister curled up in a ball as tears ran down her cheeks and her face looking red and puffy. Mina-chan, he said softly as he went towards her bed and kneeled beside her, going down to her level. He pushed a strand of hair out of her face and gave her a soft pat on the cheek. Please don't cry, my little Haim. It hurts seeing you so upset. She sniffled as she ran her hand across her nose. Naruto pulled a tissue from a small tissue box on her bedstand and had her blow her nose before he wiped away some of the tear from her eyes. As he sat on the bed, he felt her get up and crawl onto his lap. She put her head on his chest and wrapped her arms around him as her little legs dangled off the side. "I don't want you to go. I don't want you to leave me." Naruto sighed and out his head on top of hers as he hugged her back. "I know it might be weird without me around, but it will only be for 3 years. Then I will be back and we will be together again. You need to understand, Mina, that this honor I have been given only comes around once in a lifetime. If I don't take it, then I might always regret missing the opportunity." She sniffled again, but he felt her nod her head. "Besides, you know, I would never leave you anyway. I'm always with you, even when you don't realize." She turned her head to look up at him with a confused look on his face. He just smiled as he nuzzled his nose against hers, making her smile and giggle a little. "I'm always right in here," he said, tapping her chest with his fingers. "Just like you will always have a very special place in mine. A special spot that no one will ever take." Mina tapped his chest like he did to hers as Naruto nodded. "You want to know a little secret, Mina-chan?" he whispered into her ear. Mina nodded her head eagerly, wanting to know the secret. "Out of all the people that I care about in the world, you are the person I love and care about the most. But don't let Ka-san or Mito-chan find out or they might get jealous." He whispered in a hushed tone, making Mina giggle again before she leaned up and gave him a big kiss on his cheek, before she just sat with her big brother and enjoyed his warm cuddles. Naruto sat there hugging his baby sister, and he could not begin to realize how much he was going to miss not only her but Mito and Eiji as well. "Hey now," he said, getting her attention again. "How about tomorrow just you, I, Mito and Eiji spend the day together? It will just be the 4 of us and we can have a day of fun. We can all go to the park together, go up on the Hokage monument and have some Ichiraka's ramen for lunch. Would that be nice?" Mina's eyes gleamed happily and quickly nodded her head, showing she liked the idea before the two decided to go back downstairs and enjoy their dessert. Next evening, Kushina took a heavy breath as she combed her hair in the mirror in her room as she wore her light purple nightgown, getting ready for bed. She was not ready to see her eldest son leave tomorrow. Not one bit, but she had eventually relented after she and Minato had spent a good 2 hours during the night talking about it, with Minato finally convincing her. The main convincing was how he described Naruto's feeling towards them both. After discovering how they unknowingly treated him for 5 years, Naruto was very distant and sometimes cold towards them. Not outright, but he was rarely in the same room as them. Now, though some of that trust had begun coming back, and Minato said he had noticed that Naruto was talking to them a bit more than he used to and he smiled more around them. It showed that things between the son and parents were slowly being rebuilt at a good steady pace, which is what both parties wanted. Realizing that, it helped her see that Naruto was not a baby or a little boy anymore. He was a young adult and a shinobi of Konoha. One that could hold his own and protect himself when it came. He was a smart boy and he knew when things got to bad and when to bail. So eventually she gave him her blessing. "You coming to bed, Kushi-chan?" Minato asked as he put a book to the side and got ready to go to sleep. "I will in just a moment. I just want to check that the kids are okay," she said, standing up as Minato nodded. Walking out of her room and into the hallway, she first stopped at Mina's room and peered in. However, she saw that Mina was not in her room. A brief bit of panic hit her as she went to look into Naruto's old room, since the twins and Mina convinced him to stay with them for his last 2 days. Something Kushina was so happy with. Looking in once again, she saw her children was not in the room. Now, even more panicked, she almost ran over to the twins' room. She opened the door and was about to go in, but stopped herself when she saw what, or better yet, who was in there. The 2 beds that the twins slept in had been pushed together to make a bigger bed, and in this new bed was all 4 of her children. Naruto was lying in the middle and had Mina's fast asleep on top of his chest as her little head lay in the crook of his neck. Eiji and Mito had stationed themselves on his side and cuddled into him. Over them were Naruto's arms, which kept them secure against him. Kushina had to bring her hand up to her mouth to stop little sobs from coming out. The scene in front of her was nothing more than perfection. The 4 people that she had carried, birthed and loved more than life itself, all together in a peaceful sleep. "I don't think I have seen them all together like that since they were little," Minato said, appearing behind her and wrapping his arms around her. Kushina leaned into her husband as they looked at their children happily. It will be strange with Naruto gone for 3 years. I don't like the thought of one of my babies so far away from me, but I can't keep babying them all forever. I have to let go eventually. Minato nodded silently as they just stood there for a moment looking at their children. At the same time, they both noticed that there was a bit of space on the bed where Eiji was laying. Minato saw Kushina look at her children with pure unconditional love. He kissed her head. "Stay with them for tonight," he said as she looked at him. "There is room for one more on the bed, and I know you want to stay with them. Stay with our children tonight, and I will see you in the morning," he said. Kushina looked at Minato and smiled at him. She gave him a kiss on the lips before they broke apart. "Thank you," she said as Minato nodded at her before quietly going back to their room. Closing the door behind her, Kushina walked towards the bed and quietly tucked into the bed and laid on her side. She wrapped her arms around Eiji and felt her youngest son lean into her as she kissed his head. She saw Naruto's hand just beside her and gently held his hand into hers. She felt him squeeze back slightly and not reject it, making her happy. She leaned down on the pillows and slowly began to fall asleep. She could spend any night in the same bed as her husband, but just for tonight she wanted to sleep beside her babies and keep them where she could see them. Next morning, Naruto stood in front of one of the Konoha's main gates with a rucksack slung over his right shoulder that had various clothing and some storage scroll contained inside it. The gates were wide open, ready for him to set off and make his way to the fire capital. Behind him, Minato, Kushina, Eiji, Mito, Mina, Tsunade, Shizune, Hiruzen, Mikoto, Itachi, Anko, Hayate, Yugao and Hana all stood there as they waited to see him off. He first said his goodbyes to his friends as he shook hands and one shoulder hugged Hayate and Itachi while the girls gave him full hugs and a peck on the cheek. They reminded him to get stronger because when he came back to the Inn 3 year, they will have advanced forward a lot. Next was Shizune, Mikoto, Tsunade and Hiruzen. He hugged all 3 of them as Hiruzen gave him some parting advice as well as a few elemental-type jutsu for him to master. Hiruzen also told him that when he returned, he would be looking forward to a future spar with his surrogate grandson. Naruto was more than happy to accept. Shizune gave him some healing cream and ointment that should last him a year, maybe longer depending how much of it he needed. She let a few tears slip as she kissed his forehead and reminding him to stay safe and not to get too overly confident. Mikoto wiped a stray tear away as she hugged her student and kissed his forehead as she thanked whoever was listening that she got to be part of this wonderful young man's life. Tsunade did the same and gave him a kiss on the head as well as pass over the Shodame Hokage's necklace to him, which surprised everyone. "I know you will be the first to break this curse," she said before she discreetly slipped a storage scroll into his cloak as she hugged him. "That scroll contains some of my grandfather's Mokuton Jutsu. The time away will be the best time to begin fully practicing your bloodline." Naruto nodded before he eventually got to his family. His father was first who brought Naruto in for a hug. Naruto accepted the hug as father and son stood there for a moment before breaking apart. Minato put his hand in his pocket and gave Naruto one of his 3-pronged kunai. Naruto looked at him as if ready to say no, but Minato beat him to it. "Just in case," was all Minato said. Naruto hesitated for a moment before nodding and slipped the kunai away into his cloak. He knelt down to Eiji, who sniffled a little. He put his hand on his little brother's head. "With me gone for the time being, I need you to be the one to look after our sisters. Do you think you can handle it?" Eiji quickly nodded and gave him a confident expression as he slipped his pinky around his brother's, making a pinky promise to protect their sisters. The 2 brothers hugged for a moment before they broke apart. Next was Mito, who was teary-eyed, and Naruto quickly brought her in for a hug as she sobbed a little. "I'm going to miss you," she said through her sobs as Naruto gave her a sad smile and kissed the top of her head. "I'm going to miss you too, but it won't be forever. I will come back, and when I do, I want to see how much my little sister has improved in her shinobi skills. Remember to practice every day and don't get lazy or sloppy," he said as Mito nodded and went in for another quick hug before Naruto turned to his littlest sister, who had the hiccups as she cried. "My little Minaheim, don't cry. Remember what I told you," he whispered to her as she hugged him tightly around the neck. He felt her nod her head and poke his chest. "In there and in here. she said as she tapped her chest as well, making Naruto nod at her. That's right. As long as you remember that I will always be with you, he said as gave her a kiss on the head while Mina gave him a big long sloppy kiss on the cheek. I will write to the three of you when I can, and I want you to tell me how everything at home is okay, he said to his three siblings, who all nodded and were all brought in for a sibling hug as Naruto wrapped his arms around the three as they snuggled into him. After a few more moments passed, they broke off and Naruto had just one person left to say goodbye to. He moved over and stood directly in front of Kushina, who was doing her best not to start crying and tried to be strong. But judging from the way her lip was quivering, it was not going so well. She opened her arms out as if asking if she could hug him and internally hoped he would accept. Naruto stood there for a moment before he smiled and moved in and hugged his mother. He wrapped his arms around her since he was now taller than his mother. Kushina wrapped her arms around him as well and began speaking quietly to him. I know you are grown up now, but as a mother I need to tell you these things. Remember not to stay up too late and to get plenty of rest. Remember to eat all 3 meals and not to overdo the ramen like we Uzumaki tend to do. Make some new friends while you are at the capital and never get to over your head in dangerous situations. Listen to your senpais and don't overdo your training. I don't want you coming home in crutches or worse. By now Kushina was letting her tear flow. But most importantly, be happy and know that I love you so much. I know I have not been a very good mother to you and I have made some horrid mistakes, but you were my first baby and I see how special you are now. You are my first child and therefore you are a piece of me. She sobbed as she kissed the side of his head. Come home safe and come back to me. Those who were close that heard her words smiled as they wiped some stray tears out of their eyes. Naruto meanwhile listened to his mother's words, and deep inside his heart, the pain that was inflicted on him over those 5 years of loneliness and neglect finally began to show signs of healing properly. He hugged his mother tighter, kissed her on the cheek and spoke 4 words that he had not said in so long. I love you, Kachan. Kushina let out a little gasp and her body shook at hearing those words and hugged him even tighter as she stroked the back of his head while Naruto leaned into his mother, finally enjoying the warmth from her just like he did when he was a child. Letting out a few sniffled, they finally broke apart as Naruto gave her one last smile before he turned around. 2 Umbu escorts stood patiently waiting as they readied to escort him to the capital. Nodding to the 2 Umbu, he walked towards them and made sure he had everything before turning back to look at everyone. I will see you all in 3 years, he said as everyone waved back at him and said more goodbyes before Naruto and the 2 Umbu leapt into the trees and left. As the large group turned around, Minato comforted his wife and began walking back to their homes. They would have seen Naruto turn his head one last time to look at them, letting his tears run down his face, knowing he would not see these wonderful people for 3 years. Chapter 19. The Leaf Boy and the Rock Girl. Naruto's feet skidded along the ground before he managed to halt himself. His arm came up and wiped away a dribble of blood that ran down his chin and spat out some more to the ground. I knew this was going to be a good spar. It's not often I can let loose like this and really push myself, he said as he eyed his sparring opponent from the other side of the field. His opponent was an interesting-looking man who had the appearance of a monk. He was a bald man with dark eyes and very thick eyebrows. He wore the standard attire of the ninja monk, which was a white long-sleeve shirt and pants with a black one-shoulder top going over the top. He wore the sash which represented the 12 Guardia Ninja group and went barefoot. The man's name was Chiriku and was a senior member of the 12 Guardian Shinobi. He had been there since Asuma had been an active member and had been the one to show Naruto the ropes as well as became Naruto's senpai. Sparring with Chiriku was doing wonders for Naruto's training since the man was easily high Jonin level, and from what Asuma had told him about Chiriku, the ninja monk was easily on par with Asuma, who was one of the Leaf's best. He might not use ninjutsu or jinjutsu like other shinobi, but Chiriku's taijutsu was very powerful and was quite knowledgeable in fuinjutsu. Pretty good, Naruto. I really have to keep on my toes, otherwise I don't think I am going to last much longer. Chiriku praised as bruises covered his arms and face, as well as a few cuts from Naruto's blade. Well, I have a good sparring partner. I am just glad I can have a good match with my senpai. Come, Chiriku said calmly as he and Naruto sped forward and met in hand-to-hand combat in the center of the field. For 10 minutes the two just fought hectically and so fast that anyone who watched would just see blurs. The ground they sparred on was beginning to crack from the pressure of the pure taijutsu fight. The two met in the idle middle again and both landed a hit on one another's face, making each feel the powerful blows of the other's fist. "Prepare yourself, Naruto," Chiriku said as he got in a new stance and an idol of a Buddha appeared behind Chiriku. "Reigo, Senjusatsu." Naruto remained calm as so many golden aura-like arms appeared around Chiriku and were beginning to sail through the air towards him at a very high speed. He had seen his technique multiple times before, and no matter how much he dodged, he always ended up getting hit. Asuma had told him about Chiriku's greatest taijutsu technique, and now he understood why it was so fearsome. It was great in both offense and defense. Naruto readied himself before he began dodging the multiple arms sent towards him. He jumped, he skidded, he ducked, he rolled, and used any way possible to dodge the attacks. One attack skimmed his face while another managed to sail just an inch from his shoulder. "I wonder if there is any way to recreate this technique? It is definitely something worth having when things go bad." He thought, though he knew Chiriku would never teach him the technique. The technique was only taught to those who were monks at the fire temple. If you were a monk, then you could learn it if strong enough. If not, then you did not learn it. Chiriku was regarded as the strongest shinobi monk in Fire Nation and one of the main reasons why he was part of the Guardian Shinobi 12. Many looked up to him as teacher and the unofficial leader of the group. Though there were only a few others of the Guardians and not the initial 12 like most thought, he was a powerful force to be reckoned with, and many thought twice before fighting him. At first he was doing well, but eventually a hard hit slammed into his shoulder and Naruto went down on the ground. As he did, the other arms slammed into him, making a dust cloud from their impacts. "Not bad, senpai, though you will have to do better than that. You will have to try better, young comrade," Chiriku said with an uncommon grin on his face as his legs swept Naruto from underneath him and drove him to the ground. His palm then extended and aimed at Naruto's chest. However, Naruto managed to grab his wrist before the strike could land and brought his legs up to wrap around his arm and shoulder and brought Chiriku down with his arm locked in an arm bar. Chiriku tried to wriggle out of it but found Naruto's grip was solid and his arm would not be going anywhere. He began to feel pressure and pain engulf his arm before he eventually realized he was beaten. He tapped his hand on the ground, which Naruto saw, and let him go. Naruto stood up with a happy grin on his face as he put a hand out to Chiriku, who happily accepted the gesture. "I believe that is now 14 victories to me and 12 for you. For now, but experience has its rewards," Chiriku answered before the two began to make their way back to the compound they stayed in before heading to the temple. The other members of the Guardians were watching over the fire daimyo, so Naruto and Chiriku took the time to spar and refine their skills. They had a rotor to when who would protect the daimyo at specific times and when they all needed to be there. The only times they all were requires was during meeting with clients and other important people that did not come from Fire Nation. As the two returned to their room and changed, a messenger arrived at their compound and reported they were to go directly to the throne room as the fire daimyo wished to speak with them both. After giving their answers, both hurried to change and look presentable to the fire daimyo. Since Naruto finished with 10 minutes to spare, he sat down at a desk in his room and began writing a letter to Mito. Since he joined a year ago, he messaged Mina once a month updating her and everyone else on how he was and that he missed them and hoped to see them soon. Mito was jealous of all the cool things her big brother was doing and made sure he knew it. In return, Mito would write back telling him what had been going on in the Leaf Village, how the family was, and how the twins were doing in the academy. He laughed since it was always the same answer. It was boring and they wanted to fall asleep, which apparently the class Nara boy was doing. When he was updated on his two best friends, he was happy to find out that Anko had been promoted to full-time Jonin, while Itachi became an Umbu captain. No surprise there, since Itachi was quickly becoming one of the strongest in the village and one of the best shinobi they had ever had. Mina would also write back comments or reply from his parents, namely his mother. Kushina wanted him to know how much she missed him and that she was praying every night that he come home safe and sound. His father just spoke about how proud of him he was and that he looked forward to the day he returned home. Finishing his letter and attaching the sealed note on the back of a messenger hawk, he opened his window and let the hawk fly to Konoha, where he would probably get a reply by the end of the week. Wearing his shinobi gear, which was a simple gray shirt with black shinobi pants and sandals with his Guardian 12 sash currently around his waist, he left his room and made his way to the throne room. Throne room. Entering the throne room, Naruto saw the 7 other companions already standing in a line, none saying a word as they waited for the arrival of the Fire Daimyo. They were currently looking to fill the other 4 spots on the Guardian Force, but so far had come up short. He knew they sent many to Konoha, but those from Konoha almost always turned it down. Naruto could not fathom why people would turn up such a chance, and like Mikoto and Asuma had told him, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The throne room was the definition of grand and fancy. Its walls and floors were pure white and made of marble with multiple tapestries all hanging around the room, all so beautifully made it was like the pictures were alive. At the end of the room were 4 white pillars, 2 to a side next to a golden-red throne with 4 steps that led up to it. Behind that was a giant symbol of the fire kanji. He got in line and nodded to his other members, who all nodded back before waiting patiently for the daimyo. They did not have to wait long, as 5 minutes later the giant doors to the left of them opened up and the fire daimyo walked in with a few guards around him and took to his seat while his guards stood at the side of the steps. He was a thin man with a gaunt-looking face and beady black eyes. His was quite tall and had slightly tanned skin, though much lighter than Naruto and his family's. He had bony cheekbones and wore his traditional royal clothing and headpiece. While Naruto, though the man was a very fickle and indecisive man who could be swayed very easily, he was not as stuck-up and pompous as Naruto had once believed or how his mother described him. He was actually a pretty nice person and had taken a shining to Naruto since the daimyo was fully aware of parentage and personally wanted him to be one of his guards for a time. The room was silent as the daimyo slowly fanned himself with a small fan he always carried. His family was probably elsewhere around the palace, while his wife was most likely chasing around that demon cat of her Tora. That stupid feline gave every shinobi in Konoha the shivers. "Afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming," the daimyo said as the guardians all bowed. "Hi, daimyo-sama," they all said in unison before they stood back up to listen to the announcement that the daimyo had for them. "In 1 week, the Earth Daimyo of Earth Country will be making his way to my palace for a meeting of a possible alliance between Fire Country and Earth Country. It is to help set up some trade routes and to see if we can calm the tension between our respective shinobi villages." The guardians all nodded before the daimyo continued. "The Earth Daimyo will be coming with a guard of IWA shinobi that I have been told will be led by the Tsuchikige's son Kurotsuchi. I also hear his granddaughter will be coming as well. Now, since I know the relationship between IWA and Konoha, I expect all of you to be on your best behavior, and anything less than that will not be tolerated. You are here to protect me from those that wish to harm my family and myself." Again they all nodded, while Naruto felt his stomach suddenly become a little uneasy and nervous after hearing that Kurotsuchi would be coming again. He did not think he would ever see her again, and if they did, then it would be in battle. His feeling towards her, if anything, had gotten stronger, and he was still trying to figure them out. No other girl he thought about made him feel this way. In the back of his mind, he wondered if she felt anything for him after their brief kiss, though he kind of doubted it. "My full family will be here to welcome the Earth Daimyo into our home, and our meeting will occur during the next 3 days. I will want 4 of you to watch myself during these meetings, whilst the other 4 of you will watch over my family. Is that clear?" he asked, scanning the face of his guardians. "Hi, daimyo-sama," they repeated again as the daimyo nodded. "Good, very good. Their shinobi will be housed in the quarters around the Earth Daimyo, so be warned not to start or try anything with them and do not cause any unnecessary trouble." The guardians all nodded and began to walk away. "Naruto, a moment please," the Fire Daimyo called as Naruto stayed behind as the rest left. As the doors closed, only Naruto and the Fire Daimyo with his samurai-like guards remained. "Tell me, Naruto, will the IWA shinobi be causing a problem for you given the distrust your parents have for them, as well as the hatred IWA shinobis are noted of having for your father?" Naruto was surprised that the daimyo asked, but quickly shook his head. "No, daimyo-sama, it will not cause a problem. I have personally had no problem with IWA shinobi, so as long as they do not start any trouble with me, then nothing will happen between them and me." "Very well, I was going to possibly send you home for the week if there was a problem. But since you have assured me there will not be one, then I will expect you to be on your best behavior when they arrive next week." "Yes, daimyo-sama. You have my word, nothing will happen during the Earth Daimyo's stay here." The daimyo nodded before waving his hand and giving Naruto the okay to leave. Naruto did just that and headed for the throne room doors as the daimyo got up as well and left via the doors he came through with his samurai-like guards with him. Naruto could sense two of his fellow guardians protecting the daimyo form the rooftops as they did their jobs while Naruto had a few hours off before his watch was on. Naruto walked in his room and lay down on the bed as he took a book out of his desk that read Fuinjutsu level 7. Opening up, he began reading before he internally sighed at the thought of the following week. Next week is going to one long week, he thought before he began to read. 1 week later, Naruto stood beside Chiriku as all the guardians watched over the fire daimyo from both of his sides as the fire daimyo stood at the front of his family with the palace servants all to the side as they watched a convoy head towards them with a large carriage directly in the center and being protected by IWA shinobi that could be seen as clear as day. Here they come, Naruto whispered as the others all nodded. Let's hope this visit stay peaceful. Sora spoke. Sora was a monk from the fire temple that arrived to join the guardians just 4 days ago. He was a little younger than Naruto but was quite formidable in the temple's teaching and used various wind jutsus. He had the same attire as Chiriku, but had a full set of light blue hair that went down to his chin. Naruto glanced at the IWA shinobi and already spotted the Tsuchiga's son, since he was a good head taller than the other shinobi and was a lot wider. He looked poised and focused as if ready to take someone's head off with just a moment's notice. It was not until they got closer that Naruto saw that behind Kurotsuchi was none other than Kurotsuchi. His cheeks reddened a little since she was more beautiful in his opinion than the last time he saw her. Her hair was a little longer as well but not by much and Naruto could not help but noticed her breasts were a little larger too. When the convoy arrives, the carriage stopped and out came the Earth Daimyo. He was an older man with a very prominent, gray beard and mustache and his eyes have dark marks underneath them. His face was further accentuated with creases running from his eyes. He wore the standard attire of the daimyo. Welcome my friend. I hope your journey here was without problems. The fire daimyo asked as he shook the hand of the older daimyo. It was fine. A few bandits thought they would try their hand at killing me but my guards made short work of them, he said as the IWA shinobi stood proudly behind him. Then I thank your fine shinobi for getting you here safely. They have my thanks. The fire daimyo spoke as he nodded to the IWA shinobi as Kurotsuchi nodded towards him in acceptance. Come, you must be tired from the journey. I think some tea in the garden is in order. The fire daimyo then led the earth daimyo away into the palace while his family introduced themselves and followed behind. Kurotsuchi followed as well as did another IWA shinobi, while the others were being led by one of the servants to where they would be staying. Chiriku and Sora did the same while the other guardians went about their own duties. As Naruto walked away, his eye crossed over to Kurotsuchi and found she was staring at him. It was the previously looks she gave him where it looked like she was trying to study him or when she narrowed her eyes in their battle. This was more curiosity as if she was internally fighting over something. When their eyes met, he saw a very thick bit of red appear on her cheeks before she shook her head and walked away. As she walked away, Naruto's teenage urges kicked in and could help but watched as she walked away and swayed her hips a little as she did. Kami, that's just cruel, he thought to himself before he shook his head as well and went in the opposite direction. He was on night duty to guard the fire daimyo tonight, so he planned on getting as much sleep as he could until then. Plus, it was always the most boring of all the shifts. That, and he thought it was weird to watch over someone when they were sleeping. Next day, Moku Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto called out as he slammed his hands together. On his shoulder wood suddenly began to sprout out from his shoulder and began to form and take a human shape beside him. After a few seconds, the wood clone was complete and Naruto took a good look over it. He walked around it checking the features were all correct before he nodded and smiled. Alright, that's pretty good. No flaws in this one. I think I am finally getting this jutsu down. What do you think, Kiera? From the side, the large form of Naruto's white tiger familiar. Kiera was no longer the small cub he could put on his hand and was now a head taller than he was and was longer than a horse. Her green eyes were still as mesmerizing as before and her large teeth shined as she gave him a toothy smile. It's about time. You spent long enough on the jutsu. Well, Mokutan is not exactly an easy element to master. It is probably why only one person has ever done it before, he muttered as Kiera yawned and lay on her side. Wake me up when something interesting happens. Lazy feline. Naruto muttered before he checked over one of the scrolls Tsunade gave him. He put a little tick next to the Mokutan Bushin before he turned his attention to the Mokutan Mokujihiki. Alright, let's try this one out, he said as he memorized the hand seals before sealing the scroll away onto his arm. He dispelled the Mokutan Bushin. Loosening his shoulders up, he was about to slam his hands together when his eyes snapped to the side and suddenly jumped out of the way. He landed a few meters away and saw on the ground where he had been previously standing was now a large glob of lava. He rolled his eyes and turned to the side where he saw a familiar Iwa Kunoichi sitting on a tree branch. Was that necessary? He asked as Kurotsuchi grinned at him and jumped over towards him. Well, I had to make sure you had not been slacking. So am I up to par? Naruto asked as he crossed his arms while Kurotsuchi smirked. For now maybe, but it's still early. Besides, we have a score to settle. Remember I said we would have some kind of rematch the next time we see one another. The Fire Daimyo already warned me not to start any trouble. The Earth Daimyo told us the same thing, but we are not causing any trouble. We are just sparring with one another. No kill shots though. Fine, no kill shots. Kurotsuchi agreed before she jumped away while not even paying attention to the giant white tigress that sat up looking at the two of them in an odd manner before smiling a toothy grin. She guessed this was the girl Naruto had told her about before and who he had developed some kind of crush on. The two sparred for a lot of the afternoon and Naruto had noticed she had improved a lot. Despite being Chunin, he guessed she was closer to being a Jonin. He put her on par with Anko while maybe a little stronger thanks to her Yotan. Her Yotan jutsu had also expanded and he had to do a lot of dodging and running to avoid melting. Kurotsuchi meanwhile was breathing a little hard. Once again Naruto had gotten stronger than he was before and she was barely able to keep up with him. It infuriated her to know that the gap between them was so large still, but she was resolute that she would catch up to him eventually. She would not allow herself to be taken down so easily. As the Iwa Kunoichi ducked a punch from Naruto, she noticed his legs were a little too wide for comfort. Kurotsuchi grinned just as Naruto saw what she had planned. She entwined her legs with his and tried to force him down to the ground. Naruto thought used his weight to support him and managed to use his superior physical strength to push her back. However, the two stumbled and Kurotsuchi fell to the ground and landed on her back while Naruto landed on top of her. The fall caused the two shinobi's faces to suddenly become only inches apart. Their noses even grazed one another. Both Naruto and Kurotsuchi had blushes on their faces, and both found themselves suddenly leaning in towards each other. Before they could kiss, though, they finally realized what was about to happen, and both stopped and leaned back away from one another. Oh, I'm sorry, that was my fault, Naruto said as he got off Kurotsuchi and sat on the ground beside her. Kurotsuchi then sat up and looked away, not wanting him to see her blush anymore. It's fine. It was a sparring match, so something like that happens from time to time, Kurotsuchi said as she tried to get her blush to fade. Naruto nodded and only now noticed that the sun had begun to go down and evening was beginning to fall in. Their sparring match must have lasted a long time since they had started at sparring at 4 in the afternoon. Do you have guard duty? Kurotsuchi suddenly asked as Naruto shook his head. I have already done my shift today. I'm not guarding again until tomorrow morning. Oh, okay. I have the same. I guess I might see you then since the daimyos have another meeting in the morning. Good night, she said as she got up off the ground and started to walk away. However, she did not get far since Naruto's hand grabbed her wrist. His hold was firm, but it was gently as well. She was surprised how soft his hands were. Have dinner with me? He blurted out as his mind began to process what he just said. Oh God, did I just ask that? Kurotsuchi looked as shocked as he felt since she was not expecting him to ask her that. Her blush was beginning to return. Have dinner with him? But this is so sudden. What do I say? She began weighing the pros and cons in her head, as well as thinking what on earth her father and grandfather would say if they discovered she went on a date with the son of the man Iwa hates the most in the world. She was not sure if it was the right choice, but instead of listening to her head, she followed her heart. She saw Naruto look at her with a pleading look before he smiled a little when he saw her nod. Okay, I could get some food right now. That evening, Naruto and Kurotsuchi sat beside one another as Naruto enjoyed his miso ramen while Kurotsuchi ate her shrimp ramen. Both eagerly ate their meals while they made light conversation. So how did you parents take you joining the Guardian 12? From how the Benihime is described in IWA, she sounds like she is very protective of those close to her and wants them kept in her sight. Yeah, that does sound like Ka-chan. But then again, mothers are like that. Naruto said. She was against it at first, but eventually she accepted it. She just realized I was not a baby anymore and that I could look after myself. It sounds nice. Naruto nodded. What about your mom? Kurotsuchi shrugged. I don't know much about my mom. From what my Tsunade tells me, she was a shinobi of Kiri that my Tsunade had a fling with. They were together for a while and they had me about a year later of getting together. But then the bloodline purges happened and my Tsunade took me to IWA since I had the Yotan bloodline. So you got it from your mom then? He asked as she nodded. She is still alive from what I am told, but my Tsunade said that the welfare of Kiri had to come first and that she had to help put it right. Apparently she was young as well when she had me. Barely 18 years old while my Tsunade was 23. Did he ever tell you her name? Naruto asked as he took a piece of pork in his mouth. Only her first name. My mother's name is Mei. Meiha? That's a pretty name. Do you think you will ever meet her? One day, hopefully, as long as the rebellion wins and takes over from the Mizukage. I always wondered what it would be like to have a Ka-san. I love my Tsunade and even my grumpy old Gigi, but there are some things that only a daughter can really go to her Ka-san with. I just hope I get the chance to meet her one day. Naruto nodded. Though his relationship with mother had been strained until he left. When he had a problem that needed a woman's opinion, he would have gone to Tsunade or Mikoto. Mikoto since she was like his aunt and Tsunade because she was like a second mother to him. So do you have any goals? Being a kunoichi, you must have a dream. Naruto asked as he pushed his bowl away and out his head in his palm as he listened. Kurotsuchi tapped her chin before she spoke. Not really, to be honest. Just to one day become a well-renowned kunoichi and then maybe have a little family of my own one day. What about you? The same, to be honest, become a well-known shinobi, be strong enough to protect those I love, maybe aim to be Hokage one day since the job kind of appeals to me. Then a little family of my own. Well, you are already in the bingo book, so you are already well known. You can mark that off the list. Kurotsuchi commented. Oh, I know. I think I have your grandfather to thank for that. He said as Kurotsuchi looked a little sheepishly at him. I am sorry about that. I tried to reason with him, but while he was thankful to you for saving me, he also recognized that you were getting stronger as a potential threat. He was just following what other Kages or shinobi would have done. Naruto sighed. I guess. But it was a bit of a horrid way to say thank you. Kurotsuchi went a little silent since she knew he had a good point. After a few moments of silence, she stood up. I should probably get back to my room. We both have early shifts after all. She said as Naruto nodded and got up as well. I will walk you to your place of residence. It's the least I can do as a gentleman. He said as the two began walking side by side with Kurotsuchi, giving him a small smile as thanks. They walked in silence as they wandered around the capital before they made their way back onto the grounds of the palace. They walked in a comfortable silence since both were just enjoying the night air and the sounds that nature was making. As they made it to where Kurotsuchi was staying, she briefly turned to look at Naruto. Thank you for the meal. Today has been quite nice, she said as Naruto nodded. I was thinking the same. Well, I guess this is where we part ways, she said as she turned to walk away, but stopped when a small burst of courage hit her again like it did 2 years ago. She bit her lip but leaned towards Naruto to kiss him on the cheek. However, Naruto turned to look back at her and her lips planted themselves on his lips. They stayed like that for a few seconds before they broke apart as both looked a little shocked from what just happened. Neither said anything as they looked at each other in shock at what just happened. After staring at one another for a few seconds, they did the most logical thing they could think of. Kurotsuchi jumped him and slammed her lips into his lips, while Naruto picked her up by her legs and leaned her against a wall. Oh God, you don't know how long I have wanted to do this, Kurotsuchi said as her hands went through his hair. Naruto was no better as his hands were in her hair and going along her thigh. That kiss you gave me 2 years ago has been the only thing I could think of since then. God, I have wanted to kiss you so badly since then. They stopped talking for a few minutes as they just kissed and just enjoyed the moment. Eventually, after 10 minutes, they broke apart and Naruto settled her down. "Oh God, that was amazing," she said as she could still feel his dominating lips against her own and how good it felt. As she revealed in what had just happened eventually began to hit her. She just made out with a Konoha shinobi, not only that the son of the Yondaime. Naruto was too gobsmacked to really talk. "I should go," Kurotsuchi said, but before she could go Naruto grabbed her wrist again. "Have dinner with me again tomorrow. I want to go on a date with you. A real date," he said as Kurotsuchi tried to find the words to use. The damage had already been done in a way and Kurotsuchi wanted to feel those lips of his again. Though she was open with her family, perhaps there was some things she could keep to herself. "Okay," she said before giving him a quick kiss again before she left for her room. Few days later, Naruto stood beside the guardian shinobi 12. He watched as the Earth Daimyo shook hands with the Fire Daimyo before getting into his carriage and began to make his way back to Earth Country, with his shinobi walking from the sides of the carriage. As they began to leave, Naruto's eyes caught Kurotsuchi's, just like they did when they arrived at the palace over a week ago. Naruto grinned a little when she saw Kurotsuchi give him a wink and blow him a quick kiss while no one was looking. He winked back before mouthing "See you soon. Look forward to it." She mouthed back before she turned away and focused on the mission at hand. "Something you want to tell us, Naruto?" Chiriku asked while Naruto shook his head. "No senpai, absolutely nothing," he said as he covered a small hickey that was on his collarbone. Kurotsuchi meanwhile did the same thing as her father noticed she was wearing a light pink scarf around her neck that he had never seen before. Kurotsuchi did not feel like explaining where the hickeys came from since she and Naruto had made out every evening when they could. "Something you want to tell me, Kurotsuchi?" Kitsuchi asked but saw his daughter smile and shake her head. "No, Tusan, nothing at all." Chapter 20. Comeback of a Hero. 2 years later, the sound of footsteps echoed through the empty forest as a lone figure covered in shadows walked at a steady pace. Though his body was shrouded in the shadows, his eyes could be seen clearly. His violet eyes flickered all around before they locked onto a building that stood in front of him. It was barely standing and looked to be some kind of old shrine. The front of it was half elevated while the rest had crumbled to the ground with one of the red pillars broken off in the middle. The rest of the building was cracked and had moss growing all over it. The most striking feature, though, was the numerous Uzumaki symbols that decorated it. He wondered how his mother had never known about this shrine but guessed that since it was some miles away from the Leaf Village and with the destruction of Yuzu, he guessed she must have thought it no longer existed, if she knew it existed in the first place. Slowly he walked up the ruined steps of the old shrine and stepped into the main hall where he stopped and looked at the giant wall in front of him. At the top of the wall were 3 Uzumaki spiral in a triangle formation. Beneath the symbols were 3 rows of masks, each with 9 masks that resembled the Shinigami hanging there. Beneath them was a pit of black fire that flickering wildly. He wondered just how long that fire had been burning. Then he closed his eyes and sensed the masks for any residue of chakra. His eyes flickered from beneath his eyelids before his eyes snapped open and his violet pupils zeroed in on the Shinigami mask that was on the 2nd row and 6th mask across from left to right. Not being able to pick up due to the black fire, the figures unsheathed a sword that was strapped to his back and used the sword to knock it off the wall before managing, with great skill, to balance the mask on the tip of his sword. Once in his hands, he resheathed his sword and looked at the mask. It did look a little frightening and wondered if that was what the Shinigami really looks like. The long teeth made it look like some kind of beast or demon. Power like this should not be left out in the open just like this. In the wrong hands, this could be used to conquer entire villages and countries. I have to make sure that this mask stays locked away. I pray I never have to use this mask and its abilities," he muttered before he sealed the mask into a spare storage scroll. He had before sealing that scroll into a seal on his wrist. Looking around, he felt the history of his old clan in this room and wondered what would have happened to it if Yuzu was still with them today. Taking one last look at the room, he turned his back and left the building. Once outside, he looked back towards the old shrine and did a few hand signs before slamming his hand on the ground. All around the area, new trees began growing out of the earth and create a new dense cover and wall around the shrine, completely hiding it from view. Grinning at his work, he then ran up the tree and stood on one of the top branches. Just a little ways off in the distance, He could see light and buildings lay beside a familiar-looking mountain he had grown up with. "Home," he said before he ran along the treetops. Though before he could go much closer, he stopped when he felt a familiar chakra signature he had not felt in 3 years. "Mito-chan," he thought before he then sensed 2 others with her. One he could tell was hurt, while the third had a vile chakra about him. He could feel the other chakra signature's intentions. His eyes narrowed before he suddenly shot off from the ground. Few miles outside of Leaf Village, Mito had never been so scared in her entire life. Sure, she had been in some scary situations before, like the time she and Eiji called Tsunade an old hag and then got chased around the village by the enraged Sannin for a good half a day before their mother eventually saved them. Then there was the time when she was 4 and she got stuck in a tree. After calling out for help, eventually her brother's friend Anko appeared and got her out. Now, though she was stuck and alone. She had passed the genin exams earlier that day with all her friends and her twin, and they were going to go celebrate when Mizuki-sensei pulled her over and spoke to her about an extra credit assignment. She had to steal the forbidden scroll from her father's office. She was not sure of it at first, but she had been stupid enough to believe Mizuki. She should have told her parents, but did she? No, she did not. Despite her father being in the office, she used a stupid jutsu Eiji had made up called the sexy jutsu. The image of a naked girl was all it took to knock her Tsunade out with a nosebleed. She felt a little disappointed that her father was a closet pervert, but she could always just tell her cousin later. It was only later, when Irika caught her outside the village, that she realized she had been tricked. She knew the village like the back of her hand, so she knew a few secret entrances that the kids used to get in and out of the village. Now, though, her teacher Mizuki, who turned out was a traitor, had her cornered against a tree, while Irika was on the ground with a giant shuriken sticking out of his back. "I have never felt so stupid before," she thought before Mizuki took a step towards her with a grin on his face. "The little fox girl trapped in a corner. You were so easy to trick, it wasn't even funny." "How delightful," he said as he saw Mito looked confused by the statement. "Oh, you don't know, do you? You don't know the secret your family has kept from you for so long, do you? How about I enlighten you? Tell me what you know about the fox attack 13 years ago, he asked as Mito looked at him in confusion. "The Ninetails attacked and my dad managed to beat it and send it away." Mizuki laughed before smiling evilly at her. No, little girl, your dad did not defeat it like everyone thinks he did. Did you know the only way to stop a tailed beast is to seal it away? Seal it away into a person? He said as Mito had a sense of dread hit her. "Don't you think it's ironic you and your brother were born just moments before the fox attack? Where do you think you got your whisker marks from?" Mizuki said as Mito began to leak tears as she shook her head. "You are the 9-tailed fox girl." Mizuki spoke as he laughed easily as Mito sank to the ground and held her knees in front of her face. "Mito," Irika muttered, but could not speak much with the weapon stuck in his back. "And now I will do the world a favor and take you out of it," Mizuki said as he took a short sword from his back and ran towards Mito, who was too stunned to move. Mito's body shook as she felt this was the moment she was going to die, and that she could never make up for this mistake she had made. However, before Mizuki could strike her, a loud growl ripped through the air. Mizuki stopped in his tracks as Mito opened hers and both looked to their right. From the shadows, a pair of green cat eyes zoned in on Mizuki. Mizuki gulped and was about to throw some shuriken at it when an enormous white tiger leapt out of the forest and sank its jaw into Mizuki's shoulder and making him drop the sword. "Ah!" Mizuki screamed as the tiger's fangs sank even deeper into his shoulder. Mito looked fearful since the tiger was enormous and towered over Mizuki. It was an animal that could kill you in seconds. The tiger then began dragging Mizuki away into the shadows of the forest as Mizuki was kicking and screaming to try and get loose. His screams continued until a sickening crunch was suddenly heard and everything went quiet. Even Irika looked fearful and hoped the tiger did not come back for them. Mito looked towards the spot where Mizuki was dragged away and quickly shut her eyes when she heard footsteps coming towards them. No, go away. "Ka-chan, Tu-san, save me please," she whimpered as she felt the footsteps getting closer towards her. After a moment, she suddenly felt a hand gently lay on her head. "Open your eyes, Mito-chan." Mito's eyes snapped open when she recognized the voice. The hand on top of her head was gently stroking her long hair. She looked at her savior and thought at first it was her dad before getting a good look at him. His hair was much too short and had no bangs framing his face but was the same shade of blonde. His eyes were violet like her mother's. He was wearing a Jonin shinobi uniform with short sleeves. He wore a dark red jacket with black flames flickering at the bottom similar to her father's jacket with a small red scarf wrapped around his neck. "Who are you?" she whispered and watched as he smiled at her. "My little sister has forgotten me after 3 years. You wound me, Mito-chan." Mito gasped as she looked at the young man in front of her and put her hand to his cheek. "Oni-chan?" she asked as watched Naruto nodded. Immediately tears leaked out of her eyes and quicker than she had ever been before she hugged him and wrapped her legs around him. She buried her head into the crook of his neck. Naruto stood up and gently comforted his little sister as she cried both from seeing her big brother again and from the scary experience she had been through. He kissed the top of her head as he held her tightly to him. Naruto looked over at Irika, who was now out cold, and quickly made a kagebushin. "Take him to the hospital," he said as the clone nodded, picked Irika up and shined the entire way back to the village. With Irika gone, Naruto focused on Mito, gently rubbing her back and whispered comforting words to her. "It's okay, Mito-chan. I'm back now and I won't let anything happen to you," he said as Mito smiled a little at her brother's words. "I've missed you so much," she sobbed as Naruto and Mito just stood there for a few moments as the brother and sister just enjoyed being with one another again after so long. Slowly she detached from him as Naruto looked down at her with a happy smile on his face. "My little sister has become such a beautiful young woman now. I am going to have to scare the boys away with my blade now," he said as Mito blushed a little. "Baka Oni-chan," she muttered, making him laugh before she noticed the giant tiger from earlier come back out from the woods. She immediately tensed up, but Naruto put a hand on her shoulder to ease her. "It's okay, Mito-chan. Kiera is with me. She is my summon," he said as Mito-chan nodded dumbly as Kiera came closer. "Thank you for getting rid of him for us, Kiera," Naruto said before he put Mito in front of him. "I would like you to meet my little sister Mito." Kiera looked down at Mito, who only barely came up to Naruto's chest, and sniffed the small girl. After a moment of silence, she licked the girl's face quickly, making Mito laugh and pat her nose. "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome, young one. I am your brother's familiar, therefore it is only right that I help protect his younger sibling. Just be more careful next time," she said as Mito nodded. "I will see you soon, Naruto," Kiera said as Naruto nodded before she disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Since when do you have a summon?" Mito asked, looking up at her brother. He was so tall now. "I have had a summons for a long time now. I just never told anyone," he said as Mito nodded before she looked down sadly and looked ready to cry again. "What's wrong, Mito-chan?" he asked worriedly. "Oni-chan? Am I the QB?" she asked before her nose twitched when Naruto flicked it. "Ow, what was that for?" "For asking a stupid question," he said before his voice went soft and gentle. "This is something you need to talk to Ka-chan and Tusan about. You are not the nine-tailed fox, but you are connected to it in a way. They will explain it to you," he said as Mito nodded sadly before yelping as Naruto picked her up bridal style. He was surprised they had not explained it to her yet, but guessed they had been putting it off. "Now let's head home and you can explain why you were out here," he said as he took the forbidden scroll and strapped it to his back. Mito nodded and explained what happened as Naruto walked back to the Leaf Village as he listened to his little sister. Namake's household. "Ow, Kushina, stop!" Minato whined as Kushina slapped him all over with an enraged look on her face. "How could you be so stupid that you get taken out by that stupid jutsu our son created? I should have known I married a pervert. She took me by surprise, that's all," Minato said as Eiji and Kakashi watched from the sofa as Minato got slapped by his wife. Eiji looked just like his father when he was his age and wore blue bottoms with a white shirt that had mesh armor underneath it. He looked so much like Minato that those in his family called him Mini Minato. "You are telling me that the Hokage got taken by surprise by a 12, nearly 13-year-old with a perverted jutsu? I think you are losing your touch. We will find her. I have my umbu already looking all over the village and outside the village for her. They will find her, I promise," he said, trying to comfort his wife. "But what if he is out there, Minato? What if he gets to Mito?" Kushina whispered, since that was what terrified her with her eldest daughter being missing. Hell, she still did not know of her burden. He would not dare. Not with so many powerful shinobi in the village. We would find him in an instant otherwise. It did not make Kushina feel any better about the situation. Cammy, was she gonna scold that girl when she got back? Whatever made her steal the forbidden scroll like she did, it would not be enough to stop her from being grounded for the rest of her life. Don't worry, Ka-chan. Ne-chan will be fine. She is my twin after all, and if anything happened to her then I would know about it. Eiji said, hugging his mother round the waist. He came up to just below her shoulder. Kushina sighed as hugged her youngest son before smiling a little. I know, but it doesn't stop me from worrying. I have had to worry with your big brother being away for so long. It does not help that Mito goes and does this. Eiji was about to speak, but everyone heard the front door open and Mito's voice sound out. Ka-chan, Tu-san. She called as her footsteps got closer to them, and she appeared in the doorway to the living room with the forbidden scroll in her arms. Mito-chan? Kushina yelled in relief as she lurched forward and hugged her daughter tightly before Minato sighed and went to call off the umbu and taking the scroll before quickly returning. Kushina fussed over her daughter before the two parents looked at Mito sternly. Mito, you had better start explaining why you did what you did, Minato said to her with a stern expression. Mito gulped and began to recount that Mizuki had tricked her and that she just did it because she wanted to make them proud. Sweetheart, we are proud of you. But what you did was foolish. You could have been hurt or worse, Kushina said gently as she wiped a few of her daughter's tears from her cheek. Your mother is right, Mito-chan, Kakashi said, speaking up. It was very irresponsible of you. You should have checked with your parents first. Mito, where is Mizuki now? Minato asked since he needed to have a very long and painful conversation with the silver-haired Chunin. He's dead. Oni-chan took care of him, Mito said, surprising everyone in the room. Oni-chan? They all thought before the sound of new heavy footsteps appeared. They all turned towards the living room doorway and immediately Kushina felt like crying as she saw a familiar blonde-haired boy standing in the doorway. Naruto stood at the entrance and looked at everyone in the room. Kakashi had not changed at all while he noticed Eiji looked exactly like his father. His father looked the same as well, though he had a few grays in his hair now that weren't there before. But his mother looked like she had not aged a day. She still looked like she was in her mid-30s despite being 41. His parents were stunned as they looked at him. Gone was the boy of 15 and returning to them was this handsome, strong young man that was the perfect mix of them both. Hey Tu-san, Ka-chan, he said looking at his parents. He could see his mother was ready to burst into tears, so he just walked forward towards her. By the time he was halfway, Kushina had already leapt forward and grabbed her eldest in a tight hug. Naruto just smiled as he rested his head on his mother's head as she sobbed away. He was taller than her by quite a lot now, and he never realized how tiny his mother was. I missed you, Ka-chan. I missed you a lot, he whispered, and it only made her sob harder and cling more to him. Our baby is back, Minato. Our oldest has finally come back to us? She muttered as Minato then came in and hugged his son, as well muttering how happy he was to have his eldest son back home. Eventually Mito and Eiji all joined in, as well as the four hugged the return of Naruto. You are never going away for that long ever again. Naruto wondered where Mina was, but he stopped worrying when he felt her asleep upstairs. As they broke up, Kushina put her cheeks on her son's face. Let me get a good look at you, she said as she looked him over. The first thing she noticed was his height. Oh, Minato, look at him. He is even taller than you are now. Well, it was bound to happen eventually, Minato said, chuckling at his son's 6'3" frame before noticing the jacket Naruto was wearing. He gave him a praising nod. Good choice on jacket. Guess the design grew on me after all the time I wore your jacket when I was little, he said as Kushina continued to fuss over him. While the father and son duo spoke, Kushina was just awestruck with her son. Is this really my Naruto? Is this young man really the little boy I used to carry and push on the swings? Come on over here, Eiji, I want to see what my little Otudo looks like now, he said as Eiji grinned and hugged his brother, just by himself this time, as Naruto patted his shoulders. You look just like Tu-san. You been keeping up with your training, I hope. You bet. I bet I can kick your butt soon, Eiji, while Mito chimed in the same, making Naruto laugh and Minato and Kushina to look at the scene in humor. Kakashi, Naruto greeted as he just nodded his head towards the older shinobi. Kakashi just gave a polite wave and his trademark eye smile before returning to his book. You have to tell us what it was like, Oni-chan? Did you go on cool missions? How strong did you get? Did you fight strong people? Where did you go? The twins asked in tandem while Naruto tried to usher them to tone it down. Eiji-kun, Mito-chan, your brother, has probably had a long journey and will want to rest. You can ask your questions tomorrow, Minato said as Naruto looked at his father in thanks. He was not that tired, but he would have been if he started explaining it all to the twins, who would just ask more and more questions. Seeing the twins talking to each other, he stepped over to his parents' sides and ushered them to speak with him. When they both leaned in, he spoke in a hushed tone. Mito knows about the fox. Mizuki somehow knew and told her. Irika tried to protect her, but got hurt. He is at the hospital now. Both Minato and Kushina eyes widened, wondering how the hell Mizuki knew about the Kyuubi before realizing he must have been a spy for someone. Most likely a certain snake. This is not how we wanted to tell her, but I guess we don't have a choice now but to explain it to her, Minato said as Kushina nodded sadly. I think you should explain it to Eiji as well. He should know what his twin carries just as much as Mito should know, Naruto said, since the twins had always been close to one another. This could be something that Eiji could help his sister with. His parents both nodded and looked at the twins sadly. Mito-chan, I think we have some explaining to do, Kushina said as Mito quickly recognized what she was referring to. When she looked down at the ground, Kushina put an arm around her daughter and kissed her head before leading her to the dining room. You too, Eiji, you should hear this as well, Minato said as Eiji looked a little confused before nodding and followed after his mother and sister. Naruto, are you coming? Naruto shook his head. I have another little sister to surprise, he said as he took his jacket off and headed towards the stairs. Naruto tiptoed up the stairs, and when he got to the landing, he went towards Mina's room. Gently, he pushed the door forward and looked inside. When he did, he smiled when he saw that Mina was under her covers with a night light on underneath it, obviously reading a book. Naruto coughed loudly to get her attention and saw her stumble a little. "Sen, I swear I was about to go to sleep," she said, making Naruto chuckled. "And what makes you think I'm San, Minaheim?" he said as watched in amusement as Mina's head snapped to his direction as the room fell quiet. He watched as she pulled back the covers and eventually uncovered herself. Naruto looked at her in amazement because she looked exactly like their mother. The eyes, the hair, the skin tone, everything. Her hair was even longer and not in pigtails anymore. It went down just past the midpoint of her back. He saw her lips quivering madly and tears already building up in her eyes. Even her little hands shook as she looked at him. "Oni-chan," she whispered as Naruto nodded and went across the room. Just like his mother earlier, he got halfway before the little girl jumped from her bed and latched herself to him, putting her head in the crook of his neck as she sobbed. He kissed the top of her head and held her tightly to him. A few tears of his own even began making their way down his face as he quickly wiped them away. Out of the people he missed back in Konoha, he missed Mina the most. "I missed you," Mina cried out, making a few more tears slip out of Naruto's eyes. He kissed her head again and playing with long red hair as she sat down on the edge of her bed. He placed her in his lap where she still refused to unlatch from him and gently rocked her. "My baby sister is now 10 years old. Look how big you have gotten," he whispered as Mina's face left his neck and looked up at him with those big, beautiful violet eyes that she shared with him. He smiled at her, which made her smile back at him, which made her giggle a sweet laugh that Naruto had missed. "You look just like Ka-chan now. Your hair has even got a lot longer, just like hers," he admitted as he played with her hair. "Lots of people keep telling me that and say I look pretty with my hair like this. Mito and her friends sometimes like to play with it too. Well, they are right. You are going to be the most beautiful girl in the entire Leaf Village," he said as Mina gave him a big smile and a kiss on the cheek. Not the sloppy kind she used to give him, but a much gentler one. "Are you back home for good? You're not going to go away again, are you?" she asked, looking a little panicked. She did not want her big brother to leave so soon again. "No, Haim. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay this time. My time in the capital is over and I have finally come home for good now," he said, making Mina smile even bigger at him before hugging him again. Naruto closed his eyes. He had missed this. Later that evening, it was 10 o'clock by the time his parents and the twins left the dining room, and he could see that by their red eyes that all four of them had cried. When Mina, who was sitting on his lap, asked why they were so red, Naruto told her she would find out when she was a little older. It only made her pout and give him a glare. Naruto, though, found it cuter than scary and just chuckled. "Mina-chan, shouldn't you be in bed?" Kushina asked, putting her hands on her hips. Mito and Eiji sat on the sofa with them as Naruto noticed his little brother was remaining very close to his sister and had their hands holding one another's. "But I wanted to see Oni-chan," she said as she gave her mother the puppy dog look. Minato fell quickly, but Kushina had an iron defense against that look. "It's okay, Ka-chan. I want to see my littlest sister so much that I could not wait another moment," Naruto stated as he gave Mina a raspberry against the cheek, which made her laugh from the sensation. "Besides, you don't think I would be gone for so long without bringing presents back, did you?" he said before all three of his siblings' dog piled on him on the sofa. "Presents!" they all shouted as Kushina and Minato laughed at the three youngest before Kushina settled them down and got them to sit around Naruto while she and Minato sat on the sofa opposite them. They watched in fascination as Naruto pulled out 2 scrolls. "Let's start with you, Eiji, and we will go from left to right," he said as Eiji grinned at getting his first while Mina pouted since she was at the end on the right. Rolling the scroll open, a small puff of smoke covered the scroll, and moments later Naruto was sitting there with a wooden box adorned with leaf designs around the edges. He handed it over to Eiji, who eagerly took it. "Open it up," Naruto pushed as Eiji nodded and opened the box up. His sisters and parents leaned in to see what was inside. When it opened, they all looked very surprised, while Eiji looked like Christmas had just came early. Inside the box was 2 rows of 5 three-pronged kunai, just like the type used for his Hiroshin. The only difference was the hole in the center was diamond-shaped instead of a circle, and the hilts had a white handle with blue flames flickering around it. "I saw how much you liked playing with Tusan's 3-pronged kunai, so I thought you might like a set of your own. The metal is chakra metal, so adding chakra to it will make them stronger. Also, it has a blood seal on the bottom of each set, so later you can add a bit of blood to each one so that only you will ever be able to wield them." Eiji not keep the grin off of his face and hugged his brother for the gift. Minato and Kushina looked at the gift and admired the fine work. They figured it had to be either iron country work or artisan work. "Thank you, Oni-chan," Eiji said as Naruto patted his brother's head. "No problem. I'm sure Tsunade will teach you how to use them," he said as Minato nodded and patted Eiji on the head as well, getting a happy smile from the younger Namikes. "Now, Mito-chan," he said as Mito looked eager to find out what he got her. "Are you still training in Kenjutsu like you said in the letters you sent me?" She nodded her head. "I am, but I'm not very good at it. I still don't have a sword yet," she said looking down as Kushina stroked her hair. "Some people just take more time to learn Kenjutsu than others, Mito-chan. I was the same like you when I was your age," she said as Mito gave her mother a tiny smile. "Well, I'm sure myself or Ka-chan can help you with your Kenjutsu whenever you need help, but I think I have the sword problem sorted," he said, getting a wide-eyed look from Mito and Kushina, who both leaned in. Naruto took the other scroll and another puff of smoke engulfed him. When it quickly died down, Mito had stars in her eyes while Kushina examining and nodding at the blade that was in his hands. The sword had a pure white hilt with a circular handguard, and along the side was pieces of diamond-shaped bronze metal. The sheath was pure white, just like the hilt that, if it fell into snow, they probably would never find it. "Wow," was all Mito could say as Naruto gently placed the blade into her hands. She began to feel the blade all over and gripped the hilt in her hands. She smiled brightly because it felt perfect in her hands. She knew the sword was meant for her. Kushina took a look at it as well and felt how heavy it was, but was surprised that it felt so light. It was a little lighter than her Kitetsu and much lighter than Naruto's Shusui. "This is a fine blade and it's been beautifully made. Iron Country?" she asked Naruto, who nodded. "I get most of my supply imported from there since it's the best in my opinion. I had one of their blacksmiths make Mito's sword and Eiji's kunai. This is chakra metal as well, so you can put your chakra or affinity into it if you want." Mito was about to unsheath it, but her mother gave her a stern look. "Not in the house. You can unsheath it tomorrow," she said, making Mito pout and groaned before she quickly thanked Naruto. "Thank you, Naruoni-chan. You're welcome. Every swordsman should have a decent blade to wield," he said as Mito just kept fawning over her new katana. And finally little Mina. Mina quickly smiled big as she could not wait for what her gift would be. Tell me Mina, can you mold chakra now? He asked as Mina bobbed her head up and down. Good, then this gift will be good for you. Am I right in thinking Mito and Eiji have or will have the toad summons? Naruto asked his father as Minato nodded his head, wondering where this was going. Then this is perfect, he called as he bit his finger and placed his hand on the floor. Kuchios no jutsu. A cloud of smoke engulfed the room as everyone heard furniture getting moved around and the walks creak a little. As the smoke died down, they all looked a little gobsmacked when they saw Kiera sitting in their living room with a giant scroll at her feet. Whoa! The twins said in unison as their parents played with kunai they had hidden in their clothes. Yo, is it time? Kiera asked as she yawned and gave everyone a full look at her massive jaws and pearly white teeth. Yep, this is my little sister Mina. She is the one you are here for, he said as pushed Mina in front of him as the little girl looked nervously at the big tiger in front of her. Mina, this Kiera, my familiar and member of the White Tiger Summons. She is here because we would like to know if you would like to become one of their summoners, Naruto said as this family looked at him in surprise. Me? She said squeakily. She knew what summons were and that her father and pervy grandfather had the big toads. Yes, little one. Naruto has managed to convince my mother to allow just one more person to sign the contract. 2 is the max we will allow for someone to summon us, and we would like to make you our second summoner. To make her feel more comfortable, Kiera leaned down and stroked her head against the little red-haired girl. She guessed it worked since Mina giggled a little and stroked her head. Naruto, where did you get your summons? Kushina asked since neither she nor Minato had ever heard of a white tiger summons. They doubted even Jiraiya knew, and he knew most of the summoning types out there. When I was 12, I found Kiera by accident. We became friends and her mother let me sign their contract. I am the first person to ever become a summoner for the White Tigers. And now hopefully Mina will become the second if she wants to. Naruto turned to look at Mina as did everyone else as they waited for her answer. After a few moments Mina gave him a big smile and nodded her head. Naruto smiled back and took the scroll from Kiera and opened it up in front of Mina. Okay Mina-chan, I need you to make your index finger bleed a little, so you can write your name in this column beside my name. Then have a bit of blood on each fingertip of the hand you want to summon with and put the handprint under the name. Mina nodded and bit into her right index finger. She quickly wrote her name and then bit each of her other fingers and made the hand print on the scroll. When she was done, the scroll glowed a little before poofing away. And there you go. Now I will show you how to do the hand signs for it another time since we want to make sure you have enough chakra to summon your familiar. I can do that for you now though, Naruto said before summoning another tiger as a little puff of smoke appeared on the floor. Mina's eyes were like sparkles when she saw a small tiger cub that only came up to her knee on the floor in front of her. Its big blue eyes blinked as it looked at its new surroundings. Mina, this is Kovu, Kiera's little brother, and he is now your summoning familiar. Treat him well. Hello? Kovu said in a squeaky voice as Mina gently picked him up into her arms. The two stared at each other until Kovu started licking Mia's nose, which made her start laughing at how ticklish it felt. Why do we have to get stupid toads? Tigers look so cool. Eiji and Mito said, crying anime tear inwardly as Kushina and Minato were smiling at how happy their youngest daughter looked. As Kiera returned to the summoning realm, Eiji and Minato went to Mina, who was happily playing with Kovu, and greeted the new young summon, while Kushina stood beside her eldest and kissed the top of his head. Thank you. They are my little brother and sisters. There is nothing in the world I would not do for them, and that includes you and Tusan. I know I never really said it before I left, so I will say it to you now, he said as he took his mother's hand into his while Minato looked at them from the corner of his eye. It's okay, Ka-chan. I forgive you and I hope I can have a better relationship with you now. This is why I want to give you something. Kushina's eyes shot up in surprise, as did Minato's, as they watched Naruto pull out one last scroll. She wanted to hug her son to death for finally saying the words telling them that he forgave them for their foolishness. Know that I am giving you this, Ka-chan, because I want you to finally make peace with yourself, he said as unsealed the object inside the scroll. When the object appeared, Kushina immediately threw back her hands to cover her mouth as uncontrollable sobs began to sound out, making everyone look at her. Minato went to support his wife while the younger 3 children stood beside her. They all looked down and saw what Naruto was holding. It was a katana with a dark purple handle with bronze diamonds going down the side of it and a circular handguard. Ryujin Jaka, Kushina whispered as Minato's eye went wide at now, realizing that this was her father's blade. Where? How? During my time with the Guardians, the Daimyo gave me a week rest since we had been having a rough few months from attempted attacks on him. I decided to go visit Yuzushogakure since it's where our ancestors are from. Gigi told me about Aji-san and about your argument with him before he passed. When I visited Yuzu, I went into what looked like some kind of kage building since it looked similar to the one we have. At the back office, there was a trapdoor underneath the desk. When I went down, I saw seals placed around a cabinet. When I managed to break the seals, I found Ryujin Jaka. Apparently, after the fall of Yuzu, some of the Uzumaki survivors went back and buried their dead. Aji-san was buried by a tree that he apparently proposed to Oba-san at while his sword was sealed in a stasis. Only an Uzumaki could break the seals that were placed on it. Naruto stood up and then held it out towards Kushina. I know I never met him, but I think he would want you to have it. Now your peace with him can finally be made. Kushina just sobbed harder as she listened to her son. She reached forward and took the legendary sword in her hands and clutched it tight to her. It was the last thing she had left of her father, and in a way Naruto had given a piece of him back to her. She then surged forward, hugging Naruto close as she cried and showering his cheeks with her motherly kisses. I love you. I love you. I love you so much. Kushina said over and over again, not being able to thank her son enough. I love you too, Ka-chan, and I always will, Naruto said as he hugged his mother in a happy embrace. He motioned for the others to come over, and very quickly Minato, Eiji, Mito, and Mina, who was still carrying Kovu, all wrapped their arms around Kushina and had a family hug. As they hugged, Naruto closed his eyes and felt the chakra signatures of the people of Konoha. I'm home.